I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night. Lies and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way in the spine-chilling fray. Out of breath but not out of light. Horror digs, don't look behind. Feel the terror cry. Will you dare to slay? I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night.
Before I start the narration tonight, I found it appropriate that instead of me narrating the preface of this book, that I would leave that job to the author himself, Mr. William Pattison, aka Eric Morse. So I'm going to hand over the reins, just for the preface here, to the author, Mr. William Pattison.
Preface: The Friday the 13th Young Adult Books. My personal involvement in the Friday the 13th universe began when I was working a 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift as a morning filler at my local Kmart. A co-worker and friend named Charisma Jones approached me one day when I was at lunch and told me that her brother was working as an editor for Berkeley Books and that they were looking for a writer to work on a series of books based on the supposed final Friday the 13th film, Jason Goes to Hell. The reason Charisma said she came to me was because I'd shown her some of my writing and she thought I was an excellent writer. Also, we'd talked a lot about horror films, including the Friday the 13th series, and I'd amazed her with my knowledge. She'd felt that I would be a perfect choice to put in for the job. On the other hand, I wasn't so sure. I'd worked on 2 Hollywood scripts just to be denied any credit for my work. Also, I'd had 2 scripts stolen by people I trusted in the industry. And I'd had 3 of my stories viciously criticized by a professional writer I knew. Another concern I had was at the time the Friday the 13th franchise was in essence dead. This was before the Freddy versus Jason thing started up. So starting a book series was a real gamble, and I was honestly concerned about my reputation as a writer if the series failed. Finally, both Charisma and my mother convinced me to take on the challenge. So I sent Charisma's brother a sample of my work and some personal information and waited to see what happened. 2 months later, I got a call from an executive from Berkeley Books telling me that they were very interested in possibly having me write their series of Friday the 13th young adult novels. The thing was that they wanted me to send them 4 treatments for the first 4 books in the series. So, over the next 2 weeks, I came up with my 4 treatments. The first treatment was the original version of The Mask of Jason Voorhees. This version was essentially the same story, only the subplot of the documentary crew wasn't there, and the killer in this one was the hunter Joe Travers. Of course, at the end of the story, Jason was reborn. This treatment was followed by the original treatments for Mother's Day, Jason's Curse, and the Carnival. As with the Mask of Jason, these were essentially the same stories, but they included Jason as the killer. So with these finished, I sent them in and waited. About a month later, I got a call from the same Berkeley executive I talked to before. He told me that they liked the treatments. The thing was that they really liked the idea of the possessed hockey mask and having someone else besides Jason being the killer. So they wanted to hold off bringing Jason back to life and have me bring in a new killer in each novel. Also, they didn't want to do a crossover between Friday the 13th, the television series, and the movies. So for now, the Mask of Jason treatment was on the back burner. So I was given 2 weeks to revise the remaining treatments and to come up with one more treatment. After this, if they liked the revisions and the new story, they'd send me a contract and I could start writing. It was at this point that I informed Berkeley Books that I'd be writing the books under a pen name. I decided to use the name Eric Morse. The first name came from the name of Gaston Lennox's classic character of The Phantom of the Opera, Eric Dessler. The last name came from the mystery detective Inspector Morse. Surprisingly enough, I've since found out that there are at least 3 other authors named Eric Morse. The reason for using a pen name was because at the time I was also working on a sci-fi novel titled The Traveler, A Conflict of Interest, and figured if the Friday the 13th book series failed, I didn't want to affect my chances selling my sci-fi novel. Nearly a month after I sent in the revised treatment, I got another call from the executive from Berkeley Books. He told me that in a week one of their representatives would be coming to town and they'd bring the contract for me to sign. So I ended up taking the day off. Actually, I called in sick and met up with the representative for lunch and signed the contract. The next day, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I asked a lady I'd known from work, I will not mention her name, for 3 years, and asked her out for an Italian dinner to celebrate my book deal. Anyways, to make a long story short, 3 weeks later, I was charged with sexual harassment and lost my job. Fun. Anyways, I was looking for a job and I was starting work on the novel Mother's Day. It was during this time that my mother read my contract and gave me a big surprise. She informed me that I'd misread the contract in regard to the amount of time I had to finish all the novels. I thought I had a year to finish each individual novel. The truth was I only had 1 year to finish all 4 novels. I nearly flipped when I found this out. I immediately contacted Berkeley Books and tried to find out if this was a typo. They informed me that this was indeed what the contract said, and that I needed to have all the books in final editorial form in 1 year's time, or I'd forgo my money. So rather than mess up my chance to be a published writer, I stopped looking for work and spent my days tied to the word processor writing. I managed to finish both Mother's Day and Jason's Curse in 5 months. Then I started work on the 4th book, Road Trip. The reason for this was that I thought while I was working on Road Trip, I could do some research on carnivals for the 3rd novel. But that wasn't going to happen. During this time, Berkeley Books sent me back the first 2 novels with piles of notes on what to cut and to rewrite. I was floored. Upon reading the revisions, I noted that the editors were cutting all my references to the films and all the subplots featuring the ghosts of Jason's victims. They also cut out 98% of the descriptions of the murders, which really pissed me off. I was actually surprised, given all the hardball editing, that they hadn't cut Mrs. Voorhees' head out of Mother's Day. To put it simply, they were cutting out all the things I thought I was hired to provide. I mentioned this fact and sent questions about these revisions to the editor assigned to me, but all my inquiries were ignored. So by the time I got started writing the Carnival, I was both mentally and physically exhausted. With all the rewriting, the only research I was able to do for the Carnival was watch the movies Funhouse and Something Wicked This Way Comes. I had 4 months to both write and edit this novel while working on the editing for Road Trip as well. It was 3 weeks into writing the Carnival that I got sick and nearly ended up in the hospital. I had to stop work on the books for nearly 2 weeks while I recovered. In the end, I did manage to deliver all 4 books on time, though I was really not altogether pleased with the final product. I felt that the editors cut out most of the material that provided links to the series of films. Also, I thought the subplots they cut would have added another dimension to these stories. But I had no control over these things because I was in essence just a hired hack writer who was being paid to put words on pages. But what about the pay, you ask? Well, for all 4 books, I got paid $1,500. That, of course, was about $325 per book. Not much for a year of 16 to 18-hour days working in front of a word processor, but I consoled myself in the fact that I was supposed to get a percentage of the profits from the books. The only thing was, I never ended up seeing any profits. The reason for this was because Berkeley Books only advertised the books to the booksellers. When it came to the general public, Berkeley didn't do squat. They didn't even provide cardboard displays for the books. So to put it simply, the fans didn't even know these books were out there. Of course, at the time I was unaware of this. I was under the delusion I was going to be going to horror conventions and doing book signings. Hell, I even thought there was going to be another series of 4 books. After taking a month off to get back my health, I wrote treatments for 4 new novels. These were called The Collection, Mad Medicine, The Documentary. Note this was years before the Blair Witch Project, and The Scarecrow. Note, this was a fallback in case I still couldn't convince them to do a revised version of The Mask of Jason Voorhees. Then after waiting a few more months and not hearing anything, nor being invited to do anything in regards to the books, I called my contact at Berkeley Books. I was informed my contact had been transferred and that Berkeley wasn't going to do a series of Friday the 13th, a second series of Friday the 13th books, because the first series hadn't made enough sales even to warrant a second printing. I was devastated, so I chalked up the whole thing to experience and tried to rebuild my life. Then 8 years later, I was on the internet looking around at F13 websites, since I'd opened an F13 website of my own, Friday the 13th, Jason's Bloodbath, and came upon a website titled Friday the 13th, Jason's Lair. The website featured a section on my F13 young adult books, as well as a fan fiction novel, Return to Crystal Lake, that the webmasters, Matt Caddy and AJ Urban, credited as being inspired by my work. I was overwhelmed. I immediately sent Matt and AJ an email telling them how much I appreciated them including my work on their site and to see my work as an inspiration. Matt and AJ were equally thrilled to hear from me. Unfortunately, they were so thrilled that they posted that they heard from me and also posted my website. So, for the next 8 months, I was inundated with emails from fans. Hell, I was getting over 100 emails a week. Many of the emails were from fans who were looking for my books. Eventually, these emails inspired me to start the official Bring Back the Friday the 13th Young Adult Novels Series campaign. I started this campaign to convince Berkeley Books and New Line Cinema to either reprint the young adult novels or start a new series of books based on Friday the 13th. As a result of my campaign, New Line hired Black Flame Publishing to create a new series of novels based not only on Friday the 13th, but also on Jason X. Soon after I started the book campaign, Matt and AJ suggested that I write one last book to finish off the Possessed Mask storyline. I reminded them that neither Berkeley Books nor New Line would authorize the work. They suggested I just web publish it as fan fiction. So I decided I'd finally write The Mask of Jason Voorhees, but I'd write it the way it should be written, The following is the result of that decision. It's the novel I wanted to write when I first accepted the assignment of chronicling the events that happened after the events of the film Jason Goes to Hell. I hope once this book is finished, the fans of Friday the 13th will consider it the masterwork of the book series. If not, I'm still proud of the work I've done. It's been quite a ride. William Pattison, San Mateo, California. Well, that's enough of me. I now hand the reins back to the 80s slasher librarian Josh LaRue as he brings Friday the 13th, The Mask of Jason Voorhees, to life for you for the first time in audiobook form. Enjoy.
And now, Friday the 13th, The Mask of Jason Voorhees. The conclusion to the Crystal Lake series written by William Pattison, a.k.a. Eric Morse. An editorial from the Cunningham County Times dated June 28, 1998. The editorial reads, The Curse of Crystal Lake Continues, by Gerald J. Fitzgerald, senior writer. All of us who live here in Cunningham County know the legend of Camp Crystal Lake. How in the 50s a boy named Jason Voorhees drowned in Crystal Lake because the camp counselors who were supposed to be watching him were off making love, and how Mrs. Voorhees viciously murdered the counselors responsible 1 year later. As the story goes, in 1980, when the camp was going to be reopened, Mrs. Voorhees went on a rampage and killed all the counselors except for one, and supposedly Jason, somehow brought back to life, watched his mother beheaded by that very same surviving counselor. The legend goes on to say that the girl who survived that Friday the 13th mysteriously disappeared a year later, the interior of her house splattered with blood. We know that for years the woods around Camp Blood weren't safe, how anyone who dared venture into those woods met with a deadly fate. We heard how a young boy named Tommy Jarvis supposedly ended Jason's reign of terror. But then a few years later, somehow Jason came back. And let us not forget how less than 3 years ago we were told that the bloodbath of Jason Voorhees had finally been ended for good by, amusingly enough, his own niece. And yet still the killings continue. Our sheriff tells us that these are copycat murders, perpetrated by nuts who want to cash in on Jason's legend. Yet, we who have lived through all of this can see the hand of Jason. We know that somehow the evil that continually brought Jason back has found a new way to keep the killings going. Why else would a local hunter suddenly go on a killing spree? And what about Gabe and Ruth Gleason's idiot son, Big Red? Why would he, without warning, kill his parents and murder those campers at Camp Crystal Lake? And what about the more recent tragic events at the Traveling Carnival that happened to pitch its tents next to Camp Crystal Lake? Was it mere coincidence that the carny who did most of the killings wore a hockey mask just like Jason's? We who live around Crystal Lake say no. We say that the death curse of Camp Blood is still going strong. We know it's just a matter of time before it starts all over again. We know the legend still lives, and we know that the killings will continue. Prologue, August 29th, 1958, 3:07 a.m. Pamela Voorhees watched from the edge of the water as her brother, who was standing up to his knees in the lake, held a silver chalice over his head and chanted, "Ancient ones, masters of darkness, hear my pleas." He chanted, "Nana Cthulhu Azagoth, Lamashta, show this unfortunate woman that you are greater than the god who has betrayed her. Bring back that which has been taken from her. I ask this with the offering of the blood of vengeance." Then he tipped the chalice and dumped its deep red contents into the water. Overhead clouds covered the moon. Then a column of light shot down from the clouds into the lake just beyond the buoy. The water around the spot started to boil. Then, as fast as it came, the column reversed itself and retreated into the clouds again. Then all was silent. Pamela noticed that even the crickets had stopped their strumming. Pamela stood breathless and waited. She looked over at her brother, but he remained motionless with his back to her. Then she saw a shape bob up from under the water and start to move toward the shore. She couldn't see it clearly, but she knew what it had to be. "Jason," she said aloud, her eyes tearing up. Soon the figure swam within 20 feet of the shore, and Pamela could make out the darkened shape of a head bobbing in the water. But it was still too dark to see it clearly. Finally, the figure stopped bobbing and looked to be walking, the water hitting it just below the shoulders. "Oh, Jason," Pamela said excitedly. "Oh, I've missed you. Come to Mommy." It was at that moment the cloud cleared and the lake was bathed in moonlight. And Pamela Voorhees let out a scream when she saw the bloated abomination that was stumbling out of the water towards her. The beginning. Chapter 1. Mickey's Return. As she drove down the interstate, Mickey Foster couldn't help but feel excited about the prospect of seeing Ryan again, even considering the reason for her trip to Crystal Lake, Massachusetts. It had been 18 years since Mickey had last seen Ryan Dallion, or Stephen Freeman as he was known now. At the time, she recalled, he didn't recognize her because Satan's dark angel, Astaroth, had turned him back into a 12-year-old boy. Now Ryan would look nearly the same age he did before the spell was cast. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for her. 18 years was a long time, and the years hadn't been kind to Mickey. She definitely wasn't the beauty her cousin had first met when she had come to Montreal to settle the estate of their Uncle Louis Vendretti, and started this insane quest to retrieve possessed antiques. How could she be? She'd seen too much and done too much not to have it manifest as stress lines and wrinkles. Thank God for red hair dye, she thought, glancing up at the rearview mirror. At least she could hide the fact that her crowning mane of red hair was now heavily streaked with gray. She wished she didn't have to get Ryan involved, but unfortunately, fate had made the issue moot. Ryan was already involved. It had been Ryan who helped Jason Voorhees' niece, Jessica, to finally send that murdering undead monster to hell 3 years before. Mickey had heard about it months after the fact, due to the fact that she was abroad hunting down yet another of Uncle Louis's cursed antiques. Since then, she'd heard about 3 other sets of murders. 2 of them had been groups of campers who mistakenly decided to camp in the ruins of Camp Crystal Lake. The latest set of murders, which had happened just 2 months ago, had taken place in a carnival that had mistakenly decided to pitch its tents on that same cursed piece of real estate. From what little was leaked to the press, men wearing hockey masks had done all the murders. Mask or a single mask, she thought. Could it be that once again she was on a hunt for a cursed item? Had the evil that had once been Jason Voorhees somehow been transferred to the hockey mask he wore to hide his monstrously deformed face from the world. At this point, all she had was questions. But hopefully once she got to Crystal Lake, she and Ryan could find the answer, and hopefully put an end to this evil. The road sign ahead read Crystal Lake 10 miles. Mickey felt the feeling of excitement she always felt when she started a hunt. Sheriff Lloyd Landis took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow. He was getting too old for running up hills, but it was part of the job. And unfortunately, Crystal Hill was too steep and rocky for him to drive his patrol car up. "It's right over there, Sheriff," said Deputy Roy Turner, pointing at the mouth of the cave, which was barely visible amongst the boulders scattered around the area. Even from this far away, Landis could smell the scent smoke and burnt flesh oozing from the cave. It was no surprise to him, though. The two young people who survived this latest set of murders said the killer had been burned to death in the cave. Unfortunately, some of the other things they said sounded like something out of the Twilight Zone. They had talked some crazy stuff about a possessed van trying to run them down, about giant mechanical vampire bats that were alive, and about a strange shrine to Jason Voorhees. "This is totally gross," Landis heard someone say, and saw the county coroner's assistant, he thought the guy's name was Phil, coming out of the cave carrying a large clear sealed bag. Phil saw the sheriff and came over. "Hey, Sheriff, this time we got the hockey mask the guy wore. Only thing is, we're going to have to scrape the guy's face out of it." Then he held the bag up for Landis to see. Landis wished he hadn't done that. The run up the hill had made him nauseous, but now, after looking at the bloody mess inside that mask, he was gravely at risk of throwing up. "Where's your boss?" the sheriff asked, trying to retain his composure. "Oh, Dr. Bob, he's with John and Buck getting ready to bring down the killer's body. Now, that is a real mess." "Thanks," Landis said quickly and moved on ahead. He really couldn't tolerate this idiot another second more. He'd really have to have a talk with Bob about his assistant. Landis and Roy were just about to enter the cave when out came County Coroner Dr. Bob Carey. Behind him were two of Landis's deputies, John Court and Buck Mathers. They were carrying a body bag. The smell of cooked meat from the bag was overpowering. Landis couldn't help himself. He immediately turned his head and vomited next to the entrance to the cave. He hated showing such weakness in front of his men. Thankfully, John and Buck pretended not to see anything and continued down the hill. Dr. Bob and Roy held back and waited for the sheriff to finish. When Sheriff Landis was finished, he looked over at Dr. Bob. "You got something for me, Bob?" "Not much, Lloyd. The body was pretty well cooked in there." But then Dr. Bob handed the sheriff a rather ratty wallet in a clear plastic bag. "I found this underneath the body. My guess is it fell out of his pocket as he was burning and he fell on top of it." "Yeah, so, we have his wallet. What's your point?" "The wallet belongs to a Ted Bateman, but the body couldn't possibly belong to him." "Why's that?" "The body is too brawny and tall for it to possibly be Bateman." "Then he must have stole the wallet from Bateman after he killed him," the sheriff surmised, though he really wasn't in the mood for guessing games. "I guess, but it just doesn't seem to fit," the county coroner pressed. "The killer didn't take anything from the other victims." "Well, that's our job to find out these things," Landis told him. "Your job is to get that piece of roasted beef back to your office and get me an ID." "Gotcha, Chief," Dr. Bob said. That was one thing Landis liked about Bob Carey. He didn't have to tell him twice. As Dr. Bob started down the hill after John and Buck, Sheriff Landis prepared himself for the trip into the cave. After taking 3 deep breaths, pointing away from the cave entrance, of course, he grabbed his flashlight from his belt. "You gonna be okay, Sheriff?" Roy asked, concerned. "Don't you worry about me," the sheriff told him. "I've seen it all." But Sheriff Landis started to have second thoughts about that statement when he and Roy entered the small grotto and went through the hole in the wall that led to the high-ceiling cavern. The floor was littered with tiny pieces of bowed metal that looked amazingly like tiny bird skeletons. "The other body was over there," Roy told him, pointing to a spot near a nearly flat, smooth, topped rock in the corner. "Surprisingly, it wasn't burned in the fire, but it was pretty badly chewed up." "Chewed?" the sheriff parroted, surprised. "Yeah, but look at this," Roy said, flashing his light onto the cavern wall. "Holy Mary and Joseph," Sheriff Lloyd Landis said in startled amazement. Though the cavern wall was dusted with black soot, he could still make out the deep, scratchy, carved letters covering it. It was the name Jason written upside down over and over again. Mickey was just heading up the narrow dirt road toward the wood-paneled house where Ryan, or should she call him Stephen, lived. Thankfully, Crystal Lake was a small town, and everyone knew each other, or she would have never found this place. When she'd arrived in town, she'd headed to the small Army and Navy store that Ryan's mother had said he managed in the town center. Unfortunately, it being a Sunday, the store was closed. So she went to a nearby coffee shop and asked around. Though the patrons were a bit leery of talking to strangers, that, she guessed, due to the number of reporters that had swarmed into town on a regular basis because of Jason Voorhees and all the murders since. But thankfully, she was able to get the address of Stephen Freeman from a kindly old waitress named Betty. Now, Mickey was feeling nervous. What was she going to say when Ryan opened the door? How was she going to introduce herself? She remembered that when Ryan was changed, he still remembered that he had a cousin Mickey. But how could she possibly explain to him the age difference? She really didn't want to have to go to the trouble and frustration of trying to tell him the truth. But she knew she had to come up with something fast. Parking her red '85 Mustang next to the blue Ford Ranger truck in front of the house, she headed up the cobblestone walkway toward the stone steps that led to the hardwood front door. Then she pressed the lighted button on the doorbell and waited. After a few moments, she heard a shuffling sound from the other side of the door. The door opened, and sure enough, there was Ryan Dallion standing at the door looking at her. What was unexpected was what happened next. "Mickey?" he said the moment he saw her. "My God, it's you!" Then he took Mickey in his arms and gave her a warm hug. Mickey looked up into her cousin's face and marveled at how much he looked like the Ryan Dallion she'd known 18 years before. If it wasn't for the gold-colored, round-rimmed glasses he wore, she'd have thought the years hadn't passed at all. "But how, Ryan?" she asked, surprised. "How can you possibly remember me? Asaroth took away your memory when he reversed your aging." "It was a very slow process, but look at my manners," he said, and invited her inside. The inside of the house had the same wood paneling on the walls. The living room, which was where Ryan led her, was decorated in a Native American style. The large, overstuffed couch Ryan and her sat down on was decorated with Cherokee symbols. The walls were covered with paintings and posters of Native Americans, wolves, eagles, and hawks. Even the lamps on the hardwood end tables on either side of the couch had a Native American look to them. What took away from these lovely furnishings, though, was the clutter. All around the room were beer cans, half-eaten paper plates of food, crumpled papers, and several ashtrays loaded with half-smoked cigarettes. Ryan must have picked up on the look of concern Mickey was giving him. "I'm not much for housework these days," he said casually. "Haven't really had a reason, not since Jessica and Stephanie took a hike." "What happened, Ryan?" Mickey asked, concerned. "Your mother had sent me a letter not more than 6 months ago, saying that you two were doing fine." "So she thought," he said bitterly. "Actually, things between Jessica and I were never as rosy as my mother thought. Jessica was very sensitive about anything supernatural, to put it lightly. The woman was paranoid. After the incident with Jason, I started getting these mind-numbing headaches that somehow caused the blocked memories of my earlier life to be released. At first, both Jessica and I thought it was just delusions caused by the trauma of dealing with Jason. But the pictures in my head were too detailed, too real. I started doing a bit of research and found some connections. Finally, Mom fessed up and told us about my other life." And Jessica left you because of that? Mickey asked, totally surprised. No, it was actually that and the new murders that did it, he told her. The murders at the carnival clinched it. Jessica decided right then that she'd had enough of Crystal Lake and Jason Voorhees. But Ryan, why didn't you go with them? Mickey asked, confused. You nailed it right on the head there, Mickey, he said with a pained expression. I couldn't leave because I am Ryan Dallion, the same Ryan Dallion who chased Uncle Lewis's cursed junk all around the world. Because I found as time went by, I not only had the memories of Ryan, but I started to think like him too. Unfortunately, Ryan couldn't let this damn Jason thing go, even if it cost him his wife and kid. I'm sorry, Ryan. I don't want your pity, he said, looking up at her sharply. What I do want is answers, like why the hell is it that you've shown up suddenly after 18 years? What is it that you and Jack are up to? Jack has nothing to do with this, Ryan, Mickey said sadly. Jack's dead. He's been dead for the past 10 years. Ryan was struck speechless. Jack Marshak had been the center of their little group. He had once been Uncle Lewis's partner and in many ways his equal when it came to the supernatural. If it hadn't been for Jack, on many an occasion, both Mickey and Ryan would have met a horrifying end at the hands of some person twisted by one of Uncle Lewis's antiques. How? Ryan asked, surprised. A heart attack, she told him. Things were a lot harder after you were taken from us. Johnny Ventura helped out for a while, but things became too complicated. Mickey knew she didn't have to say more. Ryan had known about the mutual attraction between her and Johnny. He also knew that such relationships were impossible, if not dangerous, given their line of work. Since Johnny's left, Rashid's been helping me. At least that was something, Ryan thought. Rashid, who had been an old friend of Jack's, had proved himself to be a very powerful ally. Ryan had some very fond memories of the Egyptian mystic. Ryan shook his head sadly. Uncle Lewis and this damned curse. All it ever brings us and the people around us is heartbreak and death. Mickey silently nodded. Damn it, Ryan. You should have left with Jessica and Stephanie and said to hell with it, Mickey said. After everything you've been through, no one would blame you. I understand that, but if this does have something to do with Jason, it could affect Jessica and Stephanie, because they're blood relations to that monster. Still, there's no proof these murders are anything else but copycats, Mickey pointed out. There's the rumor that's been going around about how all the killers were wearing Jason's hockey mask. Ryan looked up at her questioningly. That's why you came. You think it's Jason's mask, don't you? I think there's a good chance it is, Mickey admitted. If it is, we can put an end to this by finding the mask and locking it up in the vault back at Curious Goods. Easier said than done, Ryan said. From what I've heard, the mask has a tendency of disappearing until the next set of murders start. If my suspicions are right, the next cycle of murders are due any time now. And how do you know that, Mickey? Ryan asked skeptically. Have you suddenly become psychic? No, but I've done my research, and we're 3 days away from the 3rd anniversary of the day you and Jessica sent Jason to hell. But the last set of murders happened 3 months ago, Ryan reminded her. I really don't see the connection. That's because you're looking at the murders individually, she told him. Once you look at them all together, you'll see a gradual increase of activity and a noticeable decrease in the period between the murders. So what you're saying is that all these murders are leading up to something? I wish I could say, Ryan, but I don't know, she admitted. All I know is that mask is the key to all of this. And how do you suggest we find it? Ryan asked. If the situation's like any of the others, the mask will find us, Mickey said. What a piece of luck, Dr. Bob's assistant Philip Raymond said, holding up the hockey mask and looking at it admiringly. I never thought I'd actually be holding the mask of Jason Voorhees in my own 2 hands. As he held the mask, even through the latex gloves he wore, Phil could feel an oddly electrical sensation in his fingertips. Though part of him wanted to tell Dr. Bob, another part didn't want to share it. The sensation felt too good. Better than sex, he thought to himself, suddenly feeling excited. Now don't go jumping to conclusions, Phil, Dr. Bob said, as he unzipped the body bag and uncovered the blackened body inside. The body looked unreal, like a demented sculptor's vision of art. The intense heat of the fire had left the limbs frozen, the positions they were in at the moment of the death. Even the front of the skull, though devoid of facial tissue, still presented a compelling vision of its owner's suffering. We can't even identify our friend here at present, much less prove that the mask is the genuine article. I understand that, Doc. It's just that I've got a strange feeling about this mask. He caressed the nose bulge. He started to wonder how the mask would feel on his face. I know this is Jason's mask. That's not very scientific, Dr. Bob commented. I don't think science has anything to do with Jason Voorhees. Phil turned the mask over and looked with disgust at the mess of raw flesh that clung to the inside of it. It seemed like it was almost mocking him. Then he looked down at the scalpel on the metal table. But this is a temporary situation, he thought. Picking the scalpel up, he looked at it absently. No, I think if we want to understand Jason, we must look in another place. The blade was razor sharp, perfect for the job ahead. Soon you'll be as good as new, he thought as he started to carefully scrape Teddy Bateman's face out of the mask. Chapter 2, Body of Evidence. Sheriff Lloyd Landis drove up to the county coroner's building. As he was getting out of his patrol car, Dr. Bob and Phil came out and met him. This had better be good, Bob, the sheriff said, annoyed. My wife isn't very forgiving about me taking off in the middle of dinner. I think this'll be worth it. Come in and take a look for yourself, Dr. Bob said. You know, I don't have much of a stomach for that. Landis wasn't kidding either. He'd always had a weak stomach when it came to viewing autopsies, which was surprising given his choice of career. Yet it had only been in the past 3 years, since he'd had to deal with the final bloodbath of Jason Voorhees, that the condition had become intolerable. I know, Lloyd, and I wouldn't ask this of you if it was not important for you to see this with your own eyes. The sheriff shook his head. Fine, let's get this over with. A few minutes later, the sheriff was fighting back his own nausea as Dr. Bob showed him a grisly sight laid out in a tray. It was the ragged remains of the skin of a human face, or Landis could only guess it was human. It was a torn-up mess. What's your point, Bob? The sheriff asked with a hint of annoyance. Your assistant showed me that goddamn thing at the crime scene. Lloyd, Phil had to practically rip the damn thing out of the mask. Yeah, the guy was burned. Flesh tends to liquefy and stick, the sheriff said. The thing is, this flesh isn't burned, Dr. Bob told him, taking a pair of tongs and flipping the mangled flesh around for the sheriff to see. It's more like his face was bonded to the mask. But I had Phil check for some kind of bonding agent, and he couldn't find any traces on the inside of the mask or on the flesh itself. And this is what you dragged me over here for? Lloyd Landis asked, his pallor definitely a few shades lighter than when he'd entered the examining room. No, there's more, Dr. Bob said, gesturing toward the covered body on the nearby table. The sheriff reluctantly followed the county coroner to the table. Sensitive to the sheriff's growing discomfort, Dr. Bob slowly pulled the sheet off the body. The smell of cooked meat, which had been a constant irritant since they'd entered the room, now intensified. The moment we got back here, I had Phil x-ray the body, Dr. Bob said, picking up a folder from the metal table next to the body and pulled out the series of x-rays from inside. Taking it over to the light panel on the wall, he clipped the x-ray to the wall and beckoned to the sheriff to come over. Grateful to get away from the sight of the blackened visage on the table, Sheriff Landis came over. Though Lloyd Landis had no medical experience, he did know what the human skeletal system looked like, and there was something definitely wrong about the one shown in the x-ray. From what I can tell, there has been an unbelievable increase in bone mass. Then he pointed at a smooth section of leg bone in the image. This is the original unaltered bone. Then he pointed to a rougher and wider section a bit lower down. And this is all new bone. From what I can tell, it looks much denser than the original, and I can only guess it grew at an unnatural rate, thus the rougher texture present." "So you got any idea why or how long this could have taken?" the sheriff asked. "Hell, this guy went from 5'5" to over 6 foot. Someone must have noticed." "If my suspicion is right, several people noticed the change, but most of them are dead." "What are you getting at, Bob?" Dr. Bob turned back toward the table the corpse was laying on. "First, I think I'd better show you something else." Reluctantly, Sheriff Landis followed Dr. Bob over to the table. He wasn't sure how much more he could take, though he knew Bob would understand if he threw up. He really didn't want to do it in front of his underling. Even though he really didn't know Bob's assistant very well, he knew enough about human nature from all his years on the job to spot a gossip. That would be all he'd need for the people of Crystal Lake to find out that their sheriff had a weak stomach. When Dr. Bob got to the table, he picked up a scalpel and made a small incision on the top of the corpse's left hand. Black liquid started dribbling from the wound. "What the hell is that?" Sheriff Landis asked, his nausea forgotten. "Would you believe blood?" "You're crazy," Landis said. He'd seen enough blood in his lifetime, more than enough since starting this job, and in all that time he'd never seen anything like this. No, that wasn't true, he realized. He had seen that once before. Black gunk like that had oozed out of his deputy's, Josh's, throat when Diana's daughter, Jessica, cut it when she realized he was possessed by Jason Voorhees and was about to go after her infant daughter Stephanie. "How do you explain this, Doc?" he asked. "Your guess is as good as mine right now," Dr. Bob admitted. "I checked this stuff under the microscope, and I was able to identify human blood cells, but mixed in with those cells is a substance I simply cannot identify." "So, what can you tell me, Doc?" Lloyd Landis asked, frustrated. At this point, all he had was questions. "Only that I'm pretty sure our friend here is the missing kid, Ted Bateman." "Excuse me?" Lloyd exclaimed. "How'd you come to that conclusion?" "I had a suspicion about this from the start, so I checked Bateman's blood type on the computer. Even though the blood from the body is seriously corrupted, I was still able to type it as type A, which is Bateman's blood type. Also, I was able to estimate our friend's original height. Bateman was 5'4", a match to the original height of our friend here." "That's still not enough evidence," Landis reminded him. "I realize that," Dr. Bob said. "I'm going to send Boston Medical everything I've collected. I'm sending the X-ray, a sample of the skin from inside the mask, some blood, as well as a dental casting I've made. If I'm right, they'll be able to confirm the identity." "Well, I hope you're right," the sheriff said. "At least that would be one thing solved. I've got a pile of bodies and no reasonable motive." Phil Raymond listened to Dr. Bob and the sheriff talk from the corner of the room, where he sat on a stool next to the sink and scrubbed the last remaining bits of flesh out of the hockey mask. For some reason, it seemed important to him that every trace of its former wearer be expunged from it. This is Jason's mask, he thought, and no pretender should soil it. "How's it going, Phil?" Dr. Bob asked from across the room. Startled, Phil replied, "Almost done." "Good," Dr. Bob said, as he and the sheriff started moving toward him. "The sheriff wants to take it with him and store it with the other evidence." "No, we can't do that," Phil wanted to scream. He needed to keep the mask for a little bit longer. He wanted to caress its hard shell for just a bit more. It felt so good. "Maybe we should keep it a bit longer." He tried to sound casual about it, which was hard. I really think I should give it a couple more tests." "There's no need," Dr. Bob told him. "Finding out why that face stuck to the mask isn't important to the case." "No," his mind screamed. He needed that mask. It was important to him. He wanted to feel its hardness on his face just once, to feel the embrace of its straps on the back of his head, to look through its eye holes, to breathe through its air vents. Doctor, I really think you're making a terrible mistake. He couldn't help but let an indication of the irritation he felt creep into his voice. Phil, this isn't like you, Dr. Bob said, surprised. I really think you should just calm down a bit. Phil was about to continue to argue, but, to his surprise, a strange voice in his head told him otherwise. It's not time, the voice calmly informed him. Don't worry. When the time comes, the mask will be yours. I'm sorry, Dr. Bob, he lied in a calmer voice. I guess I've just been working too hard, and I guess the celebrity of the mask got the better of me. You're forgiven, Dr. Bob said. It happens to the best of us. Then Dr. Bob told him to pack up the mask for the sheriff. Silently cursing as he worked, Phil slipped the mask back in its plastic bag. His mind was filled with rage at Dr. Bob and the sheriff. If he could have, at that moment, he would have grabbed the scalpel he'd been using to scrape out the mask and taken both of them out. But again, the voice in his head held him back. The time will come later for that, it told him. I promise you, when the time comes, their blood will flow. Phil had to hold back the smile that threatened to come to his lips. The image of Dr. Bob and the sheriff, hacked to pieces at his feet, filled his mind. It was beautiful to him. Soon they would know his power. Soon he wouldn't be in Dr. Bob's shadow. Soon all of Crystal Lake would say his name in cautious whispers. Philip Raymond. Yes, the voice told him. You will have all you desire and much, much more. You will have the gratitude of Jason Voorhees himself. But when the time is right. Phil absently nodded his head. Then, without an indication of the dark thoughts racing through his head, Phil turned to Dr. Bob and casually handed him the mask, now nicely bundled in plastic. You okay, Phil? Bob asked him, eyeing him critically. You seem a bit out of sorts. I told you I'm fine, Doc, he said with a reassuring smile. You know me, good old reliable Phil. Then the thoughts of blood and death filled his mind again. In time, the voice told him. In time. Chapter 3. Those Who Wait. Phil Raymond groaned and rolled over in his bed. His sheets were soaked and his blanket had been tossed on the floor. Though he'd tried to sleep since he got home, he could not. He just simply could not relax. He knew he wouldn't be able to relax until the mask was his. Frustrated, he pounded his fist on the bed, got up and started to pace. What's wrong with me? He asked the empty room in frustration. Why do I feel so angry? And why can't I get the mask out of my head? Because you are chosen, the voice in his head said. The mask saw something deep inside of you, a hidden fire, things you were more than likely unaware of. The mask found these things desirable and brought them to the surface. As for the hunger you feel, that too was there. The mask simply enhanced it as well. So, this is all the mask's doing, Phil said, feeling both frustrated and intrigued at the same time. Relax, my friend, the voice in his head said soothingly. Soon the mask will be yours. You relax, Phil said aloud. I need the mask now. I can't stand to be without it. Unfortunately, there is nothing to be done about that, the voice said sympathetically. Events must run their course. It might help if you gave me a clue about what all this is about. I wish I could, but such information is on a need-to-know basis, the voice told him, and at the moment, your enlightenment is not a priority. So let me get this straight, Phil said. I'm supposed to sit here and listen to a disembodied voice, which could be a simple manifestation of mental instability, and yet this voice does not even have to provide me with the minimal comfort of any explanations? That's essentially correct, the voice told him. Then maybe you'll want to explain this, Phil said angrily. Why shouldn't I just say fuck this and go to the sheriff's office and get the mask now? Because such actions would have grave repercussions, the voice said over calmly. It appears it's time for you to learn a valuable lesson. At that moment, Phil felt an incredible pain jolt his chest. It felt like someone had hit him in the chest with a sledgehammer. He started to hyperventilate. He knew at any moment his heart would burst from the stress. Please, he croaked. I won't do a thing until you tell me, please. Oh, I know you won't, the voice said menacingly. Because if you do, the pain you just felt will be a mere pinprick in comparison to the exquisite agony I can put you through. Fine, damn it, he said. I just wish you knew how I feel. Oh, but I do, my boy. The voice sounded distant. I know the hunger that comes from the need for power. At one time, I was so close to having everything I ever wanted. Eternal youth, wealth, women, everything. But in a moment of weakness, I lost it all. Phil could almost feel for the voice in his head, but he was still reeling from the voice's lesson. But enough of all this wallowing, the voice said. There is work to be done. What work? Phil seemed overly excited at the prospect. This was mostly because he figured anything that the voice deemed as work would most inevitably bring them closer to their goal, the mask. And if there was anything to speed things up, he was more than willing to help. If we're to know when the time is right, we must observe the flow of events, the voice told him. Therefore, my young friend, we have places to go and people to watch. Mickey came into the living room and found Ryan sitting on the couch watching television. Is there any coffee? She asked, yawning. Ryan had let her sleep in. It was well past noon. Ryan looked up at her, surprised. I can't believe it, Mickey, he said. You were right. He gestured at the television. Mickey looked over at the TV. On the screen, she saw shots of sheriff deputies and paramedics moving body bags. The sheriff's department has closed off Camp Crystal Lake and is currently going over the crime scene as we speak, the voiceover said. Then a shot of a white-haired and mustached sheriff came on screen. Mickey recognized him as Sheriff Lloyd Landis. I assure the people of Cunningham County that the perpetrator of this heinous crime was killed while attempting to assault 2 more victims, the sheriff said. Thankfully, both of the young people involved are alive and well. What about the story we've heard that these killings had something to do with Jason Voorhees? Came a voice from off camera. Landis looked annoyed. I don't know who's been telling you such things, but there's nothing connecting these murders to Jason Voorhees. What about the hockey mask, Sheriff? Came another off-camera voice. I heard they got it this time. I'm sorry, I cannot give out any details on this issue. This started a cacophony of voices and questions yelled from off-camera. Then the picture changed to a female newscaster. We will continue to bring you updates on the latest massacre at camp. With that, Ryan hit a button on his remote and shut off the television. Well, I guess that's it for now, Ryan said. At least with the mask in the hands of the sheriff, there won't be any murders for the time being. I'm not so sure, Mickey said. Until we can get it in the vault back at Curious Goods, that mask is still a danger. Well, There's nothing we can do for now, Ryan said. I doubt the sheriff's going to hand us the mask and send us on our way. Then we'll just have to find a way to get that mask or figure a way to take the curse off of it. Either way is a tough order, Ryan admitted. Yeah, Mickey said, but you and I have handled tough orders before. But before we had Jack and we had some idea what we were dealing with. I haven't had Jack for the last 10 years, Mickey reminded him, but I've managed. Oh, pillar of experience, what you suggest we do? Ryan asked with a touch of sarcasm. Mickey ignored him for a moment and thought. I think we should go see the sheriff and make sure he has the mask. Then we need to get more information about Pamela and Jason Voorhees. Preferably anything that could clue us into how Jason was brought back from the dead in the first place. Ryan laughed. And who do you suggest we ask? I didn't say it was going to be easy, Mickey said, annoyed. You got that right, Ryan said. Then his eyes lit up. But I do know the one person here in Crystal Lake that might give us some clues. Who? Mickey asked. She had little doubt about Ryan's statement. After all, he had spent most of his second lifetime here in Crystal Lake. Let's go see the sheriff, he said. Then we can go see a very old friend of mine. There was still a large crowd of reporters and camera people in front of the Cunningham County Sheriff's Office building when Mickey and Ryan drove up to it in his Blue Ranger. Ryan had to park a couple of blocks away because of all the news vans. God, don't they give up? Mickey said as she got out of the truck. Welcome to the quiet little town of Crystal Lake, Ryan said. As they approached the crowd, a woman toward the front pointed at them. From her excited movements, Mickey could tell she recognized Ryan. It's Freeman! Stephen Freeman! The woman yelled. Then all hell broke loose. Before Mickey and Ryan knew what hit them, the crowd of reporters came rushing at them and surrounded them. Some of the reporters pushed microphones in their faces. There were so many questions being yelled at them at the same time that they couldn't understand them, even if they had wanted to try and answer any of them. Finding Mickey of less interest than Ryan, the reporters started pushing her to the side. Mickey fought them, but found she was still being separated from Ryan. Ryan! She screamed, but the yelling people around her drowned her out. Then she felt a strong hand clasp on her shoulder. She was roughly turned and found herself face to face with a burly deputy. Come with me, he told her as he dragged her along with him out of the crowd. As she was being pulled along, she saw that other deputies were making their way towards Ryan. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. After they cleared the crowd, Mickey and her insistent escort headed into the sheriff office building. Inside, she found Sheriff Landis waiting in the lobby. That was a stupid stunt, Landis said a few moments later when his deputies brought Ryan in. I heard you have the mask, Lloyd, Ryan said, as the deputies standing to either side of him released him. Sheriff Lloyd Landis looked at him like he was crazy. You're telling me you came down here and nearly got torn apart by those buzzards out there just to find out if I had some freak's Halloween costume? That mask is an intricate part of what's happening here in Crystal Lake, Mickey said. Damn it, Lloyd, you know I can identify Jason's mask, Ryan said. Hell, I saw it closer than I'd like to. What I know is there's no way this mask can be Jason's, the sheriff said. You yourself said it went with him when he was dragged underground. I don't know, Ryan admitted. Maybe somehow it resurfaced. I won't know until you let me see it. Unfortunately, Stephen, I can't do that, the sheriff said firmly. Why? Ryan asked, amazed. Because officially you have no connection to the case. What? Ryan said, surprised. That's total bullshit, Sheriff, Mickey said. You know Stephen is the closest thing you have to an expert on Jason Voorhees. Sheriff Landis looked at Mickey like he'd just noticed her. What I know, little lady, is that I've got 4 sets of murders and not one of those perpetrators had any connection to Jason Voorhees. My God, is he dense or what? she said, looking over at her cousin. Then she looked back at the sheriff. They all have a connection to Jason, the mask. Who the hell is this woman, Stephen? The sheriff asked, frustrated. Oh, you've never met my cousin Mickey, Ryan said, feigning ignorance. Figures, Lloyd Landis said, shaking his head. Now I got two of you to deal with. Then the sheriff turned his attention back to Mickey. My dear lady, what we have here is a simple case of copycat murders. Mickey's eyes flared with anger. For one thing, don't you dare address me in such a condescending way. I have a name. My name is Miss Mickey Foster. And for another thing, if you're so sure these are copycat murders, then kindly give me a motive. Yeah, I can really see the family resemblance, Stephen, the sheriff said, amused. This one's got fire in her panties. Furious, Mickey was about to respond to this, but the sheriff got in her face. The motive is standing outside that door, Miss Mickey Foster. What we have is a bunch of losers who kept hearing the name Jason Voorhees in the press and wanted some of that notoriety for themselves. What about Big Red? Mickey pointed out. He and his family lived in a tar paper shack. They didn't own a TV, and from what I could gather from my research, there's a good chance all three were illiterate. But the family did own a radio when they hung out at Gabe's brother's fish and bait shop. Big Red could have overheard all kinds of crap about Jason Voorhees from tourists there. And let me point out that there were rumors of abuse in that family, though none of it could be confirmed, Lloyd Landis pointed out. Miss Foster, don't tell us our job. We're not the county country bumpkins you seem to think we are. We never meant to infer you were, Lloyd, Ryan said, trying to defuse the situation. Look, it's just that Mickey's had some experience with situations similar to this. And what kind of situation are we talking about, Stephen? Ghosts? Curses? The sheriff asked with obvious disbelief. Actually, something very much akin, Mickey said. And you actually believe this, Stephen? The sheriff asked, surprised. I trust Mickey, Ryan said. I'm sorry, Stephen, but I don't have the luxury of believing the amazing. He gave Ryan a frustrated look. I think you and your cousin have outlasted your stay. Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. We're not leaving until we see that mask, Mickey said firmly. Would you rather I have two of my deputies put you out? The sheriff said. Then he called over his shoulder at the office. Buck! John! Two deputies came out of the office area and stood behind the sheriff. One was one of the deputies that had escorted Ryan. The other was the brawny one that had dragged Mickey out of the crowd of reporters. Ryan put his hand on Mickey's shoulder and turned her toward him. He could see she had a determined look on her face. Let's go, he said. Mickey looked like she was going to argue, but gave her a hard look, and she remained silent. I'd suggest you use the back way, the sheriff said. Well, that went well, Mickey said as they headed back to the truck. I know, Mickey, Ryan said. You just have to understand that Lloyd is in a different position here. What I understand is your sheriff is either deluded or just avoiding the truth, Mickey said, disgusted. Why is it that people always have to be so difficult? That would make it too easy, Ryan said as they arrived at the truck. So you said something about knowing someone who might be able to help us? Mickey said after Ryan unlocked her door and let her in. Oh, yeah. I know someone who knows all the dirty secrets in this town. And makes one hell of a mean chocolate sundae, he said with a smile. As Ryan's Ranger drove off, a beaten-up-looking green van backed out of the parking spot 3 spaces away from the spot Ryan's truck just vacated. Then the van proceeded to follow. Chapter 4 of Food, Drinks, and Info. He was such a nice boy, Betty, the waitress, said to Mickey and Ryan. I remember Pamela used to bring little Jason for an egg and ham sandwich and one of my special berry sundaes. See, Mickey, I told you all we had to do is come see Betty, Ryan said, as he scooped another spoonful of French vanilla ice cream drenched in chocolate syrup. She knows anything about anyone here in Crystal Lake. It's just a shame what happened to that boy, Betty said absently. You know Jason killed my husband, Ralph. That was 5 years after that young counselor girl chopped Jason's mom's head clean off. Ralph tried to warn them. He told them they were doomed. They didn't listen. Ralph knew things. He knew about Jason, but they never listened. You said you knew Pamela Voorhees? Mickey asked. Pamela Voorhees, Betty said absently. I knew Pamela Voorhees. She wasn't a very sociable woman, but she did love her son. You know they said Jason's father wasn't Pamela's husband. I heard a rumor that it was her stepbrother. They had a strange relationship. Yeah, people said they were a little too close, if you get my meaning. Incest? Mickey asked, surprised. Not exactly, Betty said. As I said, he was her stepbrother. Pamela was adopted. Can you call that incest? I know it didn't look proper. Betty, can you remember Pamela's stepbrother's name? Ryan asked. Well, of course I can. Stephen Freeman. I know things, remember? Betty said, her kindly manner now tinted with annoyance. His name was, Lawrence. No, Larry. No, Louis. That's it. Louis, I think. Can you remember his last name? Mickey asked. Her tone was urgent. Vanderfield. Damn, Betty said, flustered. He was even less sociable than Pamela. Don't worry about it, Betty. It's not important, Mickey said. Stephen, I think we should get going. Ryan looked up at her, his mouth full. It took him a few moments to swallow. What, you got something? Not here, she cautioned. Back at the house. Okay, he said reluctantly. Then he gave Betty a warm smile. Another success, Betty. You've always had a good appetite, Stephen, though you've never gotten over being sloppy. Betty used the edge of her apron and wiped Ryan's lower lip. Mickey watched this with visible amusement. Ryan looked at her embarrassed. As they got up and said their goodbyes to Betty, Mickey told Ryan she'd meet him at the truck. Ryan headed to the cash register and paid the bill. On the way out, he caught sight of Phil Raymond sitting at the counter absently stirring a cup of coffee. Hey, Phil, Ryan said casually. How's things? Phil gave him a startled glance and went back to his coffee without a word. This caught Ryan by surprise. Usually Phil would hit him with an amusing comment about how dead it was at work. Ryan was about to ask Phil what was wrong when a young woman came up to him and blocked his way. You Stephen Freeman? She asked. Yeah? He said suspiciously. She held out her hand. Hi, my name's Carol Martinez. Me and my friends over there. She indicated two young grungy-looking guys sitting in the nearby booth. Are doing a documentary on your local legend, Jason Voorhees. Jason isn't a legend, Ryan corrected her. I saw Jason. That monster nearly killed me and my family. I know. That's why I want to interview you. I want to get your unique perspective. My perspective is I want to be left alone. That bastard cost me everything that matters to me. You want to talk about Jason Voorhees? There's lots of other people in this town that get off on that crap. But none of them faced Jason and survived. Yeah, because most of the people who face that asshole are either dead or permanently twisted by the experience, he told her. Get this straight. Stay away from me with that Jason crap, understood? We're willing to pay, she said. Ryan shook his head. Unbelievable. Then he pushed past her and headed out the door. So how'd it go, Chief? Asked Sean Carlyle, Carol Martinez's shaved-headed associate with a dark mustache and goatee. What an asshole, Carol replied angrily as she came up to the table and sat down. I was polite enough and he bitched me out, Sean. So the man didn't go for the money, did he, girly girl? Asked the white guy with the dreadlocks lounging across from Sean in an overdone Jamaican accent. Carol gave him an annoyed look. Will you please stop it with that shit, Jerry? I'm not in the mood. The name is Jamal, and what you on about, darlin'? He asked innocently, lifting his round-rimmed blue-tinted glasses, revealing bloodshot eyes beneath. Carol waved her hand at him dismissively and tried to calm herself. Damn it, Jerry, if it wasn't for the fact that you're such a good cameraman, I would have left you at home. Confession is good for the soul, darling. Why don't you tell me what the problem is? Well, besides the fact that you're a frickin' pothead, that damn Jamaican shit is really pissing me off. Damn it, Jerry, you're frickin' Irish, she reminded him in frustration. The closest you've ever been to Jamaica is Malibu Beach. Jamaica is the heart and soul, darling. Yeah, well, the least you could do is back off the weed while we're here. This isn't California. These people have no tolerance for potheads. I do my best work, darling, with the help of the smoke. Carol looked over at Sean for support. Sean looked back at her with an amused look. Don't look at me, he told her. She was about to say something, but the waitress came over carrying a tray of food. Who had the special? The heavy-built woman asked. Over here, Sean said. The waitress placed a plate with a sizable steak and 3 eggs in front of him. The chili fries are over here, darling, Jamal said enthusiastically. To Carol's disgust, the waitress set a quarter-pound hamburger in front of her. What the hell is this? She asked. I ordered a garden burger. And that's what you got, the waitress told her. See the garden greens? All Carol saw was that it was an ordinary hamburger with lettuce and tomato. As you ordered our California-style garden burger. Carol's jaw dropped. Both Sean and Jamal snickered uncontrollably. Red-faced, Carol let out her breath and held her temper. Take that thing away and just get me a green salad. The waitress shrugged and took the burger away. So, what are we going to do now, Chief? Sean asked as he cut into the slab of meat before him. I mean in regard to the project. You promised the professor an interview with Freeman. Oh, don't worry about it, boys, she said, glancing down at the empty spot in front of her, disappointingly. I promise you, we'll get that interview. You know me. I don't take no for an answer. Just then the waitress returned and put a plate of lettuce with 2 cherry tomatoes down in front of her. I forgot to ask what kind of dressing you wanted, the waitress said blandly. This'll be fine, Carol replied. But, Mary, she said, catching sight of the waitress's name, which was stitched in red letters on the right breast pocket of her pink uniform. How would you like to make a really big tip? What would I have to do? The waitress asked suspiciously. Oh, nothing at all, Carol said slyly. All you've got to do is tell us where someone lives. Come on, Mickey, spill it, Ryan said as he drove down Main Street. Betty said something that's got you going. All I can tell you is I have a suspicion, Mickey admitted. But if I'm right, the proof I need is at the Voorhees house. Proof of what? He asked. Possibly the truth about how Jason was able to return from the dead. Then what are we waiting for? Ryan said, turning the truck's steering wheel sharply to the left and making a U-turn. Then he drove out of town and headed onto the dirt road that would take them to the abandoned house that had once been the home of Jason Voorhees and his mother. Phil sat at the counter in the coffee shop and listened while the stupid California students went on talking about their plans for Stephen Freeman. Well, children, I've got plans for dear old Stephen myself, Phil thought. Given our dear Stephen's past association with Jason, I'll expect you to be very creative and slow when the time comes, the voice said. And I will expect no less for his lovely companion. Oh yes, Mickey, you and Ryan have been a thorn in my side for far too long. The last part sounded to Phil like the voice was talking to itself. Questions started flooding Phil's mind, but he knew he dared not ask them, not after the lesson the voice had put him through earlier. "Smart boy," the voice said, obviously reading his thoughts. "All you need to know is that in the end, they will both meet their ends by your most capable hands." Chapter 5. Voorhees' House. The sky had just started to get a ting of crimson when Ryan's truck approached the rundown mansion that had once been the home of the Voorhees family. Mickey took a deep breath when she caught sight of the house. From years of dealing with the supernatural, she had become attuned to the energies around her. If the Voorhees house had been a battery, it would have been ready to overload. The feeling of evil was oppressive. Ryan parked the truck on the gravel driveway in front of the house. Getting out, Mickey looked over the facade of the house, trying to imagine how the house looked during a more happy time, when a young Jason Voorhees played on the jungle gym, which was now rusted and laying on its side in the corner of the front yard. But it was hard to associate the building with its broken windows and scales of peeling, dirty white paint with anything pleasant. Then she noticed the hole, which was nearby the jungle gym. Though it didn't look recent, it still struck her interest. Heading over to the edge of it, she looked down and jumped back with a startled yelp. The entire hole was halfway full with large, bloated white worms. "The locals call those hell worms," she heard Ryan say from beside her, further startling her. She hadn't even noticed that Ryan had gotten out of the truck. People first noticed them about 6 months after we sent Jason to hell. Since then, they've become a real infestation in the woods. They're nasty little fuckers. They've got pointy little teeth that hurt like hell if you get bit." "None of my sources mention them," Mickey admitted. "I don't doubt it. The locals have kept them as a sort of a dirty secret. Many of them think the worms are Satan's revenge on us." "And what do you think?" "Don't ask me," he said. "But they've definitely chosen an appropriate place to nest." Mickey looked at him inquiringly. "That hole's right in the spot where Jason was dragged down," he informed her. Mickey looked down at the hole with renewed interest. "The question is, why would anyone be out here digging in the first place?" Ryan said. "Or what were they digging for?" Mickey said, looking up at him knowingly. But she knew they both knew the answer to that. "So, what do you say we get this over with?" Ryan asked, handing Mickey a metal flashlight he'd pulled out of his coat pocket. "I really don't relish the idea of spending the evening rummaging through this house." Ryan looked over at the mansion uncomfortably. "If you'd rather, you could wait out here and I could look around on my own," Mickey offered. "You know me better than that," he told her, pulling out a flashlight of his own and starting toward the house. Heading up onto the porch and up to the front door, Ryan unhooked his keyring from his belt. Mickey looked at him inquiringly again. "Jessica gave me the key before her and the baby left," Ryan said. "I guess she figured I'd eventually have to come back here." Upon entering the house, they were immediately assaulted by the smell of dampness and mold. The entry hall was dark, so the two of them turned on their flashlights. Ryan found the light switch and tried it, but there was no power. "I guess Jessica had the power cut off," Ryan said. He remembered that when he, Jessica, and Creighton Duke went up against Jason in this house, the power had been turned on. At the time, he hadn't realized how strange that was. Looking around, Mickey was surprised to find that the entry hall and living room were still fully furnished. There were even some very valuable-looking paintings and family photographs still hanging on the moldy walls. "Diana never had the heart to sell any of her mother's things," Ryan explained, after seeing the look on her face. "I'm surprised with all the hoopla about Jason that souvenir hunters haven't cleaned the place out." "Well, only the townspeople know the location of Voorhees' house, and after what happened to Robert Campbell and Josh in this place, they want to leave well enough alone." "Well, at least that'll make the search a bit easier, I guess." "You still haven't told me what we're after, Mickey." Ryan reminded her. We need to find anything we can about Pamela Voorhees' stepbrother. How did I know you were going to say that? Ryan said, shaking his head. All Betty had to do was mention anything close to the name Lewis. It's more than that, Mickey said. I had suspicions long before Betty mentioned the name. Since I started researching these murders, I saw definite similarities between the cursed items we've dealt with and the curse of Jason Voorhees. How so? Ryan asked, intrigued. I've noticed that Uncle Lewis's cursed items. This curse has altered its form at times when it has come close to being defeated, Mickey said. Think about it. Up until Tommy Jarvis supposedly killed Jason for the second time, reports indicated that he was definitely a living being, though disfigured. Yet after he came back, he was described as rotted and corpse-like. Yeah, I know all about this, Ryan said. So what's your point? When you dealt with Jason, his body had been blown up, and somehow Jason went from body to body until his body was restored through Diana. Yeah, his heart turned into some sort of symbiotic snake thing. Exactly. And now, since you and Jessica sent Jason to hell, the curse is altered yet again, and now we're dealing with people being possessed by Jason's mask. Ryan contemplated what Mickey had told him for a few moments. Though he still had gaps in his memory about his time at Curious Goods, he did remember an incident that seemed disturbingly akin to what they were dealing with here. It had to do with the mirrored compact. He recalled that when he and Mickey first dealt with the compact, it caused anyone caught by the light reflected from the mirror to fall in love with its carrier. Then, after they failed to get it the first time, it re-emerged, but this time it had the power to give an aging model back the youth that she desired. I see your point, Ryan said with resignation. Good, Mickey said. Then let's get started. I think the best place to look would be in Pamela's bedroom. Why do you say that? If Pamela was as close to her brother as Betty implied, she'd keep any letters or pictures close by. It's a girl thing. Well, in regards to girl things, you're the expert, Ryan said as he led her up the creaking staircase to the upper level of the house. I'd be very careful, though, Ryan told her as they walked down the upper hall. The floor they were walking on was creaking as bad as the stairs. No one's been up here for years, and I doubt these floors are in very good condition. That's obvious, Mickey said, thankful she decided to wear her Indian-style boots, which allowed her to feel the give on the board she was walking on. Ryan, on the other hand, was wearing steel-toed boots, so she was a bit more concerned about him. I think the master bedroom is here, Ryan told her, flashing the beam of his flashlight on an ornate lacquered hardwood door at the far end of the hall as they approached. The sculptured brass doorknob was green with oxidation. Ryan grabbed it, halfway thinking that either it would break off in his hand or be rusted tight by years of disuse. But surprisingly, the knob turned and, when he pushed, the door creaked open. The room was indeed the master bedroom, but it had seen better days. Moisture had caused the flowered wallpaper on the walls to bubble and come loose. The wood furniture had mold growing on them and had started to decay. Decay had turned the bedding into stinking, tattered rags. Let's check this out fast, okay? Ryan said, looking a bit pale and sweaty. I don't know how long I can handle this. Then he started sneezing. Lucky for me, I'm not allergic, Mickey thought. Still, the smell was enough motivation for her. While Ryan, who was periodically doubling over with sneezing fits, was dumping out the contents of the two large dressers along the wall in front of the bed, she checked out the closets. But all she found was moldy, moth-eaten clothes and shoes. She even tapped around in the back of the closets, but didn't find any secret hiding places. But then, when she started checking out the drawers of the bedside tables, she found a couple items that struck her interest. In the drawer of the left bedside table was found a rosary and a Roman Catholic Bible. This was interesting because she knew for a fact that Elias Voorhees was a non-practicing member of the Mennonites. As for Pamela, she was registered as a member of the Episcopal Church. So the question was, why would she find Catholic items in a non-Catholic household, especially one with as bloody a past as the Voorhees' family? Picking up the battered Bible, Mickey opened it. Picking up her light from where she'd laid it on top of the table, she pointed it at the Bible and found the initials R.M. written in the inner cover. Now she had yet another mystery to solve in this ever-growing tapestry. "Mickey," Ryan said nasally from the foot of the bed, "I've come up with nothing over here. How about you?" "Just more questions," she said, slipping the Bible and rosary in her coat pocket. "There's still this," he said, shining his flashlight on a large hardwood chest sitting at the foot of the bed. Mickey came over and looked down at the chest. It had a very imposing-looking rusted lock on it. "Can you open it?" "I'll have to get the crowbar out of the truck," he said, holding back a sneeze. "I'm a little worried about that hallway floor out there. I don't think I can handle too many more trips." "We'll have to risk it," Mickey said. "If I was Pamela, this would be the spot I'd put such personal items." "You mean I'll have to risk it," Ryan reminded her. Mickey was about to say something, but Ryan waved her off. "At the very least, it'll get me out of this damned room," he said, blowing his runny nose. Then he headed for the door. Mickey followed him as far as the door and watched as he headed down the hall. She could hear the floor creaking as he walked across it. A couple of times she heard the floor crack and feared Ryan might fall through, but he managed to get to the stairs and head down them. Standing alone in the doorway waiting, Mickey looked around nervously. Without Ryan's presence to comfort her, the feeling of pure evil around her intensified. It was like the very walls of the house pulsed with it. Then she took a deep breath to try and calm herself. It didn't help. "Please hurry, Ryan," she said, though she knew he couldn't hear her. Ryan felt a flood of relief flow through him the moment he headed out the front door, off the porch, and started for the truck. Though he'd never admit it to Mickey, being in that house again bothered him. It wasn't so much the fear that something would happen. It was more that he remembered the fear of what had occurred before. Pulling out his handkerchief, he blew his runny nose. Even his nose was feeling a lot better. It was then he noticed the squishing sound as he walked. Looking down, he was amazed to see that the ground beneath his feet was covered with writhing hellworms. "Holy shit!" he said, surprised. Then one of the worms slithered over the top of Ryan's shoe and slipped under his pant leg. Before he could do anything to stop it, the worm clamped its pointy teeth into the flesh of his ankle. Ryan let out a yelp of pain and grabbed at his lower leg. But as he did, another worm lifted itself up like a snake and lunged at his bare wrist. But Ryan managed to swat that one away. This seemed to agitate the other worms. They started to hiss at Ryan. Ignoring the pain in his ankle, he started running for the open back end of the truck. As he ran, he could feel the pounding of lunging hellworms impacting against his pant legs and shoes. Then he took a flying leap and landed hard on his front on the hard metal bed of the truck. Chapter 6. Discoveries. Mickey heard a loud bang outside and knew something was wrong. Swiftly she made her way down the hall and started down the stairs. Halfway down there was a loud cracking sound and one of the steps broke under her weight. Mickey lost her balance and started to fall forward, but luckily she managed to grab the banister. Though the banister groaned in response, it still held. Taking a calming breath, Mickey righted herself and continued down the stairs. Then she rushed out the door. Outside on the porch, Mickey heard Ryan cursing. Shining her light around, though, she couldn't see him. "Ryan!" she yelled. "Stay back!" she heard Ryan yell at her. She could tell that his voice came from the direction of the truck, but she still couldn't see him. "What's wrong?" she asked, shining her flashlight around again. She still couldn't see anything unusual. Then she heard the hissing. Pointing her flashlight beam at the ground, she saw a writhing, hissing mass of hellworms covering the ground in front of the house. "My God!" she said. Surprisingly, she noticed that though the worms were actively aggressive, they were making no attempt to wriggle onto the porch after her. She pointed her flashlight toward the truck and saw Ryan. He was throwing something out. "Son of a bitch!" she heard him cuss. Then she saw him jump out of the back of the truck and come running through the worms and onto the porch. Momentarily startled by a stunt, Mickey was about to say something, but Ryan cut her off. "Well, come on," Ryan said, holding up the crowbar he'd grabbed from the back of the truck. "Let's crack that thing open and get the hell out of here." Then, before she could say a word, he headed inside the mansion. Mickey stood for a moment. Then she flashed her light one last time at the hissing, snapping mass of hellworms. Just another night here in sleepy old Crystal Lake, she thought, as she headed inside after Ryan. By the time Mickey arrived back at Pamela Voorhees' room, Ryan was already busy prying the lock with the crowbar. Though the lock groaned in response, it held fast. Then, after a few more minutes, there was a loud squill and cracking sound as the lock finally broke open. Ryan dropped the crowbar, grabbed his flashlight from the nearby dresser, and flipped the lid of the trunk open. Flashing his light inside, he bent down and pulled out a white wedding gown. Mickey came over. "And this is just the frosting on the cake," Ryan said, shining his flashlight into the trunk again. Mickey looked down and quickly covered her mouth to keep from throwing up. In the trunk, next to a stack of books, were 2 glass jugs containing 2 hearts, pickled inside. What she guessed was formaldehyde. Ryan covered the jugs with the wedding dress. Then he picked up one of the books and examined its cover. "Not exactly what we're looking for, but useful nevertheless," he announced, handing her the book. Looking down at the cover instantly convinced her. On the cover, in gold leaf, was the title, Diary of Pamela Voorhees, 1957. Taking the book and laying it on one of the dressers, she started quickly looking through it. Then, after a few moments, she finally found a section that caught her interest. July 28, 1957. "Oh, God, why have you done this to me? Why have you taken my precious little boy away? For the last 3 days I've stayed awake all night praying that you would find a way to make this all just a big mistake and my boy would be all right. But now I know that won't be the case. I realized this the moment the sheriff said he was ending the search, you bastard. You won't even let me have the closure of having his body to bury. Are you satisfied? You've taken the only piece of joy in my life." Mickey would have continued reading, but Ryan distracted her by letting out a loud sneeze. Mickey looked over at him. While she'd been going over the diary, Ryan had been taking the other diaries out of the trunk and stacking them on top of Pamela Voorhees' wedding dress. Now he was wrapping the dress around the books and started to tie the bundle together. Ryan took out his handkerchief and blew his nose. He wasn't looking good. His face was rosy red. Perspiration was dripping from his face. He looked up at her with bloodshot eyes and asked, Are we done now?" "Actually, there's one more place we need to check out before we leave," she told him, aware of the apparent disregard she was showing toward his condition. "Excuse me?" he said, surprised. "We have to check out Jason's room," she told him. Ryan's jaw dropped. "You're nuts," he said, wiping his runny nose with his coat sleeve. "Look at how bad this room is. I can only guess what kind of a death trap Jason's room must be." "Still, we need to at least make the attempt," Mickey told him, a determined look on her face. "I still say this is a mistake," Ryan said, as he and Mickey came up to the door halfway down the hall from Pamela Voorhees' bedroom. "Ryan, it would be a mistake if we didn't," Mickey said. "If anything, we'll get some new insights about who Jason was before he drowned." Mickey noticed that Ryan was looking noticeably better now that they were out of Pamela's moldy bedroom. Still, she felt a bit guilty about pushing him into this, but she knew it had to be done. If they were going to put an end to this madness, knowledge would be their best weapon. Ryan tried the door, but this time he found it locked tight. "Now what?" he asked, though the answer was obvious. "Well, we'll just have to break it in," she said. "You mean I'll have to," Ryan corrected her. Ryan threw himself against the door, but the only thing that happened was he hurt his shoulder. Cursing and rubbing his aching shoulder, he repeated this a couple more times, but the door held fast. Then he backed up against the opposite wall in the cramped hallway and tried to give the door a running jump kick. The door still held, but he heard an unmistakable cracking sound. Encouraged by this, he continued pounding the door with more kicks. Each time the cracking sound became louder. Finally, the door broke open, but at the same instant the floor beneath Ryan's feet collapsed and sent him falling into the room below, which turned out to be the kitchen. Ryan landed feet first on the kitchen table. Two of the table's legs broke under the impact, sending him tumbling onto the floor. "Ryan!" Mickey screamed, dropping down to her knees and flashing her flashlight down through the hole, trying to find Ryan. She finally found him sitting up unsteadily. "My God, are you all right?" "Great," he said. "I really get a kick out of the whole macho falling through the floor thing." Mickey found this strangely comforting. If he's feeling good enough to make sarcastic cracks, then I guess he's all right, she thought. Ryan slowly and achingly got up. "I'll be up in a bit," he yelled up to her. "I'll start checking out the room," she told him. "Hold on there," he said, concerned. "You just saw me fall through the floor, and now you want to just waltz into a room that's been more than likely closed up for over 40 years? Doesn't that sound a little bit risky?" he yelled. "You're the one who wanted to get this over with so we could get out of here." "I'm not in that much of a hurry," he told her. "Just wait for me to get up there." Then he started to limp out of sight. Mickey shook her head in frustration. "Typical Ryan Downian," she thought. "Even after everything we've been through, he still thinks of me as a weak woman that needs to be protected." She looked over at Jason's room. Ryan has successfully kicked open the door. "Well, I can still have a look," she said to herself, shining the beam of the flashlight through the open doorway. What she saw amazed her. The room, which she expected to be dusty and moldy, looked pristine. There weren't even any cobwebs. The darkened room looked like no time had passed since it had last been occupied. "To hell with waiting," Mickey said aloud to herself, as she carefully stepped over the hole in the floor in front of the doorway and into the room. The moment her foot touched the floor of the bedroom, the room lit up with light. Startled, Mickey stumbled into the room. She had to blink her eyes a few times to get rid of the spots from the flash. Once her vision cleared, she was amazed to find that the room was illuminated by sunlight shining through the window. Then she heard a shuffling sound coming from her right. She looked over and saw a young boy, who looked about 12, standing by the bed, slipping on a pair of blue jeans over a pair of white swimming trunks. "Jason!" she heard a woman's voice call from the doorway. Mickey spun around and saw a blonde woman wearing a white t-shirt with the name Camp Crystal Lake written in blue on the left breast side and white shorts. Mickey recognized the woman from her research. The woman was Pamela Voorhees. But how can this be? Mickey thought. "Jason, you're not ready yet," Pamela Voorhees said from the door. "I forgot my trunks, Mama," the young boy said from the bed. He was now sitting on the bed, putting on a pair of white tennis shoes. Mickey realized that neither Pamela nor young Jason were aware of her presence. "Yes, you definitely don't want to forget those," Pamela said. "Bobby and Jenny said I could swim out to the buoy today. I hope one of them is going with you," she said, a note of concern in her tone. "Remember, you're still not that strong of a swimmer." Pamela Voorhees walked over to the bed and right through Mickey. "What am I seeing, ghosts?" Mickey asked herself silently. Pamela Voorhees sat down on the bed next to her son. "Mom," young Jason said, irritated, "I'm not a baby anymore." "I know that," Pamela said introspectively. "Soon you'll be all grown up and won't need me anymore." I'll always need you, Mama. Pamela smiled at her son and gave him a hug. Mickey watched this sentimental moment and realized what she was seeing. This must have been the very last time Jason was in this room, the day he drowned. What she was seeing was a replay of those events. It's a shame, she thought, thinking of the insanity that she could stop if she could only warn these two people of the outcome of that day. She could only watch helplessly as both mother and son got up off the bed, walked through her, and headed out the door. As she watched them leave, Mickey heard the sound of a woman weeping coming from the bed. Turning towards the sound, she was amazed to see Pamela Voorhees again. This time she was sitting on the bed holding the framed picture and crying. She was no longer wearing the Camp Crystal Lake shirt or shorts, but a wrinkled-looking flowered house dress. "It's enough!" Mickey heard a man's voice say from behind her, causing her to jump. Turning around, she came face to face with a heavy-built, red-haired man with a long beard, which lacked a mustache. The man looked to be at least 20 years older than Pamela. Mickey instantly realized that this man could only be Elias Voorhees. Like Jason and Pamela had done before, Elias passed through Mickey and went over to his wife. Mickey noticed that though Elias had abandoned his Mennonite roots, he still retained the look. Besides the beard and lack of mustache, which were the typical style for Mennonite men, he also wore a plain white button-down shirt and black pants that were held up with black suspenders. On his feet he wore a pair of beaten-up brown work boots. "There's been enough time spent on grieving the boy, my wife," Elias said, putting a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. Pamela slapped it away. "Enough for you," she said, glaring up at him. "You never loved him." Elias looked away from her for a moment, a look of barely concealed hurt on his face. "That is not true," he said after a moment. "You resented him because I loved him more than I ever loved you," she said venomously. "No, wife, I did not resent the boy," he told her. "The truth is you had an unnatural affection for him, much like that you have for your stepbrother." "What kind of filth are you trying to imply?" "I'm not implying anything," he said. "I have eyes. Is it not logical that I can see? And what I have seen has revealed much." "What kind of foolishness have you come up with now?" "Oh, woman, be thankful for the sake of your son's eternal soul that the sacrilege you have committed cannot be called incest, but simply being unfaithful to me." "This is insanity," Pamela Voorhees said. Mickey thought she looked guilty as sin. "Deny if you wish," he said emotionlessly. "It matters little to me. What is important is that this house return to a semblance of normalcy." Pamela laughed at him insanely. "Normal? You want things to go back to normal? How can things ever go back to normal? My child, my sweet, sweet Jason is dead." "There will be other children, I assure you." Pamela looked at him with disgust. "You honestly think I'm going to let you touch me after what you've said to me?" "You are my wife," he said, an icy smile on his lips. Without another word, he headed for the door. "You dare try to force me, and I'll kill you!" she yelled after him. "You hear me? I'll kill you!" Then Mickey watched as Pamela broke down and started crying again. Then Pamela looked at the picture in her hands again. "Oh, Louis, I need you. Where are you?" she said, placing the picture on the desk. "Mickey!" Mickey heard Ryan yell from behind her. Turning around, she was startled to find that the room had gone dark again. The only light she could see was from her and Ryan's flashlights. "My God, Mickey, don't move!" he yelled at her. Mickey shifted her weight. She heard the floor beneath her feet creak. Shining her flashlight down, she was surprised to see that the wood floor looked rotted. Then she shined the flashlight around the room and saw it had changed. Somehow, in the last few seconds, the room had grown old and rotted. "Hold on, Mickey! I'll figure out a way to get you out of there," Ryan said from just beyond the doorway on the other side of the hole in the floor. I can't imagine how you were able to get that far in there without that floor caving in. The room wasn't like this when I came in, she told him. She started shining her light over by the bed, which was nothing more than a rat-eaten mess of rotted stuffing in a moldy wooden frame. She needed to see if something was still there. As the beam of her flashlight went across the top of the desk, which was next to the bed, it caught a dull glint. Yes, she thought, as she saw that glint came from the tarnished-looking picture frame. It's still there. Cautiously, Mickey started to move toward the desk. The boards under her feet started creaking dangerously. Are you insane? Ryan screamed at her. You're gonna get yourself killed! Mickey managed to make it to the desk. She picked up the picture frame and slipped it under her shirt. Then she started back towards the doorway. The closer she got, the looser the boards seemed to get, and the more that they groaned. Finally, she heard and felt the boards begin to crack under her feet. Panicking, she started to run. That's when the floor decided to cave in. Just as the boards beneath her feet started to drop out from under her, Mickey leaped for the doorway, hoping she had enough of a kick to make it the rest of the way. As she flew through the doorway, she made a desperate grab for the edge of the hallway floor. She let out a scream when the piece of board she grabbed onto broke, and she started to fall into the gaping maw of broken and jutting boards beneath. But then she felt a hand firmly grab onto her wrist. Looking up, she saw Ryan hanging partially over the side of the hole, holding onto her arm with one hand. His face was crinkled into a mask of pain. I don't know how long I can hold on, he said through gritted teeth. You're going to have to make a grab for the edge. Ryan started to swing her slowly. As his swing gained more momentum, Mickey tried to grab the edge of the hallway floor. After a few passes, she managed to get a grip and Ryan was able to pull her up. Exhausted, Mickey and Ryan laid on the floor beside the hole that had once been Jason's room. I hope it was worth it. Oh, God, Ryan said, groaning and rubbing his aching shoulder. The picture, Mickey thought to herself frantically. She grabbed under her shirt and let out a sigh of relief when she felt the edge of the frame. Pulling the picture frame out, she started to dust it off, though most of the dust had rubbed off during all the excitement. Have you gotten yourself a death wish since you've been gone? Ryan asked sarcastically. You couldn't seriously have got yourself nearly killed over an old picture, really? This isn't just any old picture, she said, handing it over to him. Ryan looked at the picture and gasped. In the photo, standing next to a young Jason Voorhees and his mother, looking much younger than when Ryan had last saw him, was unmistakably Louis Vondredi. Chapter 7. The Killer Instinct. So, Betty, you say people really don't understand your husband, Crazy Ralph? Carol Martinez said, speaking into her microphone. In front of her was Jamal, standing behind the video camera, which was sitting on a tripod. Kneeling beside him was Sean, who had a pair of earphones on his head and was tending to the sound equipment. To either side of them were two sets of lights, their beams refracted by white pieces of poster board. My Ralph was not crazy, Betty said, clearly incensed by Carol's question. He knew things. He tried to warn people about the cuss on Camp Crystal Lake, but nobody would listen. That's why all those young people died. So you're trying to say that Crazy Ralph should be seen as a hero, not as a drunk with a hang-up on religion? Ralph was a soldier of the Lord. He might have had a weakness for the demon liquor, but he cared for the people of this town. He cared so much that he died for them, Betty said, tears running down her cheek. Carol was less than sympathetic. From what I heard, the reason he got done in was because he was busy peeking in the cabins of female counselors and didn't see Jason coming. That is a fucking lie, Betty burst out, her composure broken. How dare you say anything as disgusting as that about such a fine man? You fucking whore. Oh my, Carol said, feigning surprise. Does Grandma have a truck driver mouth? How dare you? After the terrible things you've said about Ralph, how dare you judge me? Betty said, enraged. You are not worthy to bend over and spit-shine my husband's shoes. Oh, I bet a pervert like him would like that, Carol said, amused. I bet while he was quoting the Bible, he was looking up little girls' dresses. I've had enough of this. You're not interested in the truth about my Ralph. You just want to say bad things about him, Betty said, ripping the microphone from the lapel of her waitress uniform. I hope you fucking bastards go to Camp Crystal Lake and die. Then she threw the microphone at Carol and stomped back into the coffee shop, but not before giving them the finger. What was that all about, Chief? Sean asked, surprised, taking off the earphones and standing up. That wasn't an interview, it was an attack. I have to agree with the brother man, girl, Jamal said, looking up from camera and pulling his glasses down over his bloodshot eyes. That was a bit on the aggressive side. Boys, that wasn't a serious interview, Carol said with a satisfied smirk. That was simply a stepping stone on the way to a goal. Both of her associates looked at her with confused expressions. In order for us to get Freeman's address, that old hag insisted on me promising that we'd interview her about that drunken loser of a husband of hers. So you humored her in the most sadistic way possible, Sean said, disapprovingly. Carol looked amused. We can still use the interview. With some creative editing, we can have that old witch saying that her husband was a son of a bitch. Oh, I love the sound of creative integrity, Jamal commented. Sean shook his head. You are such a bitch. Keep with me, boys, and you'll learn what it takes to make it big in this world, Carol said. Then, what now, oh wise one? Sean asked. I promised the professor an interview with Freeman, and I'm going to get it, no matter what. But we don't got the address, darling, Jamal pointed out. Or do we? Carol smiled at him. Philip Raymond watched as Carol and her associates proceeded to put their equipment into their beaten-up-looking green van. The voice in his head had instructed him to watch them. Though he questioned the reasoning behind this, he didn't dare do it outright, not after the so-called lesson the voice had given him. In his head, the voice chuckled. Oh, yes, things are going quite well, Philip. Soon all the pieces will fall in place and our drama can begin. Drama? Phil said absently to himself, wondering what it meant. Then, when he realized what he'd done, he became scared. The voice became uncomfortably quiet for a second. Phil braced himself for the mind-numbing pain to begin. Yes, dear boy, the voice said, amused. Remember this, all of life is but a play, and all of us are simply players, though in this case, Jason and our eternal masters are writing the play. Phil let out his breath and relaxed a bit. It was obvious the voice didn't intend to punish him this time, but still the rather cryptic explanation given failed to shed any more light on what it was he was getting into. It would be wise if you got the car, Philip, the voice reminded him. We must follow them. Phil didn't need a second prodding. He headed down the street and got in his brown Galaxy. Once behind the wheel, he turned, looked out the side window, and was relieved that he could still see the back of the green van by looking down through the row of windows of the parked cars next to his. After a few more minutes, the green van started to move. Phil started his car and backed out of his parking place. Then he proceeded to follow the van at a discreet distance. Jamal sat with his back against the tree as he sucked in the smoke from the joint and felt the drowsy feeling flowing through him. It seemed like hours since they arrived at the house the waitress from the coffee shop had said was the home of Stephen Freeman. But then it was hard for Jamal to estimate time since he was totally fried. Nearby, Carol and Sean were standing near the pile of video equipment talking. So, how much longer do you expect us to sit here and wait, Chief? Sean asked. Freeman has to come home sometime, Carol said confidently. When he does, we're going to be here waiting. And then what? Freeman wouldn't talk to you before. Why would he suddenly change his mind now? I'm not going to give him much of a choice, she said plainly. Jamal chuckled. I must say, darling, if I was Freeman, I'd be shacking in me bones. In comparison to Jason, y'all be definitely more scarier. Carol shook her head and looked at Sean. Will you please jam some coffee or something down that pothead's throat? He's smashed. How the fuck is he going to be able to handle a camera in that condition? I told you, girly girl, the smoke helps me with my work, Jamal reminded her. The only thing was I didn't expect to be waiting so long. Carol was about to say something, but Sean cut her off. One thermos of nasty day-old coffee coming up, he said, lifting Jamal up and dragging him along with him back to the van. Phil watched this exchange with amusement. He'd parked his car down the road from the house, making sure it was well hidden from view. Then he walked the rest of the way and hid in the bushes. Now that the sun had set, it was dark enough that he didn't have to worry too much about being seen. Though being heard was another matter, and was something he was definitely being careful about. I congratulate you on your choice of vantage points, the voice said. Phil wasn't interested in the voice's praise. While he'd been able to fight down his hunger for the mask while he'd been running around town observing, now that things had quieted down, the hunger was hitting him stronger than ever. Now all we have to do is wait, observe, and look for the signs. Phil wiped the sweat from his brow. He knew if he told the voice of his discomfort, it would be less than sympathetic. Yes, the voice said, chuckling. It's only a matter of time. Mickey looked down at the picture she was holding for what seemed like the 100th time. Though she'd had suspicions all along about Uncle Lewis's connection to Jason's curse, to actually see the proof still amazed her. And she wondered why she had somehow been chosen to see those scenes from the past. For some odd reason, she sensed the hand of Pamela Voorhees in all of this. Maybe it was that Pamela felt it was time for the truth to be revealed. That maybe somehow she and Ryan could finally put Pamela's son's tortured soul to rest. Ryan glanced at her and shook his head. Will we ever be free of Lewis? You would think after being changed into a child and given a second chance at life, I would finally be free. But even after all of this, the taint of Lewis's sins has found a way to draw me back. There have been times the last 18 years that I've envied you. Envied your second chance. Now I can only pity you for all that you've lost, Mickey admitted. You've lost more than I have, Ryan said. Mickey looked out the truck's window at the onrush of trees. Over the years, she tried to block the memory of her fiancé and all the plans that had been ruined because of Lewis's inheritance. Now she knew that there had been other casualties neither her nor her associates had known about. She knew they could include Lewis's own sister and her son among those casualties. Ryan turned the truck onto the dirt road that led to his house. As they headed up the road, they were surprised to see lights up ahead. What the hell? Ryan said. You expecting anyone? Mickey asked. Then they came within view and saw the beat-up-looking green van and its occupants. Oh, crap, Ryan said, exasperated. Who are they, Ryan? Trouble. Sean had been the one who sighted the headlights of the Ford Ranger that was heading up the road toward Stephen Freeman's house. He yelled at the others. Carol immediately went into action and started coordinating with her associates. But to anyone who didn't know better, it looked like she was standing in the road with a microphone in her hand, screaming and cursing at them. Sean, grab that fucking light and get ready, she yelled. Pothead, get that fucking camera off the tripod. You think Freeman's just going to stand there and let you shoot him? This is going to be done handheld, asshole. Carol watched as the blue truck came to a stop in front of them. She saw Freeman turn to the red-haired woman sitting in the passenger seat and say something, but she couldn't hear it and wasn't able to read his lips because of the reflection of Sean's light on the windshield. Then Stephen Freeman got out of the truck and came limping up to her. You have no right to be here. You're trespassing. Stephen Freeman, you remember me from the coffee shop. I'm Carol Martinez. We're shooting a documentary on Jason Voorhees. I told you, young woman, I will have no part in this, Steve Freeman said angrily. But Stephen, you helped Jessica Voorhees send Jason to hell, or supposedly, if you want us to believe such a way-out thing, Carol said chidingly. For one thing, Jessica's last name never was Voorhees, and for another, there was no supposedly about it. I sent that monster to hell, and in the end it cost me everything I loved, Freeman said, exasperated. Now go away, damn it! I have nothing more to say. I want nothing more to do with Jason Voorhees. That's interesting, Carol said, looking past him at his red-haired companion, who had sneaked out of the truck and was cautiously heading for the front door of the house. Then what is your friend carrying? With that, Carol faked past Stephen, raced up to his companion, and blocked her way. Hello, my name's Carol Martinez, and I'd like to know who you are and what you got wrapped in what looks like a white dress. Jamal had followed after Carol and continued to film. Leave her alone, Freeman yelled, running up to them. You came here to harass me. Leave her out of it. We haven't been trying to harass you, Carol said, feigning a hurt expression. All we want is for you to give us your unique perspective. You came face to face with Jason and survived. Who better to give us the lowdown on him? You want the lowdown? Freeman said, glaring at her. When I looked in that monster's good eye, all I saw was hatred. Hatred for everything and everybody. I saw a being whose only reason for existence is to kill, as bloodily and as mercilessly as possible. Then Freeman grabbed Jamal by his flower-patterned shirt and roughly pushed him back. Now get that damn thing out of my face and get the hell off of my property. But you haven't yet told me what your girlfriend has there, Carol said. With that, she made a grab for the parcel Freeman's red-headed associate was holding. The woman tried to pull away, but the knot binding the dress around its contents came loose. Before the redhead could react, the dress fell open, and the hard-bound books inside fell out onto the ground. Carol looked down at the pile of books and saw the gold-lettered title on one of the covers. And to think, just a few moments ago you said you wanted nothing to do with Jason Voorhees, yet you seem very interested in his mother. My interests are none of your business, Stephen Freeman said, enraged. Now I've told you to get off of my property, or I'll call the sheriff. No problem, Chief, Sean said, grabbing Carol by the arm. We're not finished here, Carol said, outraged by Sean's intervention. I'd say we are, Sean countered. I second that, brother man, Jamal said, lowering the video camera and turning it off. I don't relish the thought of being in the lockup. Let go of me, Carol screamed at Sean as he started to pull her away from Freeman and back towards the van. I'm not finished. There's something going on here, and it's not our business, Sean said, cutting her off. Carol looked back and saw that Freeman and his red-haired associate had picked up the books and were heading into the house. Damn it, she said. She tried to pull away, but Sean had a tight grip on her arm. Can't you understand you're letting this opportunity get away from us? What I understand is that we came here to do a simple documentary, not so you could play investigative reporter. We've got what we needed from Freeman. It's time that we move on. I'm with the brother man on this, Jamal said. I be not relishing the idea of sticking me nose in that man's shite. It not seem very healthy to me. Carol glared at her associates. You both disgust me, she said, finally jerking her arm free from Sean's grip. Here, We could turn this documentary into something significant, but you two don't even have the balls to do it. That's why you two will never make anything of yourselves." With that, she stomped off toward the van. From his hiding place, Phil Raymond observed the scene in front of Stephen Freeman's house. Though he'd been slightly amused by it, he didn't find anything significant about it. The same could not be said for the voice in his head. "It was there all the time. I should have seen it," the voice said. "What?" Phil whispered, though he knew he could have said it with the thought. Thing was, his head was hurting too bad from the renewed hunger for the mask that raked him. "For a time I thought it was these foolish children that would be the key to getting the mask. Now I see that thanks to the Ancient Ones, they have set us once again on the correct path." "I don't get it," Phil said. "Are you saying you've seen some kind of sign?" "You noticed those books Miss Foster was trying to protect?" "Yeah, so?" Phil said, unconvinced. "And those were the signs?" "Oh, much more than that, dear boy," the voice told him as if he were a child. "Those books are a key unto themselves, a very dangerous key. I'm surprised the Ancient Ones would allow Freeman and his cousin to get possession of them." "Why?" "Those books hold secrets. Secrets that could endanger our plans." "Then what are we supposed to do, steal them back?" "No," the voice said with conviction. "We must have faith. If the Ancient Ones allowed Freeman to find those books, it has to be part of a higher plan. Therefore, we cannot interfere." "Then what the fuck are we supposed to do? Sit on our asses and wait?" Phil asked angrily, while barely controlling his voice from going higher than a whisper. "Exactly," the voice said calmly. "Now that they have those books, I feel assured that their path will intersect with the mask. At that moment, we must be ready to take advantage of the situation." Phil did not feel very assured, but he knew he had no choice but to do as he was told. Chapter 8. The Diaries. It had been over an hour since Ryan had gone to bed. Unfortunately for Mickey, she was too energized from the events of the evening to even consider sleep. So she sat at the kitchen table going over Pamela Voorhees' diaries. She figured, given her own experience keeping a journal, that if Pamela left any clues as to how Jason was originally resurrected, then she would have written them here. She decided to start with the entries just after Jason drowned. So far, all she found was the emotional outpouring of a distressed mother. Then she read an entry that sounded uncomfortably familiar. Journal entry, August 19th, 1957. Today I sat once again in my child's room crying. But today Elias barged in on me. I cannot believe the gall of the man. He practically ordered me to stop mourning my precious boy. How dare he? Then, to add insult to injury, he inferred that I had done the unthinkable with my own brother, and that my poor Jason wasn't really his son. What would put such thoughts in his head? Oh, Lewis, I know, given Elias's horrid accusations, it is wrong, but I wish you were here. I need your comfort and understanding. I know that you can make things better. Mickey started skimming through the entries in the hope of finding another reference to Lewis. That's where she found September 15th, 1957. A sense of calm has overcome me. Today I got a letter from Lewis. Surprisingly, it came all the way from Canada. Lewis informed me that he'd started a business in Montreal with a friend of his. He said he was selling antiques for special clients. To my surprise, he wrote that he had acquired an item that might be of some help to me, though he didn't go into what exactly the item was. Though I doubt anything can help me, I must admit I'm curious as to what this item is. A chill ran down Mickey's back. She knew any item associated with Lewis had to be cursed. Anxiously, she began to skim over the entries. She went through about a month and a half worth of entries before she found what she was looking for. November 4th, 1957. Today, Lewis's parcel arrived. I had thought it would come through the regular post, but, to my surprise, it came in the possession of a teenage Negro boy. I was salting the walkway to the house because of the coming of an early snow when the boy arrived. It was like he appeared out of nowhere. He very politely asked me my name and handed me the heavy paper-bound parcel. He introduced himself as Creighton Duke and said Lewis had sent him. He also said that Lewis would get in touch with me shortly. After the young man went on his way, I took the parcel in the house and opened it. To my shock, I found that underneath the wrapping was a book, the most horrifying-looking volume I'd ever seen in my life. The book appeared to be bound in the flesh from a human face. I opened the book and found the pages looked to be made of dried human flesh as well. As I looked through a few pages, I found that they were covered in horrifying pictures, with text written in a language I was unfamiliar with. I had little doubt that the ink used to draw these pictures and write these words was made from human blood. After looking over the book some more, I hid it in my trunk along with my other personal items, afraid that Elias might find it. Oh, to whatever gods created this abomination, that does not happen. Now all I can do is wait for Lewis to contact me and explain how such a horror could possibly be of help to me. Mickey continued to skim through the diary, now more determined to learn more. She recognized the description of the book Pamela mentioned as that of one of the fabled copies of the Necronomicon, though she had thought they were pure myth. Obviously, she had been mistaken. After several more pages and near a month's worth of entries, she came upon what she was looking for. December 6th, 1957. Finally, my waiting has been rewarded. I heard from Lewis. Once again, I was outside shoveling the walkway when the young Negro boy, Creighton Duke, surprised me again by seeming to appear out of nowhere. Silently, he handed me a note and walked off into the snow again. I opened the note and was excited to see Lewis's handwriting. The note instructed me to meet him inside a cave on the western slope of Crystal Hill at midnight in 2 days from now. He also instructed me to bring the book with me. A thrill went through Mickey as she read these words. Quickly, she moved ahead 3 days, hoping Pamela would mention something about her meeting with Lewis. She was not disappointed. December 9th, 1957. Last night I met with Lewis. It was easy since Elias and I have not slept in the same bedroom for months, and he always turns in early. The only hard part was making the long trip through the snow to Crystal Hill. Thankfully, when I finally reached the cave, Lewis was there with a warm greeting. He'd had Creighton Duke prepare a comfortable fire in the center of the cave. The boy was also present at our meeting, though he stayed in the corner of the room and silently observed us. After seating me in a folding chair near the fire, Lewis asked me to give him the book. After I handed it to him, he explained to me that it was important for what we must do that I be in possession of the book. After glancing through the book, Lewis stopped at one page. He looked up at me and explained that in recent years he'd become involved with some ancient beings known only as the Ancient Ones. He told me that since God would not help me, he had convinced them to help me by restoring my son to me. Then he went on to tell me that there was a series of rituals required to perform this miracle. I was aghast and fascinated as Lewis told me about the different sacrifices the Ancient Ones needed to help build the energy to do their work. Though I must admit to a strong feeling of satisfaction when Lewis told me of the final sacrifice. To bring my son back to me, I would have to take the lives of the 2 camp counselors who let my son drown. It would be through their hearts and blood that things would be put right. It was at this point that Mickey stopped reading. She headed upstairs and got a yellow highlighter pen from her duffel bag, where she carried her research tools. Then she headed downstairs and started reading again. As the hours went by, Mickey went through and highlighted the shocking details of the various rituals Pamela had to endure. Several of the rituals dealt with the gathering of various body fluids, skin, and hair scrapings from both her and Lewis. Other rituals, which she was forced to do on her own, dealt with the sacrifice of various animals, bugs, and birds. The blood from these sacrifices were gathered and put in an urn that was set near a stone she and Lewis used as an altar. Then she finally came to the section dealing with the final sacrifice. August 9th, 1958. Tonight, vengeance has been mine. Earlier this evening, during the bonfire at Camp Crystal Lake, I found the two counselors who killed my precious boy, and I killed them. After, as Lewis instructed me, I cut out their hearts and gathered as much of their spilled blood as I could with a bucket and sponge. Later, back at the cave at Crystal Hill, I squeezed the remaining blood from the two hearts into a couple canning jars along with the blood I'd gathered in the bucket. When the jars were filled, I poured the remaining blood over the altar. Then I put the two hearts in two large jars filled with formaldehyde. These jars, along with the jars of blood, I took home awaiting word from Lewis about when we can finally finish this ghastly business and bring back my Jason. Bring him back to me. For the next several pages, Mickey couldn't help but read Pamela's entries that she wrote during the time she was waiting for Lewis to contact her. Mickey's heart went out to this poor woman as she read of the many plans Pamela had for when she was finally reunited with her son. Then Mickey felt an icy chill run through her again when she read the entry when Lewis finally contacted Pamela. August 27th, 1958. I was putting on the laundry on the clothesline when Creighton Duke suddenly appeared behind me again and gave me another start. I still can't figure out how that boy does that. He handed me another note from Lewis. Boldly, I asked him if the time had finally come. The boy simply smiled at me and ran off. Excitedly, I opened the note. Inside, Lewis had wrote instructions on what I needed to bring, and that we were to meet on the shore near the boat launch at Camp Crystal Lake tomorrow night at around 2 a.m. To my surprise, though Lewis had listed the blood of the two counselors, he had not included the two hearts. Though I'm tempted to bring the hearts as well, I know that I shouldn't, because I must have faith that Lewis wouldn't make such a mistake. Oh, thank you, whoever you are. Tomorrow night will be a night of joy. Tomorrow my Jason will come home. The cold chill remained with Mickey, though she didn't know exactly what the next entry would tell. She had a good idea, and she felt sorry for Pamela. Mickey started to read the entry, but felt a slow ache in her head. August 29th, 1958. Oh, merciful God in heaven, what have I done? What have I unleashed on the world? Mickey stopped reading for a few moments and started rubbing her temples in the hopes of soothing the pain that had crept into her head. Then she noticed what her hands started to feel a little numb as well. God, what's happening to me? She thought. She continued to read. This was the important part. I can't believe that Lewis could purposely deceive me. More than likely, we were both deceived. From what I could tell, Lewis did the ritual exactly the way we'd practiced it. So why did it turn out so wrong? Mickey had to stop. Something was terribly wrong with her. The pain in her head was now stabbing, and her hands were cold and nearly numb. She could barely hold the diary now. She tried to yell for Ryan, but the only thing that came out of her mouth was a heavy gasp. Then everything around her started to fade out and turn black. She felt like she was falling. Then she felt a sensation like a light impact, like she had simply fallen out of her chair. Her hands flopped off her lap and landed on dirt. She opened her eyes, though she didn't remember closing them, and saw that she was lying on her side on the ground a short distance from the lake. She also saw she wasn't alone. Right in front of her, standing up to his waist in the lake, was a man in a hooded cloak. Chapter 9. Flashback. Mickey watched as the hooded and cloaked man standing in the lake held an ornate-looking gold-colored chalice over his head and began to chant. "Most ancient ones," the hooded man chanted in frighteningly familiar voice. "I consecrate this place with the offering of the essences of myself and this woman. May this offering show you our diligence and dedication to the work at hand." Mickey realized the hooded man was Louis Vondredi. Turning slowly, the hooded figure of Louis began dumping the powdered contents of the chalice slowly as he moved. Then, when he was finished, he began to wade to the shore. Noticing some movement to her left, Mickey looked over and was startled to see Pamela carrying another gold-colored chalice towards the water to meet Louis. Once she got there, she retrieved the chalice he was holding and handed him the other. Then she headed back to a nearby folding table where a young black boy stood by yet another chalice. She knew the boy had to be Creighton Duke. Louis waded out into the lake again. Once he was in position, he held the second chalice over his head and started to chant again. "I empower this place with the blood of the animals so that their primal energy may be harnessed and we may be witness to your glorious work this night." Then Louis dumped the chalice of blood into the lake and started wading back to the shore again. Mickey was still in shock over what she was seeing. Somehow, like in Jason's room, she had been transported into the past and was actually witnessing the resurrection of Jason firsthand. She had no doubt she wouldn't be able to change events. Nope, Mickey thought, you're simply a witness. When Louis arrives back at the edge of the water, Pamela was once again there waiting for him with the last chalice. After taking the other one from Louis, she handed the chalice to him and started wading out into the lake again. And I can guess what's inside this one, Mickey thought. "Ancient ones, masters of darkness, hear my pleas," Louis began to chant. "Nana Cthulhu Azagatha Lamashta. Show this unfortunate woman that you are greater than the god who has betrayed her. Bring back that which has been taken from her. I ask this with the offering of the blood of vengeance." Then he tipped the chalice and dumped its deep red contents into the water. Slowly and shakily, Mickey got up off the ground and watched in amazement as clouds started gathering around the center of the lake. Then, with a flash, a pillar of light shot down from the clouds, just beyond the buoy. The water around the shot began to bubble. Then, as quickly as it came, the light disappeared. There were a few moments of complete silence, like the silence before a storm, but it was broken by the sound of a splash as something came up out of the water. The clouds covered the moon, so all she could make out was a bobbing movement coming towards the shore, though she had no doubt what it was. Mickey looked over at Pamela. Pamela was excitedly shifting from one foot to the other. "Jason," she said, her eyes tearing. Mickey looked over at Louis, but he seemed frozen in place, watching the bobbing figure. Finally, the figure stopped bobbing and looked to be walking, the water hitting it just below the shoulders. "Oh, Jason," Pamela said excitedly. "Oh, I've missed you. Come to Mommy." It was at that moment the clouds cleared the moon and the lake was bathed in moonlight, and Pamela Voorhees let out a scream when she saw the bloated abomination that was stumbling out of the water towards her. Out of instinct, Mickey jumped in front of Pamela, before realizing it was a waste of effort. She was just a shadow in this place and couldn't stop anything. But then she was startled as Lewis stepped into the place she was occupying, which caused her to jump out of the way. "Damn," she said, feeling totally weirded out by the experience. "I'll never get used to that." After a few moments, she recovered and watched as Lewis stood his ground, held up his hand, and ordered the thing that had once been Jason to stop. But it had no effect. The putrid-smelling figure continued to stumble up the shore towards his screaming mother. Finally, Lewis turned to Pamela and yelled, "Run!" That seemed to be all Pamela needed to hear, because she immediately stumbled backwards and took off toward the nearby darkened and abandoned cabins, still screaming hysterically. Good, Mickey thought, as she watched Pamela exit. Now I'll be transported back to the kitchen, and I can get away from this nightmare. But to her surprise, as Pamela disappeared from view, nothing happened. She was still left standing on the shore, watching this hideous replay of history. As Mickey watched, Lewis dropped his hand, and the excited look on his face dissolved. What replaced it was a cold look of satisfaction. He looked at Jason, who was now enraged and still slowly advancing toward him. "Jason," he said in a correcting tone, "you will be still." Jason tried to say something back at him, but all that came out of his lips, besides a stream of rancid water, was a gurgling sound. "My dear boy, I understand your pain," Lewis said, giving Jason a saddened look that Mickey knew was fake. "But you must understand that your mother was not ready for the change that has occurred inside you." The corpse-like creature in front of Lewis stopped and gave him a curious look. "I know you haven't realized what has happened, but your mother and I brought you back. You see, there was an accident, and you drowned a year ago to this very day." A spasm went through Jason's twisted body. He turned and stumbled back towards the water again. Then he looked down at his reflection, which was lit by moonlight. Upon seeing it, he let out a gurgling wail that turned into an inhuman scream as the water left his lungs. "I know it's horrible," Lewis said, moving over to the figure crouching at the edge of the water. "But remember, where there's life, my boy, there is hope. And you are very much alive." Jason looked up at him and glared at him, pain and shock clearly visible on his bloated features. "Don't worry, your Uncle Lewis won't desert you," Lewis said. "If there is any way I can find to help you, I will." Jason looked up at him pleadingly. Mama, he barely got out. "Your mother?" Lewis asked. Jason nodded. "I'm sorry, son, but you saw her. She'll never accept you as you are." This initiated a strong reaction from Jason. He slammed his thin, rotten fist into the water, causing mud to come to the surface and obliterate his reflection. "But that might not always be true. Trust me," Lewis told him. "You're my family. I won't abandon you." Jason stood and faced his uncle. "But I need you to accept my help," Lewis said, more demanding. "Will you accept my help?" Jason nodded. Lewis looked over at the young Creighton Duke, who was crouched down behind the folding table. "Clean up this mess and meet us at the cave." The boy cautiously stood up and nodded. Lewis turned back to Jason and said, "Follow me, and I'll take you to a place where you can rest and heal." Mickey watched as Lewis led his ghastly charge up from the edge of the lake and onto the path into the forest. "If I only knew what I know now," Mickey heard a female voice say from behind her. Mickey turned around and a figure moved stiffly out of the shadows of the woods. As the figure came into the moonlight, she was struck by both recognition and revulsion. The figure was Pamela Voorhees, but this time it wasn't a vision of the past. This was the ghost of Pamela Voorhees. As the figure, who was dressed in a blood-soaked tan turtleneck sweater and equally soaked blue jeans, moved closer, Mickey could see that her head was severed at the throat and was being balanced on the stump of the neck by pure will. New blood dribbled from the slice in the neck. "Please don't be frightened, my dear," Mrs. Voorhees said. "I'm really trying to make myself as presentable as possible. As long as I stay straight and the suction holds, we won't have an uncomfortable accident." "You're the one who brought me here?" Mickey realized. "Yes, I did," Pamela admitted. "Why?" Mickey asked, standing her ground, though part of her wanted to run as far as she could from this walking dead woman. "I need you to know the truth, the whole truth," Pamela said, stopping 3 feet away from Mickey. "But I had your diaries," Mickey started to say, but Pamela cut her off. "Those don't tell the full story," Pamela said. "If only I knew then what I do now, I could have stopped all the bloodshed. It took my own death to really open my eyes to my dear brother's treachery. He used me and cursed my son to this horrible, endless existence." Mickey was perplexed by this turn of events. "If I recall, wasn't it just a year and a half ago that Jason's mask brought your head back to life?" Mickey reminded her. "And from what my research indicated, you were helping the mask." Pamela looked taken aback. "What the mask brought back in that soulless thing was the madness my sin had drawn me into. I was forced to sit helplessly and watch Lewis and the Dark Ones use my remains like some perverted puppet." "That sounds like a convenient story," Mickey said, her distrust evident. "Now you seem perfectly able to take action." "Well, that's thanks to you, dear," she said. "You seem unaware of the power you possess. I sensed it the moment you walked into my house. I've been tapping into it to help me do this." "You showed me that vision in Jason's room?" Mickey recalled. "You nearly got me killed." "You needed to have proof about Lewis," Pamela reminded her. "Anyway, I trusted that your cousin would be able to help you." "Still, how am I supposed to trust you after all the horrible things you've done?" "I can understand your reluctance," Pamela said, looking hurt. "All I ask is that you look at what I have to show you with an open mind." "There's more?" Mickey said, surprised. "Oh, yes, dear," Pamela said. At that moment, the lake and campground dissolved and were replaced by cave walls, glowing in candlelight. "What the?" Mickey said. "As I said, there is more for you to see," Pamela informed her. Mickey looked around the cave and understood where she was. Inside the cave on Crystal Hill. But the question was when. She saw Lewis standing over a crouching figure dressed in blue jean coveralls and a flannel shirt. Standing nearby as well was Creighton Duke, though now he looked to be about 17. "Look at me when I'm talking to you," Lewis said sternly to the crouching figure. "Please, master, don't punish him. I was the one who didn't keep a good enough eye on him," Creighton Duke said with his head lowered. "Don't worry, you'll get yours," Lewis said, glaring at him. "But now I must convince our rebellious little charge here of the error of his ways." Hearing this, Jason glared up at Lewis, giving Mickey a clear view of his fully healed yet hideously deformed face. His facial features seemed scrunched together, with sporadic patches of stringy black hair covering his nearly bald scalp. His most prominent features were his jutting discolored teeth and his drooping right eye, which gave the impression of being lower than the other. "Can't you understand the danger you put yourself into by going off on your own like that?" Lewis told him. "What if someone saw you?" Jason looked up with defiance in his good eye. He said back. Lewis closed his eyes and calmed his frustration. When he spoke again, his voice was calm and soothing. I know you miss your mother, but you have to understand that your mother won't accept you the way you are. Please understand me. It's been 5 years and she's moved on with her life. She even has another child to love. This put Jason into a rage. He gave an inhuman roar of anger and began pounding on the cave wall. Then he turned to Lewis, fire in his good eye. He lifted his arms above his head and let out another roar. Lewis looked unimpressed. You hurt me, boy, and you'll be alone. Jason froze for a moment. A look of fear came into his good eye. Then he turned around and started pounding on the cave wall again. I know it's a painful realization for you, Lewis said, sounding a little bit sympathetic, but it's a fact of life. Jason screamed. Lewis stood back and watched as Jason continued. After a few more minutes, he finally slumped down and began to cry. His fist, which he held tightly across his stomach, were a cut-up mess. Dark, blackish-colored blood oozed from the wounds. Clean him up, Lewis ordered Creighton Duke. And this time keep an eye on him or the next person in need of the first aid kit will be you. Lewis glared at him in a way that made it perfectly clear he wasn't joking. But Master, where are you going? The boy asked, nervously looking over at Jason's slumped form. I need to do some cleanup work of my own. It's obvious something needs to be done, something final. It appears we're going to have to advance things a bit sooner than I would like, but we've no choice. Are you sure that's wise? Creighton Duke said. It's true his rage has continued to grow, but I don't believe it's strong enough to push him into murder. With that, Lewis slapped Creighton Duke across the face. The slap was hard enough that it knocked the boy to the ground. I didn't ask for your approval or your opinion. I think leaving you here to watch our charge has given you an inflated view of your position here. The boy crawled to Lewis and got into a kneeling position in front of him. I ask forgiveness, Master. Once you clean him up, pack our things and be ready to leave, Lewis ordered, his voice lowered so Jason couldn't hear him. It won't be safe for either of us around here once the plan is executed. Mickey looked over at the ghost of Pamela Voorhees, surprised. What plan? I demand to know how we're seeing this. You couldn't possibly have known about this. But I could, she heard a male voice say from behind her. Mickey turned and saw a tall, slim, middle-aged black man, decked out in cowboy boots, blue jean pants, dark flannel shirt, blue jean vest, and a black cowboy hat, come out of the shadows. The man also had a dark mustache and whiskers, with several gray hairs in the mix. Creighton Duke? Mickey said, stating the obvious. At your service, lovely lady, the black man in the cowboy hat said with a toothy grin and a tip of his hat. My reputation precedes me. What the hell are you doing here? Mickey asked. The same thing as poor Pamela here, he told her. You saw for yourself. I also was involved in bringing Jason back, and I share the same punishments. I, too, will never find rest until this curse is ended. It was Creighton who made me aware of all this. He showed me the same way that I'm showing you now, Pamela told Mickey. I don't understand this. You helped Jessica and Ryan send Jason to hell? Mickey said to Duke, surprised by his turn of events. Obviously, that wasn't enough, Duke said. But now we've got a chance to redeem ourselves, thanks to you and your cousin, Pamela told her. Mickey felt overwhelmed. Now she had the fate of these two souls added to the burden she already held. Lewis said something about a plan he was having to advance, Mickey said, looking over at the two spirits, who were now standing together in front of her. With that, the scene around her dissolved yet again. Chapter 10. The Morning After. Ryan smelled the aroma of fresh coffee as he drowsily and stiffly limped down the hall toward the kitchen. His body still hurt from the beating it had taken the night before. He silently chided himself for oversleeping. It was well after 9, and he knew he needed to get himself together and take care of a few things. One thing he definitely needed to do was call his partner, Will Peters, and ask him if he could take care of the Army-Navy store for the next few days. He figured he'd explain his need for time away from the store by telling his partner he wanted to spend some time with his cousin, which wasn't far from the truth, though he couldn't rightly tell him what he and his cousin were going to be doing together. Upon entering the kitchen, Ryan grabbed a mug from behind the sink and poured himself a steaming cup of coffee. Thankful the auto shutoff on the coffee maker was broken. He was just taking his first eye-opening sip when he turned and saw Mickey slumped over the top of the kitchen table, fast asleep. Her head was resting on an open volume of Pamela Voorhees' diaries. As he headed over to check on her, she started to stir. Groaning sleepily, she looked up at him with squinty eyes. What time is it?" she asked, sitting up and wiping a bit of drool from the side of her mouth. "It's a bit past 9, he said. "Were you up most of the night reading those?" He indicated the majority of the diaries, which were strewn on the floor next to the table. "I guess I must have been," she said, looking down at the scattered pile of books. "But Ryan, something happened last night. I talked with the spirit of Pamela Voorhees herself and Creighton Duke." "Creighton Duke?" Ryan parroted back at her. "Are you sure it wasn't just a very detailed dream?" "It felt like the experience I had at the Voorhees house. You can't explain that away as being only a dream." Ryan had to admit she had a point, yet he still couldn't take her word for it. "How do you know it was Duke?" "Besides the fact that he introduced himself, I don't know too many black guys these days who could get away with that urban cowboy dress style. Hell, the guy reminded me of Mr. Nightlinger from the Cowboys." Ryan was startled by her terminology. He had thought of that character from the John Wayne movie when he first met Creighton Duke. "I know exactly how Lewis and Pamela brought Jason back from the dead," she told him. Then she yawned and sleepily rubbed her eyes. "That's fantastic," he told her, "and I'd love to hear about it. But right now I think it would be for the best if you went upstairs and got a few hours' sleep." She looked at him surprised. "What? But, Ryan, I have to tell you what I've found out." "Mickey, you're exhausted," Ryan told her. "You're no good to either one of us like this." Mickey tried to argue, but Ryan waved her off. "Anyway, I've got some urgent business in town, and while I'm out, I expect you to get some rest." "But Ryan, this is important," she pressed. "I promise we will sit down when I get back, and you can go over it with me to your heart's content. But right now, I have a business to worry about." "Your store?" Mickey said, the realization hitting her. "What are you going to do?" "I was just about to call my partner when I saw you." "You think he'll be willing to help you out?" she asked. "I'm sure," he assured her. "Will ran that store for 10 years before he took me on as a partner and went into semi-retirement. I'm sure he'll be itching to get his hands dirty again." "Then I guess I've got no choice," Mickey admitted, though she didn't seem completely secure with it. "But the moment you get home, you're going to sit down and listen." "Cross my heart, I promise," he said, giving her a 2-fingered scout salute. Then he escorted her upstairs. He was about to hang out and make sure she actually went to bed, but he didn't have to. The moment her head hit the pillow, Mickey was fast asleep. Ryan headed downstairs and went into the kitchen again. After refilling his coffee cup, he went to the white phone on the wall, picked up the receiver, and dialed Will Peters' number. After a few rings, he heard drum music playing in the background as Will's answering machine message came on. "You've reached the residence of retired Army Colonel William Charles Peters. I am—" Then there was a click. "Hello?" said a slightly out-of-breath Will Peters. "Will?" Ryan asked. "Hey, Stephen," Will said, sounding better. "You caught me just as I got home from my jog. What's up?" I was wondering if you could watch the store for me for a couple days. You need some reacquainting time with that lovely cousin of yours, Will asked, surprising Ryan. How? Ryan asked. This is Crystal Lake, Will told him as if that explained everything. But then he added, very little happens around here that people don't know. So what do you say about the store? Ryan asked. Sure, Will said. I'd love to take care of the old girl for a couple days. After that, they agreed to meet at the store in 45 minutes. After Ryan hung up the phone, he drank down his coffee and rushed upstairs to get dressed. Wake up, Bull! The voice screamed in Phil Raymond's head. What? Phil said, quickly setting up from behind the clump of brush he was laying behind. Due to pain his hunger for the mask caused him, Phil had barely managed to relax enough to go to sleep in the first place. Now that he'd been jarred awake, the pain nauseated him to the point where he nearly threw up. Freeman's leaving, the voice informed him. We must follow him. Bleary-eyed, Raymond looked over at the house and saw Freeman heading down the path toward the blue truck. Hurry, we must get back to the car before he gets away. Phil didn't argue. He knew even if he wanted to, it would be unwise to provoke the voice. So he slipped through the bushes, trying not to be noticed. Once he was out of sight of the house, he forced himself to start running through the woods toward his car's hiding place. Damn it, if he gets away, I'll make you suffer for it, the voice threatened as he ran. I'm doing the best I can, damn you, Phil cursed back, though he wanted to laugh. He doubted the voice could hurt him any more than he felt at the moment, but he didn't want to bet on it. Then he caught sight of the back of his car in the distance. He also saw Freeman's truck speeding down the dirt road not too far behind him. Freeman's truck had just passed his car's hiding place, the dust cloud still heavy in the air, when Phil finally reached the hiding place. After rummaging around his pants pockets for the car keys for a few moments, Phil opened the car door, jumped inside, and started the engine. The engine groaned unhappily, but didn't die. Slowly, Phil backed the car out of the bushes and took off down the road after Freeman's truck. Hurry up, the voice pushed. We don't want Freeman to see us, Phil reminded the voice. We don't want to lose him either, the voice said back. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Phil said, as he turned off the dirt road onto the main road. Freeman's truck was barely visible in the distance. You'd better be very sure about that, the voice said, for your own sake. Phil sped up the car a bit, but still kept Freeman's truck a good distance away. He kept this up all the way into town. I must say you've done wonders with this place, Will Peters said, as he counted out the till. Ryan was standing on the other side of the cash register watching him. Even after 2 hours, he still hadn't got used to seeing his former boss wearing a light blue jogging suit. In the 10 years he'd known Will Peters, he'd never seen him wear anything but military clothing. Even when he was Ryan's best man at his wedding, Will wore his dress blues. But then you always were the idea man, Stephen? Will continued. If I recall, that wasn't always an attribute you admired about me, Ryan reminded him. Yes, it took some time, but you wore me down, Will said, laughing with amusement at the reminiscence. But I must say I'm surprised that you'd get on the bandwagon, so to speak, and have anything to do with all this Jason rubbish. Ryan was confused for a moment, but then he realized what Will was getting at. On the wall behind the main counter, near the door to the back stock, was a display of knives. Among the knives was a machete with the name Crystal Lake painted in drippy-looking blood-red letters on the blade. Ryan looked over at the machete and waved it off. Oh yeah, that thing. The thing is, I have the same distributor as Ross McCade at the Crystal Lake Souvenir Shop. So when I last restocked, I got stuck with those. The distributor promised to replace them as soon as he gets some regular ones in. Good. I would have been very disappointed in you, Will said with relief. especially after everything that has happened. Hey, Will, you know me better than that. I don't know about that, Will said seriously. Mary at the coffee shop was telling me that you and your cousin were asking Betty about Pamela Voorhees. Actually, it was Mickey who was doing the asking, Ryan admitted. She's doing research for a book on Pamela Voorhees. Oh, really? Will said, seeming a bit overly interested. So, brains as well. This last comment caught Ryan by surprise. Well, it was a smart idea to take her to Betty, Will continued. Yeah, I figured since Betty is the big ear around town, she'd definitely know something. Actually, I meant because Betty was one of Pamela's best friends. Her and Ralph were closer to Pamela and Elias than anyone in this town. That includes the Christies. What do you mean? Ryan asked, confused. According to everything he'd heard, it was the Christies the Voorhees had been close friends with. Though Pamela and Elias may have acted cozy with the Christies in public, the truth was both of them thought the Christies were stuck-up snobs. The only one Pamela had any affection for was Steve Christie, and you know how that ended. Ryan nodded. He definitely did remember reading about how the sheriff found Steve Christie's mercilessly butchered body hanging from the branch of a tree near the main cabin. Anyway, Ralph and Betty were constantly over at the Voorhees house, Will continued. In the old days, you always saw Elias and Ralph together, either going fishing or hunting. That's odd, because Betty gave me the impression she barely knew Pamela, Ryan told him. It's probably a very sensitive issue with her. I recall she and Pamela went their separate ways after Elias had his accident. Ryan looked at Will, his curiosity piqued. I've heard the story about how Pamela died, but I've never heard about what happened to Elias. You said it was an accident? Yeah, Elias and Ralph were out hunting. It was right after we had 4 days straight of rain, Will told him. An old tree tipped over on top of him, and he was impaled through the heart by a broken branch. And no one questioned the story? Ryan asked, surprised. It sounds a bit fishy to me, man. I thought the same thing when I heard it the first time. But the sheriff at the time did an investigation and confirmed Ralph's story. Still, the story didn't ring true to Ryan. He figured there had to be more to it. Oddly enough, it wasn't long after Elias's death that Ralph started drinking, preaching, and claiming that Camp Crystal Lake had a death curse, Will added. And what about Pamela? Ryan asked. From what I heard, after the accident, Pamela became more reclusive. It was less than a year later that she had her breakdown and was committed. I hadn't heard Pamela had been committed, Ryan had to admit. So that's why Diana was raised by the Kimballs. Pamela only got out of the institution 3 years before she committed the murders at Camp Crystal Lake, Will told him. I'm surprised you didn't know. If you recall, my mom and I moved to Crystal Lake just a few years after the murders, Ryan reminded him. By that time, the townspeople were very closed-mouthed about anything dealing with Pamela Voorhees. Phil Raymond leaned against the wall next to the display window of the Army-Navy store, drinking a cup of coffee out of a paper cup and eating a chocolate cupcake he'd gotten from the grocery store across the street. The voice in his head had been very angry with him for leaving his post, just to stuff his face. But Phil had been extremely hungry. The last time he'd eaten had been just after he and Dr. Bob had returned from the murder scene at Crystal Hill, nearly 40 hours earlier. Satisfied now? The voice asked. Phil dropped the cupcake wrapper on the ground and pulled the Ziploc bag out of his coat pocket that held the 2 pickled eggs he'd bought as well. Nearly, he said aloud, bending down and putting his coffee cup on the small ledge under the display window. Then he opened the bag and one by one downed the 2 eggs. He hardly chewed and let the sour-tasting delicacy slide down his throat. Breakfast, he said with a satisfied groan. I hope it was worth it to you, the voice said with disgust. Be thankful Freeman was still here when you returned. You definitely wouldn't have enjoyed the alternative. Phil bent down and retrieved his cup of coffee. Think of it this way. I wouldn't be of much use to the plan if I let myself become weak from being hungry. So there you are, he heard someone say from behind him. Startled, Phil turned, and hot coffee from his cup sloshed over his hand. He yelped and dropped the cup, sending its contents splattering on the ground in front of him. My God, man, what have you done to yourself? Sheriff Landis said as he approached. I'm fine, Phil said, rubbing his red and stinging hand. The burn looked worse than it was, but it would still be an irritant to him. Have you looked at yourself lately? You look like shit. The sheriff sounded almost concerned. I haven't been feeling good, Phil told him, allowing a trace of the irritation he felt to come through. Is there some reason for your visit, Sheriff? Sheriff Landis seemed slightly annoyed. Actually, there is. Your boss has been looking for you. If you recall, you're supposed to be helping him with the autopsies of those kids from the latest set of murders. I told you, Sheriff, I'm not feeling good. The only reason I'm out of bed right now is because I needed to get something in my stomach. Well, boy, you really need to get on the horn and let Bob know, the sheriff informed him. He told me he'd been calling your place and paging you all day yesterday. Fine, I'll call him, Phil said, annoyed. Is there anything else? Just that you should go see the doctor before what you have turns serious. I'm hoping it will, Phil said under his breath. What was that? The sheriff said. I said I'll look into it, Phil lied. You do that, the sheriff said, turning around and starting back to his patrol car, which was parked at the corner. Phil watched him leave and imagined how satisfying it would be to stick a knife in that loudmouth jackass's back. In time, my friend, the voice said. In time. So since your cousin is researching the book, she'll probably be hanging around for a bit, Will said with a nervous grin as he walked Ryan to the front door of the store. Is there something you wanted to ask me about Mickey? Ryan asked. You've been acting like a high school boy wanting to ask the most popular girl to the prom. I have? Will said, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Actually, I was interested in finding out if she'd be around for the winter festival. I'd be very interested in asking if she'd allow me to escort her to the winter ball. This totally blew Ryan away. Will and Mickey on a date? But then Ryan realized that there wasn't all that much difference in Mickey and Will ages. He realized he'd been seeing Mickey through the blinders of his past. The truth was that while he had grown up all over again, Mickey had aged 18 years. She was now a 50-year-old woman. I'll definitely ask her about it, Ryan said finally. Thank you, Steve, Will said, a look of relief on his face. So where are you off to now? To do a little research of my own, Ryan said as he headed out the door. Chapter 11. Yeah, that's the place, right over there, said Deputy John Court as he self-consciously pointed over his shoulder at the Big K Burger restaurant across the street. In front of him was Jamal behind the camera, with Sean kneeling to his side monitoring the sound equipment. To Court's right was Carol Martinez holding a microphone in front of her and looking at Court with total interest. That's where Joey B's diner used to be. Is it true, Deputy, that only Stephen Freeman, Jessica Kimball, and her baby daughter survived the massacre? Carol asked. That's what I heard, ma'am, but I wasn't assigned to the Cunningham County Sheriff Department at the time. From what I heard, that's a lucky thing for you, Deputy, because wasn't it that TV celebrity Robert Campbell murdered everyone in the sheriff's office except, of course, Sheriff Landis himself? No, actually the sheriff, Deputy Randy Doran, and our file clerk, Deputy Ed Marlin, survived the massacre. Of course, Randy actually died at the Voorhees house later on. Don't you mean he was murdered by Stephen Freeman, who cut off his head? Ma'am, Randy was possessed by Jason. The sheriff himself said that after Stephen cut his head off, some sort of hideous critter came out of his neck, Court said defensively. And you believe what Sheriff Landis tells you? Even something as incredible as that? Court gave her a confused look. Of course I believe the sheriff. The sheriff doesn't have any reason to lie about this. I would say trying to help his girlfriend's daughter from getting charged as an accomplice to murder is a pretty good reason. And I would say you're crossing the boundaries of a simple documentary about a local legend, said Sheriff Landis as he walked towards the film crew from his patrol car, which was parked at the corner. Nervously, Jamal and Sean began to shut their equipment down, but Carol motioned for them to continue. Then I feel it's only fair that we get your perspective on what happened, Carol said, pointing her microphone in the sheriff's direction. Miss Martinez, I didn't come here to become part of your trashy documentary. I came here to issue you with a warning about harassing members of this community and making statements bordering on slander. Then he looked over at Jamal and Sean. I would suggest you boys better shut that off before I order my deputy to drag your asses in. Deputy Court gave Jamal and Sean a warning glance. That seemed to be enough for them because they immediately shut down their equipment. Excuse me, Sheriff? I was right in the middle of an interview, Carol told him. Your interview is over. Is this about your buddy Stephen Freeman? Carol asked, now annoyed. Stephen? The sheriff asked, surprised. No, but now I'll have to get Stephen on the horn and ask him what you're talking about. Then the sheriff smiled at her, but it didn't look friendly. No, actually, this is about Betty Loomis. Carol looked undisturbed. From what she told me, she agreed to do a simple interview and ended up having the memory of her husband trashed on camera by you. Mrs. Loomis signed a waiver before she was interviewed, Carol pointed out. If she doesn't like the way the interview turned out, that's tough shit. If I choose to use the interview in my documentary, there's nothing either you or her can do about it. Legally, you're right, the sheriff admitted. But you see, in a small town like Crystal Lake, the community expects more from their sheriff than just being somebody to enforce the law. They want someone who will protect them from troublesome elements that disturb their peace. You and your friends just crossed that line. You can't arrest us for bad taste, Carol told him. Did I say anything about arresting you? Actually, Sean began, but stopped when the sheriff shot him a warning glance. No, I'm just here to inform you that your welcome here in Crystal Lake is growing a bit thin, and I would suggest that you consider packing up your show and moving on. And if we don't, Carol challenged, then you risk becoming one of those troublesome elements I mentioned, the sheriff said. Then what are you going to do? Carol challenged again. You just said you couldn't arrest us. Actually, Miss Martinez, I didn't say that, the sheriff said with cold confidence. What I said was that I couldn't arrest you for bad taste. But if I had a suspicion about another violation of the law, such as the use of illegal drugs, I could bring you in on that. The sheriff looked over at Jamal, but the cameraman was nervously fiddling with the controls of the camera and avoiding his gaze. You don't have to worry about any more trouble, Sheriff, Carol said. We're done doing interviews and we'll be finishing shooting by tomorrow. I would recommend you finish as fast as possible, Landis said, turning and heading back to his patrol car. Deputy Court looked over at Carol. We're still on for tomorrow, right? He asked. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Carol told him seductively and snapped her teeth at him. You got some place you need to be, Court? The sheriff yelled angrily from where he stood in front of his patrol car. Court stiffened. I'm on my way, Sheriff, Court said, giving Carol an apologetic look as he headed off towards his own patrol car, which was parked down the street. You really amaze me, Chief, Sean said as he and Jamal started breaking down the equipment. You'll do anything to get an interview, even go out with a geek like that deputy. Shame you didn't get to finish the interview at least. To hell with the interview, Carol said with a smug look on her face. We got what we needed, and as for Deputy Do-Right, by the time he realizes he's been stood up, we'll be on our way back to California. Both Sean and Jamal looked at her in total confusion. Excuse me for being totally ignorant, Chief, but what the hell did we get out of this except a rather short introduction to the massacre at Joey B's and a very slanderous and unsubstantiated accusation against the sheriff? Carol pulled a piece of paper out of the pocket of her blue jean jacket and handed it to Sean. Sean looked over the paper but still looked confused. Yeah, these look like directions, but directions to where? Carol looked pleased by his confusion. Our next destination? The Voorhees residence. As I said, you amaze me, Chief, Sean said. All it takes is knowing when to provide a little gentle persuasion, she said, before she started to help them pack the equipment up. Back again, I see, Stephen, Betty said pleasantly as she approached the counter. What can I tempt you with? One of my special egg salad and ham sandwiches? Actually, Betty, I'm looking for information, Ryan said as Betty filled his cup with coffee from the pot she was carrying. I'm surprised at you, Stephen Freeman, Betty said. This is the first time you've turned down one of my egg salad sandwiches. This information you want must be very important to you. It's very important, Ryan admitted. Ryan looked around at the crowded coffee shop. The thing was, though, what he wanted to know wasn't something the general public needed to know. Could we go someplace more private to talk? Actually, I'm due for a break. Give me a few minutes, she said. Then she took an apple pastry from behind the counter, put it on a plate, and set it in front of him. Here, eat something while you wait. I know a hungry boy when I see one. Ryan had to admit he was a little hungry. He had taken off from the house without eating breakfast. Hungrily, he tore into the confection. You don't look so good, hun, Mary the waitress said, concerned to Phil, who was sitting in the booth in front of her. Are you sure you wouldn't like something more than coffee? Would you please tell that fat cow to fuck off? The voice in his head said, annoyed. I'm fine, Mary. I've already had something to eat, Phil said. Then maybe some orange juice? She asked, looking concerned. Just tell that bitch to mind her own business, the voice complained. Fucking hicks don't know when to mind their own business. That's one reason why I hate this fucking town so much. That'll be fine, Phil said with a charming smile. Please make that and my coffee to go, would you, honey? No problem, hon, Mary said, returning his smile. After Mary went off to fill his order, Phil's expression darkened, and he said under his breath, Will you please stop yelling in my head? Between you and that bitch, I can barely concentrate on what I'm doing, he said, looking over at Stephen Freeman, who was just 10 feet away, eating on the pastry that old bitch Betty had given him. He'd been trying to listen in on their conversation, figuring that Stephen had come back to the coffee shop for more than something to eat. He'd been correct. Then he saw that Betty was returning. Now the game begins, he thought. Here, put your coffee in this and meet me out back, Betty said to Ryan, handing him a styrofoam cup. After pouring his coffee in the cup, Ryan left the coffee shop, headed into the alleyway along the side of the building, and went around to the kitchen door of the coffee shop. About 10 minutes later, Betty came strolling out the kitchen door, carrying a teacup on a small plate with a couple of cookies sitting on it. Young man, what is it that you needed to know that was so important that it had to interfere with my morning tea? Why didn't you tell Mickey and me before that you'd been a close friend with Pamela Voorhees? Ryan asked. It was none of your business, Betty said simply. I may have the reputation of being the town gossip, but my personal business is just that. It's my business. But we had told you that it was important. Your cousin's book is not a good enough reason to further tarnish my dear friend's memory, Betty said sternly. I guess that wouldn't be, Ryan admitted. But what if I told you that Mickey wasn't writing a book but was here to end the curse put on this town by Louis Vondredi? I never gave you Louis's name, she said, surprised. How do you know about Louis? Because Louis is my uncle, Ryan said, and I know for a fact that he had something to do with bringing Jason back from the dead. But, Stephen, the curse is already over, Betty said. You sent Jason to hell. What? You must be kidding me, Ryan said, surprised. What about the recent murders, Betty? But the sheriff said the murders weren't connected and were done by copycat murderers. And knowing what you know about all this, you actually believe that? Ryan said. I guess I honestly wanted to believe you and Jessica had ended that curse, Betty admitted, looking much older and tired. What about the rumors about Jason's mask? Ryan asked. I thought people were just trying to keep the legend alive, Betty admitted. Mickey and I have been looking into these murders, and I can assure you these are not simple copycat murders. Mickey has actually seen a pattern to these murders that indicate that they're building towards something major. My stars, have you any idea what that might be? We're not too sure right now, Ryan admitted, but we know we need to be ready, and knowledge is power. Quite true, young man, Betty agreed. How can I be of help? I asked Will Peters about what he knew about Elias Voorhees' death. What he told me didn't ring true. He mentioned that your husband, Ralph, was with him at the time. I was just wondering if he told you anything about it. Betty took another sip of her tea and looked down at her cup in disgust. If I had known you were going to ask me about something like this, I would have added something a little stronger to my tea. Then Betty downed the rest of the tea in one gulp. She sat down on the stoop in front of the kitchen door and placed the empty cup, saucer, and untouched cookies down beside her. Ralph told me what happened. He was never the same after the incident. You're right when you say that the story was passed around town, and it wasn't true. The sheriff and Ralph came up with it because the truth was far more hideous. Did Jason kill his own father? Ryan asked pointedly. Yes, he killed Elias because Elias was trying to stop him from killing his mother. What? Ryan said, stunned by this revelation. But Jason loved his mother. Why the hell would he try to kill her? And what the hell was Pamela doing there? Well, you see, Elias, Pamela, and Ralph had all gone into those woods to kill Jason, Betty told him. So you can see, in some ways, you could say it was self-defense on his part. Phil quickly peeked around the side of the building at Stephen Freeman and that old hag, Betty. He'd been listening intently to Betty's account when the voice in his head distracted him. I should have gotten rid of that old biddy years ago. Would you please shut up? I can't hear with you bitching in my head, Phil said under his breath. That old bitch's burbling is of no concern to us, the voice said. It certainly got you going, Phil said quietly and amused. But his amusement ended when a bolt of mind-numbing pain shot through his head. I get the picture. You're the boss, Phil said, hoping his voice hadn't gone away. Spittle dribbled from his mouth, and he could taste the flavor of bloody snot touch his lips. He slapped his hand over his mouth to stifle the scream he was about to release. Then the pain ended. I hope I don't have to remind you of your position again, the voice said. No, Phil said breathlessly. Then Phil quickly glanced around the corner again, hoping Stephen and the old woman didn't hear him. Luckily, he saw they were still deep in their conversation. I need to remember to have you butcher that old bitch once we get the mask, the voice said absently. Phil slowly slid down the side of the wall and tried to keep from puking. That doesn't make sense, Ryan said. Pamela went to all the trouble of bringing Jason back and then decided to kill him? You have no idea what that poor woman went through. All she wanted was to have her son back, not that monster that came out of the lake. She spent years in fear thinking that thing might be watching her from the woods. Once she had Diana, her fear increased because now she had to worry about what he might do to that baby. Finally, she'd had enough and contacted Lewis and asked for his help to end it. And what did Lewis do? Ryan asked. Not much, Betty said with disgust. The bastard sent that black boy of his with a knife and basically told her to kill him herself. Ryan was intrigued by this piece of information. Did he give her any specifics about how to kill him? As I said, I got this information from Ralph, and I don't think he knew too many specifics, Betty reminded him. Well, did he tell you anything about the knife? Ryan asked. All Ralph told me was it was big and fancy. Ryan went over to a pile of boxes and ripped a flap off one of them. Rummaging through the pockets of his jeans, he pulled out a pen and began to draw. It had been over 3 years since he saw the dagger that Creighton Duke had given to Jessica, but he had the image of it burned into his memory. When he was finished, he showed it to Betty. Could this be the knife? As I said, I never saw the knife, she said, squinting at the picture. But Ralph also said it was magic, that it changed from a hunting knife into a knife straight out of hell itself. So this could definitely be the knife. Then this gives me yet another mystery to solve, Ryan said. Did Ralph tell you if Pamela actually stabbed Jason with the knife? Actually, he did, Betty said. He told me that she drove that accursed thing right into the boy's heart. The only result was that Jason went into a rage and attacked his poor mother. That's odd, Ryan said, looking down at the picture in his hand again, as if it held his answers. If this is the same dagger Pamela used, why didn't it destroy Jason then? Betty looked at him quizzically. Ryan noticed. This is the dagger that Jessica used to send Jason to hell. Why didn't it work for Pamela? Creighton Duke told Jessica that only a Voorhees could kill Jason with the dagger. But if that is the case, something is very odd here. And once again, Stephen, you run into a problem. Creighton Duke is dead, and any secrets he had died with him. That doesn't mean he can't tell us anything, Ryan said, dropping the picture and heading for the alleyway. Sorry, Betty, I gotta rush. I need to see a lady about a ghost. I don't understand, Betty said, looking totally baffled. Good, it's safer that way, Ryan said as he turned around the corner of the building and headed into the alleyway. Then, as he headed out of the alley and around the front of the building, he nearly ran face first into Phil Raymond. Shit, he said, startled. Sorry about that, Phil. I didn't see you there. I get that a lot, Phil commented, humorlessly. My God, man. You should go home and get some rest. You look awful. What, is Dr. Bob that much of a taskmaster? That was right where I was going when you rudely ran into me, he said, with false-sounding irritation. Well, I guess I owe you a coffee once you feel up to it, Ryan said with a friendly smile. I'll hold you to that, Phil said, amused. I'll look forward to it, Ryan said, as he continued down the street and back to his car. Could you have been any more clumsy? The voice asked. Freeman nearly caught us back there. But he didn't, Phil said. And if he had, you heard him. I look sick. I could easily make the excuse that I'd ran into the alley to puke. No law against a sick person puking. Still, it would be unwise for your continued health to take any more foolish risks, the voice said coldly. But then Jason wouldn't have anyone to do his killing for him, Phil reminded the voice. Remember this, fool. You're not inexpendable, the voice reminded him. There's always another candidate somewhere who could be more worthy than you to wear Jason's mask. No, Phil said. You said the mask was mine. These things aren't carved in stone, the voice said. You will wear the mask if you prove yourself worthy. Damn you, I am worthy, Phil said, enraged. Then stop whining, the voice said, and stop tasking my patience. We have work to do. Freeman is getting away. Anything you say, master, sir, he said sarcastically. As your slave, master, sir. Chapter 12. Revelations. Carol Martinez got out of the green van and looked over the decrepit house before her. So this was where that freak Jason and his mom lived, she thought. What a dump. It had been difficult finding the place. That dumb hick Court had forgotten to put on his map that the road leading to the Voorhees house was unmarked and was actually nothing more than a dirt path. They would have passed it if it hadn't been for Sean, who'd caught sight of it. I have to say, Chief, though I don't believe in ghosts, this place is the spookiest place I've seen, Sean said, slamming the driver's side door behind him. I second you on that, man, Jamal said, crossing himself as he crawled out the open sliding door. Da's definitely some nasty mojo here, man. Carol shook her head. You two are such children. They say that guy Jason got sucked into hell in this very spot, Jamal reminded her. Yeah, and they also said Jason came back from the dead, so what? She said. How do you know all that stuff isn't just a bunch of bullshit? But that doesn't make sense, Sean said. Those stories were on the news and in the newspapers. Yeah, darling. We know for the fact that guy from that TV show died because of this shite. Da said he was possessed by Jason. The thing is, Einstein, we all know Robert Campbell died, she reminded them. For all we know, the sheriff shot him. I mean, look at how he rousted us. Maybe he was about to leak it to the world that all that supernatural stuff about Jason was bullcrap. Think about how much money that legend of Jason stuff brings to this town. Imagine what would happen if it was all proved to be bogus. Sean looked over at Jamal. The lady has a point, man. I still say this place has bad mojo, Jamal said, looking uncomfortable. Then he pulled a joint out of his blue jean jacket's pocket. If I'm going to have to spend any more in this place, I'm going to need a bit of comfort. Then he lit the joint and took a deep drag. That's better, he said, coughing noticeably more relaxed. Hey, boss, look at this, Sean said. To Carol's surprise, she hadn't noticed that Sean had left them and moved over to a hole that was near a rusty knocked-over jungle gym that was laying over in the corner of the yard. Heading over to him with Jamal in tow, Carol said, What'd you find, the entrance to hell or something? But when she looked inside the hole, a look of shock crossed her face. Holy shit! Jamal looked in and crossed himself. The inside of the hole was alive with hissing and snapping giant white worms. Carol had heard about these creatures the locals had named hellworms, but this was the first time she'd actually seen the menacing beast firsthand. Are you sure that all this supernatural stuff is bull now? Sean said, looking over at her. The locals said that these things showed up like 6 months after Freeman, and that other girl sent Jessica to hell. What I'm sure of is that we need to get a shot of this, she said. Then she turned to Jamal, who seemed transfixed by the slithering apparition before him. Get the camera, pothead. We got a documentary to do. This seemed to break Jamal out of his trance-like state. He headed back to the van in a sprint. You never answered my question, Sean said. It'll take more than a hole full of freaky mutant worms to convince me that a killer can come back from the dead and later be sent to hell with the help of an overblown store clerk, she told him. To convince me, I'd have to see Jason for myself, and from what the locals say, he's not around anymore. Sean shook his head. The thing is, Chief, knowing you, if Jason was around, you'd probably get in his face and try to get an interview. Carol giggled at this. You know me too well. Then she and Sean headed to the van to help Jamal with the equipment. Phil watched from the bushes as Stephen Freeman's truck arrived back at Freeman's home. The voice had been pissed at him because instead of actually following Freeman, he'd passed Freeman on the way back and managed to hide his car and get back to his hiding spot well before Freeman had gotten home. You're very lucky, my young friend, that you were right in your assumption about Freeman's destination, the voice said. It would have been very unfortunate for you if you'd been wrong. Phil ignored the threat and watched as Freeman got out of his truck and headed inside. I wish I could be a fly on the wall, Phil said. I do as well, the voice agreed. It would make our job that much more simpler. Yeah, but aren't you some sort of ghost? Phil asked. What's keeping you from having a look? The problem is that you are my portal into this mortal coil, so I have no mobility at this time except for that given to me by you, the voice informed him. Hopefully this will be remedied once we have the mask. So until then, I guess I'm stuck having to experience the world through your eyes. That sucks, Phil admitted. Then how the fuck are we supposed to know when we're supposed to do something? I have faith that the old ones will find a way to make us aware, the voice said. Phil was less than enthusiastic about the voice's answer. Then Phil heard the sound of another vehicle coming down the dirt road. As the car cleared the trees, he saw that it was a rather beaten-up-looking yellow, classic VW Bug. It was obvious, given the clanking and sputtering sound coming from the engine, that this car was desperately in need of a tune-up. Well, it appears our Mr. Freeman and his cousin are about to have a guest, the voice said, stating the obvious. Though the question is this guest expected, or is this a surprise? The Bug stopped in front of the house with a loud shotgun-like backfire and a stream of smoke coming from the exhaust. Boy, that thing is fucked, Phil commented. Then, when the occupant revealed himself, Phil's reaction was, You must be kidding me. It appears our little game has become more complicated, the voice said in a less than enthusiastic tone. Mickey! Ryan yelled from inside the entry hall. Where are you? He heard Mickey call back from somewhere upstairs. You said you'd be back in a couple of hours. Sorry about that, he said. I came up with the lead and I had to check it out. Really? Mickey said from the top of the stairs. It was obvious she'd taken his advice and gotten some sleep. She was coming down the stairs wearing her white nightgown and a baby blue robe. Oh, and by the way, I also got you a date, he said, looking up at her with amusement. She gave him a less than amused look as she tried to smooth out her hair, which was sticking out in all directions. My partner thinks you're really hot, he said, though he had to hold himself back from breaking into laughter. And he wanted me to extend an invitation to the Winter Festival, though if I were you, I'd wear something a little less risque. Mickey gave him a dirty look. We have more important things to worry about. But she was cut off by a loud banging sound from outside the house. What the hell? Ryan said, startled. That sounded close by. Well, shouldn't you go check that out? She asked. Ryan had started for the door when he heard someone knock. Are you expecting anyone? Mickey asked. No, he said as he got to the door and put the chain on it. Then he partially opened the door and was surprised to see a familiar face on the other side. "Rashid?" The older gentleman in the fez smiled at him. "Ryan, it is very pleasant to know you remember me. May I have the honor of entering your abode?" Ryan closed the door and took off the chain. Then he opened the door again and let the immaculately dressed foreigner inside. Beside a bit of gray in his hair and beard, Rashid looked exactly the way Ryan remembered him, right down to the gray suit and red tie he wore. "Weren't you supposed to look after the store for me?" Mickey said as she came up beside Ryan. "1,000 apologies for that, Mickey," Rashid said, looking down uncomfortably. "But after you left, I had a vision and knew my help would be required." Ryan noticed Rashid's discomfort and realized it was Mickey's state of dress that was disturbing him. "Mickey, why don't we finish this after you go upstairs and get dressed?" Ryan suggested. Realizing her condition, she agreed and went upstairs to get changed. "And why don't I get you some tea if I have it?" Ryan said, looking over at the now relieved-looking Rashid. "That would be most pleasant and welcome," Rashid said. "That drive was most fatiguing." Within 10 minutes later, Mickey rejoined them wearing a baby blue sweater and a pair of blue jeans, with blue and white tennis shoes. Ryan had set out Jessica's rose china tea set and put out a plate of pizza bites and mini quiches. Rashid, who was sitting in the recliner across from the couch, poured himself a cup of tea and took a couple mini quiches. Taking a sip of his tea, Rashid visibly relaxed. "Ah, Earl Grey, an excellent choice," he complimented. "The only choice," Ryan said, pouring himself a cup. "Jessica and I aren't much into tea. I usually have it for when my mom comes to visit." "And how is your mother?" Rashid asked, taking a small bite of one of his quiches. "Fine. She moved to Boston about 7 years ago," Ryan said. "So, Rashid, what was so important that you left my business unattended?" Mickey asked pointedly. Rashid put down his plate on the coffee table between them. He looked tense again. "Actually, Curious Goods is being well taken care of. Before leaving, I asked Mr. Johnny Ventura to take my place. He was more than happy to assist." "You called Johnny?" Mickey said, clearly incensed. "I didn't realize that would be a problem," Rashid said, noticing her reaction. "It's not a problem," she stated, though it didn't sound sincere. "So, what about your vision?" Rashid looked down at his quiches and the plates on the table with a wave of nausea. "I saw a great pustule form in the earth. Then I saw a powerful hand holding a large knife like a short sword burst from inside. Then I saw a dark and powerful being emerge." "What did this being look like?" Ryan asked. "It was hard to see because it was covered from head to foot with pus," Rashid admitted. "But I could tell it was powerful and strong and incredibly evil." "Do you think it was Jason?" Mickey asked. "That is my fear," Rashid said, lifting his cup with shaking hands and taking a sip of his tea. This time, though, it didn't seem to calm him. "Did you get any sense of when this will happen?" Mickey asked. "It was a powerful vision, so I can only guess that it will be very soon," Rashid said. "That was the reason I came down here so hurriedly." "So now we have some idea of what we're facing," Mickey said. "Now the question is, what can we do?" "Did Pamela or Duke give you anything to go on?" Ryan asked. "Pamela and Duke?" Rashid asked. "Are you talking about Mrs. Voorhees and Creighton Duke? Have you been communicating with the dead?" "Actually, They've been doing all the talking and have been giving me quite a show, Mickey told him. I don't understand, Rashid said. Please explain. They've been giving me a guided tour of the past, Mickey said. Interesting. Tell me more, Rashid said, intrigued. So for the next hour, Mickey recounted her experience at the Voorhees house, as well as her experiences when she was studying Pamela Voorhees's diaries. I will need to study those diaries, Rashid said, as Mickey finished telling him and Ryan about the vision she saw of Pamela and Lewis resurrecting Jason from the lake. From your account of what you read, as well as the actual ritual you described, I can tell you that Lewis had purposely deceived Mrs. Voorhees, Rashid told her. The ritual Lewis performed was not a standard resurrection ritual. If what you saw was a true and accurate of what happened, then what Lewis did was not only to bring the child back from the dead, but also infused his body with the life force of the Ancient Ones. Who or what are the Ancient Ones? Ryan asked. That is a difficult question to answer, Rashid said. To answer it, I will have to put it in terms that you can understand, and even then, it will be like explaining higher mathematics to a child of 4. Well, I'll try to keep my ignorance from showing, Ryan said, slightly annoyed by Rashid's implication. The Ancient Ones are an ancient evil that is older than Satan himself. They were present long before your God established heaven. They have been known by different names throughout time. To the Babylonians, they were known as the Jinn, which you are possibly aware of were the origin of the myth of the genies. To those of us who practice the arts, they are known as the Iad. You see, when the elder gods established this and other realities, they intruded on the Ancient Ones' territory and relegated them to a darkened domain outside their realm. That must have pissed him off, Ryan commented. Correct, Rashid agreed. The Ancient Ones have an intense hatred of all that the gods have created. It is their wish to undo their work and regain what they believe is theirs. To do this, they have over the ages found ways to enter the gods' realities. When they manage to get a foothold in a reality, they open the floodgates, so to speak, and devour it. One of the ways they found to enter our reality is in the form of a book known as Al-Azif, or better known as the Necronomicon, that was created by a madman named Abdul al-Hazred. Excuse me? Ryan said, surprised. Wasn't that just something H.P. Lovecraft created for his books? And thus most of the world believes in their ignorance, Rashid said. It is better for the world in general that they are unaware of the danger they face. And you believe this is the book Lewis used to resurrect Jason? Ryan asked. I'm sure it is a copy of the Necronomicon, but I cannot be sure if it is the original book. What you mean is there's more than one of them? Ryan asked. Unfortunately correct, Rashid admitted. Over the years, other corrupt individuals have either created their own copies or did translations of the original. But these other editions, though powerful in their own rights, are not even close to being as powerful as the original book. Is it because he was given the life force of the Ancient Ones that Jason is so disfigured? Mickey asked. Unfortunately so, Rashid admitted. You see, one way the Ancient Ones invade our reality is by bonding one of their kind to a human body. There are many levels to this bonding. It can be a simple bonding of life essences, like what I believe happened in Jason's case, to a near full possession of the body. Either way, the human body is corrupted by their foul energies. Does that also account for his ability to heal so fast? Ryan asked, downing another pizza bite. Yes, it is, Rashid said. Which is very interesting, Ryan said. Then why would something as simple as a dagger be able to really hurt him? Unfortunately, even for we who know the ways of the art, there are still things that us as mere mortals are not able to understand, Rashid admitted. Well, there's one mystery we will need to solve if we're going to have any hope of ending this curse, Ryan told him. And what is this? Rashid asked, intrigued. Actually, I was going to bring this up with Mickey before you arrived. Does this have to do with that lead you mentioned earlier? Mickey asked. Yep, it sure does, Ryan said. When I was helping Will with the store, we started talking about Elias Voorhees' death. He told me something crazy, this crazy story about Elias being impaled by a tree when it fell on top of him while he was hunting. I went to Betty, and she told me that Elias was killed by Jason when he, Pamela, and Ralph Loomis went into the woods to track Jason down and kill him. I saw it all for myself, Mickey told him. It was one of the things Pamela and Creighton Duke showed me. I figured that, Ryan said. The thing is that Pamela supposedly had the dagger that Jessica used to send Jason to hell with her. What I need to know, Mickey, was if she actually used it on Jason. Yes, she did, Mickey admitted, and it was because she stabbed him that Jason freaked and tried to kill her. But the dagger had no effect on him, Ryan asked pointedly. Except for royally pissing him off, Mickey said. And how can you be sure the dagger was the same one? Rashid asked. Believe me, when I tell you that dagger was one of a kind, Mickey told him. Unfortunately, since the dagger went with Jason, we will never be sure of the answer to this, Rashid admitted. So we are limited in our ways to solve this situation. The only solution I can see to this is that we need to find and study this book Lewis and Pamela used. The finding part is easy, Ryan told him. I already know where it is. The real problem will be getting access to it. Why is that? Rashid asked. Because the book, as well as anything that was thought pertinent to the case, were hauled over to the evidence lockup in the sheriff's office. Then we must go and talk to the sheriff and get permission to view the book, Rashid said. That's easier said than done, Ryan pointed out. The sheriff hasn't been too cooperative since the latest set of murders started. And the best way to get the door slammed in our faces is to mention anything about the supernatural. The sheriff has definitely closed his mind on that subject, Mickey added. This is intolerable, Rashid said, frustrated. Wait a minute, Ryan said after a few moments. There just might be a way. Excuse me? Mickey said. One of the advantages of living in a small town is that you know everyone, Ryan said, and I happen to know someone who has the ear of someone who is good buddies with the sheriff. I just hope he's filling up to this. Phil felt his cell phone vibrate in his jeans pocket. It had gone off several times in the past 2 days, but he'd ignored it. More than likely, it was Dr. Bob trying to get in touch with him to find out why he hadn't come to work. Fuck him, he thought. Nothing mattered to him except getting the mask. Answer the phone, the voice told him. What? Phil said, confused by the voice's order. Don't question me, fool, the voice said angrily. The Ancient One sent me a message. Now answer the goddamn thing. Phil could hear the urgency in the voice, so he quickly took the phone out of his pocket and answered it. Raymond here. Hey, Phil, he heard Stephen Freeman say on the other end of the phone. You feeling any better? Yeah, he said, surprised by the question. Good, Freeman said. You planning to see Bob later on today? Well, Phil began to say, but the voice cut him off. Tell him you will, the voice said pointedly. Yeah, I'll see him later on, Phil answered. Good, Freeman said. I need a favor. Could you ask Dr. Bob if he could pull a few strings with the sheriff and get me a couple of associates access to the items that were taken from the Voorhees house? Specifically, an odd-looking book that was taken from the living room. I remember that book, Phil said. Dr. Bob had me take samples of the binding and pages, and we sent them to Boston. The results were that both the binding and the pages were made of human flesh. Stop babbling about that damned book and agree to help him, the voice said. Yeah, sure, whatever, Phil said. Why are you so interested in that creepy thing? My cousin is planning to write a book on Pamela Voorhees. Somebody told us that the book belonged to her, Freeman said. Stop asking stupid questions, the voice said, annoyed. Then Phil felt a short, sharp pain in his skull and knew that this was a warning. Sure, no problem, Phil said. I'll be seeing the doc in a bit, and I'll talk to him about it. I'm sure he'll agree to help. Thanks, buddy. I owe you one, Freeman said enthusiastically. And I'll make sure you pay me back, Phil said as he hung up. Excellent, the voice said. Now all we have to do is figure out how to convince the doctor to help. Phil smiled sadistically. Don't worry about it. I know just what to do about it. Chapter 13. Comeuppance. Phil felt the tingle of arousal in his groin when he entered the reception area of the Cunningham County Coroner's Office and saw the receptionist, Guadalupe Sanchez, dressed in a tight-fitting black dress and black feathered boa, lounging behind her desk reading a magazine. This was nothing unusual for him, except that this time, mixed with his desire, was hatred. How many times had he made his feelings for her clear, just to have her laugh in his face and brush him off like so much dirt? Hey, Lupe, Phil said as he approached the desk. Is Dr. Bob in the back? What you think? She said with pouty fire-engine red lips, barely glancing up from her magazine. The doc's been working his ass off, and those autopsies of the jocks and cheerleaders because someone wasn't here to help. I was at home sick, Phil said. Guadalupe looked up at him with stone eyes. I called your place 6 times yesterday. Sorry, whatever hit me really knocked me for a loop. I had to crawl to the bathroom just to puke. I feel sorry for you, she said, though it was obvious that the opposite was true. You still should have called. Then the doctor could have gotten some backup while you got over whatever was hanging over you. Then she went back to her magazine. That was it, he thought. So this bitch actually thought he was getting over a drunken stupor? Which was amusing since he never drank liquor. How little she really thinks of me, he thought. Well, soon both she and this town will know your true value. Oh, yes, they will, he said under his breath. What? She said, glancing up from her magazine, again annoyed. Oh, nothing, Phil said. Just talking to myself. Uh-huh, she said absently. Well, everyone needs to have somebody in their life. Well, as much as this has been the pleasure of my day, he said sarcastically, I have to leave you now. I need to see Dr. Bob. Whatever, she said, this time without looking up at him again. Heading down the hall to the examination room, Phil cursed under his breath. Fucking bitch. I see this lady has hit a chord with you, the voice said, amused. What was it? Did that lovely rose back there catch you with her thorns and draw blood? Or was it that she didn't feel you were man enough for her? That's none of your fucking business, Phil said, incensed. Oh, yes, I sense the fire burning in you. I sense the anger that can only come from one who has been spurned, the voice told him. I said shut up about that, Phil said, his anger increasing. Wouldn't it be a pleasure to show that bitch who's boss? Oh, I will when the time comes, Phil said with an unpleasant smile. What are you babbling about back there? He heard Guadalupe yell from the reception desk. Oh, nothing important, he said, trying to sound pleasant. I don't doubt it, she said dismissively. Heading through the swinging doors of the examination room, he saw Dr. Bob standing in the corner, bent over a burned-looking naked male, which was laid out on a gurney. Though the subject is partially burned, I've determined that this wasn't the cause of death. The cause of death was from blood loss due to nearly 8,000 rodent-like bites covering the body, Dr. Bob said into the micro-tape recorder he held in his right hand. As Phil approached Dr. Bob, he must have heard him because he turned off the recorder and put it on the edge of the gurney. Then the doctor turned toward him. Ah, finally making an appearance, I see, Dr. Bob said, though his tone was less than casual. I'm sorry about that, Doc, Phil said, trying to sound sincere. Guess I caught something. I was totally out of it all day yesterday. Really? Bob said. And what about today? You should have called. Well, what can I say? Phil said, picking up a long, thick, needle-like probe from a nearby instrument table as he passed. I guess it totally crossed my mind. Then, before Dr. Bob knew what was happening, Phil rammed the probe into his gut. A look of shock mixed with disbelief and pain crossed Dr. Bob's face as he spasmed and jerked the probe free from Phil's grip. Dr. Bob stumbled backwards and bumped into the gurney, sending it and its contents careening into the wall. What in the name of hell are you doing? The voice screamed in his head. Dr. Bob fell to his knees, a look of terror on his face. Why? He asked, his voice a pained croak. Let's just say I got tired of living in your shadow, Phil told him before he pulled the probe out of Dr. Bob's gut, sending a stream of dark blood spilling on the floor. Dr. Bob spasmed one final time and fell to the floor in the puddle of his own blood. Have you totally gone off of your nut? The voice asked in disbelief. We needed that man. No, I needed that man to be just the way he is now, dead, Phil said with satisfaction. But the plan, the voice said, now sounding thoroughly confused. The plan is going just the way it's supposed to. This way we don't have to go to the trouble to convince Dr. Bob to write out the paperwork to get Stephen into the evidence room. But who's going to sign the order? You forget who gets stuck with all the paperwork around here and who, on occasion, has had to forge the signature of a certain lazy-ass coroner, Phil reminded the voice with pride. And what are we supposed to do about the sheriff's signature? We have files and files in the cabinets. All kinds of documents with the sheriff's signature on them, Phil said. All it'll take is maybe an hour and a couple pieces of paper and problem solved. That still leaves us the problem of when we get to the sheriff's office and present the request, the voice said. And why do you think that's a problem? He asked, feigning ignorance. I'm thinking about the sheriff, the voice said. Oh, I'm sure the sheriff will be too busy to notice, Phil said with an amused smile. And what shall we do with your receptionist friend? Phil didn't answer, but his smile widened and he felt that tingle in his groin again. Hey, Lupe, Phil said, 15 minutes later when he came into the reception hall dressed in a blood-splattered surgical gown. Dr. Bob needs you in the back for a moment. Guadalupe looked up at him with a mix of surprise and annoyance. You must be fucking kidding me. The doc was very insistent, Phil said, feigning annoyance. I'm not going back there, she said. I've never had to go back there. Well, now you do, Phil insisted, and I'd get my ass back there if you want to keep this cushy job. Reluctantly, Guadalupe got up from behind her desk and slowly started down the hall, with Phil following right behind her. I'm going to want a raise if I'm going to be expected to do anything like this again, she told him. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure you'll get what you deserve, Phil said, amused. Heading inside the examination room, Guadalupe looked around the empty room and turned to Phil. What the fuck's going on in here? She said, glaring at him. Where the hell's Dr. Bob? He was here just a minute ago, he said, sounding convincingly surprised. Actually, he was right over here when I last saw him. He maneuvered her in front of one of the 3 examination tables. This one had a sheet covering its occupant. Can I leave now? Guadalupe asked, clearly incensed by her surroundings. But I thought we were looking for the doc, he said, heading over to the table and tapping on its metal frame a couple of times. I want out of here, she said as she started backing up. You're freaking me out. Oh, I'm sorry, he said, amused. Am I really freaking you out? Where the fuck is Dr. Bob? Guadalupe demanded, now frantic. Dr. Bob, Phil said, tapping the table one last time. Oh, I remember now. He's right here. Then he pulled the sheet off the corpse on the table. It was Dr. Bob. Phil had cut him open from his collarbone to his groin. Then he removed Dr. Bob's stomach, intestines, liver, and kidneys and placed them on the table next to the body. Guadalupe let out a terrified scream and started to run for the door. But before she could make it to the door, Phil was on her. He grabbed the ends of her feathered boa, which she had wrapped around her neck, and pulled hard, jerking her back. Then, before she could do anything to stop him, he looped the boa around her neck again and pulled it tight. Gagging, Guadalupe started jerking around and clawing at the boa, which was now cutting off her windpipe. Then she started pounding him in the ribs with her elbows and stomping on his feet. But none of this had an effect on him. He was committed. Yes, that's the way to do it, the voice in his head said. I have to say, my boy, you are a natural. In his mind, Phil was reliving all the Saturday nights he'd spent at Smokey's pub watching Guadalupe throw herself at the low-life loggers from the Ampex Logging Company. It had always bothered him because she always treated those scummy, sweaty, uneducated tree choppers like gold while treating him like dirt. With every memory that passed through his skull, he pulled the boa tighter. And as he tightened the boa, he found himself becoming more and more sexually excited. After a time, he noticed that her pounding on him became steadily weaker, and her gagging deteriorated into a faint gurgle. Then she went limp, and her head rolled to the side. At that moment, his passion burst in his pants. Phil released the boa and managed to catch her in his arms as she fell forward. Then, leaning her against him, he slipped his arm around her waist and used his free hand to turn her face toward him. Her face was frozen, in an expression of terror. Her mouth was open with her tongue hanging halfway out of it. With his free hand, Phil softened her expression and closed her eyes. Then, putting his lips to hers, he kissed her and pushed her tongue back into her mouth with his. "Forget what I said before," the voice said. "You are more than worthy." This brought a smile to his face. He looked at his victim again. "And now, Lupe, I can finally get to know you more intimately." Then he bent down, lifted her up fully into his arms, and headed for the empty examination table next to Dr. Bob. Ryan sat in his reclining chair and watched as Mickey and Rashid looked over Pamela Voorhees' diaries. They had been going over the diaries together for the last 3 hours, and Ryan actually felt like a third wheel. Except for refilling the teapot with fresh boiling water and putting on a new pot of coffee, all he was able to do was watch. It was clear that over the years, Mickey and Rashid had established a routine for researching, and he wasn't included. Finally, Mickey closed the last of the books and shook her head. "How tragic," she said, looking over at Ryan. "Yes, I concur. Most unfortunate," Rashid said. "Would you two care to clue me in?" Ryan said, sitting forward in his chair. It's clear that after Jason killed Elias, the trauma drove Pamela insane," Mickey told him. "In her last entries, all she writes about is her grief over Jason's death. Yet she mentions nothing about Elias's death. It almost seems like in her mind, she'd gone back before she and Lewis resurrected Jason, and it becomes blatantly clear that when her mind erased her past, it also erased her memories of having another child. She mentions Diana as Elias's bitch child, and even goes so far as saying that she had to be the product of an affair Elias had. It seemed that no matter how strongly people insisted, Pamela just wouldn't accept the idea that Diana was actually hers. Then, of course, eventually Pamela gave Diana over to the state, because she felt she could never love another child as much as she loved Jason." "That actually explains a lot about her behavior during the murders at Camp Crystal Lake," Ryan said. "But I still can't understand why the dagger didn't work on Jason when Pamela used it on him." "I believe I can offer you an explanation on that subject," Rashid said. "Based upon my readings and upon my own knowledge of these things, I would say that the reason the dagger didn't work was because it was both Mrs. Voorhees and Lewis that resurrected Jason. Thus, for the dagger to work, both parties would have to be there. In the case of you and Jessica, you were both representative of the individual bloodlines. Thus, the requirements for the dagger to work were met." "But Lewis should have known this," Ryan said. "I'm sure he did," Mickey said. "I think he wanted Pamela to fail. I also think it was his plan for Jason to kill Pamela." "What makes you believe that, Mickey?" Rashid asked. Mickey went on to tell Rashid and Ryan about the vision of the cave on Crystal Hill and Lewis's conversation with Creighton Duke. "And Lewis said something about a plan he was having to advance, and how they wouldn't be safe around Jason after it was executed. I later asked Creighton about this, and he showed me a vision of the incident where Jason killed Elias." That does make sense," Rashid said, after Mickey finished. "It does sound like Lewis was trying to incite a murderous rage in Jason, a rage that would destroy the last vestiges of his humanity, and turn him into a remorseless killing monster. And the one thing that would definitely do that would be the trauma of having his own mother try to kill him," Ryan added. "What a total bastard." "So Lewis was using his own sister as a pawn," Mickey said with disgust. "You should have realized by now that Lewis never allowed anything, even family, to interfere with his ambitions, Rashid told her. But there's still something else that's odd, Ryan said. After the incident in the woods, there weren't any killings until the ones in 1979, and Jason didn't actually start his killing spree until a year later when he supposedly killed the counselor who killed his mother. The reason for that is quite simple, Rashid said. Upon reading Mrs. Voorhees' diaries, I got the distinct impression that Jason wasn't very close to his father. From what I could gather, Mr. Voorhees was still very much a Mennonite in his attitude toward his son, so their relationship was very formal. Thus I believe that killing his father didn't have the same traumatic effect on Jason that killing his mother would have. So I guess you're saying that when the counselor cut Pamela's head off, it was what finally set him off? Mickey added. We can only assume, Rashid said. But, Ryan started to say, but was cut off when the phone started to ring. Ryan quickly got up out of his recliner and picked up the phone, which was sitting on the side table next to the couch. Hello? It was Phil Raymond. Hey, Stephen, got some good news. Dr. Bob talked to the sheriff, and he gave us the okay to check out the stuff. Great, Ryan said. Thing is, you only got an hour, and I've got to go with you, which is fine with me, because I need to go over there anyway and check out something myself. That'll be fine with us, Ryan agreed. Great, Phil said. How many people can I expect? There's going to be 3 of us. My cousin brought in an expert in antiquities to look at the book. Sounds interesting, Phil said. Let me say it around 7 o'clock in front of the sheriff's office, okay? Sounds good, Ryan said. Great, Phil said enthusiastically. I'll be waiting. Phil Raymond put down the phone, leaving a bloody handprint on the receiver. Others might have been concerned about leaving evidence, but Phil wanted to leave his calling card. I love it when things go my way, he commented half to himself. He looked around at his handiwork and marveled. To him it was a work of art. You surprise me, Philip, the voice said. I thought you'd want to get this over with. Oh, I do, he said, now fully aloud since he didn't have to worry about anyone hearing him. Well, anyone alive, that was. But I need a bit of time to make myself more presentable for my big performance. He looked down at the blood-soaked surgical gown and tennis shoes. He figured he'd have more than enough time to go home and get cleaned up before the time came for him to call the sheriff's office and start the drama he'd so obsessively scripted to begin. Chapter 14. The Supernatural. The shoot at Voorhees' house had gone very well, and Carol was pleased with the footage they got. She thought the material dealing with the so-called hellworms added just the right amount of creepiness. Also, she felt the dilapidated old Voorhees house made an excellent backdrop for her monologue on the information she'd gathered on Elias and Pamela Voorhees. Hell, they'd even managed to find time to shoot some fill-in footage of Sean dressed up as Jason, walking past the house and chopping through the bushes. But now it was time for the part of the shoot that would finally bring all their work together. Sean turned the green van onto the dirt road next to the old faded sign that read, Camp Crystal Lake. Welcome to Camp Blood, Sean said. The home of the oversexed counselors and the axe-wielding super killer man, Jamal commented from the back of the van. The Party Town, USA. And you're forgetting our final destination before we can get out of this shithole of a town, Carol added. That is if we ever leave, Sean said ominously. Remember the legend, very few people ever leave Camp Blood. Carol shook her head. Well, it appears we're not alone, Sean said, as the van cleared the trees and approached the horseshoe of weathered cabins. In front of the first cabin was what looked like a modified hearse with the spooky-looking Grim Reaper painted along its side. As Sean parked the van in front of the second cabin, a couple of dark-clad goth people came out of the first cabin and approached the van. "Well, Dorothy, we're definitely not in Kansas anymore." "How long have you two been here?" Carol asked the couple as she got out of the van. "A couple of hours," the female goth said. "Are these two something we should know about?" Sean asked, thoroughly confused. "Oh, I guess I forgot," Carol said. "This is Morgana." The pale goth girl smiled at him with deep red lips. "And this is Julius." The tall, pale, thin male goth standing next to Morgana smiled as well, showing his glistening white fanged teeth. "They're both mediums I hired to do a little seance tonight so we might contact some of Jason's victims," Carol continued, "or even possibly Mrs. Voorhees herself." "Actually, I'm a mental medium, so the spirits will speak through me," Morgana told him. "Julius is a physical medium, so he gets images of the past from objects and can be used as a conduit for the spirits to physically interact in our world, move objects and such." "Excuse my ignorance, Chief, but didn't you say earlier that you didn't believe in all this supernatural stuff?" "Oh, it don't matter if she do or she don't, man," Jamal said from behind Sean, startling him. "It's all about the show." "Well, it seems you actually have some brain cells that aren't burned out in that noggin of yours, pothead," Carol commented. "Either one of you want to have a light with me and party?" Jamal asked Morgana and Julius, pulling out a fresh joint from his jean jacket. "But not for long," Carol said, shaking her head. "No thanks," Morgana said. "In our line of work, we need to keep a clear mind." Then suddenly Morgana began to shake. Julius grabbed a hold of her. "Oh my God, something's trying to come through." "Oh, give me a break," Carol said, putting her hands on her hips and shaking her head. Morgana's eyes rolled back in her head, so only the white showed. She began to groan. Then her shaking turned into all-out spasms, making it hard for Julius to keep a hold of her. Then a gravelly old voice emerged from her throat.
"I'm a messenger of God. You're doomed if you stay here. This place is cursed. Cursed. I got to warn you. You're doomed if you stay. Go. It's got a death curse."
"Would you please save that shit for the camera?" Carol yelled at Morgana, annoyed. This seemed to bring Morgana out of her attack. She slumped in Julius's arms. "You could have killed her by doing that," Julius yelled at Carol hysterically. "Just back off the drama," Carol spouted back. "I'm not paying you two to entertain us, so back off the possession and warning of doom shit until I tell you to do it." "You stupid bitch," Julius said, now enraged. "This isn't a game, and we're not acting. Something has given us a warning, and you should listen." Carol looked back over at Sean and Jamal and saw that they both had startled expressions on their face. "What? Are you two actually going for this shit?" "The woman has the gift," Jamal said, "and I myself feel the bad mojo of this place." "Would you please back off that Jamaican shit for now?" Carol told him. "I'm really not in the mood for all of this shit." Jamal popped the joint in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. "I don't need this shit either." Then he started back toward the van. "Call me when you was ready to shoot." "Make that the same for me," Sean said as he headed for the cabins. Carol looked over at the two mediums. Morgana seemed to be recovering from her attack. "She's nearly got me believing this shit too," she thought. It seemed to her like Morgana looked even more pale than before. If there was any way she could possibly be, that is. "Here, let me help you back to the cabin so you can lay down," Julius said to Morgana while giving Carol a cold look. "I don't even know why you considered working with that bitch," Carol heard Julius say as he and Morgana disappeared inside the weathered cabin. Carol found herself standing alone in front of the horseshoe of cabins. She shook her head. "I'm stuck working with a load of friggin' freaks," she commented. Then she rubbed her temples. She was starting to get a headache. Phil got out of the shower quickly and toweled himself off. The blood from Dr. Bob's murder had soaked through his clothes and caked on his skin. Though it felt good, like a good sweat after a night of lovemaking, it was definitely inappropriate for the part he had to play in his little drama, so he had to clean himself up. Heading over to the mirror behind the sink, he inspected himself. Though he definitely looked pale and had dark circles under his eyes, all it would take was a shave, hair combing, and some fresh clothes, and he'd be ready for his big performance. A few minutes later, after he'd fixed his hair and shaved, he'd headed into his bedroom where he set out his clothes. One at a time, he put on a dark pair of Ben Davis jeans, steel-toed hiking boots, dark blue knit sweater, and his favorite black London Fog full-length trench coat. He headed over to the full-length mirror in the corner and looked at himself. "Perfect," he said, nodding at his reflection with satisfaction. "Just plain old boring Phil." He laughed at himself. It was the perfect disguise. Himself. "We have no time to waste on vanity," the voice said. "Freeman and his associates will be coming to meet you soon." "I know what time it is," Phil said with slight annoyance as he fixed his stray hair. "I've got everything under control." "But what about the distraction?" the voice pushed. "The office is locked up, so no one can find my little display until I'm ready," he said confidently. "All I need is to make one phone call," he said, patting his jean pocket that held his cell phone. "Have some faith." "Pothead, keep your camera focus on me," Carol said as she straightened her hair and shook out all her nervousness. "All ready, darling," Jamal said. "Action," Carol said, and immediately assumed the calm, friendly expression she always took on when she was on camera. "Around me are the charred remains of what had once been Vince Vantara's traveling funhouse and carnival, which is right next to the main cabins of Camp Crystal Lake." She waved her hand at the remains in the distance of a blackened carousel. "This ruin, once a place of joy and frolic, became a place of horror as carny Mitch Deaver went on a rampage with his dog and murdered a large number of patrons, as well as starting a fire that destroyed this carnival." Then Carol moved closer into the camera. "Locals say that Mitch Deaver was possessed by Jason Voorhees' spirit, which took control of him when he put Jason's hockey mask on. Mitch Deaver's case is only one of 4 such incidents that have happened since Jason was supposedly sent to hell." Then she let out a breath. "Cut!" "How was that?" "Riveting, darling. Absolutely riveting," Jamal said, putting down the camera and putting on his sunglasses. "I really think the Oscars are missing something here if they don't consider your performance." "All right, kiss ass," she said. "Oh, but I agree, Chief," Sean said from his spot next to Jamal at the sound equipment. "2 kiss asses," she said. Then she looked over at Julius. "Julian, or whatever your name is, get over to the carousel and do your thing." Then she ordered Jamal and Sean to move the equipment to the carousel. Then she quickly set up. When they were finished, Carol was working the sound equipment while Sean was holding a long metal rod with the microphone on the end over Julius's head. "Action," Carol ordered. "Now, Julian." "My name is Julius," he corrected her. "Whatever," Carol said. "Anyway, Julius, after I introduce you, you touch the horse next to you and do your spiel and make it good." "It's not an act," Julius told her. I don't even know if I'll get anything. I don't give a shit. You're wasting my film. Now stop yammering and just do as I said, Carol said, annoyed. Then she calmed herself. Julius Blackwell is what is known as a physical medium, which means that he can read objects past as well as supposedly allow spirits to move objects. Julius will now touch one of these horses from the carousel, which was part of Fonterra's traveling carnival. It is our hope that he'll be able to give us some insight into the events of that night so many months ago. Carol waved at Julius. Julius put his hand on the horse's head. Immediately a jolt went through his body. I see a blonde girl with her hair done in multiple braids walking up to me. She is wearing an orange and black cheerleader outfit, he said, his voice slightly slurred and distant. She definitely knows me. I know her. Her name is Misty. She is not afraid of me, even though I'm holding a tire iron. I start twirling the tire iron like a baton. She is amused by my clowning. She compliments me. She calls me Buzzy. What the hell is this? Carol commented, hoping it didn't get on the soundtrack. Then she starts talking to me about her boyfriend, Julius continues. She is angry at him. He left her and she got lost. I'm surprised by her actions. She hasn't commented about the mask I'm wearing. Actually, what she doesn't know is I'm wearing two masks, one inside the other. The mask on the outside is the mask I wear all the time, a bee mask with a stinger for a nose. It is the mask people laugh at. The other is the mask I found in the tree. It is an angry mask, a mask that wants to hurt. Julius went on to talk about how the person wearing the multiple mask was named Teddy, and that he had been a weakling that the football team picked on all the time. Then he talked about the angry mask and how it made Teddy big and strong. Then Misty notices I'm different. She thinks I'm someone else, someone who is trying to trick her. This freak is really good, Carol thought as she listened to him. She tried to get away, but I grab her. Then she sees my surprise. Her knitting needle sticking out of the nose of the bee mask. Julius continued, but it appeared he was getting agitated. Oh my God! I ram it into her neck. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. My God! The blood! The blood is... Ah! He screamed. Then he let loose of the horse and fell to the ground. He started shaking and curled up into a ball. What the hell did you do to him? Morgana screamed as she ran up to him. My God, Julius! Morgana dropped to her knees and scooped Julius up into her arms. Are you crazy? You should have stopped this the moment he started having trouble. Everything looked fine to me, Carol said. Morgana glared up at her. Look at him, she said angrily. Does this look fine to you? Carol shook her head. Will you get off of it? Carol said. I'm not impressed with you or your boyfriend's theatrics. Have all the fun you like in front of the camera, but when it goes off, back off this shit, okay? I don't believe in all this supernatural shit, and the two of you rolling around on the ground with foam coming out of your mouths isn't going to convince me. Tears began to well in Morgana's eyes. This isn't going to end good. I can feel it inside. We're playing with something that shouldn't be played with. I can't understand why I even got involved in this. Because you're getting paid well to do it? Carol reminded her coldly. In the end, that's all that matters, the payoff. Sean dropped the pole he was holding and went over to Morgana. Here, he said, holding out his hand. Let's get him back to the cabin. Thanks, Morgana said, thoughtfully, as they both tried to get Julius up onto his wobbly feet. Hell, why aren't you helping the prima donnas too, pothead? Carol asked dismissively. I'm busy with the camera, darling, he said as he panned and followed the others as they headed toward the cabins. What? You're still shooting? She said. You never said to cut, he said simply. I would assume you'd get the idea when all the trouble started. I don't assume nothing, darling, he told her. I be figuring that it'd be better to waste a film than hear you bitch because you figured I jumped the gun. Point taken, Carol said. Then it's clear that I don't want any more footage shot. Yeah? Then shut off the fucking camera, she yelled at him. Phil waited in the alley near the sheriff's office. The time had come to put his plan into motion. Everything was ready. On his way, he'd stopped by the coroner's office and unlocked the entryway door. And for extra effect, he thrashed Guadalupe's desk and knocked over one of the file cabinets. Taking out his phone, he called 911. Then he pulled out a handkerchief and put it between his mouth and the phone. 911 emergency, what is your crisis? A female voice said on the other end of the phone. Oh my God, I need the sheriff right away, he yelled into the phone. What's wrong, sir? You need to tell me what's wrong, the woman said. They're dead! Oh my God, I found them! There was blood all over the place, he said, amazed at his own performance. Sir, where are you? You need to tell me where it happened, the woman told him. I just came to identify my brother. I didn't expect to find... But the woman cut him off. Sir, where did you find the bodies? The coroner's office! Oh my God! He said, raising his voice hysterically. You would actually expect to find them there, sir, the woman said. No, you stupid cow, Phil screamed into the phone. I mean the coroner and the lady from the front desk are dead! Someone cut them open! How long ago did you find them? The woman said, still amazingly composed. I just did a few minutes ago. Oh my God, he said. Get somebody over here. The killer might still be around, Phil said. Then he hung up. I must commend you on your performance, the voice said. Yeah, I must say that was Academy Award material, Phil said. Just as long as it does the job. Then he heard the wail of police sirens. And now it begins. Chapter 15. Drama. Ryan saw the flashing blue and red lights of the sheriff's cars as he drove his truck down Main Street. There was a large crowd of people gathering in the area of the occurrence, so he couldn't make out exactly which building was involved. Is this a regular occurrence? Rashid asked from beside the passenger door next to Mickey. Shouldn't we see what's going on? Mickey asked before Ryan had a chance to answer Rashid. Ryan looked at his watch. Phil said to meet him at 7 o'clock, and it's nearly that now. But what if it's something important? Mickey asked. It is imperative that we study the Necronomicon, Rashid said. Anything else is of lower priority. But what if it's something related to the murders? Mickey asked. How could it be? Ryan replied. We've already figured out that it's the mask that's possessing people, and it's safely tucked away at the sheriff's office, so how could anything going on right now be associated with it? I don't know, Mickey said, looking concerned. I've got a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Phil was waiting in front of the sheriff's office when Ryan and the others drove up. It's about time, Phil said, looking at his watch as Ryan got out of the truck. I really doubt the sheriff would be willing to give you and your guest an extension if you were late. Sorry about that. We had to do a bit of detouring to get here, Ryan told him. By the way, you got any idea what's going on back there? No, not really, Phil said. But you know how it's been with all the tourists around here. I would have thought you'd have had to go right through the middle of all that on your way from the coroner's office, Ryan said. It was really dead when I left there, he told Ryan, but it's been a while since I left. Just then, Rashid came up to them. Oh, Phil, Ryan said. This is Rashid. He's the antique specialist I mentioned. It's a pleasure, Rashid said, giving Phil a slight bow. It is most unfortunate that I had to interrupt your conversation, gentlemen, but I believe it is most important that we proceed. I agree with Rashid, said Mickey, who was standing just behind the Egyptian mystic. Well then, let's get this show on the road, Phil said, pleasantly, as he led them into the sheriff's office building. Sheriff Lloyd Landis honked his horn and turned on the flashing lights on top of his patrol car as he approached the crowd of people who had gathered in the street in front of the Cunningham County Coroner's office. He saw mixed in with the tourists and onlookers were a large contingent of reporters that had hung around town since his press conference the other day. Silently he cursed. How the hell had they found out about this so fast? My God, he thought. They're like, carry on waiting for a feast. He honked again and the crowd parted to let him through. He swung his patrol car around and parked right in front of the entrance to the building. He saw that Deputy Court was standing beside the entrance waiting for him. Court, give me the lowdown, he said as he got out of his patrol car. I've called Buck and Roy and the new guy, Justin, and got all them doing crowd control. I've also called in a couple of unis from the highway patrol and some help from Clear Springs as well, Court told him. And I called the coroner's office in Essex, and they're sending someone too. Well, you know. Understood, Landis said, his stomach clenching at the thought of what happened to Bob. And the crime scene? I'm the only one who's been in there besides whoever found the bodies. Don't tell me our witness took a hike, Landis said. Unfortunately, yeah, Court confirmed. But I don't blame them. It's really nasty in there. I had to run outside myself and puke when I saw it. Landis felt his stomach clench again. He knew if Court couldn't keep his lunch, then he was assuredly not going to be able to keep control. The thought of doing it in front of this crowd and all the media outside the building was not exactly a comforting thought. Yet he knew it was his responsibility as sheriff to look over the scene. Would you like me to lock down the crime scene until the coroner from Wessex arrives? Court asked, as if reading the sheriff's mind. No, I really should check the scene for myself, Landis told him, though he appreciated the out Court offered. Are you sure about that, sir? Court asked, surprised. Landis gave Court a stern look. I'm positive. You stay here and keep those vultures back. You got that, Court? Crystal clear, Sheriff, Court said. Landis knew Court got the message and would try his utmost to avoid an embarrassing situation. Putting on his best authoritative facade, Landis headed through the doorway into the entry hall. Somebody had some fun, he thought, as he looked at the overturned file cabinet and scattered papers that littered the desk. Heading down the hall, he entered the examination room. The sight that met his eyes was appalling. The floor was splattered with blood and tossed guts. The walls were decorated in bloody letters that read, Jason lives, over and over again. This particular touch made a chill run up Landis's spine. It reminded him of the cave on Crystal Hill. Of the 8 bodies he could count scattered around the room, most of them on gurneys, only the 2 bodies on 2 of the main exam tables were uncovered. Oh my God, Bob, what kind of monster could do this to you? Landis said, looking down at the body of his old friend. Not only had the killer split Bob open from chest to groin and placed his internal organs on the table next to him, but they'd also castrated him and sewn his genitals to his forehead. Landis barely held back the bile that threatened to come up in his throat. One thing he didn't want to do was contaminate the crime scene. No, of all the freaks he'd brought down over the years, this was the one he most wanted. This one was personal. Landis moved on to the next of the killer's hideous displays. He recognized the woman as Bob's Mexican receptionist. What the hell was her name? He asked himself. Louisa? Consuela? Maria? He couldn't recall. All he knew was that this killing really looked personal. The killer had gone out of his way to show how he killed this woman by leaving the black feathered boa firmly wrapped around her neck. Though the killer had cut the woman open like Bob, they'd shown their disrespect for her by throwing her internal organs all over the floor. Then the killer had pulled the woman's eyes out of their sockets and laid them on top of the sockets to make them look bugged out. Then they'd cut the sides of the woman's mouth wider and formed it into a sardonic grin. The killer finished her off by taking the woman's red lipstick and smeared it around her mouth like some sadistic clown makeup. Upon seeing this grotesque parody, Landis found he couldn't hold back any longer. Luckily, he managed to catch sight of some large specimen bag sitting on a nearby counter. He quickly grabbed the bag and got it open just in time for the upsurge of bile. Phil, followed by Stephen Freeman, Stephen's cousin, and Rashid, walked up to the desk located next to the door to the evidence room. Behind the desk was a fat, balding deputy Phil knew as Ed Marlin. "Hey, Ed, I got an authorization here from the sheriff to let these people have a look at the stuff that was taken from the Voorhees house a few years ago," Phil told the deputy, holding up his forged paperwork. The heavy deputy looked up at him from his desk, where he had a half cup of coffee and a half-eaten glazed donut sitting in front of him. "Oh, could you come back in a bit? The sheriff's on call, and we're a bit understaffed at the moment." Phil was surprised by this. "Excuse me?" "I said the sheriff's out on a call," Deputy Marlin repeated. "And that matters why?" Phil asked, confused with a twinge of sarcasm. "It's just that I'd feel more secure if I got the authorization straight from the sheriff," Deputy Marlin said. "Well, that went well," the voice in Phil's head said. "I would think of something fast if I were you." "I don't give a flying," Phil blurted out, but then he calmed himself down. "Look, Ed." He put the paper in front of Deputy Marlin and pointed at the signature section. "The sheriff has already given his authorization." "I understand that, Phil. The thing is, the sheriff and most of the staff are out of the office. I don't think he'd be too pleased if I leave the desk unattended at this time." "We were told to be here at this time to view this stuff," Phil told him. "I'm sorry, I really can't leave this desk unattended, and I'm certainly not going to let you people go digging around in there all alone," Deputy Marlin said, taking a bite of his donut and following it with a sip of coffee. "Sir, if it is a matter of trust we're dealing with," Rashid said, "I can assure you, if you had to leave us unattended at any time, we would not touch anything in the room other than that which we've come here to study," Rashid told him. "Damn it, Ed, these people are all on a limited schedule," Phil said. "So, couldn't you give us a break as a favor to me?" "I don't know. This seems like a mighty big favor," Deputy Marlin said, wiping the crumbs off his lips with a paper towel. "Well, how can I compensate you for your inconvenience?" "Give him whatever he asked for," the voice instructed him. "How about you give me a little introduction to that sweet-looking little lady who works at your office?" "Guadalupe?" Phil said, trying to sound surprised. "My God, does every scummy piece of shit in this town want a piece of that bitch's ass?" "I'll see what I can do, but I think her dance card is full at the moment." "But you'll try?" Deputy Marlin asked. "Oh, sure," Phil said, smiling. In his mind, he was envisioning Guadalupe the way he'd left her back at the coroner's office. He felt a tingle in his crotch again. "I'm sure she'll be really open to the idea." "Good," Deputy Marlin said, smiling back at him. Meanwhile, Sheriff Landis came out of the coroner's office and headed over to deputy court. "I'm heading back to the office," the sheriff told court. "You'll be in charge here. Contact me when the coroner from Essex arrives." And that, sir?" Court asked, indicating a plastic bag full of brownish liquid the sheriff was carrying with him. Landis looked down at the bag. "That isn't evidence," Landis informed him in a low tone. "And you didn't see it, Court." "Oh, perfectly clear, sir," Court said with a knowing expression. With that, Sheriff Landis headed back to his patrol car and got in. After starting it up, he made a wide turn, trying to avoid bumping into the crowd that had gathered in front of the coroner's office. The media people closed in on the car and started banging on it and yelling questions through the window. Landis waved them off and continued to slowly try to maneuver his car out of the crowd. Finally, the crowd opened up and let the sheriff through, though some of the media people continued to pursue him. Landis sped up his car and left the last of the media behind. All he wanted to do was get back to the secure haven of his office, have a strong cup of coffee, take an aspirin for his headache, and just simply get away from the insanity outside. I'm trusting you people to be on good behavior and just do what you came here to do, Deputy Ed Marlin said as he led Phil, Stephen Freeman, Freeman's cousin, and Rashid inside the evidence room. There's no need to worry, my friend, Rashid assured him. We will be most swift in our studies. This amused Phil. Oh, yes, and I assure you I'll be swift in what I have to do, too. Swift and bloody, he thought. I have no doubt about that, my dear boy, the voice in his head said. I await the pleasure of seeing the fruition of your plan. Oh, I think you'll be quite amused and impressed, Phil thought back at the voice. Phil was always amazed by the size of the evidence room. Most small-town evidence rooms were nothing more than medium-sized storage rooms with a few wall units to hold evidence boxes. In comparison, the Cunningham County Evidence Room was a monster, because of all the evidence the sheriff's office had accumulated over the years due to Jason. When the sheriff's office was remodeled 7 years ago, the planners had expanded the evidence room to accommodate the accumulated evidence, as well as making room for what they expected was much more to come. At this time, the evidence room was well over 100 feet long and featured 20 long shelf units. Deputy Marlin led Phil and the others past 2 of the shelf units, which were full of boxes. 1995 Voorhees house. He mumbled to himself as he glanced over a clipboard he'd taken off the wall next to the entrance. He finally stopped in front of another long shelf unit full of boxes. The stuff you're looking for is here, he said. Remember, you only got an hour. Good luck. Rashid looked at the shelf unit questioningly, then he looked over at Deputy Marlin. Do you have a list of the contents of these boxes? The contents are listed on the side of the boxes, Marlin informed him. Well, then we better get started, guys, Stephen Freeman said, grabbing a hold of a rolling stair unit and pulling it over to the shelf unit. Climbing up, he started handing down boxes to his cousin, who would move them over to a table to the left of the shelf units. Rashid went over to the table and started looking at the contents lists. Would it be possible for you to assist my associates? Rashid asked a few minutes later, when he noticed that both Phil and Deputy Marlin were just standing and watching. As Stephen could tell you, I'm still getting over a bug and really shouldn't be toting anything around, Phil told him. And what about you, officer? Rashid asked. My responsibility is to make sure you people don't do anything funny, not to help you carry boxes. But it would vastly swifthen our pace if you would do this minor service, Rashid said. I'm sorry, sir, there is nothing in the sheriff's orders nor our agreement stating I help you. That's fine, Freeman said as he handed yet another box to Mickey. I think we got it here. Rashid shook his head and went back to examining the contents lists. I would suggest we get on with what we came here to do, the voice said. Which reminds me, Ed, Phil said to the deputy. Dr. Bob asked me to take another scraping from the X-Acto knife used in those murders a few days ago. You still got those boxes in the new case area? Yeah, but I can't let you do that right now. The sheriff has ordered that no one touch that stuff without his... Excuse me? Phil said, surprised. The sheriff can't do that. Dr. Bob has jurisdiction over such things. Well, you'll just have to talk to the sheriff about that, okay? Deputy Marlin told him. Well, this plan is working out well, the voice commented. Phil could see that he was going to have trouble with this situation. He could feel his perfect plan coming down around his head. I would suggest you think of something fastful, the voice ordered. Ah, here it is, he heard Rashid say from the table. At that moment, Phil got an odd feeling, almost electric. He knew something was about to happen, something big. Stephen Freeman and Mickey came over to the table and watched as Rashid dug through the box and finally pulled out the grotesquely bound volume. Maybe I won't have to, Phil said under his breath. The Egyptian held the book in both hands and closed his eyes for a moment. All watching were surprised as Rashid's hand started to shake and a groan escaped his lips. What the hell is that about? Deputy Marlin asked. You got me, Freeman said. Are you all right, Rashid? Mickey asked, concerned. Rashid opened his eyes and looked up at her. I'm doing quite well, Mickey. This book is most definitely authentic, which makes me wonder what is locked up in the archives at Miskatonic University. How can you tell? Mickey asked. Come and find out for yourself, Rashid said, holding out the book to her. Mickey took the book and immediately fell to the floor, her body spasming wildly. Oh, dear gods, what have I done? Rashid said, rushing around the table and bending down beside her. Take the book away from her! Stevens yelled at Rashid. Rashid tried to pull the book away from her, but it appeared Mickey had it in a death grip. Watching this, Phil silently thanked the Ancient Ones for the distraction. With everyone's attention focused on Mickey, his way was now open to collect his prize. Chapter 16. The Ancient Ones. Mickey felt the familiar feeling of falling. Here we go again, she thought. Then she hit hard. She was on sand. The impact actually knocked the air out of her. After catching her breath again, she slowly and painfully got up. Every part of her body was aching. She wondered why it was that she was always the one who got the pleasure of enduring these damned ultra-real illusions. I guess I'm just lucky that way, she concluded, shaking her head. She looked around at her surroundings. All she could see was flat sand and dead-looking trees for as far as she could see. Then she saw movement on the horizon. As she watched, the movement became a gray line stretching the horizon. Then it continued to get bigger, and she saw what appeared to be a huge gray wave forming on that horizon and coming straight for her. Phil slowly backed away from the others as they all focused their attention on Freeman's cousin. When he felt he was far enough away, he turned and quickly headed to the back of the room where he knew the new case area was located. When he arrived, he saw that there were 24 boxes stacked in the yellow taped-off area. He looked at the boxes, but unlike the other boxes in the evidence room, these didn't have a list of contents on them. Oh, great, he thought, hoping the book would be able to keep its hold on Freeman's cousin until he could find the mask. Fear crept into Mickey Foster's very soul as she watched the gray wave grow before her eyes. She could now make out that the wave was undulating like jelly rather than flowing like water. Questions filled her head. What was she seeing? Was it the end of the world? And what world was it? Was she even in the same plane of existence? Was she going to survive this vision and be able to tell anyone what she's seen? Now she could see that the wave wasn't a solid mass, but was made up of an inestimable number of living and crawling things. The best way she could describe what she was seeing, and even this was too simplistic, was a sky-high wall of grotesque gray giant maggots crawling and intertwining with each other, as they moved across the sand toward her. Phil looked over his shoulder at the others, who were visible between the rows of shelf units. Thankfully, their attention was still fixed on Freeman's cousin, whose mind, he gathered, was still stuck wherever the Ancient Ones had stuck it. As for him, he was still picking his way through the boxes looking for the mask. Now that he was so near to it, his hunger for it was raging. He had to fight with everything he had to stop from simply going nuts and dumping all the boxes over in the hopes that the mask would surface rather than being buried. But he knew this would only tip his hand and lose him his prize. But when he stuck his hand into box number 7, which had felt like box number 70, he felt a shock run through his arm and knew he'd touched the mask. His crotch grew afire with the passion no woman could ever produce in him. He shifted his fingers and grabbed the plastic bag that covered his precious prize. Then carefully, so not to lose grip, he slowly pulled the bag out of the box. An almost insane smile crossed his face as his arm came free of the box, and the clear bag that covered the mask was revealed to him. "It's mine! It's finally mine!" his mind screamed. "Yes, the mask is finally ours," the voice in his head said. "Now we have to be smart and get it out of here." "Don't worry about that. It's all part of the plan," Phil said under his breath. Now that he had the mask again, he felt energized. He could almost say nearly indestructible, but he knew this wasn't the case. That wouldn't be the case until that magic moment when he put on the mask and was reborn in the image of Jason. No, he knew now wasn't the time. Now he had to be cunning and use his mind to slip out of this building with his prize. He looked around the shelves for anything that might be of help to him. He found it in the form of a worn-looking wooden handle sticking out of one of the boxes on a nearby shelf. He went over to the shelf, grabbed the handle, and pulled out the long, rusted, and pitted blade of a machete. He knew it had belonged to Jason. Now the living wall was nearly upon Mickey. At this distance she could smell the foul odor of the creatures. The odor was fouler than the most festering sewer she'd ever smelt. And in her time dealing with Uncle Lewis's legacy, she'd been in many. Now she had to fight to keep from emptying her guts on the sands. Now she could see even more details. The maggots were clear and jelly-like. Behind them she could see blurred images of other, more spontaneous creatures moving within the sea of maggots. She was thankful that these other creatures were blurred, lest her very sanity collapse in their presence. Her every instinct was telling her to run, but she knew this would be a waste of effort. The creatures were moving faster than they appeared to be, and, anyway, where would she go? Then, her heart pounding in her chest and her breathing so hard she was nearly hyperventilating, the wall hit her and engulfed her. Mickey jumped into a sitting position, knocking Rashid and Ryan to either side of her in the process. She let out the loudest scream of her life, and the tears started to fall. "It's all right, Mickey," Ryan said, grabbing her and hugging her to him. "It's all right. You're back with us." "Ryan?" Mickey said hoarsely after she stopped screaming. "Oh God, Ryan, I thought I was dead. I thought they'd eaten me or worse." Then Mickey looked down and saw she was still holding the book. She immediately dropped it and kicked it away from her. "1,000 apologies, Mickey," Rashid said. "I would have never given you that damnable volume had I known it would have such a strong effect on you." "I saw them, Rashid," she told him. "Or at least some of them, and I got the impression they saw me too." "Ma'am, are you okay?" Deputy Marlin asked. "If you would like, I'll go—" But he stopped mid-sentence. A look of shock came over his face. Then he slowly looked down at the rusted blade point that was now sticking out of his chest. Chapter 17. Command Performance. Phil tried to pull the machete out of Deputy Marlin's back, but he found that it was stuck. How the hell could Jason do this? He wondered. A gurgling sound came from the deputy's lips as he dropped to his knees, revealing Phil standing behind him. Quickly, Phil grabbed Deputy Marlin's gun out of his holster. Then he let go of the handle of the machete, which appeared to be the only thing holding Marlin up, because he immediately tipped over. Phil looked at Stephen Freeman and the others and smiled. "Surprised?" he asked, looking around at the shocked expressions on their faces. "Oh no, you'd never think that good old friendly, reliable Phil would do something like this. No way in hell." "My God, Phil, have you gone insane?" Stephen said, shocked. "Actually, I feel more sane than I have all my life, Stephen. I feel released." "Ryan, he has the mask," Rashid said. "I can sense it on him." Phil patted his coat. "Oh yes, I do believe you're right." "Phil, you don't understand what will happen to you if you put on that mask," Freeman said. "Listen to Ryan, I mean Stephen. It is unwise for you to keep possession of that mask. Its evil will consume you, and the only possible outcome will be your death." "Why must we sit here and listen to these fools drivel?" the voice asked. "Let's just get out of here." "I'm enjoying myself," Phil said to the voice, this time not speaking under his breath. "This voice in my head is so pushy," he told the others, tapping his head. Phil enjoyed the look of confusion that Freeman and the others were giving him. "Listen to me," Freeman said. "I'm your friend. I'd never try to steer you wrong, bud. Don't listen to that thing in your head. It doesn't care about you. All it wants is for you to become Jason's puppet." This enraged Phil. "I'm no one's fucking puppet. Not Jason's, and definitely not Dr. Bob's. I'll show you. I'll show all of you who thought I was just Dr. Bob's bumbling assistant. Oh yeah, Phil doesn't have the stuff to be a doctor. At least not one that deals with actual living people. Oh no, he gets stuck having to live in the shadow of a hick town coroner. Oh, and by the way, he is so dickless that even the town tramp won't have anything to do with him. Well, actually, that's changed. I've shown her the error of her ways. Not that there was much left of her after I finished having my fun." "Are you done yet?" the voice said impatiently. "Or am I going to have to listen to more of this?" Phil let out his breath and calmed himself. "Oh yeah, I feel better now." "So can we leave now?" the voice asked. "Yeah, I guess," Phil said. "But I need to get something from my dear friend here." He indicated the deputy's body, which was lying face down on the floor in front of him. Cautiously, while keeping his eyes and gun trained on the people in front of him, he felt around on the deputy's gun belt. Finally, he found what he was looking for, Marlin's key ring. He was just unhooking the key ring when a bloody hand grabbed down on his. "What the fuck?" Phil exclaimed as the deputy shifted on his side and glared up at him. Bloody drool was dribbling from Ed Marlin's lips. At that moment, Freeman tried to make a move toward him, but Phil immediately pointed the gun at him and shook his head. "I wouldn't try that, Stephen." Then Phil glanced down at the deputy. "You still alive down there, Ed?" Phil tried to pull his hand free, but the deputy held on. "Well, we can't have that," he said, pointing the gun at Marlin's head and pulling the trigger. The back of Ed Marlin's head exploded, sending red and pink shrapnel splattering onto the floor. Mickey screamed and grabbed hold of Ryan's arm. Then Phil pulled himself free of the dead deputy's grip. He cringed at the sight of what he'd done. "Ooh, what a mess." "You sick fuck!" Freeman exclaimed, trying to go after him, but Mickey held him back. "Hold back your anger, Ryan," Rashid said. "Aggressive action will only lead to one of us getting hurt or killed." "I'd listen to your wise old friend here, Ryan," Phil said sarcastically. "Oh, and you know, sometime you're going to have to tell me why the old man calls you Ryan. But for now, I have to say goodbye." Then Phil started backing toward the door. Sheriff Lloyd Landis had just walked into his office and was about to pour himself a cup of day-old coffee when he heard the gunshots. Immediately he rushed into the hall and nearly ran into the blonde female deputy from the front desk. "Where in the name of Sam Hill did that come from?" he asked, partially to himself. "It must be from the back," the slim-figured deputy, he now recalled was named Kelly Campbell, told him. "The assistant guy from the coroner's office came through here with Stephen Freeman and a couple other people after you left." "And you didn't ask what their business was?" he asked, surprised at her. "I'm sorry, Sheriff. I was on the phone at the time, and I thought it was procedure to let Dr. Bob and his assistant in." The sheriff gave her a stern look. "That doesn't include them bringing guests, young lady." Then he motioned for her to follow him, and I can guess where they went. Cautiously, they made their way down the empty hall toward the back of the building, where the evidence room was located. Landis had his hand on the butt of his gun, ready to pull it at a moment's notice. "Who's watching things back here?" Landis asked. "I think it's Ed Marlin," she said in a half-whisper. Finally, they reached the abandoned desk to the side of the door to the evidence room. Landis pulled his gun and held it in the ready position. Deputy Campbell mirrored him by pulling her gun as well. "Why the fuck would he let them in there?" he asked, looking over at the door. "I specifically said I don't want anyone in there without my authorization." Deputy Campbell opened her mouth to answer, but was stopped by the sound of a key opening the door. Phil had lucked out and was finally able to get the key in the keyhole. It had taken him a few moments because he had to do it while he was keeping Freeman and the others at bay with the gun. After turning the key, he felt around and grabbed the doorknob. Turning it, he slowly opened the door and backed out of it. "Stay back, you fucking freaks," he yelled as he headed out the door. "I'll fire." Suddenly, he felt the cold touch of a steel gun barrel to his temple. "Now you be smart and put that thing down," he heard the voice of Sheriff Landis say from beside him. "Oh, thank God it's you, Sheriff," Phil said. "You gotta let me close the door. They're crazy in there. I thought I was gonna die." Suddenly, there was yelling coming from inside the evidence room. "No, don't listen to him," was the only thing that could be made out. "Please, Sheriff," Phil demanded excitedly. "Okay, close the door," the sheriff said, though he kept the gun at Phil's head. "But then you drop that gun and the keys and put your hands behind your head." "Fine," Phil said as he quickly closed the metal door and locked it. Then, as instructed, he dropped both hands, the gun and the keys, and cautiously put his hands behind his head. Sheriff Landis locked a handcuff on Phil's left wrist and brought it down and behind his back. Then Deputy Campbell took his other hand and maneuvered it behind his back and locked it in the other handcuff. Landis lowered his gun and turned Phil toward him. "Now, boy, you better tell me what the fuck is going on and what's happened to my deputy." "Oh my God," Phil said, and managed to surprise himself by forcing some tears into his eyes. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die in there. They forced me to help them. They're crazy. They killed Dr. Bob and Lupe. They made me forge Dr. Bob's signature and yours on papers that allowed them to go through the stuff from the murders." Phil made himself sound frantic. "Okay," Landis said. "Now calm down and tell me what happened to my deputy." Phil started shaking. Now for a command performance, he thought. "They killed Ed. He got suspicious when they started going through some of the older boxes, looking for some freaky-looking book from the Voorhees house. So Stephen used Jason's old machete and stabbed him with it. but he was still alive, so they used his own gun to blow his head off. They were so distracted by watching this that I saw my chance and tackled Stephen and got that gun away from him." "So you conveniently managed to get the gun away from Freeman and the girl and make your escape," the sheriff said, shaking his head. "And there was the other one," Phil said, looking terrified. "He was the one who was controlling things." "Excuse me?" Landis said, a slight indication of surprise in his voice. Yeah, there was three of them besides Phil," Deputy Campbell told him. "He was a short, foreign-looking guy. He sort of looked like one of those guys from the old mummy movies, you know? The ones with the red hats and tassels." Yeah. He said he needed the book and the mask to bring Jason back," Phil interjected excitedly. "That fucking mask," Landis said in frustration. "I should have had Court torch the goddamn thing." Landis looked over at Deputy Campbell. "Take him to the front and take his statement." Sheriff," Phil said, indicating his cuffed hands. "Let me think about that," Landis said, and motioned for Campbell to proceed. "But wait a minute, Sheriff. I told you I was forced to help them," Phil said in a panicked tone. "Yeah, that's what you said, but they might say something different," Landis told him. Ryan looked at the door Phil had just escaped out of and thought about giving it a swift kick. Rashid must have sensed Ryan's mood. "I understand your frustration, my friend, but we must now devote our energies into trying to evaluate our situation. I have little doubt that soon the sheriff will be coming through that door, followed by his deputies. Therefore, we must be ready and try to keep the outcome from becoming unfortunate." Ryan shook his head and turned away from the door. "Why is it that we always end up in situations like this? I can just imagine the crap Phil's telling them out there. We'll be lucky if the sheriff doesn't come in with guns blazing." "The sheriff may be a hard-ass, but I don't think he's as bad as that," Mickey said. Then the phone on the wall started ringing, startling all three of them. "Ryan, I would suggest you answer that since you are the one who is more acquainted with the sheriff," Rashid said. Reluctantly, Ryan went to the phone and picked up the receiver. Hello? "Is that you, Stephen?" asked the familiar voice of Sheriff Lloyd Landis. Yeah, it's me," Ryan said simply. "What in the name of Sam Hill is going on, Stephen? I just left Dr. Bob and that Mexican receptionist of his. They were gutted and fucked up all to hell. That rat-faced flunky of Bob says that you and your cousin and that foreigner you got in there with you did that to them." "That's a fucking lie," Ryan told him, totally shocked by what the sheriff just told him. "Oh my God, he killed Bob? We asked him to ask Bob to get permission from you to take a look at a book you guys took from the Voorhees house. We've come up with information that was the book Pamela and her brother used to bring Jason back from the dead. We figured it might hold a clue to how to deal with the present situation with that mask." "More of that supernatural shit," Landis said in frustration. "Lloyd, you gotta stop Phil. He has the mask with him," Ryan started to tell him, but he was cut off by the sheriff. "Now wait a minute. He said you had that mask. He also said something crazy about you using the mask and that book you mentioned to bring back Jason," the sheriff told him. "Damn it, Lloyd, I told you Phil has the mask. You've got to get it away from him before he puts it on," Ryan told him excitedly. "Now hold on to your panties. My deputy has him cuffed and is right now taking his statement. He's not going to be putting on anything or doing anything other than what I tell him until I get the bottom of this, and neither are you or your buddies in there. So don't try any funny stuff. You got that, Stephen?" "I got it, Sheriff," Ryan answered. "Just please go and check him over. I swear he has the mask." Fine. I'll do it. But you better not be playing games with me, Landis said before he hung up. Campbell, I called you, Sheriff Landis said as he headed up the hall toward the front desk. What's going on up there? Is he giving you any problems? Upon entering the entry hall, Landis saw what was wrong. Phil had escaped. He'd left Deputy Kelly Campbell sitting at her desk, very much dead. She'd been stabbed through the eye with the mail spear from her desk, with the letters still attached. Phil had left a note written in the blood that was still dribbling from Campbell's eye, and left it on the chair next to her, with the abandoned handcuffs and key. On the note was simply 2 words: Jason lives. Chapter 18. Transformation. Phil was still feeling the adrenaline from his latest killing as he ran into the alley a block away from the sheriff's office. Unfortunately, he'd had to rush, so he couldn't sit for a moment and marvel at his work. But now that wouldn't be a problem. Now he would be powerful and no one would be able to stop him. He stuck his hand in the ripped inner lining of his trench coat and grabbed the bag that held the mask. Immediately, he felt the familiar charge that ran up his arm. The feeling of pleasure rushed through his body and straight into his groin. He immediately released in his pants. He took the bag out of his coat, held it up, and looked at it. Even in the bag, the mask was beautiful. "My friend, you've worked hard for this moment," the voice said. "Now take the gift the Ancient Ones have seen fit to bestow upon you." Phil ripped open the bag and took the mask out. Carefully, he slipped the leather straps behind his head and pulled the mask down over his face. He had barely enough time to think about how good it felt before the pain started. He stumbled back against the alley wall as the initial spasms hit him. Every nerve in his body was on fire. He could feel his bones growing and becoming stronger. He heard his seams of his clothing ripping as his body gained bulk. He tried to scream, but all he could get out was a grunt, because he couldn't open his mouth due to the fact that the mask had bonded to his face. Then, as the pain started to subside, he saw movement with his pain-blurred vision in front of him. Then, after a few moments, the pain completely subsided, and he was amazed to see the transparent image of a man standing in front of him. For a moment, he thought the pain had driven him insane. The vision in front of him was of a balding, gray-haired, older-looking man with a mustache. The man was wearing a white button-down shirt with red suspenders and black slacks. He was also wearing an odd-looking string-like black tie around his neck. The vision reminded him of Geppetto from the story of Pinocchio. But this thing was a far cry from the friendly, loving puppet master from that story. He could sense the pure evil of this being, as well as see the cold, calculating look in his eyes. "Well, my friend," the vision said, its voice unnervingly familiar, "now we finally are able to meet face to face." Then Phil realized that the voice coming from the vision was the same one that had been in his head. He tried to speak, to ask what had happened, but he found he could barely move his lips. What came out of his mouth was nothing but indecipherable gibberish. "Oh, yes, it'll be such torture for me not to have the pleasure of having to listen to your endless dribble. And unfortunately, given our new situation, I am unable to read your thoughts anymore. So I guess we'll just have to come to some kind of, understanding," the vision said, his smile less than comforting. Then Phil felt the familiar pain in his head. "Oh yes, I also forgot to tell you, I still retain the ability to hurt you," the vision said. Then the pain increased. It felt like someone was taking a molten spike and ramming it into his brain. Finally, the pain became so intense that Phil dropped to his knees and silently begged the vision for release. "Oh, I see you realize who's boss around here," the vision said, amused. Then the pain stopped. Phil fell forward and landed on the concrete. He let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Yes, you've come full circle and become very strong, my friend," the vision said. "Stronger than you think. Do you realize that if I'd done that to you before you put on the mask, that your head would have exploded?" Phil had no doubt about what the vision had just said. Slowly he managed to get back on his feet. Now he waited for what his new master had in store for him. "Now it's time for us to get started with our special work. The Ancient Ones have offered me my life back in exchange for a number of human lives. You, my friend, will be my tool. For you I offer the pleasure of the kill and a bounty of blood. All I ask is your obedience and loyalty. Do I have them?" Phil nodded his head. He had little choice. "Good," the vision said, smiling at him again. "Then we have our understanding. In the spirit of our understanding, it is only fair that you know who you're dealing with." Then, with a theatrical flourish, he bowed before Phil and said, "May I introduce myself? I am Louis Vondredi, but you can call me Uncle Louis." Ryan watched Rashid with amazement. Even with everything that was going on, Rashid was ever the diligent researcher. He was sitting calmly studying the Necronomicon like the events of the past half hour hadn't taken place. Mickey, on the other hand, was sitting on the edge of the table looking at Deputy Marlin's body and shaking her head. "We should have realized there was something odd about Phil," she said. "Because of that, this poor man lost his life." "Stop beating yourself over the head, Mickey," Ryan told her. "If anything, I should be the one doing that. I'm the one who lives here. I should have questioned him. I should have questioned how Phil's been acting the last couple of days. Hell, he looked like shit earlier today. I should have been suspicious about how quick he recovered. But I was too occupied with all this shit about Jason, the book, and Lewis." "My friends," Rashid said, looking up from the Necronomicon, "you both should not blame yourselves. It is a constant in this path of life we find ourselves in, that the innocent get caught up in our actions and end up getting hurt or killed. That is the way it is in war. And believe me when I say that this is a war. It is a war to maintain that precious balance that keeps this realm of existence from falling into darkness." "But he wouldn't have had to die if we'd been more careful," Mickey told him. "Yes, and next time we will definitely be more careful," Rashid said. "That is why the higher ones put us here, to learn from our mistakes and to grow. Now, if you will excuse me, I will continue with my studies." Then he picked up the book and started to read again. "Well, have you found out anything new?" Ryan asked. Rashid looked up again. "Actually, nothing that I didn't expect to find. I have confirmed that the ritual Lewis used was indeed one that bonded Jason's body to this life force of one of the Ancient Ones. In confirming this, it explains much about how this so-called curse has proceeded. If you recall, a young man several years ago supposedly killed Jason again, and Jason was actually buried. Yeah, I remember that, Ryan said. The kid's name was, Jarvis. Tommy Jarvis. I also recall that 8 years later, Jarvis tried to destroy Jason's body, but ended up bringing him back to life. Yes, I recall from a statement he wrote after the incident that a bolt of lightning struck a metal bar that he'd rammed into Jason's chest, Rashid added. I never could understand that, Mickey said. It didn't sound logical. In regard to the ancient ones, our ideas of logic are meaningless, Rashid told her. But I have a theory in regard to this incident. When Jarvis killed Jason, the damage he inflicted on Jason's body was so much that the ancient one that was bonded to him could not handle the damage, and went to sleep until the lightning re-energized it and provided it with the energy to reanimate Jason's body again. But the Jason I fought was a fully living being, Ryan reminded him. And if I recall, he was the same way when the FBI blew him up. I also have a theory about this as well, Rashid told him. If you recall, there was an incident 2 years before your encounter with Jason, Ryan, in which he stowed away on a ship that was carrying the graduating class of Crystal Lake High to Manhattan. Yeah, if I recall, Jason killed nearly everyone on board and ended up sinking that ship, Ryan added. The survivors escaped in a lifeboat. They managed to get to the harbor in Manhattan, but Jason somehow managed to follow them, and he supposedly killed most of their party, but 2 of them escaped into the sewers. Exactly, Rashid said. In the end, Jason was caught in the toxic flood water that is known to periodically flow through the sewers and was supposedly destroyed. But I recall that one of the survivors reported that the moment after Jason's body melted away, the body of a young boy floated to the surface of the water. That's why people around here discounted the whole story, because Jason reappeared 6 months later, Ryan told him. Yes, I understand that, Rashid said. Yet through my sources I did find out that the emergency crews investigating the survivors' claims did indeed find a naked 12-year-old boy in the sewer that was very much alive and suffering from chemical burns. It was also reported that the boy was suffering amnesia and could not be identified. Soon after his rescue, though, the boy was put in the custody of a renowned blood expert, Dr. Reinhold Wimmer. But about a month later, he somehow escaped from the hospital. Though there was a large-scale search, the boy was never found. Are you trying to say that the boy was Jason? Mickey asked. Yes, I'm saying that when Jason's body was destroyed, the Ancient One recreated it in its original form. Then it simply rebuilt him from that foundation. What you're describing sounds like some sort of virus or parasite, Ryan said. Exactly. That is exactly what we are dealing with here, Rashid agreed. It fits what I saw when I touched the book, Mickey said, sounding very uneasy. They reminded me of a giant cancer. They literally devoured everything that wasn't them and recreated it in their image. But that still doesn't explain the mask and how it's able to possess people, Ryan said. Actually, it does, Mickey replied. With Jason wearing the mask constantly, I would think that thing inside him could easily contaminate it. Yes, exactly. And given the entity's capacity and its obvious instinct for survival, this seems most logical, Rashid admitted. Then what would you suggest we do about this? Mickey asked. All I can suggest at this time is that we go with the original plan we devised and get possession of the mask and lock it up in the vault back at Curious Goods, Rashid said. The problem is that more than likely Phil's already put the damn thing on and is getting ready for a killing spree, Ryan pointed out. Then, my friend, our first priority is to find a way to convince the sheriff to release us. Then we do what we must to get the mask. That includes, I am sorry to say, having to kill Mr. Raymond, Rashid told them. Phil followed the image of Uncle Lewis down the alleyway toward their destination, which was the Army-Navy store for what Lewis called the tools of the trade. As he walked, he clenched and unclenched his hands. As he did this, he could feel the power flowing through his new, bulky arms. He could hardly wait to try out his new hulking form. As he walked by a steel garbage can and crushed it between his hands, it was easy as if it was made of tinfoil. Patience, my friend, Lewis said, giving him an amused expression. Soon you will be able to see what your new body can do. What's going on down there? They heard come from a short distance up the alley. Then they saw movement from a pile of cardboard boxes up ahead. An old man with a white beard, dirty baseball cap, and tan flannel shirt got up from among the boxes and came stumbling drunkenly out in front of them. Hey, what are you doing over there? The old man said, scratching his scruffy beard and squinting at Phil. Phil was surprised, though Lewis was standing right near the old man. It was obvious he couldn't see him. It made him wonder if he was the only one who could. My goodness, the old man said, adjusting his ratty-looking, ill-fitting jeans. Is it Halloweeny again? I sometimes lose track of time. He cackled to himself, showing a mouth with two rotten black teeth. Or are you one of those fellers that dress up like Mickey Mouse and take pictures with all them thar brats? This seemed to amuse the old man, and he cackled again. Ha 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 ha! My, how times have changed. Well, I remember a time when folk around here were actually scared of old Jason Voorhees. Now, with all this touristy bullshit, they've made Jason Voorhees look like a real pussy. Yep, a real sissified bitch. Phil now recognized this old coot. He'd seen him several times at Smokey's. The main reason why he remembered him was because he used to yell crude suggestions at Guadalupe while she was dancing with those low-life loggers. A couple of times he'd gotten her so mad that she doused him in his own beer. But now this old coot was pointing his sharp tongue at him. Now Phil realized that he'd not only inherited Jason's strength, but also his anger as well. And this coot was getting him mad. Hey, buddy, ain't you got something to say? Or say, are you one of them retards like Jason Voorhees was? Phil had finally had enough of the old fool. Before the old coot could say another word, he stomped up to him and grabbed him by the throat. There was a sharp crunching sound as Phil's hand tightened around the old man's neck. Then the old man went limp. This frustrated Phil. The kill had been too easy. Angrily, he ripped the old man's head off and threw it against the alley wall. The head splattered like a melon, leaving bloody goo dribbling down the wall. "Don't worry, my boy," Lewis said. "There's more where he came from." Soon these streets will flow with blood. But first, we need to get you ready. Then Lewis waved him on, and they continued down the alley. Chapter 19, Kill Zone. Will Peters had just finished counting out the register and was putting the last figure on the evening closing report. It had been a quiet evening, so quiet that he'd let the evening help off early. The entire evening he'd only had 2 customers. Both had been a couple of very nice Filipino ladies who decided to be brave and set up camp in the woods near Camp Crystal Lake. He'd given them the typical warning about Camp Blood, though he did it in a tongue-in-cheek way. This had amused the ladies, though it was obvious they, like all the other tourists, knew that Jason was no longer a threat. The women had each bought one of Stephen's all-in-one camping kits, so, though it was only 2 cells, it was a nice chunk of change for the evening. He was sure Stephen would be pleased, since he recalled from when he ran the business that typically evenings were light. He wondered if Stephen had had a chance to ask his cousin about the winter festival. He was sure if Stephen had, he'd tell him when he checked up on the business. It was just that he was a bit nervous about the answer. Catherine had been his first and only love, so it had been an eternity since he'd had to deal with the pressure of asking anyone out on a first date. And given the fact that Stephen's cousin was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, didn't help either. It all made him feel like an insecure teenager, which he wasn't sure was a good or a bad thing. He was about to ponder on this subject further when a large, hulking figure smashed through the front door of the store. Phil had enjoyed breaking through the door. It was just the kind of dramatic entrance he wanted. He could see it had the desired effect, because that old fool Will Peters was standing behind the register with a totally startled look on his dumb face. After a few moments, the supposedly tough old military man got his composure and managed to speak. "You'd better think twice about what you're thinking about doing. All I have to do is press a button and I'll have the sheriff here before you can get away with one thing," he said with false bravado. "Also, if you're thinking about getting tough with me, it's only right that I inform you that I have a gun under this counter." Phil was not impressed. Neither of the old man's threats bothered him one bit. To show his disregard, Phil picked up a metal rack of hunting jackets and threw it against the far wall. The rack smashed and sent the jackets scattering in all directions. Peters must have pushed the button because suddenly the room was filled with the sound of a very loud bell ringing. Phil looked around the room and found the sound was coming from a large electronic bell that was located toward the back of the room over a door marked "Employees Only," next to a wooden display cabinet full of different styles of knives. "Perfect," he thought. "I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Phil started toward the doorway. "Stop!" Peters said, holding up the gun from under the counter and pointing it at him. "Stop or I'll have to shoot!" Phil ignored him and continued toward the annoying bell. "Stop it! I'm not kidding, son!" Peters yelled at him. Then Phil heard gunshots and felt a couple sharp pains in his side. Yet, to his amazement, He was still standing. Phil looked over at Will Peters. The old man had a look of shock on his face, yet the old sucker shot him again. This time the bullet hit him in the gut. He felt the sharp pain of impact, yet it had no effect on his new powerful body. Phil glared at Peters. Though he wasn't hurt, Phil was getting annoyed with this old fool. Before Peters could shoot him again, Phil charged the counter and busted through it. Then he grabbed Peters by the hand that had the gun in it and crushed it. Peters rewarded him with a loud, agonized scream. With his free hand, Phil grabbed Peters by the throat, but this time making sure he didn't crush the old man's neck like he did the drunk in the alley. Still, Peters' eyes bugged out and he started coughing. Phil dragged Peters over to where the annoying bell was. With his other free hand, he reached up and grabbed a hold of the bell. Then there was a shower of sparks and silence as Phil ripped it off the wall. Then Phil simply dropped it on the floor with a loud clang. Then he turned to the display cabinet and smashed the glass. He grabbed a large Bowie knife out of the display. Then he slammed Will Peters against the employee door and rammed the knife into his gut. He felt the knife blade hit the door behind Will's body and embedded into it. Will let loose of Will Peters' neck and stepped back to look at his handiwork. It had been a very satisfying kill. Peters coughed a couple of times and bloody drool began to dribble from his lips. He looked up at his killer and said, "I'm sorry, Mickey." Then his body went limp and his head drooped. Sheriff Landis felt his nausea returning as he slipped past the still-seated body of Deputy Campbell and headed over to the dispatch radio, which was on the far side of the desk. Picking up the microphone, he pressed the button and began to talk. "Sheriff Landis to Unit 014, do you copy? Come in, Court. Over." This is Court. I copy, Sheriff. Over," came the static-filled reply. "All hell's broken loose back here, Court, and I need some assistance," the sheriff told him. "I got both deputies on duty here dead. I got 3 suspects locked up in the evidence room and 1 on the loose. Over." We still have a situation here too, Sheriff. The crowd around here hasn't disbanded. If anything, the crowd has increased. It appears the word has gotten out about the murders. None of the backup I requested has arrived. Though I got a message from the Essex Highway Patrol, and their 3 units are due at any time now. Over. Court sounded stressed. "Is there any way you could spare me someone? I'm stuck here by myself, and I really can't trust that my guest in the evidence room will stay quiet." Over, Landis said. I guess I could spare Deputy Justin. I know it isn't much, but it's the best I can offer right now. Over, Court said, frustrated. "At this point, I'll take what I can get," the sheriff said. "When the highway patrol gets there, send one of the units my way." Over. "You got it, Sheriff." Over, Court agreed. "I'm counting on you to handle that situation over there." Over and out, the sheriff concluded. "Understood, Sheriff. Out." Then there was nothing but static over the radio. Sheriff Landis shook his head and grumbled. "God damn bureaucrats," he said, thinking about how the county had cut his budget a couple years ago. It was their stance, and that of the local voters, that with the threat of Jason gone, they really didn't need to maintain a large sheriff's office. And since the Cunningham County Sheriff's Department wasn't a real sheriff's department, but a private security force maintained by the estate of the Cunningham family, they basically had a free hand in the matter. What they hadn't counted on was all the new murders and the tourism that was now overpowering his reduced office. Yep, he thought, you bureaucratic buttheads really fucked the pooch this time. But of course, the people at City Hall would find a way to throw the blame on his shoulders. Well, that was fine with him. The thought of resigning and getting the fuck out of this town was looking more and more appealing. Then he heard a buzzing sound coming from a panel full of red lights that he knew was for monitoring the burglar alarms for all the shops in town. Now one of those lights was blinking and the buzzer was going off. "When it rains, it pours," he said, shaking his head and sighing in frustration. Phil had just finished filling the pockets of his black trench coat with metal tent spikes and was heading back toward the broken knife display when the image of Lewis came up to him. "I must say I'm very impressed, my friend," Lewis said, looking around at the damage Phil had done to the store, and nodded. "I see you've managed to gain a bit of control over your new strength," he said, indicating Will Peters' body, which was still pinned to the wall by the Bowie knife stuck in his gut. "You managed to kill him without crushing him in the process," he said, smiling. Phil walked up to Will Peters and pulled the knife free from his body and the door as easily as if it were stuck in butter. The body fell limply to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. With a quick flick of his wrist, Phil sent most of the blood sticking to the blade splattering on the floor. Then he slipped the knife into the sheath he put on earlier. "You definitely look ready for the job at hand, my boy," Lewis said with a look of approval. But Phil wasn't finished. He went over to the knife display and took out the shining new machete. Though it had the corny-looking name Camp Crystal Lake written in blood-looking paint on the blade, it felt good in his hand. Lewis nodded with approval. "Yes, my friend. Yes, now you are ready." Deputy David Justin's patrol car just cleared the crowd and was now heading toward the Army-Navy store, as the sheriff had instructed. With all the other deputies, as well as the highway patrol and a number of local deputies court deputized, busy with the crowd, it was left up to Deputy Justin to check out this possible burglary. Not that he was too worried about the situation. He figured at the most it was a couple tourists who'd gotten rowdy because of all the excitement and took things a bit too far. As he drove up to the store, he could see that the front door had been smashed in. "Unit 005 to base, over," he said into the microphone of his CB. "This is base. What you got for me, son? Over," he heard Sheriff Landis's voice come from the speaker. "I'm approaching the store. It appears the door's broken in. Over." "Okay, proceed. But be cautious and don't pull any of that dirty, hairy shit. You got that, boy? Over," the sheriff said. "I know, Sheriff," Justin said, slightly incensed. Justin knew exactly what the sheriff meant. Hell, everyone at the office knew about his little mistake and constantly reminded him of it. Who could forget the story of how, during his first week as a deputy in Crystal Lake, he had answered a call about an intruder at a local farm and, while investigating a noise, got kicked by the farmer's mule. The thing was, though, this in itself would have been embarrassing. He had his gun out at the time and ended up shooting the mule in the ass in the process. Ever since, his co-workers have constantly ribbed him about being the best ass shooter in the county. Some of them have even started addressing him by the annoying nickname of Ass Blaster. Justin parked his patrol car across the street from the darkened store. Getting out, he pulled out the light he had on his belt and turned it on. Cautiously, he headed across the street and looked through the main window. There was a single lamp lit behind the counter which looked to be broken, so most of the shop was in shadow. Still, he could make out movement in there. Making his way to the broken doorway, the red-haired, freckled-faced deputy flashed his light inside the shop and exclaimed, "Sheriff's deputy, stay where you are and put your hands up. Don't try any funny business." Justin's light illuminated a large, hulking figure, wearing a dirty hockey mask over his face. In the figure's left hand was the glint of a large blade. "Okay, mister, I'd put that weapon down," he said, putting his hand on the butt of his pistol. The figure before him simply stood there, looked at him as if assuming his next move. "I'm not kidding. Drop the knife and put your hands behind your head, or I'll have to shoot," Justin said, trying his best to sound in control of the situation. But the truth was just the opposite. He was scared shitless, and was fighting the urge to run. There was something about this guy, something that told him this was serious. He pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the figure. "I mean it." Phil stood and watched as the full deputy, Justin, stood in the doorway shining a light in his eyes, shouting orders and pointing a gun at him. None of this really bothered him in the least. If anything, he could smell the fear coming off this ridiculous excuse for a deputy. It actually amused him. He knew all it would take was the flexing of a single muscle to start this idiot shooting. Though he wasn't afraid of any real injury since he'd already found out that bullets couldn't kill him. It was just that they still hurt like a bitch going in. Yet he knew he had better things to do than playing face-off with this fool. "What are you waiting for?" Lewis asked from behind the remains of the counter, where he watched with interest. "I said drop the knife and put your hand behind your head, damn it. Do it now, I'll shoot," the deputy yelled at him. Then Justin shot a warning shot over Phil's head. The shot hit the wall above the employee door, which was right behind Phil. "Okay, asshole," Phil thought. Playtime is over. Now he was pissed. He charged Justin. Justin got 3 more shots off at Phil. 2 shots hit him in the chest. The third one grazed him in the shoulder. Pain seared Phil's chest, but instead of slowing him down, it fed into his rage. Phil lifted the machete over his head and clasped it with both hands. Then he brought the blade down on Justin's head. The strike was so powerful that it sent the blade cutting through Justin's hat into his skull, down through his neck, and halfway through his chest. Then Phil felt Justin's gun go off one last time. The shot was point blank and knocked him backward. He hit a rack of winter coats on his way down and sent it careening across the floor. Sitting up, Phil saw that Justin's body had split open into a V and was spraying the area around it in blood. Then Justin's knees buckled and he fell backward into the doorway. Slowly, stumbling up, Phil checked his stomach and found that, though it was slick with black blood, the hole had already closed. He had no doubt that the exit wound in the back was closed as well. "You really need to stop going out of your way to get shot," Lewis told him. "Though it may seem like you're impregnable, eventually they will take their toll on your body." At that moment, Phil had wished he could say something, because he wanted to inform Lewis it wasn't by choice that he was now an easier target to shoot at. "Still, I must say, you are really showing some panache in your killing style. I look forward to seeing what surprises you come up with next." Phil bent down and picked up his machete, which he dropped while he was falling. Then he started for the door and stepped over Justin's body, which was still continuing to drain blood all over the floor. As he headed out the door, he heard Sheriff Landis's voice coming from Justin's walkie-talkie. "Report! Unit 005, come in, over. Deputy Justin, report it." Chapter 20. Bloodbath. "Deputy Justin, report in immediately, over," Sheriff Landis said into the microphone. "Damn it, boy, status. Report status, over." Then he released the switch on the microphone and looked over at Highway Patrol Officer Dan Marshak. "There's definitely something wrong. That deputy might not be the brightest crayon in the pack, but I've never known him to ignore a request for a callback." "All it could mean is that he's too busy to do so," Marshak suggested. "You don't know this deputy like I do. If things came even close to getting out of hand, that boy would be on the horn calling for backup. No, there's something wrong," Landis said as he turned back to the dispatch radio and switched on the microphone. "Deputy Court, this is Sheriff Landis. Come in, over." "Court here, Sheriff. Over," came the reply. "Court, I need you to meet me in front of the Army-Navy store as soon as possible. I believe we have a deputy in trouble. Over." "Deputy Justin? Over." "Correct," Landis said. "I've called him repeatedly and he hasn't replied. Over." "Understood," Court said. What about my present posting? Over. Leave it to the highway patrol officers. Tell him to coordinate with Officer Marshak here at the sheriff's office until you get back. Over. Understood, Sheriff. I'm on my way. Over. Good. I'll meet you there. Over and out. Then the sheriff switched off the microphone and slowly slipped past the remains of Deputy Campbell. Oh, and while I'm gone, Marshak, would you please do something about this? He said, indicating the corpse sitting in the chair. I'll have the coroner from Essex make a trip over here as soon as he's free, Marshak promised. Good. It just makes it difficult to use the radio this way. Also, sir, I'm sorry to question you on this, but don't you think Deputy Court could handle this situation on his own? Marshak asked. That may be the way you handle things in your office. Here in this office, I consider my deputies like family, and when one of them is in a bind, I deal with it personally. Suit yourself, Sheriff, Marshak said, as Landis headed out the front entrance. Given the increased activity around here, I would suggest we stick to the alleyways and head out of town, Lewis said as they headed back down Main Street toward the next alley, which was on the other side of the coffee shop. Then we can pay our young documentarians a little surprise. They were just passing the coffee shop when there was a loud bang on the window. Then the door to the coffee shop opened, and 6 children of various ages, followed by several adults, came stumbling out. The children surrounded Phil and started jumping up and down and shouting, "Jason! Jason! Jason!" Then some of the adults started shooting pictures of him. Another sloppy-looking, balding, fat guy in a red polo shirt was standing back from the crowd, shooting him with a video camera. Then he heard one of the adults say, "God, what a jip! Why do these hicks think that some dork in a hockey mask could actually be scary?" Oh, so I'm not scary enough? Phil thought, enraged. Well, let me remedy that. With that, Phil lifted his machete and swung it in a wide arc, cutting off the heads of 5 of the people in the crowd in the process. Suddenly, the shouts of the children turned to screams as the people's heads fell from their bodies and their blood sprayed the crowd around them. Then the kids started to scatter. One little girl had been holding her parents' hand when Phil decapitated them. She began to scream hysterically as her parents' bodies, their hands locked on hers, began to fall over, taking her with them. While this was happening, Phil was busy hacking his way through the crowd. Arms, legs, and half-bodies fell in his wake. A biker toting a tire iron charged Phil and hit him in the back with it. Phil turned, grabbing him by his leather jacket, and threw him through the window of Smokey's pub across the street. Other people tried to jump him as well, but they were either cut down by Phil's machete or knocked into the crowd as Phil backhanded them. Bring on the bloodbath, Phil thought, as the crowd continued to assault him. Sheriff Landis stumbled back from the entrance to the Army-Navy store. Though he heaved painfully, he had nothing in his stomach to throw up. "There's another body in there. It's Will Peters," Court said as he came out of the store. "You want me to call in for support?" "What do you think?" Landis said, looking up at Court from his bent-over position. "We got ourselves another first-rate psycho running around town butchering people. Get Marshak on the horn and have him call in the state police." At that moment, they heard screaming and saw people running down the street toward them. Pulling himself together, Landis straightened up. Something was happening, and he had no time to be weak. Looking around, he saw the excitement was coming from a large crowd of people about 2 blocks down Main Street, near the coffee shop. Then he caught sight of a woman splattered in blood, running toward him screaming. He managed to grab the woman as she passed him. The hysterical woman started struggling, but the sheriff held tight. "Hold on," he said. "Calm down, you're safe." This seemed to get through to her. She stopped screaming and struggling, but then the tears started. "What happened to you?" Landis asked. "You need to tell me what happened." "It was Jason," the woman said to him hysterically. "We thought he was just a guy in a costume, but it was him. He started killing everyone in sight." Then she caught sight of the blood splattered on her hands. This started her screaming again. She pulled free of him and took off down the street again. "Court, head back to the patrol cars and get on the horn with Marshak pronto. Then get the rifles. We might need 'em." "And what are you Sheriff, what are you going to be doing?" Court said, looking at the crowd that was gathered down the street from them. "I'm going to be doing what I'm paid to do, keeping the goddamn peace." Then Landis put his hand on the butt of his gun and started jogging toward the chaos of people before him. A wide gap had formed between Phil and the crowd surrounding him. In this gap were piles of body parts and dead, dying, and horribly injured people. The air was filled with the sound of the crowd yelling as well as the screams and groans of the injured and dying. Given the distance, most of the crowd had resorted to throwing cans, bottles, and other assorted garbage, while other, more cocky members of the crowd actually charged Phil. These fools were either immediately cut down by Phil's machete or thrown into the crowd. So it was for a foolish biker, which Phil figured was the buddy of the one he threw through the window of Smokey's pub. This biker charged Phil and clobbered him in a hockey mask with his fist, which was wrapped in a chain. Phil just grabbed the guy by his chain-covered hand and crushed it. Then, while the guy was screaming in agony, he rammed his machete into his gut. Then he lifted the impaled biker on the machete with both hands and flung him into the crowd in front of him. The effect was like a bowling ball hitting pins. The body hit the crowd and sent them crashing into each other. Phil had long since figured out that he'd made a mistake in starting the situation. He honestly thought once the crowd had seen him chop these people's heads off, they'd have taken off running. But he could never have imagined that this crowd of tourists and townfolk would actually turn on him. "We've got to get you out of here," said Lewis, who was standing a few feet away, his image fluctuating as garbage flew through it. "And can we state the obvious?" Phil thought. Before all this happened, he'd been heading for the alley next to the coffee shop, but the crowd had successfully blocked him off from his escape. And now he was feeling something he thought he'd never feel again: fear. The constant assault was taking its toll on him. He could feel his strength starting to wane. He knew that if he didn't find a way out of this situation soon, the crowd might actually overcome him. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. What now? He thought. He turned and saw that another fool from the crowd had come up behind him, but this one he knew very well. It was the bartender from Smokey's pub, Shane, Little Shane, Wilco Jr. This whisker-faced, heavy-built guy in a gray flannel shirt with greased black hair was hefting the pub's hand-carved club nickname, the Corrector. The Corrector usually hung over the bar at Smokey's and was only brought down when a situation got out of hand and needed correcting. Phil guessed that his throwing the biker through Smokey's window had spurred Little Shane's actions. Well, to Phil, even in his fatigued state, the Corrector was nothing more than a minor annoyance. "Come on, bitch!" Little Shane shouted at him as he swung the club back again, ready to take another swing at Phil. But this time, when Little Shane swung, Phil was ready for him. He caught the end of the club with his hands and snapped the end off of it. Then, before the surprised bartender could react, Phil rammed the end of the club into his chest. "Oh, fuck!" Little Shane exclaimed before he started coughing up blood. Then he fell to his knees, and Phil took off his head with the machete. That was when he heard the gunshot. It was obvious that it got the crowd's attention as well, because they stopped pelting him with garbage and fell silent. The only sound left was the chorus of the injured. Phil looked around and saw Sheriff Landis and Deputy Court standing in front of the crowd in front of him, each holding a rifle. "Okay, boy, I suggest you put that meat chopper down and put your hands behind your head," Landis said, cocking his rifle. "This'll be your only warning." Phil was amused by the sheriff's bravado. Even after seeing all the carnage he'd done, the sheriff actually thought he was a match for him with his little pop gun. "Don't even think about it," Lewis warned him. "Let's just try to make it out of here if we can." But Phil had other plans. He'd show the sheriff who had the power around here. Taking his machete in both hands, he charged the sheriff. "No!" Lewis screamed at him. There was a loud report as the sheriff's rifle went off. The shot hit him in the gut, the impact knocking him off his feet and sending him falling backwards on his back. The pain was excruciating. He felt like the bullet ripped up his insides. He touched the open hole and felt the thick, warm blood flowing from it. He lifted his hand and was surprised to see his blood was black. "Get up, you fool," Lewis said, glaring down at him. "I warned you. I told you this could happen, but you did not listen. If it wasn't for the fact that I need you to get my life back, I'd leave you to the sheriff and the crowd. Now do what I said and get up, or I'll give you pain that'll make what you're feeling now feel pleasant." Phil knew this wasn't an idle threat. He knew Lewis could put him through an unbearable agony without even having to try. So groaning in pain, he slowly pulled himself up. "What the hell?" he heard the sheriff exclaim. He also heard intakes of breath from the crowd around him. He managed to get to his feet, though his legs felt a bit rubbery. He saw the sheriff was reloading his rifle. He also saw that Deputy Court had his rifle trained on him, just waiting for him to make a move or for the sheriff to give him the word. "Don't be a fool," Landis said. "Drop the knife and we'll get you some medical help." "What are you waiting for?" Lewis said. "Drop the machete and make a run for the crowd. The sheriff wouldn't dare try to shoot you if there was the danger of hitting the crowd." But Phil had other ideas. He dropped the machete, but as he did, he grabbed the Bowie knife from his belt, fell to his right, and threw the knife. He heard another loud report as Court fired. The shot blew a chunk out of his shoulder and sent him spinning to the ground. He landed in a pile of body parts that had been behind him. He heard two more shots. One hit one of the half bodies sitting next to him, blowing the corpse's head off. The other shot must have went wide because he heard a scream from the crowd and the sound of a body dropping. Stumbling to his feet and trying to ignore the pain, he charged the crowd. Then, using every bit of strength in his weakened body that he had in reserve, he plowed his way through the crowd and stumbled into the safety of the alleyway. "The hell was that, Court?" Landis said, looking over at his deputy. Then he gasped in surprise. "Oh my God!" Court turned to him with a surprised look on his face. Then he looked down at the Bowie knife, which was half embedded in his sternum. Court fell to his knees. Bloody drool dribbled from his lips as he looked up at Landis with pleading eyes. Then he fell backwards onto the blood-splattered street. Landis dropped down to his knees beside Court. "You hold on, son. I'll get you some help." Court tried to say something, but he started to cough up blood. Landis grabbed the walkie-talkie from his belt. "Landis to base! Landis to base! Marshak, get on the horn! This is an emergency! We got lots of casualties and an officer down. I repeat, officer down. Over." After a few moments, there was a reply. "Marshak here. Did you say officer down? Over." "Affirmative. Get on the horn and get some emergency crews here pronto. We're just a short distance from the coffee shop on Main Street, right across from Smokey's Pub. You got that? Over." "I'm on it. Over and out," Marshak said. Landis looked down at Court. He really doubted he would last long enough for the emergency crew to arrive, but he had to try. He owed Court that much. Landis reached down and grabbed Court's hand. "Now you hold on, Court.
I want you to be around so I can tell you how I hunted that bastard down and caught him for you. I want you to see him get what's coming to him." Court squeezed Landis's hand tightly, but then his grip abruptly loosened, and Landis saw the light go out of Court's eyes. Landis's eyes moistened, and he shook his head. "Oh, God, son." Then, after a few moments of fighting himself, he regained his composure. He knew he had no time to mourn Court now. He had a killer to catch. "I promise you, Court, I'll catch that bastard, and I'll make sure he pays." But for now, all he could do is sit and wait for the emergency crews to arrive. He'd do what he could to help the injured, which wasn't much at all. But then, after that, he had work to do. The first thing he would need is some answers. He knew right where to find them. Chapter 21. Reluctant Allies. Phil stumbled and nearly fell to the ground as he followed the transparent image of Lewis through the forest. The jerk reopened the wound in his shoulder and caused fresh black blood to drip down his arm. With his other uninjured arm, he hugged his injured gut. Though his shirt was sticky with congealed blood, he could still feel more wet dribble coming from the still opened wound. He'd actually been surprised that he managed to escape the crowd and get out of town in his present condition. All the way through town he half expected to hear sirens and see patrol cars converge on him, but this did not happen. He could almost believe that it was the Ancient Ones who had a hand in this, but it was more likely that the sheriff's men were too busy cleaning up the mess he left for them to come after him. The thought of the last possibility gave him a momentary warm rush through his exhausted, pain-ridden body. Phil could see that they were coming up to a road, and that there was a worn-looking boarded-up shack on the other side of it. On the roof of the shack was a sign that read, "Gleason's Bait and Tackle." Gleason? Phil asked himself. Why does that name sound familiar? Though in his present condition, the answer to this question really didn't matter much to him. What mattered was being able to rest soon before he collapsed. "This will be a perfect place for you to regain your strength," Lewis said, putting his transparent hands, on his equally transparent hips. Phil wouldn't have argued with him even if he could talk. The pain and fatigue had taken its toll on him. He honestly doubted he would have been able to go much farther anyway. "Yes, my friend, a little rest and you'll be as good as new," Lewis told him. "Then we can pay our respects at Camp Crystal Lake." Phil was not as enthusiastic. During the battle on Main Street, he lost his machete as well as his bowie knife. Now all he had left was 2 pockets full of tent spikes, which were not as exciting to him as an actual blade would be. Still, he figured he might find something interesting on his way. Stumbling across the street, he made his way around to the back of the building. He had to tear his way through overgrown, trickly weeds before finally he found the boarded-up back entrance to the building. He grabbed one of the boards on the door and was surprised that he actually had to exert himself to rip it off. Even so, he soon had all the boards ripped off and was heading inside. Once he got inside, he saw that someone had cleared the place out. All that were left were web-covered shelves and an empty counter with a beat-up-looking cash register on top of it. Lewis came up behind him and looked around. "Not much of a place, but it'll do. You can rest here without being noticed. I doubt anyone gives this place a second look anymore." Phil went over to the counter and used it to steady himself. He slowly lowered himself to the floor. Then, leaning against the counter, he relaxed his beat-up body and slowly dozed off. "I really think this is a mistake. Shouldn't you wait till we get more people?" Marshak asked as he followed Sheriff Landis down the hall toward the evidence room. "I can't wait that long. We got a mass murderer on the loose, and these people may know something about it. That makes it worth the risk to me. Anyway, I'll have this with me, Landis said, cocking his rifle. I wouldn't like to be them if they tried. I still don't like this, Marshak told him as he cocked his own rifle. You said these people might have killed one of your deputies. Hell, you really have no idea what you'll be facing in there. Yeah, and that's what I have to worry about, Landis said. You just have to stay outside this here door with your pea shooter and wait for me to come out of there. Then he handed Marshak the keychain from his belt. Just don't get trigger happy on me. Marshak went over to the door and unlocked it. Then he cautiously opened it. Landis kept his rifle aimed at the doorway, ready to fire if any of his guests tried to make a run for it. Then he slowly headed inside. The first thing he noted upon entering was the body of Ed Marlin laying on the floor in a puddle of congealed blood. Then he caught sight of Stephen Freeman and his associates. They were seated at a wooden table in the nearer corner of the room, watching him with tense expressions on their faces. Okay, Stephen, I think we need to have a little chat. I just had a 7-foot-tall freak in a hockey mask turn Main Street into a goddamn slaughterhouse. Surprisingly enough, when I blew a hole in this guy's gut, he got up and managed to get away, he told them. Now, interestingly enough, the first thing I thought of after this was all over was you and your cousin. Have you got any idea why that would be? He asked, though he still had his rifle trained on them. Sheriff, it's imperative I ask this, Rashid said, with a concerned expression on his face. Can you estimate how many people were killed? What do you know about this? Landis asked, the barrel of his rifle now clearly aimed at Rashid. In the name of the Elder Ones, please answer my question, Rashid said pointedly, ignoring Landis's threat. Okay, have it your way. I'd say he killed nearly 50 people, including 2 of my deputies, and injured several more. Oh, great ones. Matters are worse than I anticipated, Rashid said. If your estimate is correct, we may have very little time to act. What are you talking about? Landis asked, confused. Soon the mask will have enough power to resurrect Jason, Rashid told him. Oh, no, not that supernatural shit again, Landis said, shaking his head. This is serious, Rashid said. The mask gains power with each murder. Damn it, Sheriff, you've seen what's been going on. You just don't want to believe it, Mickey said. You just said you shot the guy and he got up, right? For all I know, he might have been on PCP or was wearing a vest, Landis said, though he didn't sound convinced. But you know it wasn't either of those, don't you? Stephen Freeman said. Okay, I know he couldn't have been wearing a vest because he bled, Landis admitted, but that doesn't prove anything. What about the blood? Freeman asked knowingly. What do you mean? Landis asked, surprised. Was there anything unusual about it? The thought of the blood made Landis nauseous, but he did realize there was something very unusual about it, something uneasily familiar about it. Fine, it was black and thick. It reminded me of the blood Bob showed me the last time I saw him alive. It was the blood from the guy that killed those jocks and cheerleaders over at Camp Crystal Lake. But even then, that wasn't the first time you saw blood like that, right, Lloyd? Freeman pushed. Okay, yeah. It was like that black shit that came out of Randy's neck when you cut his head off at the Voorhees house, right before that thing came out of him. Landis looked pale. But how? Because it was the same kind of blood, Mickey answered. Damn it, Sheriff. Stop playing dense and put 2 and 2 together. That guy you shot was Phil Raymond, and the mask he was wearing was the same hockey mask that has been involved in all the murders these past 3 years. Jason's mask. But it couldn't be, Landis said. Both you and Stephen and I saw that mask go down with Jason. Yeah, but Mickey and I went up to the Voorhees' house yesterday, and we saw a deep hole where someone had dug where Jason was pulled down, Freeman told him.
But there's still no way the guy I shot was Phil Raymond, Landis said. Raymond is a short, wimpy guy. This feller was at least 7 foot tall and bulky.
I would not underestimate the power of that mask, Rashid told him.
Now you're all sounding like Bob, Landis said. He had this crackpot idea that the killer they found in the cave in Crystal Hill was a skinny geek mascot named Teddy Bateman. He even showed me these freaky-looking x-rays. But it all was so unreal.
After what you've witnessed at the Voorhees house, how can you be so closed-minded, Lloyd? Freeman asked.
Maybe because I wanted it to be over. I actually wanted these murders to be simple copycat murders. I wanted them to be because I knew I couldn't deal with them if they weren't. Landis shook his head. What are we going to do about this?
First, I would suggest you lower your weapon and let us free so we may assist you, Rashid said.
Landis lowered his rifle. Don't make me regret this.
You don't have to worry about that, Freeman said. Good, Rashid said. Now that this is settled, I suggest that we go with our original plan and try to get the mask away from Mr. Raymond and take it back to the vault at Curious Goods, where it will be locked away from human hands forever. Easier said than done, Mickey said. Still, we need to do something very quickly before our friend Mr. Raymond is able to take more lives and thus provide the mask with any more energy, Rashid said.
I really doubt he'll be doing any killing for a while, Landis said. He was really messed up when I last saw him. I would have had him then if it wasn't that he killed my second-hand man and had me distracted.
I would not be so sure of that, my friend, Rashid warned him. There is no doubt in my mind that, like Jason, Mr. Raymond has inherited the ability to regenerate his wounds. It is my belief that the stress of such an intense battle had simply slowed the process.
To put that in plain English, Rashid is saying that we don't have as much time as you think, Lloyd, Freeman told him. Well, that's just great, Landis said in exasperation. I've got a killing machine out there someplace, and I don't even have a clue where he'll strike next.
Actually, we do know where his ultimate destination is going to be, right, guys? Freeman said. He'll be heading to the one place the mask will be compelling him to go home. If I were you, Lloyd, I'd get your men together and head to Camp Crystal Lake.
The only problem is that this time I only have 2 deputies left, and they're busy dealing with all the shit your buddy Raymond left in his wake.
Then I suggest you deputize as many townspeople as you can, because it would be suicide to go after him alone.
I'm quite aware of that, Landis informed her. I have a large number of state police coming. Once they get here, I'll have more than enough people to handle the situation here in town, and our friend in that hockey mask.
Haven't you been listening, Sheriff? By now, Phil could be all healed up and on his way to Camp Crystal Lake, Mickey told him. We don't have time to wait for your reinforcements to arrive. We need to do something now. Lloyd, look, I suggest you let us out of here and let us do what we can until you can get your people together, Freeman said.
And what are you 3 gonna do other than get yourselves killed? Landis asked.
You would be very surprised, my friend, at what the 3 of us can accomplish, Rashid said.
The problem is I'm still not completely sure about the 3 of you, Landis told him. You said yourselves that your intention is to salvage the mask and take it with you.
Yes, and we told you the reason is so we can lock it away, so it cannot possess anyone else. Please believe us when we say that we are on the same side as you.
I have devoted my life to keeping the world safe from things like this mask, Rashid told him.
Well, you're not doing too good of a job from my perspective.
As I have told my young friends here, in war there is always casualties, and what we are fighting here, my friend, is a battle in a much bigger war. Though I mourn the dead and injured, I must not let their plight interfere with what I must do for the greater good.
Okay, let's get out of here and start this ball running,
Landis said, heading for the door. Then, when he saw that they'd gotten up and were following him, he held his hand up.
I'd better go out first and talk to my associate, he told them. He might get an itchy trigger finger if we came out together.
The others acknowledged him and stayed back. Landis pulled out his walkie-talkie and turned it on.
Marshak, this is Sheriff Landis. Unlock the door. I'm on my way out. And keep that trigger finger of yours on hold. Over.
The first thing Phil did when he awoke was to feel his gut. Rubbing off the congealed blood, he found that the hole had completely healed. He also rubbed off the dried blood on his shoulder and found that it had completely healed as well. Getting up, he stretched his now revitalized muscles and clenched and unclenched his fist testingly. Once again, he felt the power flow through his body.
Excellent,
he heard Lewis say from the other side of the room.
I see you're fully recovered, my boy.
Phil demonstrated this by bringing his fist crashing down and smashing the counter into kindling. It was easy, almost like it had been made of paper. If he'd been able to, he would have smiled. Lewis smiled sadistically and nodded his approval.
Now we're ready to pay our young friends a visit.
Still, Phil didn't feel quite as ready as Lewis. He wished he had something better to kill with than tent spikes. He really wished he hadn't lost his machete back on Main Street. Heading out the back door of the deserted shack, he followed the apparition of Lewis through the tall weeds towards the woods at the far end of the yard. It was as he pushed his way through the wall of weeds that he caught sight of something sticking up out of a clump of weeds just ahead. The object looked to be some sort of a handle. When he finally reached the object, his heart warmed. The object was a weathered-looking axe, which was stuck in an equally aged stump. Phil pulled the axe free from its resting place and inspected it. The blade, though covered in rust, looked usable. Lifting the axe over his head, he brought it down on the stump. Splinters of wood shot into the air, and a large chunk of the stump fell away.
"This'll do," he thought. "This'll do very well."
He felt something carved into the handle. He turned the handle over and looked at it. On the handle was carved the name Red. Now he remembered why he remembered the name Gleason. It was Big Red Gleason who committed the second series of murders after Jason was sent to hell. He also remembered that Big Red killed his own mother and father during his killing spree. The shack must have been Big Red's father's bait and tackle store. He was amused by the coincidence.
"Good," Lewis said, looking back at him. "I see you've found something useful. Let's not delay any longer. Our young friends are waiting."
Hefting his new prize, Phil followed Lewis's lead. Now that he had something substantial to use, he began to feel more excited about the upcoming slaughter. "What the hell is this, the Twilight Zone?" Marshak said after Sheriff Landis and Stephen Freeman explained the situation to him. "You actually expect me to believe that a hockey mask can cause people to commit murder?"
"If you saw what I've seen since taking this job, Marshak, nothing would surprise you," Landis told him.
"Excuse me for not jumping on the supernatural bandwagon, Sheriff, but in the 15 years I've been on the force, I've never once had to deal with undead people or curses," Marshak told him. Well, you're about to get your chance, Landis told him. Because I want you to go with these people and keep things safe over at Camp Crystal Lake. You can't do that, Marshak said. I'm not one of your deputies, okay? Oh, I can do exactly that, Landis told him. You were sent here to assist this office in the situation, and now I've given you a job to do. You don't like it, then file a complaint once all this is over. You can be sure that I will do just that, he told Landis. Damn it, there are more important things to deal with here than your ego, Mickey spoke up, looking at Marshak with disgust. Please excuse me for being so bold, Officer Marshak, Rashid interrupted. But isn't it wise, given the state of affairs, that we have a uniformed officer accompany us? After all, it is a fact that there is indeed a murderer roaming this town, and how can you be sure he won't eventually head to Camp Crystal Lake? And isn't that what you get paid to do? Mickey pointed out. Marshak shook his head in frustration. Fine, he said, and looked over at Freeman and the others. Well, what are we waiting for? Then he stalked off down the hall and out through the front door. I'm not too sure about this, Freeman said, looking over at Landis incredulously. From the looks on his two associates' faces, they concurred. Marshak may not believe any of this, but you can be assured when it comes down to it, he'll do his job, Landis said. I hope you're right, man, Freeman said. I'm with you on that, Mickey agreed. Either way, my friends, Rashid told them, we need him, because if we are not swift in our response, blood will indeed spill at Camp Crystal Lake this night. Chapter 22. The Warning. Carol Martinez lit the newspaper with her lighter and threw it onto the gas-soaked logs and kindling, igniting them. Flames shot up and caused an eerie glow across Morgana's face, who was sitting on the other side of the fire across from Carol. Then Carol carefully moved the camera into position and looked through the eyepiece. Hey, pothead, she said, looking over at Jamal, who was sitting with his back to the trunk of a tree, taking a pull on his joint. Get off your lazy butt and check out this angle for me. Bracing himself against the tree, Jamal pulled himself up and stumbled over to the camera. Taking another deep pull on his joint, he looked through the eyepiece. Mesmerizing, darling. Absolutely mesmerizing. Carol looked at him with disgust. My God, look at you. I thought I made it clear I wanted you to back off that crap. The smoke helps me with me art, Jamal told her, looking up at her and appearing to be about to teeter over. Give me a fucking break. You can barely stand up. How the fuck are you supposed to shoot anything? She said annoyedly. I be an artist, darling. I do things me way, he said, taking in yet another breath of the smoke. Well, on this shoot, we do things my way, she said, taking the joint from his lips and crushing it. Now I suggest you wake up, get some strong coffee down your throat, and get to fucking work, pothead. Jamal put his hand to his chest dramatically. Y'all wound me? That be my last joint? Then he stumbled toward the cabins. Are we done with the drama now, Chief? Sean asked as he came up to her. Carol rolled her eyes at the retreating form of Jamal. Then she shook her head. You got something to tell me? Actually, I have some concerns about how we have the cable set up. They're dangerously close to the fire. Well, do something about it. Put something over the top of them, she suggested. I've tried. I put all our tarps down over them, but, they don't cover them completely, he said. Then figure something out, she told him, getting slightly annoyed. I'm just the director. It's not my job to have to figure every last detail out. I could go over and ask our neighbors if they have anything we could use, he suggested. Carol got a nauseated look on her face. Please don't, she said, rubbing her temple.
She was definitely feeling a headache coming on. Just the thought of asking the two Filipino campers, who had made their campsite on the other side of the remains of Vince Fantana's carnival, for anything made her want to cringe. She'd honestly thought the pothead was bad enough, but those two raised the definition of annoying to new heights. Supposedly, from what she recalled, Carol thought the two women introduced themselves as sisters, but if they were polar opposites. The one camper was a heavy, overly jolly woman with drawn-on eyebrows. She literally never stopped yammering the whole time during their visit, and seemed stuck on the subject of Jason Voorhees. The other woman was short and extremely thin, with short-cut hair that was dyed light brown with blonde streaks. Though this woman barely said a thing, and pretty much stayed in her companion's shadow, she definitely made a strong impression. This was due to the fact that she appeared to be allergic to just about everything in the forest and had the most unique and grating sneeze Carol had ever heard in her entire life. The effect reminded her of someone scraping their fingernails down a chalkboard. "Then what the hell are we supposed to do?" Sean asked, bringing Carol back to the present. "Think of something," Carol told him. "Think of anything. Just don't ever suggest that to me again." Then she walked away and headed toward the van, rubbing her temples again. She hoped she still had aspirins in the glove compartment, because her head had started to throb. Sweet! Bessie Nagu's small Filipino frame shuddered so hard that she nearly tipped over the folding chair she was sitting in. Then she blew her nose with the handy handkerchief she had in her left hand. "Can you do something about that?" her sister Lilith intoned, annoyed, from the chair next to her. "It's no wonder that woman threw us out of the campsite." "Actually, I think she got tired of you bending her ear about letting us be in the documentary and ramming all that trivia down her throat about Jason Voorhees," Bessie said before blowing her nose yet again. "So shoot me for being enthusiastic," she said, now thoroughly disturbed. "What the hell do you expect? Think about it, Bessie. We're camping at Camp Crystal Lake, the hunting ground of the coolest serial killer. Next to that guy in Springwood who killed all those kids. What was his name? Fred something?" "Freddy Krueger," Bessie reminded her, holding in a sneeze. "Whatever," Lilith answered. "Just think about it. This place was the inspiration for all those blood camp films." Then Lilith lovingly caressed the "I Survived Camp Blood" t-shirt she wore. "I know all this, sis," Bessie said, trying hard to keep from rolling her eyes. "You just can't appreciate this place like I can." Then Lilith droned on for the next 15 minutes more, reminding her sister that she wasn't just some ordinary fan, but that she was an acknowledged expert on the subject, as well as being the webmaster of the official Blood Camp Fan Club website, and the vice president of the Jason Voorhees Appreciation Society. Then she went on to babble on about her collection of Jason collectibles, and how she had every variation of every Jason doll ever made. After hearing all this for what seemed the millionth time, Bessie couldn't help but roll her eyes. This enraged her sister, just adding fuel to an already scorching fire. "Damn it, why did I ever decide to bring you along? All through this trip, all you've done is been a real pain." "Shoo!" Bessie sneezed again. "And would you please do something about that fucking sneezing?" Lilith complained at her. Bessie glared at her. "I would, but if you recall, I told you I left my allergy pills at the hotel. You were the one who refused to go back and get them." Lilith opened her mouth to counter her sister again, but stopped and waved her hand at her. "Did you hear that?" "What?" Bessie asked, looking around. "I heard something moving around out there," Lilith said, getting up off her chair and scanning the woods with her eyes. Then Bessie heard a crunching sound in the woods. It sent a chill up her back. She got up out of her chair and stood next to her sister. "It's nothing, just a deer or some other animal," Bessie said, but in her gut she really didn't believe it. "Have you seen any animals around this camp?" Lilith pointed out. "I haven't seen any animals, not even a squirrel, since we've been here." This caused Bessie to become even more disturbed. She moved a bit closer to her sister. "Maybe it's those people from the documentary crew."
If it was them, then why are they being so quiet? I don't know, Bessie said, her expression almost pleading, like her sister had the power to wish the sound away. Maybe they're trying to play a trick on us. Maybe they're trying to scare us to get a realistic reaction for the documentary. Maybe, Lilith agreed. Well, if it's a show they want. Then Lilith headed over to her tent, bent down, and headed inside. Bessie followed her sister and stood outside the tent. "What are you doing?" Bessie exclaimed, now thoroughly afraid, now that she was essentially alone. But then she calmed a bit as her sister emerged from the tent. But her fear turned to surprise when she saw what her sister went into the tent for. Clasped in Lilith's hand was a very imposing-looking machete. On the large blade, which reflected the glow of the fire in the fire pit in front of her, was written Camp Crystal Lake in bloody-looking letters. "Where the hell did you get that?" she asked, totally stunned. "Remember when I went to the trading post and you headed back to the hotel?" she asked, hefting the weapon and looking at it with a proud grin. "I got this, my t-shirt, and an official Jason hockey mask at half price." Bessie's mouth dropped. "What the hell were you thinking? What were you planning to use that thing for? A bread cutter or something?" Lilith looked at her sister with disgust and shook her head. "You'll never understand. This is an official machete from Camp Crystal Lake. You can't just buy this at the local Kmart. This is something special, something to treasure. Not everyone has one of these." "Yeah, because it's a damned machete," Bessie pointed out. Then she blew her nose again. "Well, given our situation, it's lucky I had it around," Lilith told her. "I saw the Blair Witch Project. I saw what happened to those poor college students. They weren't ready." Then Lilith held up the machete. "But I am." Then she smiled. "That was all fake," Bessie pointed out. "What?" Lilith asked, looking confused. "The Blair Witch Project," Bessie said. "It was all just a gimmick to sell a low-budget horror movie. Hell, it turned out that town they shot it in was never called Blair." "That's just what they want you to think," Lilith said. "Excuse me?" "I know it's all a big conspiracy," Lilith told her. "I've seen the internet site." "But wait a second. I've seen Heather Donahue in other films since then," Bessie told her. "But are you sure it's the same Heather Donahue?" Lilith countered. "Maybe they found another woman named Heather Donahue who looked kind of like the other one." Lilith was going to continue to preach to her sister, but the sound of more branches breaking stopped her. "Did you hear that? It's getting closer." "Now I'm getting really scared," Bessie admitted, slipping behind her sister and looking nervously into the woods. "Don't worry, sis. I'll protect you," Lilith told her as she was looking down the clean reflective blade excitedly. She actually hoped there was some freak out there. She really wanted the chance to use her prize. "Sound?" Carol Martinez said. "Check," Sean said, holding his mic crane over Morgana's head. "Camera?" she said, looking over at Jamal. "Ready, darlin'," he said. Carol shook her head. Then she held up a piece of paper. "Legend of Crystal Lake Seance, Take 1. Then, after pulling the paper away, she headed around behind Jamal and picked up a microphone from off the ground. "This is our last night here in Crystal Lake, and we thought a documentary about the supernatural wouldn't be complete without a seance," she said into the microphone. "And what better place to have it than here at Camp Crystal Lake? Therefore, with the help of our mental medium Morgana Blackthorn, we shall attempt to contact the restless spirits of the people killed on these grounds by both Jason Voorhees and his mother." Then Carol nodded at Morgana. Morgana, her eyes dancing with the reflection of the blazing fire before her, began to speak. "Everyone, please remain quiet during these proceedings, because any sound or quick movement could break my trance state," she warned, looking around her. "And that could be very dangerous for her," Julius added from behind Carol, startling her. Carol turned around and glared at him warningly. All she needed was for him to become overdramatic and ruin things. Though there may be times when the spirits may become more vocal and agitated, please don't intercede, she continued. As my friend mentioned, while I am in my trance, I'm extremely vulnerable, and any shock could be fatal. Believe me when I say that even though it may seem like things may appear to be going out of control, the truth is that I am always in control. I will now begin.
Morgana closed her eyes. After a few moments, her body started to weave back and forth. Then she opened her mouth, and an unfamiliar voice issued from it. The voice sounded like that of an old man.
I'm the messenger of God. You're doomed if you stay here. This place is cursed. Cursed.
Then her head dropped down, and after a few moments came up again. This time when she spoke, a female voice, though clearly not her own, came from her lips.
It was the boy, the voice exclaimed. It was the boy from the lake. Somehow he found me. Beware, you'll be found. You must leave. You are the key. If you don't leave, he'll come back. Please don't help him to come back.
Then Morgana's head dropped again, but this time when her head came up, her eyes shot open, revealing nothing but the whites of her eyes. And when she spoke, the voice that came out was of an older woman.
Leave this place, the voice ordered. If you don't, more blood will be spilt. Beware the other. He is on his way. He knows you are here, and he will show you no mercy. He does not fully realize his situation, and that he is setting up his own doom. He must not succeed. My son must stay where he is. It is the only answer.
So, am I correct that you're the spirit of Pamela Voorhees? Carol said, holding the microphone to her lips. Both Sean and Jamal looked over at her in surprise. Julius glared at her. I asked you a question, Carol pushed. Are you Pamela Voorhees? You know who I was, the woman said simply. Yet it is a waste of time for me to answer, since you will not believe me anyway. And how do you know that? Carol challenged. Because it won't be until you see your friends dead before you realize the truth, and by then it will be too late for you, the boy said sadly. I pity you. Oh, really? Carol said, shaking her head. You know, that's very interesting. No one ever said that Pamela Voorhees was psychic. Oh my God, what a revelation! But then Carol's eyes narrowed and her tone was less pleasant. Or is it all that is just a load of shit? A complete load perpetrated by a so-called medium looking to make a name for herself. That's not true! Julius exclaimed. Oh, come on, Morgana, Carol continued, ignoring Julius's protest. I must say that this has been a very impressive performance. I mean, you do a great job with the voices and all. I pity you and your friends, the voice said. And I pity that because of your ignorance, my son, my boy, will be free to kill again. Now you're getting overly melodramatic, Carol said. Oh, this is getting really boring. I have warned you, the voice raged as Morgana stood up and glared at Carol with her widened-out eyes. I can do no more. Morgana began to weave even more than before. It looked like at any moment she might fall forward into the fire. Julius rushed forward, knocking Carol out of his way as he passed. Morgana closed her eyes and fell backwards over the log she'd been sitting on. Julius ran around the fire pit and ran over to her. He kneeled down beside her and picked her up into his arms. Morgana began to groan and finally, after a few moments, opened her eyes and looked up at Julius. And cut! Carol yelled. That was great! What the hell are you talking about? Julius exclaimed with total disbelief. My God, you saw her! She could have died because of you. Yeah, right, Carol replied. It was a fantastic performance. Very dramatic. I do have to give her credit. It was all real. Morgana said weakly, with a mirror of Julius's disbelief on her face. "Listen, you stupid bitch, she wasn't acting!" Julius yelled at Carol. "That warning was real!" "You can stop now," Carol said dismissively. "The camera's off, and you're wasting your time trying this shit with me. I'm not impressed." Hey, Chief," Sean said. "I don't know. She really looked like she might fall into the fire. I nearly creamed my shorts." Carol shook her head at him. "They've really got you in the pothead sucker, don't they?" "Dar be more things in the heaven and the earth than can be dreamt of in your philosophy, darling," Jamal said, waggling his finger at her. "I told you there'd be bad mojo around this place." Carol gave them a dismissive wave of her hand and headed toward the cabins. "I'm not going to waste any more of my precious time with this." "I got me a bad feeling about this shit, man," Jamal said to Sean. "Yeah, I know what you mean," Sean agreed. "If I were you guys," Julius said as he helped Morgana to her feet, "I'd jump in that van and get the fuck out of here. If it wasn't that Morgana's so weak at the moment, we'd be out of here already." "I'm fine, Julius," Morgana said, though it was obvious by the way she was clinging to him she was not. "But what about the chief?" Sean asked. "What if she's still being hard-headed?" "If she's not willing to leave, then fuck her," Julius said simply. "I couldn't leave her here," Sean admitted. "Me neither, mon," Jamal agreed. "Though the lady be a hard-ass and be ignorant, I wouldn't want to see her come to any harm." "Then I suggest you leave a note to tell whoever finds your body who to contact," Julius said as he half-dragged Morgana toward the cabins. Chapter 23, New Blood at Camp Crystal Lake. Phil watched from the darkened forest as the chubby Filipino woman continued to hold the machete in front of her and bark out threats. Neither her ranting nor her aggressive stance impressed him in the least. His attention was firmly focused on the gleaming blade in her hand. "Thank you, whoever you are," he thought to the unseen forces that had led him to this spot. "And a Merry Christmas to you, too." "Ah, yes," the transparent image of Lewis said. "2 more lambs for the slaughter. Now we can see how you do when it comes to having to stalk your prey." "Fuck that," Phil thought as he lifted his axe and flung it at the heavy Filipino woman. He saw an amazed look cross her face just as the rusty axe struck home, embedding itself in her skull right between her eyes. The woman stumbled backwards and collapsed on top of her smaller, skinny companion, pinning her to the ground. The trapped woman screamed hysterically and tried to push her companion's body off of her with her free right arm, but it was of no use. Phil emerged from the bushes and lumbered over to her. He pulled one of the tent spikes from the pocket of his trench coat. He stood and looked down at the crying woman, enjoying her fear and listening to her plead for her life. The woman flayed her free arm at him, trying in vain to fend him off. Snot dribbled down from her nose and down her cheek, mixing with her tears. "Please!" the woman screamed. "My God, please don't hurt me!" "Their fear can be so intoxicating," Lewis said, watching the show with approval. "Can't it? But we really should finish our business here and get on our way. We still have more blood to spill tonight." Phil hated to admit that Lewis had a point. He still had the pleasure of killing that documentary crew to look forward to. So he knelt down and grabbed the woman by the throat, being careful not to snap her neck in the process. Then he held the tent spike in front of her face. This had the desired effect. The woman let out another scream and started to struggle more. She hit him in the hockey mask a couple of times, but, of course, it was useless. She was his to do with what he would. Then he slowly, almost seductively, slipped the end of the tent spike into her left nostril and began to push it up her nose. The woman let out one last scream before Phil heard a sharp crunching sound. Then the woman went silent. Her arm fell to the ground and she was still. "Excellent work, my boy," Lewis said, looking down at the Filipino woman's face, which was frozen in the expression of her last moment's agony. "And to the victor goes the spoils," he said, motioning toward the shiny new machete, which was lying on the ground a couple of feet away. Phil got up, went over, and claimed his prize. The reflection of the flames from the campfire danced on the large blade. Now Phil felt truly ready for the slaughter to come. "Would you please get off it?" Carol said, yawning and shaking her head at Sean, who was standing in the open doorway of the rundown cabin she occupied. She'd been ready to turn off her lantern and try to get some sleep when he barged in and started bugging her about leaving. "I said we'll leave in the morning after we've all had a good night's sleep." "I don't see why you're being so stubborn," Sean said. "It's almost like you're daring Morgana's warning." "I could give a flying fuck about that faker's act," she told him, flipping her legs over the side of the lumpy, creaky bed and sitting up. "I'm being logical, unlike you and the other scaredy cat. We've had a very long and busy day, and I have no intention of trying to drive these roads in the middle of the night tired. That's just asking for an accident to happen." "Okay, well then let me drive," Sean said. "I'm not tired, and I think it would be the best for all of us to get the fuck out of here." "Or better yet, why don't I give the keys to the pothead?" she countered sarcastically. "Now, let me make myself perfectly clear on this. This is my van, and I will not have it leave this place until I'm ready. If either you or the pothead want to leave before then, I suggest you ask Elvira and her boyfriend out there for a ride." "Maybe we'll do that," he said, exasperated. "Then I guess the two of you are opting out of any profits made in this documentary." "What do you mean by that?" he asked, looking at her suspiciously. "I gather you guys didn't look at the agreement you signed," she said matter-of-factly. "What about it?" he asked, confused. "It clearly says that you two have the option of walking out of this project at any time, but by doing so, you relinquish your rights to any profits this project may acquire." "But all the shooting on the fucking thing is done. We've done our side of the contract," he countered. "Until we're back in sunny California, you two are on my time and still on contract," she said. "You could try to fight this in court, but I wouldn't suggest you try it. Daddy has some very good lawyers on his payroll." "You fucking bitch," Sean said, infuriated. "I'll see you in the morning," she said nonchalantly, slipping back into bed and pulling her Green Army surplus sleeping bag around her. "Oh, and would you please close that door on your way out? There's a bit of a draft in here." "Screw you," was Sean's answer. "My life is worth more than movie profits." Then he grabbed the door and slammed it shut. The fragile, rotten door shattered into pieces. "Now look what you've done," she said in a mix of surprise and anger. "Well, Chief, I guess you're just going to have to rough it," he told her before stomping away. "So I gather your boss is still being as stubborn as ever, huh?" Julius said, coming out of the darkened cabin he and Morgana shared. It was 3 cabins away from Carol's. Sean sighed and shook his head. "I don't know. Sometimes that bitch can really piss me off." "Well, what are you gonna do?" Julius asked him pointedly. "After all, it's your life that's at stake here." "The problem is, she has the keys to the van," Sean reminded him. "You two wouldn't possibly have room for some company when you leave?" "It'll definitely be a tight fit, but both you and Jamal are welcome to join us," Julius said. "I'd be sorry, Mon, but I won't be joining you unless that sister goes with us," Jamal said as he stumbled up to them. "Then you'll be sentencing yourself to death," Morgana said as she weakly dragged herself up to the cabin doorway. "My God, you shouldn't be up," Julius said as he headed over to her and put his arm around her protectively. "If we don't leave soon,
none of us will be in any condition to stand, she told him. I can sense the evil drawing nearer. It's getting stronger by the moment. Bravo again! Carol Martinez said, clapping her hands and walking up to them. Another stellar performance. Are you done yet? Sean asked in disgust. No, actually that's my question, she countered. Do you four know how ridiculous you look standing around out here, blubbering about this shit? You're the one who's being stupid, and because of that, people could die, Julia said, glaring at her. Oh, I'm so scared, she said mockingly. Is the big bad serial killer of Camp Blood gonna come and chop us all up with his nasty machete? Actually, young lady, something like that is very possible indeed, Rashid said, as he, Mickey, Ryan, and Officer Marshak came out of the forest and approached them. What the fuck? Carol said in surprise, when she saw who her uninvited guests were. What the fuck are you doing here, Freeman? Would you believe trying to save your lives? Ryan said simply. Ma'am, it's important that you and your friends leave this camp immediately, Marshak said, stepping between Ryan and Carol. There's been an incident in town, and it's possible that a very dangerous suspect is on his way here. Don't tell me, Jason Voorhees, Carol said cynically. No, ma'am, this suspect is from all indications the Assistant Coroner Philip Raymond. I'm afraid he has left a large number of casualties in his wake. A large number of casualties, Ryan parodied. My God, Marshak, stop with the Sergeant Friday routine and get to the point. Phil turned Main Street into a damned bloodbath, folks. Sean looked from Ryan to Marshak and then to Carol. Now are you ready to leave? He asked Carol, unable to hide the fear in his voice. We were warned. Damn it, will you please get off that supernatural shit? She said, enraged. This means nothing. He said they're not even sure he's coming here. It was at that moment, as if in answer to her, that the body of Lilith Nagu came flying out of the bushes and nearly landed on Sean. Chapter 24. Stalked. Holy shit! Sean exclaimed, jumping back and nearly running into Julius and Morgana when Lilith Nagu's body landed on the ground in front of him. It's too late! Morgana screamed. The evil's here! Julius pulled her closer to him, protectively. Marshak pulled his pistol from its holster and held it at ready. Everyone stay together and try not to panic. I suggest we all calmly make our way inside that cabin. If I may be so bold, officer, I believe that course of action would be a most tragic tactical error, Rashid said, moving up to him. Excuse me? Marshak asked as he scanned the woods with his eyes, looking for any movement. These cabins are in such disrepair that I doubt that they would provide us any protection if Mr. Raymond chose to play his hand, Rashid told him. Then what the hell do you suggest we do besides standing here like targets in a shooting gallery? Marshak said, still watching the woods. Though it isn't the safest course of action, I suggest we get these people to their vehicles and away from the danger area. But isn't that what Phil would want us to do? Ryan asked, surprised, from beside Mickey, whose expression showed she was in accord with him. Exactly, and our knowing this is to our advantage, Rashid said. How so? Mickey asked, now looking totally confused. Excuse me? Carol Martinez said, coming up to them. What the hell's going on here? Is this some kind of sick joke? My God, Sean said in disbelief, now leaning against the wall beside the entrance of the cabin. Are you fucking ignorant? The truth is laying on the ground in front of your face. Take a fucking look for yourself. He glanced over at the split face of Lilith, which was looking up at him. Stuff like this just doesn't happen in reality, Carol shot back at him. What fucking world have you been living in? Sean said, amazed. Young lady, I can assuredly tell you that this situation is not some sort of deception, Rashid informed her. This is a life-and-death situation, and unless you wish to find yourself as a casualty, I would suggest you take this situation seriously. Then, before Carol could open her mouth to comment, Rashid turned back to Officer Marshak. Officer, I would suggest we decide a course of action swiftly before Mr. Raymond decides to take further action of his own.
We'll do this your way, Marshak told him, but it'll be on your head if this is a mistake.
Marshak looked over at Julius and Morgana.
Ma'am, will you be able to travel?
I can make it,
Morgana said, but she still looked weak and was holding on to Julius for support. I'll take care of her, Julius assured him. Then Marshak looked around at Rashid and the others. Stay together and follow behind me in a straight line. If something happens, the only thing I can suggest is all of you scatter and hope for the best.
Oh boy, that makes me feel so confident, Sean commented. Then Marshak, his gun still out and ready, started down the trail between the cabins. The others followed, even Carol, though reluctantly. We're fucked, Sean said to no one in particular. I second ya on that one, man, Jamal said from beside him. Phil watched hungrily from the cover of the darkened forest as the procession of his future victims headed between the cabins. All he wanted to do at that moment was charge and start slashing them down. But Lewis had other ideas. Oh, my friend, I can sense that you are anxious to spill blood, but a true artist knows how to relish the act and build the terror of the prey, Lewis told him as he paced in front of Phil. Believe me when I say you'll thank me when we are finished. It was at times like this Phil wished he could move his mouth enough to say anything, but he knew any kind of resistance would only get him a dose of the mind-numbing pain Lewis had treated him to in the alleyway earlier. So all he could do at this point was wait and watch. The logs in the fire pit from the seance earlier were still aglow, giving Marshak and the others some faint illumination as they entered the clearing behind the cabins, where the hearse and the van were parked. You know, we're really screwed, people, Sean said to no one in particular. I've seen enough of those blood camp movies to know either this dude's fucked up the cars or we're gonna find some dead bodies in the front seats. This isn't a movie, Ryan pointed out. No, and according to you people, all this is all perfectly reasonable, Carol said sarcastically. We never said that, Mickey said in an annoyed tone. But facts are facts. You saw that woman's dead body. Isn't that proof enough that there's some sort of a psycho out there in the woods? Carol looked at Mickey defiantly. For all I could tell, that body could have been a very creative dummy that you guys made to put a scare into us. And why the hell would we go to all that trouble? Ryan asked in total amazement. It's perfectly obvious, Carol told him. To maintain the legend of Jason Voorhees. This town is making a hell of a lot of money off the tourist trade. If my documentary was to expose how ludicrous this whole thing is, and put some doubt in people's minds, all that money would be in jeopardy. I think that's reason enough. Excuse me, Chief, Sean said, trying to sound calm and reasonable. I was the one who nearly had that thing land on me, and I can say for sure that that body was the real thing. Fine, she went on, but how do we know the killer is out in the woods? What the hell are you talking about? Sean asked. Think about it, Carol said. Isn't it rather convenient that they arrived when they did? Excuse me? Mickey said, incensed. but you're a total nutcase. Though I find your theory is very creative, young lady, Rashid said. If we were so desperate that we would commit such a vicious act as murder, why not save ourselves the drama of putting on such a charade, and simply kill all of you outright, and say it was the curse of Jason Voorhees? Because it'd be better PR for you to make believers out of us? Carol told him.
Hey, you got one here, Sean said, holding up his hand. Can we go home now?
You can count me on that, man, Jamal said, holding his hand up too. Will all of you please shut up, Marshak said, annoyed. With all your yammering, that asshole out there could find us from a mile away. I do not believe that is an issue, officer, Rashid told him. The fact is that Mr. Raymond knows exactly where we are and what we are doing.
Perfect, Sean commented, shaking his head.
Indeed it is, young man, Rashid said. Our knowledge of this can be used to our advantage.
How do you see it that way? Marshak asked, looking at Rashid with a confused look on his face.
It is to our advantage because our knowledge of this will prevent Mr. Raymond from taking us by surprise, Rashid informed him.
Great, Sean commented, though his tone was less than enthusiastic. Bravo for our side. Phil was still forced to simply watch Marshak and the others as they made their way to the vehicles. Lewis had had him cautiously make his way to a new hiding place behind a large oak just beyond the clearing behind the cabins, so that he'd be ready when the time came for the slaughter to begin. Though Phil knew what Lewis had in mind, it was hard for him to wait for him to give the signal to attack. His hunger for death had become strong and wanted satisfaction, but his fear of Lewis was stronger, so all he could do is continue to let his hunger fester and hope that the wait wouldn't be that much longer. I really hate to be right, Sean said, looking down at the slashed tires of the van. He got our hearse, too, Julius said from beside the hearse, which was a few feet away. Well, what other great ideas have you got, Professor? Marshak said to Rashid sarcastically.
Though our present situation is complicated by this discovery, it does not change the fact that we must get these people away from this camp, and with all swiftness, Rashid informed him.
And how do you suggest we do that? Marshak asked. It would be like leading lambs to the slaughter if we tried taking these people into those woods.
I assure you it will be far worse if we do not. This camp is the heart of the evil that has cursed these woods. More death in this place will only strengthen that evil and bring it that much closer to its goal.
My God, will you people listen to yourselves? Carol said in frustration. It would be almost laughable if it wasn't that you sounded so sincere.
This is no laughing matter, young lady, Rashid told her.
Don't waste your breath, Rashid, Mickey told him. That one isn't going to listen. She's totally deluded. An almost injured look crossed Carol Martinez's face. I'm deluded? She said in amazement. You're the ones who are talking about the big, nasty evil. Chief, why don't you just shut the fuck up? Sean said, partially out of frustration and partially out of fear. Either try to help us or back off, because I, for one, don't want to hear any more of your bullshit. My bullshit? She said. You're the one who keeps comparing all this to one of those damned blood camp films, and you have the fucking nerve to talk about me? Thoroughly enraged, she headed over to the driver's side door of the van. And what are we going to find in here? She said sarcastically, grabbing onto the handle of the door. If Sean and the rest of you are right, she said,
when I open this door, a gnarly dead body's gonna fall out. Well, let's see. No! Sean screamed at her. Then she quickly flung open the door. Nothing fell out. Then she dramatically looked into the cab at the empty front seat and laughed. You see, she said triumphantly. I was right. It's all a load of shit. Then an object came flying out of the woods and hit the side of the van with a sickening thump and a cracking sound that followed. It rolled to a stop at Carol's feet. Looking down, Carol Martinez let out a hysterical scream and jumped away. Looking up at her was the decapitated head of Bessie Nagu. The impact with the side of the van had knocked the tent spike so deeply into her nose that the point of it had broke through the back of her head. Chapter 25. Follow the Leader. Hearing the sweet scream of horror from that bitch Carol Martinez was a symphony to Phil's ears. Now, my friend, Lewis chuckled with glee, it is time to play. Phil was now unleashed. He charged like a force of nature out of the woods into the clearing. The evil's shown itself! The goth witch screamed as if channeling a gypsy from a B-grade horror film. Her Marilyn Manson-esque boyfriend grabbed her arm and dragged her into the woods. Surely they will make it to safety, Phil mused in a primal sort of way. Oh shit, I am so out of here! The bald guy screamed while urinating in his khakis. Phil thought his name was Sean. Sean grabbing the arm of the guy who he thought was a Jamaican and moved to follow the two goths into the woods. Phil, pursuing Sean and the wannabe Jamaican, quickly caught up with the fleeing duo. Phil charged them and rammed his machete into the back of the guy with the dreadlocks. The pseudo-Jamaican let out a scream of pain and cried, "Oh, shite!" Phil roughly jerked his machete sideways and pulled the attached victim free from the bald guy's grip. As this happened, something fell from behind the false Jamaican's ear and landed on the ground at his feet. Both he and Phil looked down at it. It was a joint. The guy pulled off his sunglasses and said unhappily, "Shite, man!" Then Phil locked a restraining hand on the fake Jamaican's shoulder and pulled the machete upwards, splitting him in half. A shower of blood sprayed from the body as it fell to the ground. After being drenched in his friend's blood, Sean let out a girly-like scream. Then he hysterically took off into the woods at a sprint. Phil decided not to pursue him. It would be more fun to wait and track him down later. Anyways, he had better piggies to slaughter. Turning around and raising his machete over his head, he charged straight for Carol Martinez. The screaming girl stood frozen in place and totally oblivious of him. She seemed unable to take her eyes off the Filipino girl's severed head on the ground at her feet. Good, Phil thought. This will be an easy kill. But as he came up to her and started to bring the machete down, someone flung themselves into Carol and knocked her out of the way. He was just able to make out that it had been Mickey Foster before his forward momentum slammed him mask first into the van, leaving a forced impression in the metal. As his machete glanced off the roof, Phil lost his grip, watching the instrument fluidly fly from his hand and into the blood-soaked earth behind him. In short order, the sound of gunshots, followed by the sting of hot lead, moved across his upper back. Pulling himself free from the deeply dented vehicle, he turned around and saw Highway Patrol Officer Marshak standing before the fire pit with his gun aimed and poised to shoot again. Mickey was in the process of helping Carol Martinez up when Rashid and Ryan ran up to her. "Are you okay?" Ryan asked, concerned. "I am, but I'm not too sure about her," Mickey said, indicating Carol, who looked dazed and shaken. "The head, it was real," Carol said to herself. "This can't be real, but it is real. I saw it." "We have no time for this," Rashid told them, looking over at Phil, who was only a few feet away. "We must make our escape now, while Officer Marshak has Mr. Raymond occupied." Neither Mickey nor Ryan debated with them. Together they each grabbed hold of one of Carol's arms and started to drag her along. "I knew this was all bullshit, but how can it be bullshit?" Carol droned on while Rashid led them into the darkened woods. Phil saw his machete lying on the ground a couple of feet away, right between him and Officer Marshak. He took a step forward and Marshak shot at the ground in front of him. And more out of instinct than fear, Phil jumped back. "I don't think you want to try that, buddy," Marshak told him. Phil was definitely starting to get annoyed by this little man. He took another step forward and Marshak shot again. The bullet hit the ground inches away from Phil's right foot. This time he didn't even flinch. He took another step and started to bend down to pick up the machete. Marshak shot at the machete. The bullet knocked it sideways out of Phil's hand. "I said not to do that," Marshak told him. Phil ignored him and continued to go for the weapon. Marshak quickly loaded 5 more shells into his gun, aimed and shot. The bullet ricocheted off Phil's hockey mask and embedded in the side of the van behind him. Now Phil had had enough. He ignored Marshak's further warning and grabbed the machete. Then, like a raging bull, he charged at Marshak. 2 more shots rang out and hit Phil twice in the chest, but it didn't even slow him. He was committed. Marshak was just about to take one more shot when Phil ran him through the gut with his machete. The impact and pain caused Marshak to drop his pistol. "Fuck you!" Marshak cursed at him. Then he spit on Phil's hockey mask. Phil lifted Marshak off the ground on the blade of his machete and flung him backward into the fire pit, splitting him from the mid-gut down between his legs in the process. With the snap of breaking bones, Marshak landed on his back across one of the logs. His landing seemed to stir up the embers. With a spark and a puff of smoke, his pant legs started to burn. Marshak cried out and tried to move, but all he could manage was to wiggle slightly. It was obvious he'd broken his back and was now helpless to stop the inevitable. Satisfied, Phil turned and started to walk toward the woods. He had finished his business here. Still, he slowed down enough to relish the smell of burning flesh and the sound of Marshak's agonized screams. Rashid and the others came up on Julius, Morgana, and Sean, who was busy ripping off his blood-splattered shirt. "That is very unwise, young man, given the chilliness of the evening," Rashid told him. Sean looked at him with a surprised expression on his face. "I'd rather fucking freeze," he said. He was now in his undershirt. He threw his ruined overshirt on the ground in front of him in disgust. "So is it really like being in the movie?" Carol said, giggling to herself, making it obvious that recent events had definitely put a strain on her sanity. "Fuck you, bitch," Sean blurted out at her. "I think it is unwise for us to stand here and continue this banter. It is most likely that Officer Marshak has succumbed to Mr. Raymond. Even with the head start he has provided us, it is still likely Mr. Raymond could catch up with us before we can get to a safe place or find some assistance. Thus, I would suggest we keep our conversations to a minimum." "It's too late to worry about that," Morgana told him. "I can sense the evil of this place, and it's growing by the moment. It's only a matter of time. We're all doomed." "I will not accept that assessment, young woman," Rashid told her. "It is most obvious you have not been well trained in the use of your gifts. We who know the ways of the art know that there is no such thing as absolutes." "But I've seen it," she countered. What you saw was mere possibility, he told her. In the great way of things there is always a choice. Then he looked over at the others. With that said, it is now your choice. Shall we waste more time, or shall we make our retreat?
Can we just get the fuck out of here? Sean said. I, for one, would like to live.
Lead the way, Rashid, Ryan said. It was obviously the others were in agreement because nothing more was said, and they all followed as Rashid led the way. Lewis came out from behind the trees in front of Phil. "Bravo, my friend," he said. "Excellent work back there. I especially like how you handled the highway patrolman." Phil tried to ignore him and continue tracking his prey. But then Lewis put up his transparent hand and Phil felt a telling jolt of pain in his head. He stopped immediately. "But now we must go on to the next phase of our master's plan," he continued.
Next phase?
Phil thought. From what he could gather of the plan, it seemed rather simple. He was supposed to kill people, and Lewis was supposed to get brownie points with the Ancient Ones, and at a certain point get his body back. And of course, once this was done, he'd be free of Lewis. That was all he wanted to know. But given the fact that Lewis had the power to make his head explode with a mere thought, he figured it was wise to play along and let him ramble on. "Don't worry, my dear boy. You will still have the pleasure of killing all of them. The only thing is, 3 of our friends are to be given very specific consideration in regards to their demise." Then Lewis gestured for Phil to follow him. "But let's move on, and I'll explain as we proceed." Phil obediently followed as Lewis led the way. Julius listened to the silence as he walked and almost wished he'd hear something. Anything would be better than the waves of tension that flowed over him from the others. It was at times like this that his gift seemed more like a curse. Thankfully, Morgana had managed to regain enough strength that she no longer needed him for support. Yet she still walked beside him, which was comforting to him, but he doubted it would make any difference for either of them if anything happened. "Does anyone know where we're going, or are we lost?" he asked finally. "I've been attempting to keep us on a steady course by tracking the North Star," Rashid informed him. "It is most likely we will eventually come to a road or a shelter, or possibly even run into a search party. It is logical that Sheriff Landis will have sent out search parties by now." "Great," Julius said unenthusiastically. "And what are we going to do if that psycho in the mask shows up?" "We're going to die," Morgana said matter-of-factly. "That's really encouraging," Mickey commented. "Why can't you understand, people? I saw all of us dead." Julius could definitely understand. While he was helping to hold her up, he got flashes of her vision. Even now he felt a chill thinking about it. "As I told you, young lady, what you saw was only one possible outcome," Rashid reminded her.
Yet at the moment, it seems like the most logical one, Sean said. Has anyone forgotten that our buddy out there has a very big fucking knife? What the hell kind of defense can we put up? What are we supposed to do, pelt him with sticks? Or, how about we pull out the big guns and scatter and hope he doesn't catch us?
"Oh, be assured, my young friend, we have far more resources than you believe," Rashid told him, looking over at Mickey and Ryan. "My friends and I have been in worse situations than this, and have managed to survive." Julius could believe it. He could definitely sense a strong energy around the 3 of them. It seemed strongest around Rashid.
If he could visualize the power around the Egyptian, it would be a blinding light. To a lesser degree, he could sense a similar energy around Mickey as well. Well, unless one of you got some firepower shoved up your ass, I still say we're outclassed by the big guy, Sean countered. It must be obvious, even to you, given the events back at the campsite, that firearms are useless in this situation, Rashid told him. Well, then I kinda hope you got some kind of Mr. Miyagi Karate Kid shit in mind. Carol chuckled at this. I'd like to see that, she said. Then Julius noticed a look of fear come across her face. It was at that moment that Julius felt a large hand clamp down on his shoulder. An overwhelming feeling of anger and hatred flooded into his body. But underneath those feelings he could sense something darker, colder, and inhuman. Then he was roughly spun around and ended up looking up into the hate-filled eyes behind Phil's hockey mask. He saw movement from Phil's other arm and braced himself for either being run through or chopped by Phil's machete. But instead, Phil's other hand came up and latched onto his neck. Where's the machete? He found himself thinking as he struggled for breath. He heard Morgana scream. He saw her charge his attacker out of the corner of his eye. Phil swatted her away like a bug. Then he was lifted off the ground and slammed against the trunk of a nearby tree, knocking the remaining air from his lungs. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Phil pull something out of his pocket. With a glint of metal, he saw as Phil raised his hand, and in it a shining new tent spike. Then he realized what Phil had in mind. Panic overwhelmed him. Since he was a child, he'd had a recurring nightmare about being staked like a vampire. Now he knew the nightmare was about to become a reality. Hysterically, he started punching and kicking at Phil. If he could have, he would have screamed. Yet none of this could stop what was about to happen. He saw the guy Carol had identified as Freeman charge at Phil, but he was easily backhanded. Still, the distraction had given Julius a few precious moments, for which he was eternally grateful. Even with him struggling, Phil still managed to get the spike in position over his heart and start to push it in. Pain seared his chest as the metal point ripped through his flesh and broke through bone on into his life-giving pump. Then he felt it bore out through his back and into the trunk of the tree. Phil released his grip on Julius and left him to hang there. Pain spasmed through Julius's body. He tried to scream, but only a gurgle and blood came flowing from his lips. Then, mercifully, the incredible pain and shock overtook him, and he passed out. Phil watched with mild amusement as the goth guy's body jerked one last time and went totally limp. He had to admit he loved the irony of his kill. I'm such an artist, he thought with pride. He looked over at the goth girl. She was crying and trying to pull away from Mickey, who was trying to hold her back from going after him again. Stephen was trying to help his cousin as well by putting up a restraining arm and trying to pull the two of them back toward Rashid and the others. Phil was amused to see that the Egyptian was just standing behind them, mumbling to himself. But then his amusement turned to surprise when Rashid lifted his hands, and with a sudden spark, a ball of fire appeared in his palm. The Egyptian lobbed the fireball at him. It landed on the ground in front of him, and before he knew what happened, the fire expanded and encircled him. Pulling his machete from his belt, he raised it over his head. It was time to go to work again. He took a step and tried to go through the fire, but the heat was so intense that even with his new body, he found himself unable to proceed. Holy shit! Now run! Rashid exclaimed. We must make our escape with all haste. But Julius! The goth girl screamed back. I am sorry, it is too late, Rashid told her. No! She yelled as Freeman and Mickey started to drag her back into the woods. Sean took Carol by the arm and followed as Rashid led the way. A few moments later, Lewis came out of the woods behind him. He didn't look pleased. You weak-minded fool, he cursed at him. You let them get away. Phil grunted and pointed at the circle of flames around him. It was at that moment that the flames simply disappeared without a trace. Surprised, he looked around in confusion.
Idiot! That old fool tricked you with a simple illusion,
Lewis informed him. Then Lewis simply shrugged his shoulders.
Oh well, thanks to that old man, we may not have cooled the herd sufficiently to my liking, but still things are going in the right direction.
Then he smiled at Phil.
Keep faith, my friend. Soon our mission will be completed, and we shall both get our due.
Several yards away, Rashid started weaving, stumbled, and fell to the ground. "Rashid!" Mickey yelled, letting loose of Morgana. She ran over to her old friend and mentor. She turned the old man over. He looked pale and exhausted.
"We must continue,"
he said weakly, trying to get up. Mickey carefully helped him and managed to get him on his feet.
"My deception will have only afforded us a few minutes ingress at the most."
"What deception? You mean the fire back there?" Sean said as he came over with Carol Martinez in tow. "That was amazing, Chief."
"Yes, unfortunately, I was only able to maintain the illusion for a short duration of time."
"You mean that was all in our heads?" Sean asked, amazed. "Why not? That seems logical to me," Carol said. "But a lot of things seemed logical to me that turned out not being true. It's really getting hard to tell what's real and what's not real around here." "You're telling me, Chief," Sean said, shaking his head. "Come on, people. Rashid is right. We'd better get a move on," Ryan said as he came up to them with Morgana. Tears were still running down Morgana's cheeks, but she was no longer fighting Ryan. She seemed resigned to follow wherever she was led. Mickey offered to help Rashid, but he pushed her hands away.
"I am fine now,"
he said. Then he took the lead again. Finally, after a few minutes, they came out into a clearing. "It can't be!" Mickey exclaimed, a shocked expression on her face.
"Fascinating,"
Rashid said, equally surprised. I can't believe it," Ryan said, as he looked across the clearing at the rundown facade of the Voorhees house. Chapter 26. Defensive Measures. "Okay, guys, this is really creeping me out," Sean said as they walked through the clearing toward the weathered-looking mansion that had once been the home of Jason Voorhees and his mother. "This seems too convenient to be a coincidence," Ryan said.
"Most definitely," Rashid agreed. "I would say that somehow we were led to this location."
"But why?" Mickey asked.
"I have a theory,"
Rashid told them. Then he turned to Ryan.
"Correct me if I am wrong. Was it not at this house that you and Miss Kimball fought Jason Voorhees and sent him to hell?"
"Yeah, Jason was pulled down right over there." Ryan pointed at the hole near the overturned jungle gym. Rashid went over to the hole and looked in.
"The gods of the ancients help us!"
Then he motioned for the others to come over. "What is it, Rashid?" Mickey asked, coming over and looking down into the worm-infested hole. It was filled to the top with squirming white bodies.
"This most certainly confirms my suspicions,"
Rashid told her. "Okay, Professor," Sean said, joining them. "What new fun you got for us now?" "Yeah, I'd like to know what you come up with, too," Ryan said.
"It is my belief that we have reached a point of convergence,"
Rashid said simply. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Sean asked, baffled.
"Everything. The mask, the murders, Mr. Raymond's transformation, the attack at the campsite, our journey through the forest, even these worms congregating in this hole have been events set in motion to lead to this specific place at this specific
time. Excuse me, but that sounds totally wacko, Sean said. Everything since I entered this damned forest has been wacko, but nobody wants to listen to me, Carol added. I am most assuredly aware of how this sounds, but I affirm that what I am saying is true. Then he looked over at Mickey. It confirms my vision. What vision? Sean asked. Rashid went on to tell Sean and the others about his vision of the powerful being rising from the giant pustule. Haunted mass super killers and now someone coming out of a giant zit? Carol said. The world's gone totally nuts and I'm the only sane person in it. That's a matter of opinion, Sean said. Frankly, I never thought you were firing on all thrusters. Kiss my ass, she said, glaring at him. It's your fault we're even here, Morgana said to Carol accusingly. It's because you refused to listen to the warning the spirit sent us. Will you please get off that spirit crap? Carol told her. This is not the time for recriminations nor arguments, Rashid told them. Now we must prepare ourselves for the inevitable confrontation with Mr. Raymond. So what, you suggest we make a stand here? Ryan asked. If I am correct, we have no other alternative, Rashid told him. Ryan looked over at the shabby patch job the state police had done on the large bay window Jason had thrown him through. He had little doubt Phil would make quick work of it. Okay then, Professor, Sean said, picking up a weathered-looking shovel from the ground next to the hole and holding it up in front of him aggressively. Let's give him a party he won't forget. Ryan remembered the shovel from his fight with Jason. He remembered it was of no help then, but if it gave Sean some confidence, it wasn't his place to take that from him. Rashid came up to him. So, my friend, I believe we should gain access to the inside of the house and avail ourselves of whatever defensive implements that we can muster in a short time. Ryan doubted they'd find anything more than a few pieces of cutlery in the remains of the kitchen, since he knew that the state police had removed anything useful, like guns or chainsaws, after the incident there years ago. All right, it's your show, he said to Rashid, as he started fishing around in the pockets of his jeans for the keys. The moment Phil walked out of the woods into the clearing, he saw the weathered mansion and felt an icy chill run through him. It literally felt like someone was walking over his grave. The same couldn't be said of Lewis. Perfect, he said with an enthusiastic grin on his face. It appears, my friend, that our masters have led us to the location of the final act of our little drama. Phil felt the chill go through him again. What was happening to him? From the moment he put on the mask, he'd been too busy enjoying all the killing and chaos that he hadn't had time to worry about what would happen to him. Now, all of a sudden, that had changed. Now he felt something he hadn't expected. Fear. He'd known what had happened to the other people who had wore the mask, but really hadn't thought of much about it. Now he wondered what fate the Ancient Ones had in store for him. Lewis must have sensed his unease because he glanced over at him and said, "Have faith, my friend. Soon our task will be done, and we can go our separate ways. I'll have my life back, and you'll get what you're due." That's what I'm afraid of, Phil thought, but he knew he was helpless to change what was to come. He was, after all, merely a puppet of the Ancient Ones and Lewis. Both Phil and Lewis watched as Freeman and the others headed into the mansion. "I think it would be amusing if we wait here for a bit and let our friends make whatever futile preparations they are planning. It'll be that much more enjoyable when you crush them." That was fine with Phil. With the way he was feeling, he was in no hurry. Ryan held up the piece of wood while Rashid hammered the nails into it, securing it to the window frame. thanks to the hammer and box of nails they'd found discarded on the floor in the living room, as well as some of the wood from the cave-in of the floor of Jason's bedroom. They'd managed to at least attempt to reinforce the beams covering the bay window. "There," Rashid said. "I believe we have done the best we can with this repair." Ryan grabbed onto the board and pulled it. It held firmly. Yet he knew it still wouldn't hold up very long under the kind of assault Phil would put against it. Still, anything was better than nothing. "Well, once our buddy out there makes kindling of your work, I've got a little surprise waiting for him," Sean said with satisfaction as he held up the weapon he'd been working on. He'd taken a baseball bat he'd found in the rubble from Jason's room and hammered nails around the upper portion of it to create a crude-looking mace. He swung it around in a testing way. "Yep, that'll do it." He smiled over at Ryan and Rashid. "Whatever," Carol said from behind them. "And what are you planning to do, bitch? You gonna bitch him out and tell him he doesn't exist?" Sean said sarcastically, glancing over at her in a dismissive way. "Actually, I was planning on letting you distract him with your little Conan routine while I come up behind him and fry his ass with these." She held up a disposable lighter and an old can of hairspray. "All that thing's gonna do is blow up in your face," Ryan told her. "But I have to admit, you have the right idea." "My thoughts exactly," Morgana said from the remains of the kitchen as she came in carrying a box with a couple oil lamps and 4 bottles with what looked like whiskey in them. Each bottle was opened and had a strip of black cloth sticking out of the top of them. Mickey came out the arched doorway of the kitchen just after Morgana. She was dragging behind her a gray-colored sheet that was knotted at one end, and it appeared to have something inside it. "So what do you got?" Sean asked, amused. "Looks like to me you're planning on challenging our buddy to a pillow fight." Mickey's answer to this was to swing the sheet over her head and bring it down on a wooden end table next to the couch. There was a resounding clink of metal on metal just before whatever was inside the sheets hit the table. The table shattered and splinters of wood flew in every direction. "Holy shit!" Sean exclaimed. "Any more questions?" she asked him. "Yeah, what the fuck you got in that thing?" Sean asked in total amazement. "Cans," Ryan answered for her. "It's full of cans." Mickey looked over at him with an impressed expression on her face. Ryan smiled. "I saw that movie too." "Which?" Sean started to say. It was at that moment Phil busted through the boards covering the bay window. Chapter 27, Battle Royal. As Phil came crashing through the window, the boards covering it literally exploded inwards, sending showers of splinters onto Ryan and the others. A larger piece of board hit Rashid in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious and sending him to the floor. Sean tried to leap out of the way, but only managed to trip himself, landing on top of the coffee table and smashing it in the process. Startled, Morgana jumped back, dropping the box that she was holding onto the floor. As the lamps and bottles inside shattered, their contents mingled inside the box. Bill stepped up to the unconscious form of Rashid and lifted the machete over his head. Grabbing Sean's mace from the floor, Ryan managed to deflect this effort at a killing blow. Phil lost his grip on the machete as it flew out of his hand, hit the floor, and slid beneath the couch. Ryan started to take another swing, but Phil backhanded him and sent him flying against the wall. Phil lurched over to the couch and without effort and using a single hand, threw it out of the way. As Phil bent down to receive his weapon, Mickey shrieked, "No!" and charged him, swinging her sheet-wrapped can weapon. Her wild rush of adrenaline allowed her to strike Phil across his right temple. The impact knocked him off balance and sent him reeling about and onto the floor. Taking advantage of Phil's preoccupation with the flooring, Morgana snatched her box from the floor. "Fuck!" she exclaimed, looking down at its broken contents. With one deep, determined breath, Morgana threw the box at Phil. Phil swung his arm up, deflecting most of the contents. Nonetheless, a mixture of lamp oil and whiskey splashed across his torso, the floor, and the wall behind him. "A match!" Morgana screamed. "I need a fucking match now!" "No, we don't," Carol said, as she flicked her lighter while pressing down on the hairspray can's button. The spray streaming from the can ignited in a line of flame that shot at Phil. Fire spread instantly, engulfing Phil's torso. Phil rolled on the floor violently and snuffed out the fire. Then he stood quickly, stumbling backward against the nearby wall, just as Carol hit him again with the blast of fire. This reignited the lamp oil and whiskey cocktail on Phil and on the wall. Fire covered the wall and snaked across the floor. Smoke and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. "Die, you bastard!" Mickey screamed, swinging her sheet weapon at Phil once again. Phil brought up his arm to block the second blow and managed to catch the end of the sheet in his left hand. The menacing giant jerked his hand back and sent Mickey stumbling toward him. Before he could get a grip on her, she was tackled in a saving move by Ryan. Pain seared every nerve in Phil's upper body. He knew he had to put out the fire that was still burning his head and shoulders. He ripped open Mickey's weapon, dumping its metallic contents. Using the sheet as a tarp, he threw it over himself in an effort to put out the remaining flames. "No fucking way, asshole! Burn!" Carol wailed at the monster as she raised her lighter, her homemade flamethrower once again. Letting loose of the sheet with his one hand, Phil snapped it off him and sent the knotted end sailing at Carol like a whip. Even in pain, his aim with this new body was impeccable. The knotted end of the sheet wrapped itself around Carol's hand. Then he snapped the sheet back, violently jerking her and twisting her wrist and arm in the process. Carol lost her grip on the lighter. It went flying out of her hand, rolled across the floor, and got lost amongst the rubble that littered the floor. Carol dropped the hairspray can and grabbed her injured wrist. Through pain-teared eyes, she looked over at Phil with a mix of shock and fear. Then she started to slowly back away. "Not so tough without your itty-bitty lighter," Phil thought, as he started to walk toward her. "Hey, butthead!" he heard to his left. He turned and saw that it came from the bald guy, Sean. He'd been so focused on Carol Martinez, he hadn't sensed his approach. "Surprise, asshole," Sean said as he swung his newly retrieved mace at Phil. The nail-covered weapon hit Phil square in the chest and dug in. Smoldering cloth tore and black blood flowed from multiple wounds as the mace ripped out of soft flesh. The impact sent him stumbling backward. He tripped over the overturned couch and came crashing down on the floor. Sean charged, bringing the mace up over his head to deliver another blow. But when he swung the mace down, Phil brought his hand up and blocked the blow. The mace bit painfully into the palm of Phil's right hand, and the impact sent concussion waves shooting down his arm. Phil ignored the pain and forced his fingers to close around the weapon that was now embedded in his palm. Then he pulled hard and ripped the mace free of Sean's grip. Startled by this turn of events, Sean stumbled back. "Oh fuck! Oh fuck!" With his free hand, Phil pulled the mace loose from his palm. Then he looked up at Sean with murderous rage. "Oh, Chief! Somebody!" Sean exclaimed. Then he started backing up cautiously. Phil slowly drug himself up. He knew his new body was already starting to heal itself. He was sure he'd recovered sufficiently enough that he could easily tear this annoyance apart. The idea gave him a renewed feeling of pleasure. "I'm in real trouble here, guys!" Ryan heard Sean scream. He looked over and watched as Sean backed away from Phil, who was stalking him with Sean's own mace in his hand. Though he wished he could do something to help, Ryan knew the only way to help Sean, or anyone else for that matter, would be to follow through with what he was doing. While Carol and Sean had been keeping Phil distracted, he'd been cautiously crawling along the floor over to where Phil's discarded machete was laying. Though it seemed to him like it was taking an eternity to get to the machete, he knew he was only moments away. Sweat poured off Sean's forehead as he continued backing away from his pursuer. Phil followed after him with the mace held over his head, ready to bring down a blow that Sean was sure would kill him. "Chief!" Sean pleaded, looking around for Carol. He saw that she was making a mad dash for the busted bay window. He also saw that Mickey and Morgana had made their way over to Rashid and were helping the groggy, stumbling Egyptian out of the broken window as well. So much for the cavalry coming, he thought. I guess this means I'm really fucked. But then he heard a familiar voice come from his left. It was that Ryan guy. He was standing bold as brass, holding Phil's machete at his side. "Hey, Phil!" he yelled. "You don't want him, you want me." Then he held the machete up for Phil to see. "I've got something you just might want back, buddy." Phil stopped and looked over at Ryan, his eyes locked on the machete. "Or are you happy with that piece of shit you got there?" Ryan asked sarcastically. "Piece of..." Sean started to say, taking exception to Ryan's comments, but then he decided it was better given the circumstances not to make a fuss. Phil lowered the mace and looked at it for a moment. Then he looked up and glared at Ryan. Relief flooded through Sean. "I guess I'm gonna live after all," he thought happily. Without a second thought, he cautiously, not to attract Phil's attention, started to make his way toward the bay window and freedom. Fire had covered the entire back wall of the living room and had already made its way past the archway into the kitchen. Ryan had been so preoccupied that he hadn't noticed until now. If I didn't have enough trouble, he thought. For a moment, he thought there might be a way to use the fire to his advantage. He figured if he could keep Phil occupied long enough, he could get him trapped in the fire. But then he realized he'd be trapped as well, which was something he hoped to avoid. Anyway, he doubted he would be able to survive long enough against Phil to give the fire a chance to trap him. "My God, Phil," Ryan verbally jabbed. "You are pathetic. Jason would have had a kill by now. All you've managed to do is get the shit kicked out of you by 3 girls and a geek with an old baseball bat covered with a few nails. You're a disgrace to that mask you've got hiding that ugly mug of yours behind." Ryan could tell from the fire burning in Phil's eyes what he was saying was having the desired effect on him. He knew all it would take is a bit more to push Phil over the edge, and he knew exactly what to use. But that's the thing, you always were an ugly mother. It's no wonder that sweet-looking secretary at your work never wanted anything to do with you. And he was right. Phil murderously charged him, swinging the mace in a deadly arc front of him as he went. Ryan jumped to the left and managed to barely dodge Phil's swing. Or had he? He felt his right arm go numb and a warm wetness start running down it. He brought his other hand up and felt his shoulder. Sure enough, there was a tear in his flannel shirt. His hand came away stained and red. But he had no time to dwell on his injury, because Phil spun around and came racing at him again. Rashid rubbed the back of his head. It felt strange not to have his beloved fez on his head. It had gotten lost in the rubble after the board hit him. His head was still throbbing, and the hair on the back of his head was matted with clotted blood. He was thankful Mickey and Morgana had set him down on the steps leading up to the front door of the house, because he doubted he'd be able to stand for very long, not as weak as he was feeling. "Are you all right?" Mickey asked, concerned, looking down from where she stood in front of him. Standing behind her, Morgana also looked at him with concern. "Yes, of course," Rashid lied. "If you would please give me a moment." While he'd been unconscious, he'd experienced the vision again, but this time it had in more detail. Now that he was awake, the images were beginning to coalesce. He found he was experiencing a disturbing feeling of deja vu. From where he sat, Rashid could see dirty white smoke pouring out of the broken bay window, and a flickering orange glow lit the opening, which he surmised could only be caused by fire. There were a couple of loud crashes, and Rashid saw Ryan come stumbling backward out of the opening in the window. Following after him came Phil, madly swinging Sean's homemade mace at Ryan. To Rashid's surprise, he saw that Ryan had possession of Phil's machete, which he was using to deflect Phil's blows as best he could. But Rashid could tell that Ryan was having limited success. as he noted by the fact that his right arm was hanging limply and had blood dripping down it. As the battle continued, he could see that Ryan was slowly being forced backward toward the writhing hole filled with the white bloated hellworms. Finally, when he was about 7 feet from the hole, Ryan tripped on a root, fell backward, and landed in the dirt on his ass. All Rashid and the others could do was give a united gasp of fear and concern as the hockey-masked monster came up to the momentarily stunned Ryan. Phil lifted the mace over his head in preparation to deliver a bone-shattering blow. He was just about to bring the mace down on Ryan's skull when he became distracted by the sound of a bone-curdling scream that bellowed out from the smoking hole in the side of the house. Then, to everyone's surprise, including Phil's, Sean came bursting out of the burning building, carrying the rusted shovel he'd been carrying earlier. Before Phil had time to react, Sean was swinging the shovel wildly at him. Finally, the head of the shovel struck Phil in the back of his scorched head. With a loud crack, the handle of the shovel splintered in Sean's hands. Phil was knocked forward and fell onto the blade of the machete, which Ryan was holding up defensively. The blade was driven halfway into his chest, puncturing his left lung. "No!" Rashid's mind screamed. This was part of the vision. Now the scattered images came together, but was it too late? Phil instinctively pulled back, ripping the machete free from Ryan's hands. He stumbled backward a couple of steps, a stunned expression in his eyes. He grabbed onto the handle of the machete and tried to pull it out, but he stopped as a spasm of pain shot through his body. He started coughing, and black blood dribbled from the lower holes in his mask. "You must do something," Rashid's mind urged him. "You must stop this!" He saw Sean, who was standing directly behind Phil, begin to step back and move away from him. There was no fear in his expression. What was there was purpose. "I know what you're planning!" Rashid tried to stand up, but he only managed to stumble back and landed on the steps again. He knew there was only one thing left for him to do. Sean stopped about 10 feet away. Then he began to run at Phil. "No, Sean!" Rashid screamed. "You must desist!" But it was too late. Hearing Rashid's cry, Phil spun around. It was at that moment that Sean jump-kicked him. Sean's foot slammed into the handle of the machete and rammed the blade fully into Phil's chest. The tip of the blade burst out the back of his left shoulder. The impact sent him stumbling backward. He ended up teetering precariously on the edge of the worm-infested hole. "Stop!" Rashid screamed again, but he knew what was going to happen next, and he knew he was helpless to prevent it. "Go to hell!" Sean shrieked. Then he side-kicked Phil, sending him plummeting backward into the embrace of the pale, bloated inhabitants of the hole. Within seconds, Phil was wading up to his chest in writhing bodies. Worms crawled over each other and began to chew through Phil's dark trench coat and shirt into his torso. He hysterically tried to claw his way out of the hole, but all this achieved was to agitate the worms further. Two of the worms reared up and jammed themselves into the eye holes of the hockey mask. There was a gush of blood from the lower holes and bottom of the mask, followed by a gurgling, inhuman scream of pain. Phil's hands grabbed onto the slimy creatures and tried to pull them free, but the worms wriggled out of his grasp and continued boring into his eye sockets. More blood oozed out of the eye holes of the mask. The blood seemed to drive the worms into a feeding frenzy. More worms reared up and attached themselves to his arms and the back of his head. Now completely covered with the gnawing beast, Phil slowly sunk into the hole as his head disappeared underneath his squirming resting place. Phil's right arm shot up into the air. His hand clenched and unclenched continuously until finally it sunk and disappeared into the hole as well. Mickey ran over to her cousin. "Ryan, are you all right?" "I've been better," he said weakly, sitting up. but I guess I'll live. After a few moments, he used his good hand to try to lift himself up off the ground. Mickey tried to help, but only managed to bump his injured arm. Cringing in pain, Ryan slowly labored and got up on his feet. Sean ran up to them all excited. "That was awesome, man," he told Ryan. "We royally kicked that motherfucker's ass." Then, without thinking, he lightly punched Ryan in his injured arm. Ryan clenched his teeth and forced back the scream that threatened to burst out of him. Letting out a pained groan, he stumbled backward, but Mickey caught hold of him. She held him up as he slowly recovered his footing. Looking very guilty, Sean started to step forward to help, but he stopped in his tracks because Mickey looked at him and glared. "Haven't you done enough?" "I'm sorry," he said, "but don't you realize? We did it!" He looked over at the squirming hole. "Phil's toast! It's over! It's done!" "Not quite," Rashid said from the stairs. "Remember my vision." "You must be kidding, man," Sean said in a mix of disbelief and fear. "No, he's quite serious," came a male voice from out of the darkened woods. Then a transparent figure walked out of the woods, followed in tow by Carol Martinez. Carol was pale as a ghost and had a dazed look on her face. The figure was leading her by the hand. When the figure came fully into view, Ryan, Mickey, and Rashid let out a unified gasp of surprise and recognition. "Lewis?" Rashid finally stated. This was a revelation that his vision had failed to reveal to him. Chapter 28, Resurrection. "I thought you might want this back," the transparent figure of Louis Vondredi said, as he led the pale and stunned-looking Carol Martinez toward them. "It'd be a shame if Miss Martinez missed out on what's to come next." Then Louis roughly pushed Carol. She tripped and fell in the dirt next to the hole filled with the squirming hellworms. She looked into the hole and let out a piercing scream. Hysterically, she started clawing her way across the ground toward Ryan and the others. Sean ran over to her and tried to help Carol up. The moment he touched her, she screamed and pushed away from him. She looked at him in terror, like she didn't recognize him, and crossed her arms up in front of her protectively. "Chief, it's me, Sean," he told her, holding his hands up to assure her he wouldn't touch her until she was ready. Suddenly, a glint of recognition came to her eyes. "Sean?" She grabbed onto him and hugged him around the waist tightly. She pulled back from him and looked at him with fear in her eyes. "I must be going insane," she told him. "I swear I thought I was running through the woods and a ghost grabbed me. I mean it. I could see right through him." Sean put a strained smile on his face. Chief, I think you should look over there." He pointed behind her. "And try not to freak again." She slowly turned and looked. She immediately jumped back and bumped into Sean. "No!" she screamed at Louis. "You can't be real!" "Spare us any more of your dramatics," Louis ordered her. "It's getting really tired, young lady. It's obvious, given the reactions of those around you, that I am not a figment of that limited imagination of yours. So get over it and accept the fact." Rashid weakly stood up. "Indeed, young woman, he is quite real and quite dangerous." Then Rashid glared over at the transparent image of Louis. "So you are the one who has been orchestrating these unfortunate events." "Oh, I would love to take credit for all of this, but unfortunately, I'm merely a hired hand. It's those whom I made a pact with who are running the show," Louis admitted. "And thanks to you, old friend, and my dear niece and nephew, as well as the contributions of the others, I've managed to complete my work. Now I will receive that which I've worked so hard to get."
And what is that, may I ask, Lewis? Petty power, Rashid said with disgust. Have you not learned your lesson in regard to that yet? If I may be so bold, it was because of your lust for power that caused you to lose your life. Yes, and since then, all I've desired is to get back that which was taken from me. I would renounce all the power I've accumulated if only to get back my life. Then Lewis smiled. It was a very disturbing smile. But thankfully, I don't have to do that. A shocked look came to Rashid. That is what the Ancient Ones promised you. They offered you your life back, huh? Exactly, my dear friend, and thanks to your associate over there. He looked over at a very surprised Sean. The final sacrifice has been made. Now Rashid was confused. The figure he had seen come out of the pustule could not have possibly been Lewis. He knew there had to be more to what was happening than Lewis was telling them. Lewis moved over to the edge of the writhing hole and looked in. Please don't mourn poor Philip here. He's given his all for a higher purpose. Then Lewis faced them and smiled. But now it's time for you to witness a true miracle. Mickey and Ryan moved over to Rashid. Okay, Rashid, what's the plan? Ryan asked. That is a most definite good question, Rashid said. We have to do something, Mickey stressed. I am most apologetic. Unfortunately, I am at a loss for what we can do, given Lewis's current and corporeal form, Rashid told them. He felt totally helpless. All he could do was watch and hope that something would come to him. Ancient Ones, Na Cthulhu, Azagata, Ganlamasha, the time has come, Lewis chanted, slowly raising his arms. Your vessel is prepared and ready for your power. The pact is now complete. Bring forth your glory and restore that which was taken. Bring forth life! Rashid and the others noticed that the air around them began to fill thick. Above their heads, clouds began to gather, blocking out the moon and leaving only the light from the fire that was slowly consuming the Voorhees house. Then there was a flash and a pillar of light shot down from the clouds, covering Lewis and the whole of swarming hellworms in the process. Immediately, blood-curdling screams issued from the hole, and as Rashid and the others watched in horror, the white, bloated worms started to melt into each other. Within moments, the worms had turned into a pool of white, milky pus that boiled in the pillar of light. Yes, that's it! Lewis yelled in exuberance. Now bring forth life! Immediately, as they all watched, there was a flash of energy, and Lewis's body solidified. A moment later, the pillar retreated into the clouds and rain started to pour down. No! Rashid's mind screamed. The vision is coming to pass. Yes! Lewis screamed, lowering his fully fleshed arms. I live! I live! I live! Ha 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 ha! He laughed hysterically and embraced his new body. This is most definitely not correct, Rashid said aloud to himself. The vision did not go this way. Holy fuck, Sean said. You saw this? No, not exactly. If you recall, I told you earlier that I saw a powerful being emerging from a pustule. But that doesn't look like... Sean started to say, but he stopped in mid-sentence. A rubbery-looking membrane had formed over the top of the pool. I have a sick feeling that there's more to come, guys, Ryan said. Quite right, my dear nephew, Lewis said with a sadistic grin on his face. Now witness the fruition of my true work.
He looked down at the pustule of white liquid at his feet. "It's time, my boy," he said encouragingly. "Time to show yourself to the world again. Time to be reborn." The pustule ballooned and something burst through it, sending the white pus spraying in all directions. Lewis opened his arms, closed his eyes, and lifted his head as if accepting some sort of twisted baptism. Rashid and the others tried in vain to shield themselves, but they were showered with the foul-smelling muck. "Oh my God!" Mickey exclaimed as she wiped the gunk out of her eyes. She looked up and saw what had ruptured the pustule. Sticking out of the milky pool was an arm holding a rusty machete. As she watched, a pus-covered head and shoulders emerged. They were followed by another arm that grabbed onto the edge of the pool. The arm holding the machete slammed the blade down and buried it halfway in the muddy earth in front of the hole. Using the machete as an anchor, the figure dragged itself out of the hole. Standing up, the figure grabbed the handle of the machete and with amazing ease ripped it free. Then it simply stood, breathing heavily, holding the machete at its side. It seemed to be looking at Rashid and the others, as if contemplating its next move. The rain quickly washed away the remaining pus and revealed the hulking figure in the tattered clothes. Over its face was the white hockey mask, looking surprisingly renewed. "But it can't be," Mickey said in disbelief. "He couldn't possibly have survived." She looked over at Ryan. He had an equally shocked look on his face. "Mickey, that's not Phil," he informed her. "It's Jason." "A very astute observation, Ryan," Lewis said. "Yes, indeed, it is Jason, restored to his former glory." "So that was the price for getting your life back. You had to bring that monster back from the depths of hell," Rashid said with disgust. "I'm surprised at you, Rashid," Lewis said. "I would have thought that you, of all people, would have figured the fact that Jason was never in hell. He was right here with us all the time. He had fragmented into thousands of pieces." "Dear gods, the worms," Rashid said, the realization hitting him like a hammer. "Indeed," Lewis acknowledged. "You see, he was useless to my masters in that condition. But now he's whole, and I'm sure he's anxious to get back to work." Lewis looked at the group of people in front of him and smiled. "And you, my friends, are going to have the honor of being his first new victims." On cue, Jason's arm that was holding the machete began to rise. "My son, the blood must stop here," came a voice that was disturbingly familiar to Mickey, Pamela Voorhees. She looked around to see where the voice came from. Her gaze stopped on Morgana. She was standing stiff as a board, her eyes rolled back into her head, revealing only the whites. Mickey also noted that Jason had frozen in place, the machete in mid-raise. He cocked his head and looked at Morgana with a mix of shock and recognition in his eyes. "The anger must end, Jason," the voice coming out of Morgana's mouth said in a soft, calming tone. "I'm sorry, my son. After all, you were only continuing what you saw me do. But I was wrong. Vengeance is not the way. It will not take away the pain you feel." "Don't listen to that, Jason. It is a trick," Lewis told him. "Is it really, Lewis?" the voice of Pamela Voorhees said through Morgana's lips. "If I recall correctly, it is you who are fond of tricks. It was you, after all, who tricked me into damning my poor Jason into this nightmare of existence. All I wanted was my child back, but it was you who had other plans. It was you who made a deal with those inhuman monsters." "I did what I did to help my sister," Lewis said, with false righteous anger. "I did what I did because I loved her." "Oh, you loved something, Lewis. You loved something, all right. You loved power." the voice of Pamela Voorhees said with disgust. "That's not true," Lewis said at the vessel that had once been Morgana.
"Then if you loved me so much, Lewis, why did you try to have me killed?"
Hearing this, Jason turned and glanced back at Lewis. There was rage in his good eye.
"You were the one who gave me that dagger and told me that the only way to release my boy from this horrible existence was to stab him in the heart,"
the voice continued.
"But you didn't tell me that for it to work you would have to be with me. You figured I would stab Jason and fail to kill him. He would become enraged and kill me instead. You wanted him to kill me because your dark masters told you that that would be the only way to enrage him enough to turn him into the killer they wanted him to be."
"Who told you this lie?" Another familiar voice came out of Morgana's lips. This time, it was Mel. "I did, Lewis. Your trusted assistant. Your former whipping boy." It was the voice of Creighton Duke. Then the voice changed again. It was once again Pamela Voorhees.
"So you see, Jason, I don't blame you for your father's death. I blame your Uncle Lewis. He was the one who set up that situation, and, unfortunately, your father paid the price. He was the one who destroyed both of our lives, Jason."
Jason turned to his uncle. This time the rage in his good eye was fully inflamed. "You can't believe this fantasy, my boy," Lewis said, thankful that the rain was hiding the fact that he was sweating. "I took you in when your mother ran. I took care of you and protected you. Look at what you've become. Look at how powerful you've become. You're feared. You are the legend that people speak of in whispers. What were you before I helped you? You were a pathetic boy who would have lived a pathetically normal life. Now you are unstoppable and undying. When the Ancient Ones finally breach this realm and take it for their own, you, my boy, will be there to watch and reap the rewards." Jason grabbed his uncle by the shoulder. With his right hand, he slid his machete through his belt and proceeded to slowly ram his hand into Lewis's chest, smashing his ribcage in the process. Lewis screamed in pain as his nephew's hand ripped through the skin and entered his chest cavity. Finally, Jason's hand reached its destination, Lewis's beating heart. His hand enclosed the thumping muscle. He paused for a moment and looked into Lewis's agonized face. "No," Lewis managed to get out. "I was promised life." It was at that moment that Jason ripped Lewis's heart out of his chest. Lewis let out one last blood-curdling scream. Blood gushed from the hole. Then Lewis fell limp in silence. Releasing his grip on his uncle's shoulder, Jason let Lewis drop into the mud like a discarded puppet. Jason looked down at the still beating heart in his hand, and with all his rage and strength, he crushed it and tossed it into the white pool of his afterbirth. "Okay, people, I think I've had enough. I'm out of here," Sean said, grabbing Carol by the hand and dragging her along with him toward the woods. Carol was pointing at Jason and mumbling, "He came from a giant zet. He really came out of there." "Great, you're gone again," he said in exasperation, shaking his head. Sean saw Jason's head snap to attention and focus on him and Carol. The hockey-masked monster grabbed his machete and purposefully slid it out of his belt. "Oh fuck," Sean yelled out in panic. He tried to speed up, but the dead weight of Carol was slowing him down. He tried to let her go, but her hand grabbed onto his arm in a death grip. Oh no, let go, damn it, Chief. Either let go or run, please." He looked over at Jason and saw he was on the move. Jason had walked around the now pink-colored pool of gunk that had given him birth and was heading straight for them. "Help me!" Sean screamed, looking over at the others. They all seemed frozen in place. But then something happened that startled and amazed Sean. Suddenly, Jason stopped. But it wasn't like he stopped of his own accord. It was more like he hit a brick wall. One minute he was coming at them, and the next he appeared to hit something and stumble back slightly. "Thank you, God," said Sean as he dragged Carol along with him into the woods as fast as he could. He knew he was on borrowed time, and he didn't want to waste this opportunity. "Come on, Chief, come on! We gotta get the fuck out of here!" "What the hell?" Mickey heard Ryan say. He looked at her for explanation. Mickey shook her head. She had no idea what was going on. Mickey looked over at Rashid. She knew he would have the answer. It was then she realized that answer was right before her eyes. Rashid had his hand extended out before him and was whispering something she couldn't make out. "Rashid?" Mickey said to him. Rashid slowly turned his head toward her. "It's you," she asked. "You're the one that's doing this." Rashid slowly nodded his head. "But unfortunately, I will be unable to continue for long. We must find a way to stop this." Mickey looked at Morgana. She was still standing stiff as a board with only the whites of her eyes showing. "Can you stop him? After all, you're his mother. He might listen to you." "I can try, dear," the voice of Pamela said. Then Morgana mechanically started to walk toward Jason, who was slamming himself against the invisible barrier that kept him from his prey. Ryan started forward to try to stop her, but Mickey grabbed him by the arm and shook her head. "Jason," the voice of Pamela Voorhees said. "Jason, it's over, Jason. The blood must end now. You must stop." Jason stopped and cocked his head. He looked at the dark-haired stranger that was talking in his mother's voice in confusion. The rage inside of him told him to strike her down, but another, gentler part of him told him to listen and obey. The voice brought up memories that had been lost behind all the rage and blood. They were memories of the little boy he had once been, memories of long walks in the woods at his mother's side, his mother making him grilled cheese sandwiches, and her telling him what a special boy he was. A tear welled up in Jason Voorhees' good eye. With the memories came the pain of loss. The world had been so beautiful then. Of course, things had not been perfect. The kids at camp constantly picked on him. His father had been less than affectionate. Yet this was paradise in comparison to the internal loneliness and dark rage that was his existence now. But then another memory struck him and brought him back to the present. It was also a memory of long ago. It was a memory of a blonde girl. She was wearing his mother's sweater. She pretended to be his mother. She told him his work was done. She told him to kneel down. Then she tried to hurt him. Rage filled his being again. A trick, the dark side of him told him. "It's another trick." Jason lifted his machete over his head and slammed it against the invisible wall. He would break through, and he would make her pay for trying to fool him. "Jason, will you stop this now? Mother is talking to you," the voice of Pamela Voorhees said tersely. All this seemed to do was enrage Jason more. He started slamming his shoulder against the barrier. "Jason!" "He doesn't seem to be listening to her," Ryan observed. "Mickey, you and the others must depart immediately," Rashid said. He was sweating. "I don't know how much longer I can maintain the barrier." "We must give her a chance, though," Mickey said. Morgana's body turned toward her. "I'm sorry, dear, but your friend is right. This medium has nearly reached her limit. I must leave her body or she could die. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help." Almost immediately, Morgana collapsed face down onto the muddy ground. Ryan ran over to her. Carefully, he turned Morgana over. She coughed up a little water, but she was still breathing. He carefully picked her up and carried her over to Mickey and Rashid.
May I ask if she is capable of travel? Rashid asked. I guess, Ryan said. I'd be able to tell more if she was conscious. Then I suggest you and Mickey take her and depart, Rashid urged. You're coming with us, Rashid, Mickey said, surprised by the implications of his words. Unfortunately not, he said in a chillingly calm tone. If I were to try to move from this spot, the barrier holding Mr. Voorhees at bay would cease to function, and you and the others would be at his mercy. But we can't just leave you here, Mickey screamed. She couldn't believe that they were even contemplating such a thing. You must, Rashid told her, a hint of sadness in his voice. You must live so you can stop this evil before more blood is spilt. But how are we supposed to do that without you? She asked, her eyes welling with tears. You will find the way, Rashid told her. You and Ryan always find the way. You have, since you inherited this burden from your Uncle Louis, you have found a way. Come on, Mickey, Ryan said. He looked at the old Egyptian mystic one last time. Make my sacrifice meaningful, Rashid told them. I swear it, Ryan said. Then he shifted Morgana into a fireman's carry and grabbed Mickey by the hand. Let's go, Mickey! Rashid! Mickey said, tears running down her face. She was so shocked by what was happening, she didn't resist as Ryan led her towards the woods. She looked back at her mentor as she walked, unable to pull her eyes away. But finally the woods closed in, blocking her view, and she knew he was lost to her. For the next few minutes they walked, silently, listening to the uneasy silence of the woods. Then from behind them, they heard the echo of a man's scream. Rashid, Ryan said under his breath sadly. Mickey lowered her head. A few moments later they heard the sound of a branch snap and footfalls in the leaves behind them. The sounds were coming closer. Chapter 29. Pray. Chopping down the old man had done little to cool the rage that Jason Voorhees felt. But soon he would feel much better. Soon he knew the blood would flow and he would have the joy of the kill. When he was young, before things changed, his father had told him never to tolerate tricksters. That was why his father, even though his mom had disagreed with him, refused to let him go to the summer carnival. He said that it was a den of tricksters and he would not allow the money that came from the sweat of his brow to be used to support such people. That dark-haired woman had tried to trick him. She tried to make him think that his mother was talking through her. She needed to pay for that. Carney folk were evil and she was of their ilk. He would find her and the others and they would all pay. Fueled by his fury, he focused his senses on his task, hunting his prey. As he stomped through the brushes, he scanned the muddy ground with his good eye, looking for footprints. His ears were listening for any sound from breaking branches, the shaking of bushes, splashing from puddles, even right down to the thump of a quickening heartbeat. His nose led him forward by detecting the subtle perfume of sweat and fear in the woods before him. Soon, he knew he would catch up to his prey. Then the killing would start. He quickened his pace. Ryan leaned Morgana's unconscious body against a tree. Then he quickly looked around the brush for a weapon, any kind of weapon. He found a broken tree limb lying in the mud. Lifting up the hefty piece of wood, he propped it up against his shoulder, like a baseball bat, and headed over to Mickey. Get behind me, he told Mickey. What the hell are you planning? Mickey asked, a mix of surprise and fear on her face. That asshole is going to track us down sooner or later. If he is so set on killing us, I for one am going to make it hard for him, he told her, swinging his makeshift club back and forth in front of him in a testing way. Couldn't have said it better myself, said a voice from the woods. Suddenly the woods in front of them erupted in light as several flashlights were turned on at the same time. Both Mickey and Ryan had to blink several times to clear their vision.
but they both recognized the white-haired man in the cowboy hat who stepped out of the woods in front of them. "Sheriff," Ryan said, a rush of relief running through his body. He immediately dropped the tree limb, which hit the muddy ground at his feet and splashed his shoes and pants in the process. "You people are extremely hard to track down," Sheriff Lloyd Landis commented as he expertly flipped his double-barreled shotgun over his shoulder and slid it into the weathered-looking brown leather holster strapped to his back. "It's just lucky you two were making so much noise, or we would have missed you. By the way, I love the smoke signal. Only thing is, was it necessary to burn the whole Voorhees house down?" "That wasn't exactly planned," Ryan admitted. "Well, it made our job that much easier," Landis said. "Though I have to say that running off into the woods wasn't the smartest thing for you to do." "We had no choice at the time, Sheriff," Ryan told him. "I have to tell you, Sheriff, Phil's dead." "Then I guess we're done," Landis said with relief. "Unfortunately not," Mickey told him. "But didn't you just say—" Landis began. "Lloyd, Jason's back," Ryan said, cutting him off. "What?" Landis said in total shock. "And how the hell did that miracle happen?" "A man named Louis Vondredi," Ryan told him. Upon hearing the name, Landis shook his head. "Vondredi? You're telling me that son of a bitch is back in town and has something to do with this?" This time it was both Mickey and Ryan who were surprised. "You know him?" Ryan asked. "Pamela's stepbrother," Landis said. "I knew him when I was a younger man, and I didn't like him one bit. That guy was a total jackass." He's the one responsible for all of this. He and Pamela brought Jason back from the dead originally. He used Phil's death to bring Jason back. "He was always into weird shit. No one in these parts wanted anything to do with him. The problem was that he was Pamela's brother, and Pamela was a member of the Cunningham family. No one around here ever fucked with the Cunninghams, so we had to tolerate him. I, for one, was happy to see him leave." "Well, you won't have to worry about Louis again," Mickey told him. "Jason killed him." "Then there is justice in the world," Landis said. He was silent for a moment, but when he spoke again, he was all business. "We need to get you people to safety." With that, he ordered the deputies, troopers, and highway patrolmen to point down their flashlights and come out of the shadows. Ryan counted 12 of them. He also noted that all the officers were armed with assault rifles. "Where'd you get all the firepower?" Ryan asked. "This is Crystal Lake, son," Landis said as an answer. "You don't know when you'll have some hockey-mass super killer running around these woods slaughtering people. A few AK-47s would seem to be standard issue." "But I thought you believed that all these murders were simply copycat killers," Ryan stated. "I had a change of mind after I saw what that fucker Phil did to Main Street," Landis told him. "We'll set up a little surprise for our buddy Jason at Camp Crystal Lake." Landis smiled. It wasn't a pleasant sight. "Now let's get you folks to safety." "But what about the others?" Mickey asked. "What about Sean and Carol?" Landis's smile disappeared. "You didn't mention there were other survivors out here." "It was a little overwhelming when you came out with the flashlights and the firepower," Ryan commented. "And why in the name of sweet Jesus did you people separate in the first place?" Landis asked. "I suggest you ask them if or when you find them," Ryan said. "We had nothing to do with that. They took off all on their own." Landis motioned to one of his deputies. Ryan recognized the deputy that came over as Roy Turner. "Okay, Roy, I need you and a couple of guys over there to check the woods between here and Voorhees' house, and look for a couple of survivors who might still be out there. If you run into Jason Voorhees, don't be heroes. Shoot first and run like hell. I don't want you guys ending up in body bags. If you find those people, head back to Camp Crystal Lake. That'll be base camp. Got it?" "Understood, Sheriff," Turner said. Ryan watched as Turner headed over to the other officers and chose a couple of the state troopers to go with him. "Now, Stephen," Sheriff Lloyd Landis said to Ryan, "let's get this show on the road. We got a surprise party to set up." Jason could sense he was closing in on his prey. He knew there were 2 victims awaiting his blade. Through the boots on the soles of his feet, he could feel the vibration caused by their stumbling footfalls. He could also feel the rhythm of their fearfully racing hearts. It called to the raging beast within him. His ears could now detect the sloshing of their feet in muddy grounds, along with the snapping of branches and shuffling of bushes along the trail ahead. Then there was the smell, the sweet perfume of fear that grew stronger by the moment. It compelled him with the promise of the kill. He hoped one of the 2 prey he was tracking might be the woman who pretended to be his mother, but more than likely it would merely be the bald guy and girl he was stalking before the old man and the trickster interfered with him. Still, he knew he would track her down eventually, then make her pay. He would make them all pay. He quickened his pace even more. Soon, very soon, the blood would flow. "Come on, Chief," Sean said as he dragged Carol Martinez along with him by her arm. Carol didn't resist, but she didn't help either. She was a dead weight slowing him down. "I saw him. I actually saw him come out of the Zet. But that can't be true because things like that don't happen in reality. But I saw it," Carol mumbled to herself. Then Sean heard the sound of shuffling brush and the snapping of branches. He looked back and panic shot through him like a lightning bolt. Jason Voorhees was stomping towards them with the focus of a charging bull. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Sean screamed out. Come on, he's coming, Chief! He's coming!" He continued to try to pull her, but she continued to slow him down. "No!" Carol finally screamed back at him. "It's not real!" She jerked her arm free of his grip and jumped back from him. "Fuck!" Sean yelled. "Fuck this shit!" But a moment later, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, and his legs went numb. He stumbled, fell forward, and landed face first in the mud. Clumps of wet dirt filled his mouth and splashed in his eyes. He spat out the foul-tasting muck. He tried to wipe his burning eyes, but found his hands were soaked as well. Finally, he found a dry spot on his shirt sleeve and cleared his vision. He tried to move his legs. They were useless. "I'm paralyzed!" his mind yelled at him, like he really needed to be told that. He tried to use his arms to drag himself forward, but it felt like he was dragging a lead weight. "I'm dead meat!" he told himself. "Oh my God, I'm gonna die! He looked over at Carol and begged her to help him. "Help me! Chief! Help!" Carol shook her head at him and waved her arms in front of her like she was trying to wipe the image from her sight. No! I don't believe this! It isn't real!" Then she backed up against a nearby tree and squatted there. She put her hands over her ears, closed her eyes, and continued to shake her head. Sean heard the sloshing sound of Jason's boots coming toward him. Then the splashing stopped. He felt a slight pull at his back. He knew Jason was standing over him. He also knew the tug he felt was Jason pulling his machete out of his back. "Now what? How's he going to finish me off?" Sean asked himself. He knew a moment later when he felt the blade hit the back of his skull and split his head in half. Jason looked down at his handiwork. His new body had worked well so far. When he threw his machete, it had felt so natural. His aim has always been right on target. And now, when he brought his machete down on the bald guy's head, it easily split it like a ripe melon. The blade hit so hard that it went completely through the head and embedded itself in the mud beneath the head. Jason pulled the machete free of the mud and the bald guy's head. There was a puddle of blood forming around the head, looking very much like a red halo in the mud. Jason thought it looked pretty. Then Jason heard the sound of muttering nearby. He looked over to where the sound came from. He saw a dark-haired girl sitting against a tree. For a moment he thought it was the trickster, but then he realized it was the other one. It was the one that the bald guy was dragging with him when he tried to get away from him in his mama's house. Jason started toward her, half expecting her to start running. After all, they all ran from him. But to his surprise, she just sat there and continued to mutter to herself. As he came to a stop in front of her and raised his machete, she looked up at him and did something totally unexpected. She laughed at him. "You can't hurt me," she told him. "You're not real. You don't exist." Jason cocked his head. He was confused. This woman was laughing at him. She was telling him he wasn't real. This didn't make sense to him. Usually women would scream and run from him in terror. Why wasn't this one doing that? Even more confusing was that he didn't smell or sense any fear from her. But he did sense something that reminded him of his mother. Specifically, it reminded him of how he sensed his mother when she was killing those counselors all those years ago. Jason lowered the machete. Though the dark part of him screamed for him to kill this woman, Jason decided he needed to take a moment to consider what he should do with her. He looked at her and cocked his head again. Chapter 30. Party Favors. Rory Turner, with the 2 state troopers to either side of him, made his way silently through the woods looking for any signs of the 2 missing members of Stephen Freeman's party. The troopers followed Turner's lead and scanned the woods ahead of them with practiced ease. Turner had full confidence in his companions. He'd worked with them both before. The tall, sandy-haired trooper to his right, Dan Culligan, had been part of the cleanup crew that had worked with him and the other deputies, packing up the remains of Kelly Boone and her friends after the Big Red Massacre. The other, stocky, dark-haired trooper, Peter Bennerson, had been with the party he'd worked with to scour the woods for survivors after the Fantana Carnival incident. Still, now they were dealing with Jason Voorhees himself. Turner had to admit that though his demeanor was cool and calm on the outside, he was jumping with excitement on the inside. It had been the idea of going after the famous Crystal Lake Killer that had compelled him to join the Cunningham County Sheriff's Department in the first place, after his tour in the Marines had ended. He'd heard about the massacre at the sheriff's office, now over 3 years ago, when Robert Campbell, supposedly possessed by Jason, slaughtered every sheriff's deputy on duty at the office. Still, that incident supposedly ended with the newly resurrected Jason being dragged down to hell. Turner knew, being a hometown boy, that Jason would eventually come back, and he figured he'd be damned if he wasn't going to be there when it happened. Thanks to the fact that Lloyd Landis had needed new deputies to replace the ones Campbell had killed, Turner had seen his chance. Coming out of his revelry, Turner heard the barely perceptible sound of somebody speaking not too far away. He waved his companions in the general direction. He heard the voice, and they followed his lead without a word. Soon Turner found signs that he was on the right course. The first thing he noted, subtle things like crushed brush and a few broken branches on some saplings. Then they came to an open path, and he saw 2 sets of footprints in the mud. But then they came up to the body, and Turner was sure they were in the right place. "Holy fuck!" Bennerson said, looking down at the remains of Sean Carlisle. "The fucker played with him a bit," Colgan observed with disgust. "Look, he dragged himself before the bastard gave him the chop." He pointed down at the drag marks in the mud. "Jason doesn't play with his prey," Turner corrected him, looking down at the body intently. "He's very efficient and to the point with his kills. More than likely he threw his machete at a distance, then it took him a few moments to walk over and pull the machete out, for the final shh." Then Turner heard a familiar sound. He lifted his hand and shushed his companions. It was the mumbling voice again, but this time it was really close. He scanned the woods around him and found what he was looking for. Squatting beside a tree about 30 feet away was the figure of a smallish, dark-haired woman. Her eyes were wild, but she didn't seem to even notice them. She simply squatted there, rocking slightly and talking softly to herself. Slipping his rifle strap across his chest and securing his AK-47 against his back, Turner started walking toward the woman with his arms raised out to either side in an open-handed gesture. "It's okay," he said in a calm, reassuring voice. "It's okay. You're safe. We're here to get you out of here." The woman looked at him and started laughing. It wasn't a pleasant sound. It was the sound of insanity. "Safe?" she said, looking at him like he was the crazy one. "I'm in no danger. You see, I don't believe in him, so he can't hurt me. But you're in danger because you're stupid and think he's real." Then she glared at Turner. It's your fault, you stupid hicks. You had to dream him up." Tears started running down her cheeks. "If it wasn't for you and your fucking legend, Sean and all the others would be alive. But you made them believe. You made it real to them. But I was smart. I knew he wasn't real. And I knew. And I'm the only one that's still alive." Turner continued to approach her. Now that he was closer, he recognized her. He'd seen her and her buddies around town. She was one of the people who were doing that documentary on Jason. She was the one who had royally pissed off Betty Loomis and a few other people in town. "Now look at you," he thought. "Come on, get up," he said. "We're going to take you out of here." The woman's eyes grew larger and wilder. Then she started laughing hysterically again. "I don't think so," she said. This caused a chill to run down Turner's back. A moment later, he knew why. The woman wasn't looking at him. She was looking behind him. Turner slipped his hand behind his back and grabbed his rifle. At the same time, he spun around just in time to see Jason, with the sharp snap of a cracking bone, twisted Peter Benson's head completely around. To his left, Dan Culligan squeezed the trigger of his AK-47 and sent a barrage of bullets on Jason and Benderson's dying body. The majority of the bullets ripped through Benderson's body, causing it to vibrate with each hit. A few bullets hit Jason's hockey mask and careened off. None of them seemed to make any impression on Jason, who simply threw Benderson to the side like a discarded rag doll and took several rounds in the chest. Black blood dribbled from the bullet holes, but stopped almost as soon as they began. "Die, motherfucker!" Culligan screamed as he continued his assault on the monstrous figure before him. Almost casually, Jason pulled his rusty machete from its resting place, slipped under his belt. "No! Disengage! Run!" Turner ordered, but Culligan ignored him and continued shooting. Jason lifted his machete over his head and flung it at his attacker. The blade of the machete hit Culligan expertly in the Adam's apple and broke through the back of his neck, severing his spine from his head. Gagging and spitting up blood, Culligan stumbled backward, his arms flung to either side of him, his AK-47 trigger still pulled, and the weapon firing. Turner went stumbling back and slammed against the tree beside the woman as a string of bullets hit him across the chest. He silently thanked God that he'd had the forethought to wear his bulletproof vest today. Still, the air was knocked from his lungs and pain shot through his chest and back. He had to fight to keep from losing consciousness. He slid down the trunk of the tree, momentarily stunned. As he regained his senses, he saw that Jason had turned his head and was staring at him and the woman with his one good eye. Jason cocked his head. Then he turned his attention once again to the now fallen body of Dan Culligan. Turner had no doubt what was going through Jason's head. Focusing his mind on what he had to do, like he'd been taught in the Marines, Turner slowly pulled himself up onto his feet. Pain shot through him again, but he forced his mind not to acknowledge it. The woman laughed at him. "He's gonna get you because you're stupid and believe in him." Ignoring her prattle, Turner grabbed her around the waist and lifted her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. The woman started kicking and pounding her fist into his already throbbing back. "No!" she screamed. "No, he doesn't want me. He wants you. He wants you because you believe in him. No, I won't let you make me believe in him. No! No!" Turner stumbled more, then trudged off the trail and into the thick of the woods. The woman's jostling threatened to knock him off balance. "Stop it!" Turner yelled back at her. "You're gonna get us killed, you stupid bitch!" "He doesn't want me!" she screamed at him. "I wouldn't count on it," he said as he purposely swung her to his left and slammed her against a nearby tree as he went by, hoping the impact might knock her out. The woman screamed in pain, but continued to kick and pound on his back. Then she suddenly became uncomfortably still and screamed, "No! Please! You don't want me!" Though Turner couldn't see behind him, he knew what this meant. Jason was coming for them. He forced himself to quicken his pace. He listened carefully and could hear the splash of Jason's boots in the mud behind him coming closer. He managed to take a quick look over his shoulder. He caught a momentary glimpse of Jason about 20 feet away, raising his machete over his head. Immediately, Turner shifted direction to his right. He felt a slight breeze over his left shoulder and heard the cracking sound and warble of metal hitting wood. He knew exactly what he would see if he looked. Jason's machete, a quarter buried in the trunk of the tree he'd just passed. But he didn't have the time nor desire to confirm this. He was too busy trying to get away. Jason stomped over to the tree and ripped his machete from the trunk. Rage flowed over him like the rain had earlier. That policeman had been lucky. He should have been stuck like the other guy, but he moved at the last moment and got away. Jason looked into the woods. He could still see the policeman carrying the woman through the trees. The dark part of him urged him to go after them and finish them off, but the other side simply wanted to go home to Camp Crystal Lake. He stood by the tree for a few moments more and watched his fleeing prey. He would let them go for now. He figured he'd get them later at camp. After all, they all ended up at Camp Crystal Lake eventually. Both Mickey and Ryan let out sighs of relief when they and their entourage of deputies and highway patrolmen came out of the woods and into the clearing where the cars were parked behind the horseshoe of cabins that was Camp Crystal Lake. If they both could, they would have dropped to their knees and thanked God. The reason for the reaction was because Sheriff Landis had been continuously on his walkie-talkie the whole trip, yelling at the people on the other end. Both Mickey and Ryan had been sure all the way that the noise would have drawn Jason right to them, but they had been lucky.
I don't want to hear any excuses, Jackson. We have a barbecue to prepare and I want it done before the guest of honor gets here. Over?
Landis said into his walkie, annoyed. Mickey and Ryan looked at each other questioningly. This had been a regular thing between the two of them. They both had wondered what Landis was planning. They'd heard something about a backhoe and a barrel of gasoline, but Landis cryptically cloaked his orders in the metaphor of a party and party favors.
Damned idiots! It's like they can't take a shit without me there to wipe their asses.
Then he sighed and looked over at Mickey and Ryan.
So no, I told you so's, people. I've been waiting for you two to say something. After all, in the end you were right and I was wrong.
I think we're just happy to be alive, Sheriff, Mickey told him honestly.
The night's still young, dear lady,
Landis said, smiling at her earnestly.
But I promise you we'll give that son of a bitch a party he won't soon forget.
It was at that moment that they passed a blue tarp laying in the ground. Ryan knew that beneath this covering was the split remains of the wannabe Jamaican Jamal. Given the distressed look on Mickey's face as they passed, he was thankful Landis's men had been so courteous. Then he noted another blue tarp covering the fire pit ahead. From the smell of cooked meat and the curls of smoke that was still wafting from underneath it, Ryan could easily piece together the fate of their late protector, Officer Marshak. The storm was still booming and rain was still falling, and seeing that Mickey was looking a bit green in the gills, Ryan dug through the pockets of his jeans and handed her a semi-clean looking handkerchief. Mickey gratefully accepted his gift and, with a look of relief, covered her mouth and nose with it. It was at that moment that Ryan noticed Sheriff Landis watching them. With a look of barely concealed amusement, that the white-haired man in the cowboy hat shook his head and mouthed the words, "City folk." Then Landis lifted his walkie-talkie to his lips.
Okay, people, I want all spotters in position and ready. I expect to be notified if a squirrel takes a shit anywhere near this goddamn camp. Get to it, over and out.
Once they passed the fire pit, they and their entourage headed up the trail between cabins 6 and 7. They came out into the chaos of law enforcement officers and other workers rushing around in front of the horseshoe of cabins. In front of cabin 1, the backhoe and its controller were dutifully digging a deep pit in front of the building. As the machine dumped its load of dirt, deputies and highway patrolmen came in with shovels and buckets to scoop up the dirt and water and run it behind the cabin. A woman with boyish cut, short blonde hair, and a brown highway patrol uniform came rushing up to them. She stopped in front of Landis and gave him a quick salute. "The pit is nearly done, Sheriff, and the spotters are in position. I'm in constant communication with them."
"Good work, Jackson," Landis said, nodding his approval. "We need to be ready before our guest of honor arrives. I expect him to have a warm reception."
He looked toward the pit. "Understood," Jackson simply said. Then she rushed off back into the chaos. Landis walked over to the deputy, who had taken over carrying the still unconscious form of Morgana from Ryan.
"Take her over to cabin 7 and keep an eye on her."
The deputy paused for a moment, looking around at the activity around him, but finally nodded his head and headed for the open doorway of a dilapidated cabin to his right.
"Why don't you and the lady go with him?"
Landis suggested to Ryan.
"You've done enough for one night, and with everything going on, you two'll just get in the way."
"Excuse me?" Mickey said, clearly incensed by the statement.
"This is a job for trained law enforcement officers, not Scooby-Doo in the mystery game."
"Why, you—" Mickey started to say, but Ryan cut her off. "The sheriff's right, Mickey. Let's let him do this job, okay?" Ryan said, giving her a look as if to say for her not to argue. Mickey gave Ryan and the sheriff a dagger stare, but kept quiet and started toward the cabin.
"Thank you, Stephen,"
Landis told Ryan, giving him a knowing look. Ryan nodded and turned to head toward the cabin. "Sheriff," Jackson said, running up to the sheriff again. The urgency in the tone of the blonde highway patrol officer's voice stopped Ryan in his tracks. He turned and watched the exchange. "Sheriff, we've got activity outside the camp," she told Landis.
"Where?"
Landis inquired.
"Give me the details."
"One of my men, Perkins, reported the sound of frantic motion in the brush nearest position on the southern section behind the camp."
"I need more than that," Landis told her. "I still have men out there looking for survivors. It could be them."
Landis lifted his walkie-talkie to his lips again.
"Perkins, this is Sheriff Landis, over."
"Officer Perkins here, Sheriff, over," came the reply in a low voice.
"Can you see anything, Perkins?"
Landis said.
"I need to know what's going on out there, over."
"Even with the night vision, I can only make out movement in the distance, but it is getting closer. I should be able to determine the source of the activity momentarily, over," the voice from the walkie said. A moment later, the voice of Perkins was back, but this time he wasn't whispering. "Emergency! We got an emergency!" Perkins yelled. "We got an officer and a civilian in need of assistance! Oh my God!" Then a loud thump issued from the walkie, followed by a softer thump, the sound of crunching vegetation, and finally silence. Landis lowered the walkie-talkie and hooked it back on his belt. He looked over at Jackson.
"Tell the crew I need a tarp over that pit. I need it nailed down and I need it covered with dirt. Jackson, tell them I needed all this done 2 minutes ago. The guest of honor has arrived. Got it?"
Jackson didn't even take the time to answer. She simply took off running toward the pit, screaming out orders at the workers as she went. Landis looked over at Ryan and Mickey.
"Looks like it's party time."
Chapter 31. Into the Fire. Jason brought his machete down for a third time, severing the highway patrolman's spine and cutting him completely in half at the waist. "Oh my God!" the patrolman said, blood dribbling from his lips. "Oh my God!" Jason looked down at the victim and cocked his head. Silent rage flowed through him like the blood through his veins. These policemen thought he was stupid and they could trick him like the soldiers did before, but he was too smart for them. With that thought, he kicked the patrolman's lower half, causing his victim's organs to dump from both halves onto the muddy ground. The patrolman gurgled for a few moments before his eyes glazed over, and he became silent and still. Jason looked into the woods and focused his senses. He would track down the rest of the policemen hiding in the woods. After that, it would be time to take out the rest of these intruders to his camp. Mickey looked out the doorway of Cabin 7 at the chaos of scrambling sheriff deputies, highway patrolmen, and state troopers before her. Over a dozen officers were shoveling dirt over the tarp that covered the pit they had dug in front of Cabin 1. She looked around and managed to find Ryan in the shuffle and storm. He was following Sheriff Landis and that female highway patrol officer. She thought Landis had called her Jackson. The three of them walked along the horseshoe of cabins and headed up the 3 steps leading to Cabin 1. Trooper Jackson was holding a walkie-talkie up to her ear and appeared to be yelling into it, though at the distance she was from, Mickey couldn't hear a word that was being said. Mickey looked back at her 2 companions in the cabin. Morgana was still laying still and unconscious on the weathered-looking bed on the right, toward the back of the cabin. The deputy who was guarding them, whom she found out after much prodding was named Pat Colby, was sitting on a folding chair next to the bed looking very frustrated. "Shit, man, I should be out there," he muttered to himself, while rhythmically tapping the outer casing of the AK-47 he had laying across his lap, on the arms of the folding chair. "Shit!" Mickey knew how Officer Cody felt. She also felt totally helpless and could feel the tension building around her. At any moment the situation would explode, and what would she do then? What could she do? She looked out the doorway once again and wished Ryan was there to comfort her. "Davis, look out 1, do you read?" Trooper Jackson yelled over the storm into her walkie-talkie. "Davis, answer me, status?" She nervously looked over at a very displeased Sheriff Landis and shook her head. "Damn it," Landis cursed. "That bastard is taking out every lookout we have out there. How the fuck are we going to be able to know where that son of a bitch is going to be coming from?" Then, as if in answer to Landis's inquiry, they heard branches breaking from the woods and the sound of yelling. "Over there!" Ryan said excitedly, pointing at the area of the woods just beyond Cabin 12. A tall, bulky figure came charging out of the woods. The law enforcement officers immediately started firing. None of them had taken the time to notice that the figure was in a brown highway patrol uniform, nor the female form draped over his shoulder. Bullets struck Roy Turner's bulletproof vest, but this did little to help the rest of his body. Dozens of shots hit him in the arms and legs. His left leg was completely blown off at the knee. Also, there were so many shots to his head that there wouldn't be enough of his face left for identification. Carol Martinez was hit several times in the legs and rear end. Blood strayed from her wounds. She screamed in agony, and thankfully passed out before both she and the bullet-ridden body of Roy hit the ground. As Turner hit the ground, Carol flipped off his back and landed hard on the blood-covered muddy ground beneath her, splattering mud to either side of Roy's body, and landed hard on her legs, causing her body to jerk one more time as her already beaten pain receptors took another final jolt. "Hold your fire!" Sheriff Landis yelled, stomping down the stairs from Cabin 1 as he did. He continued to yell as he reached the bottom and came close to the mud-covered tarp that hid the pit in front of him. "God damn it, I gave you an order!" The sound of gunfire died and the campground became uncomfortably quiet. "Get some help over there!" Landis ordered, pointing at the bloody pile laying in the mud near Cabin 12. "We've got injured people!" After the gunfire started, Deputy Colby ran up to the doorway. "Stay back!" he ordered, looking back at Mickey and waving her back. Reluctantly, Mickey did as she was told and stood at the back of the cabin beside the bed where Morgana lay unconscious. Then, while Colby was distracted, a large, muscular hand came around the corner of the doorway, locked onto his head, and slammed it against the doorframe. The hulking figure of Jason Voorhees came into view. Pat Colby screamed out in pain as Jason continued to apply pressure to his head. Finally, there was the sound of crunching bone, and Colby's head exploded like a ripe melon. His eyes burst from their sockets. Blood sprayed in all directions. Some of it even hit Mickey and Morgana in the back of the cabin. Mickey let out a gasp, and Jason turned and looked at her. He released Colby's body and let it drop to the floor. Then Jason's good eye focused on Morgana's motionless body on the bed, and he cocked his head. Rage-filled,
Jason as he looked at the trickster who was laying motionless on the bed at the back of the cabin. She had lied to him and tried to trick him into thinking she was his mother, like the blonde girl had done years ago. The blonde girl had hurt him and had gotten away. He wasn't going to allow that to happen again. He pulled his machete from where he had slipped it through his belt and started moving into the cabin. The red-haired lady grabbed the folding chair and threw it at him. He batted it away like it was nothing, which it was. "Help!" the redhead screamed. "He's in here! He's in here!" The noise of her screaming was annoying him. Jason figured he'd simply chop her down before ramming his machete through the trickster's chest. It was going to be too easy. He lifted his machete. State Trooper Scott Christopher heard a woman scream from Cabin 7. He'd seen earlier that the sheriff had sent 2 of the survivors there with the deputy. As he approached the cabin, he saw blood on the doorway and the crumpled body of the deputy laying halfway in the doorway. He rushed up to the open door, his assault rifle at the ready. It took him a moment for his eyes to adjust, but when they did, he saw the hulking figure of Jason with his back to him, his machete lifted over his head. He could also see that Jason was closing in on 2 women at the back of the cabin. He noted that the red-headed woman was using her body to shield the other lady, who was laying unconscious on the bed. "Get out of the way!" Trooper Christopher yelled at the redhead as he aimed his rifle. The woman immediately jumped and rolled over the bed. She grabbed her companion as she went by, and they both went tumbling over the side of the bed onto the floor. Jason turned toward him, just as Trooper Christopher unleashed a barrage of bullets that hit the hulking figure square in the chest. The impact sent Jason stumbling backward and slammed him against the wall. Trooper Christopher was amazed. With anyone else, that many hits to the chest would have been instant death, but with this fucker, it barely even stunned him. He even noticed that there was barely a dribble of blood coming from the wounds. What the fuck is he thought. Jason pushed away from the wall and lifted his machete. Even at a distance, Scott Christopher could see the rage run through Jason Voorhees' body. He knew he was now Jason's target. As if to confirm this, Jason started stomping toward him. Trooper Christopher quickly backed away from the cabin doorway into the courtyard. He shot off another barrage of bullets, but this time Jason was ready. The impact barely knocked him back a couple of steps, but still he continued forward, building speed as he went. Jason grabbed his machete with both hands and lifted the rusty blade over his head in preparation for delivering a killing blow. In a vain attempt to shield himself, Trooper Christopher held his assault rifle up in front of him, but it did little to deter the inevitable. The instant the machete struck the rifle, there was a sharp cracking sound as the bones in Scott Christopher's hand shattered. The rifle slipped from his broken fingers, hit him in the chest, and fell to the ground uselessly. He barely had time to let out an agonized scream before Jason brought the blade down a second time and split Scott Christopher's head down the middle. Blood shot like a fountain to either side of him as his body stumbled to either side. Jason stood and watched as Trooper Christopher stumbled backward and fell into the mud. Suddenly he heard a number of sharp cracking sounds like the firecrackers Mama used to get for the 4th of July. He felt stinging pain as bullets struck his body, seemingly coming from every direction. His body vibrated from the assault and his rage blazed. He would make all these policemen pay for hurting him. He'd cut them all down like he did the ones in the woods. He saw out of the corner of his good eye that a policeman in a brown coat was running toward him with the shovel lifted over his head. Jason swung his machete sideways and caught the policeman in the midsection, cleanly cutting him in half. The policeman's shovel came down and glanced off Jason's mask, causing the policeman's upper half to separate and fall backward into the mud. The policeman's legs continued to run for 10 more feet before falling to the ground. Then Jason heard a voice blare into the courtyard. He turned to look where the voice was coming from and saw a white-haired policeman standing on the porch of Cabin 1 with a bullhorn held up to his mouth. "Damn it, I said hold your fire! This son of a bitch is mine!" Jason cocked his head at the man with the bullhorn. He remembered the white-haired man. Before he had gotten his body back after the army men had blown it up, and was in the body of a policeman, he had seen the blonde girl who was somehow family to him
had stabbed the white-haired man in the gut with the big knife his mama had tried to hurt him with years before. He was surprised to see the white-haired policeman standing in front of him. He was further surprised when he realized he also remembered the dark-haired man that stood next to the policeman. He had been the guy who helped the blonde girl fight him. He remembered when he was being pulled into the ground by that bad things that he nearly took the dark-haired man with him, but he had gotten away. Now he too was standing before him. Not this time, Jason raged, glaring at the both of them with his good eye. This time neither one would get away. He would make sure of that. "Hey, you ugly fuck!" the white-haired man yelled into the bullhorn. "You remember me? I can't forget you. You took somebody who was very special to me. Remember Diana? The poor woman who had the unfortunate luck of sharing the same bitch of a mother as you?" Rage boiled within Jason. The white-haired man had dared say something nasty about Mama. Jason started walking toward Cabin 1, his left hand clenched into a fist at his side, his other hand clutching the grip of his machete tightly in anticipation of the bloody work to come. "Come on, you son of a bitch!" the white-haired policeman continued to taunt him. "I'm right here waiting for you." But then as he drew closer, the ground fell out from under him, and Jason fell into a dark pit. He landed hard at the bottom of the pit. There was water at the bottom of this pit. It smelled funny. It smelled like Papa's tractor. He realized the white-haired man had tricked him. He had purposely got him mad so he would fall in this hole. Then the white-haired man spoke again. "Light him up!" The last thing Jason saw before he was blinded by the flames that enveloped him was a nozzle stuck through the opening at the top of the pit, and the stream of fire shooting out of it. Chapter 32. Invincible.
Ryan jumped back as flames exploded out of the pit and burned away the tarp covering it. The flames jumped up 20 feet into the air and threatened to catch the roof of Cabin 1 on fire. "Burn, you son of a bitch!" Sheriff Lloyd Landis yelled down into the pit, with the look of insane satisfaction on his face. Ryan looked at him and shook his head. "Ahab finally got his well," he said under his breath. Landis walked close to the edge on the inferno. Ryan was surprised the sheriff could tolerate the heat. "Go back to hell, you motherfucker!" Landis yelled. "Go back with that slut of a mother of yours!" Suddenly a flaming form came flying up out of the pit. Two burning arms grabbed Landis's legs and pulled them out from under him. The sheriff fell backward and hit the cabin steps with the back of his head. Then his unconscious body was dragged into the flames and disappeared. "Sheriff!" Jackson screamed, dropping the bullhorn Landis had handed her. "What the fuck just happened? Shit like that just doesn't happen!" She screamed at Ryan as if saying it would make it so. "It does here," Ryan said simply. Once again, the flaming form jumped out of the pit. This time, the burning arms were raised and held a red glowing blade. The blade slammed into the ground on the edge of the pit and embedded into it. Steam shot up from the ground as the mud baked from the heat. The flaming figure slowly pulled itself out of the pit. Black ash fell away from its body, and the flames died in the rain to reveal undamaged cloth and flesh. "That's not good," Ryan said. Mickey stood in the doorway of Cabin 7 and looked in disbelief at the events playing out before her. She had witnessed the demise of Sheriff Landis. Now she watched as Jason Voorhees stood up totally unscathed by his flaming bath and almost casually pulled his still red-hot glowing machete from the ground. She knew both Ryan and Jackson would be the next victims. She felt totally helpless as Jason and the storm raged outside. "The flames of resurrection still burn within Jason," Mickey heard a familiar voice say from behind her. "Rashid?" she said, turning around, and was startled to find herself looking into the face of Morgana, whose eyes were rolled back into her head, so only the whites could be seen. "Unfortunately, Jason cannot be destroyed by human hands at this time," Morgana said in Rashid's voice. All these brave law enforcement officers are doomed unless action is taken. Then what are we supposed to do? Mickey asked. If I may be so bold, it is not we who can do something. It is you, Mickey. The voice of Rashid said through Morgana. But what can I do? You underestimate your own power, Rashid's voice said. Jason cannot be destroyed, but he can be bound. You are the key to that. How am I the key? Mickey asked, dumbfounded. I've only used magic once in my life, and I drained what power I had doing that. That was 20 years ago, the voice of Rashid said. It has been your power that Mrs. Voorhees and her associate have been tapping into. Then let them use it, Mickey said. I don't know how. I have been with you from the start, and I will be with you at the end, no matter the outcome, Rashid said. Do you trust me, Mickey? I have no choice, she said, looking out the door into total chaos. Jackson yelled at Ryan as she pulled her revolver from its holster. She let off 5 shots that hit Jason square in the chest without effect. Jason stuck his hand in his coat pocket and pulled out a red-hot metal tent spike. There was a soft crackling sound and smoke rose from his palm as he almost casually flung it at Jackson. The tent spike would have impaled her through the chest, but she was knocked out of the way by Ryan. She hit the wooden porch beams hard. She lost her grip on her revolver and it went tumbling over the side of the porch. Ryan landed on top of her, knocking the air from her lungs. The spike hit the wall and smoke started issuing from it the moment it embedded itself in the wood and the rain fell upon it. Ryan rolled off the top of Jackson and saw that Jason was coming up the steps to cabin 1 after them. Looking around quickly, he saw the discarded bullhorn lying nearby. He crawled over to it and grabbed up the microphone. He knew he only had one option, though he didn't like it. Shoot him! He yelled into the microphone. Shoot! Immediately he heard the crackle of AK-47s firing and bullets hitting the front of the building. Come on, hurry! He said to Jackson, who was still trying to catch her breath. We don't want to be victims of friendly fire, he said as he started crawling toward the edge of the porch. Then, as if to emphasize his point, a bullet struck the board next to his leg. Jackson followed his lead. Ryan! Mickey screamed as the deputies and other law enforcement officers started shooting at cabin 1. We must put an end to this insanity, Rashid's voice said. We must begin, Mickey, before it is too late and more innocents die. Tell me what I have to do, Mickey said with desperation in her tone. First, you must calm yourself, Rashid said, as Morgana went behind Mickey and put her hands on Mickey's temples. Immediately, Mickey started to feel calmer. You must open yourself up and listen to yourself. Listen to your body, your lungs breathing, your heart beating, the blood in your veins coursing. Can you hear them? Can you feel them? Yes, Mickey said, simply. She had never been so aware of her own body. Even during times of stress and pain, she had never been as aware. Then she felt something deeper. It was a warmth beneath the sound and feeling of her body, like an undertone in a symphony. The more she acknowledged it, the warmer it got. Soon it felt like she was peering into a furnace. I can sense you feel it, Rashid's voice said. It sounded hollow, like she was hearing it in a tunnel. You feel the power surging within. Yes, I feel it, Mickey said. This is very good, Rashid's voice said. Now we can begin. Both Ryan and Jackson crawled themselves off the porch onto the muddy ground. Deputies ran up to them and helped them onto their feet. "I need your weapon," Jackson said, grabbing the AK from the deputy helping her. Ryan grabbed the barrel of the rifle and stood in front of her. "You're wasting your time doing this," he informed her. "Take a good look. Bullets aren't having any effect on that bastard." Jackson pulled the AK-47 free from Ryan's grip. One of the deputies grabbed Ryan and pulled him out of the way. "Damn it, will you listen to me?" he exclaimed, pulling away from the deputy. "Just look at him. Does he look like he just came out of that fire pit?" He pointed at Jason, who was standing on the porch facing the barrage of bullets that were assaulting him still. Though he was vibrating from the impacts, all the bullet holes were immediately closing up, and even his clothes were repairing themselves. "Look at him! These damn guns should have ripped him apart! Look, damn it!" At that point, Jason pulled a handful of red-hot glowing tent spikes from his pocket and started throwing them at the officers shooting at him. The sounds of screaming and dying officers were added to crackle of rifle fire. Several officers were hit either in the head or the neck. One highway patrol officer got a spike in his shoulder. Another officer ran over to him and tried to grab onto the tent spike to pull it out. Smoke issued from his glove as the spike burned through it. The officer immediately let go, fell to his knees, and screamed in agony. His gloved hand continued to smoke, and the air filled with the smell of cooked meat. Jackson lowered her AK-47 and looked at Ryan desperately. "What the hell are we going to do to this guy? What are we going to do?" "We need to pull those officers back now," he told her, pointing at the remaining officers on the other side of the pit, who were still firing at Jason. "Jason has the upper hand, and we need to get out of here before this turns into a full-on massacre." "I believe we can bring the odds up in our favor," came a familiar voice from beside Ryan. It was Rashid's voice. Ryan looked and was startled to see Mickey and Morgana standing there. How the hell did they get here without us noticing them? He asked himself. And where was Rashid? Mickey looked like she was in a trance. She had her eyes closed and was standing statue still. Morgana didn't look much better. She was holding on to Mickey's arm and was looking at them with only the whites of her eyes showing. "What the hell's going on?" Ryan asked. "What's wrong with Mickey?" "Mickey is getting in touch with her inner power," the voice of Rashid said from Morgana's mouth. "Really?" was all Ryan could get out of his mouth. It amazed him how at this point in his life, that stuff that would have bowled most poor humans over, he simply accepted as shop. "And what does all that mean?" "Mickey is the key to binding Jason and keeping him from causing any more harm." Jackson looked at Ryan in total confusion. He fully understood this was a different world than the one she understood. "You get the troops to fall back," he told her. "Let the professionals deal with this freaky business, okay?" A look of relief came over Jackson. She looked over at the two deputies, who looked equally dumbfounded. "You heard the man. Spread the word to cease fire and fall back." "Yes, ma'am," both deputies said together and rushed off. "Good luck," Jackson said, looking at the trio, with the mix of hope and incredulity. She handed Ryan the AK-47. "You might need this," she said. Then she headed off to instruct the troops. "So what do we do now?" Ryan asked. "Now it is up to Mickey," the voice of Rashid told him. Mickey had heard every word of the conversation, but it had sounded like it was coming to her from a distance. Morgana, who was channeling Rashid, had led her to Ryan. She could sense that Jason was near. It was like a cold breeze invading a bright sunny day. The energy she had discovered at her core as intoxicating. She wondered how she would ever return to the bland existence of the life she led outside her body. "Mickey, it is time," Rashid's voice echoed to her. Mickey opened her eyes. Even her vision had changed slightly. She looked at Ryan and saw a golden aura surrounding his body. "Are you all right?" Ryan asked. He must have noticed the odd look she had given him. "Better than ever," she said, smiling. "Ryan, we will need your assistance," Rashid said. "I know I'm going to regret this. What do you need me to do?" he asked.
In order for our plan to work, Mickey and I need to use her power to connect with the elders. Only with their power joined with ours can we hope to bind Jason and send him back where he belongs, the voice of Rashid said. We will need you to distract Jason while we make the connection. We must have as little distraction as possible if we are going to succeed in this. Ryan slipped the AK-47 Jackson had given him around his back, bent down and picked up a shovel one of the work crew had discarded. Well, I guess I'd better get to work then, he said, looking over at Jason, who was still lobbing red-hot tent spikes at the retreating law enforcement officers. Ryan couldn't help but thinking, is it my imagination, or is he bigger than the last time I fought him? Chapter 33, The Final Power. Ryan walked out in front of the hulking 7-foot figure that was on the other side of the now smoking fire pit. All the law enforcement officers had retreated and were running through the gaps between cabins 10 through 12. Jason had thrown all his tent spikes and was watching the officers retreat, with his head cocked to his right. "Hey, Jason, you ready for another round?" Ryan said, holding up the shovel in front of him. "'Cause I'm certainly not," he thought to himself, but he needed to put on a show and keep Jason away from the girls. "Remember the last time? My wife and I whipped your ass good." Ryan smiled at Jason, who simply cocked his head to the other way and stood motionless watching him. The only thing that showed Ryan that his words were having any effect on him was that Jason's breathing was getting heavier. "But it seems to me that you're a bit of a pushover," Ryan continued. "I mean, after all, didn't you also get your ass kicked by a little boy? Jarvis? Wasn't that his name? Yeah, Tommy Jarvis. He was 12 years old at the time. Big, tough Jason Voorhees, who got his ass kicked by women and little boys. What would Mama say to that?" And then, just to add a little more salt to his verbal slashes, Ryan started laughing at him. Even with all the smoke coming from the pit, Ryan was able to see Jason's good eye narrow in on him. Jason pulled his machete from his belt. He stomped down the steps from cabin 1 and made his way around the pit toward Ryan. Ryan moved back about 10 paces to give himself some fighting room. How about the next county? That would be far enough for me, Ryan thought with amusement, shaking his head. But of course, this wasn't for his comfort. This was to keep Mickey and Morgana safe and give them the time that they needed. After all, he really didn't need to actually fight Jason, just play decoy and keep from getting killed. Yeah, easy as cake, he thought, shaking his head again. Immediately after he got around the fire pit, Jason charged at Ryan, swinging his machete in an overarm death blow. Ryan barely jumped out of the way as the rusty blade slammed into the ground where Ryan had just stood. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled across the sky as Ryan stumbled to his feet, but had to throw himself backward as Jason made a horizontal swing at his midsection. Ryan swung his shovel and caught Jason's head right next to his right ear. There was a sharp clang from the impact, but little else. Jason turned his head and looked Ryan in the eye, rage burning in Jason Voorhees' good eye. "Oh, fuck," Ryan managed to get out before he had to throw himself back again as Jason swung the machete horizontally in a backswing. "Mickey, you must remain calm and concentrate if we are going to make a connection to the elders," Rashid instructed her through Morgana's mouth, putting her hands on Mickey's shoulders. "But how'll I know when contact is made?" Mickey said. "You will know," the voice of Rashid said. "Now concentrate and repeat after me. Ancient elders, guardians of light, creators of all creation, though we are insignificant lower beings, we ask of you to hear our plea." Mickey repeated as instructed, and Rashid continued. "We ask for your strength to help us undo the darkness that those opposed to our creation has set upon us. We ask you, O wise elders, to please let us know your will and your judgment." Upon saying the last part of the incantation, Mickey felt something. It was subtle, non-verbal, yet it was utterly clear. If it had been relayed verbally, it would have simply been the word, "yes." Then Mickey felt even more. Besides the warmth of her own power, she now felt almost like a warm breeze swirling around her. It tickled her skin almost like static electricity does before the inevitable shock. She was sure her hair must be sticking up. The idea amused her. She looked down at her hands and was amazed to see the energy swirling around them. "Contact has been made," Mickey said. Ryan swung his shovel and deflected a downward stroke that would cut off his left arm. Then, while Jason was recovering from the impact, Ryan swung the shovel in a backswing and hit Jason squarely in his hockey mask face, sending the 7-foot-tall Hulk stumbling back 4 steps. "How'd you like that one?" Ryan managed to get out. He was out of breath and exhausted. This fight seemed to have been going on for an eternity. Jason gave him his answer with a backhanded smack to his chest that lifted him off the ground and sent him crashing down on his back into the muddy ground. Ryan was coughing and trying to get air into his lungs. The impact had totally knocked the wind out of him. He had to fight with all his will to keep from passing out. Jason almost casually walked over to him and looked down. Then he lifted his machete over his head. Ryan braced himself for the inevitable. "Sorry, Mickey," he thought. Suddenly there was a flash of light and Jason wasn't standing over him anymore. "You keep your paws off my cousin, you son of a bitch!" came a familiar voice from behind him. He felt a soft hand touch his shoulder, and all his pain went away, and he could breathe again. He sat up and looked around. Jason was about 10 feet away, getting up on his feet again. The ground around him looked to be baked, like it had been put in a kiln. He looked to his right and saw Mickey and Morgana. Morgana had her hands on Mickey's shoulders, and the both of them were surrounded by a golden light. Mickey's eyes were glowing intensely and looked like spotlight bulbs. "Are you all right?" Mickey asked, concerned, kneeling next to him. "I'm doing great," Ryan said, looking at the glowing, nearly angelic pair that was beside him. "Definitely not as good as you two. I gather you succeeded in making contact with the higher-ups?" "You could say that," she said, smiling at him. "Mickey, it is time. We must not stay in this state for too long," the voice of Rashid told her from over her shoulder. "Then let's lock and load," Mickey said, standing up and focusing her attention on Jason Voorhees. Jason had just retrieved his machete from where it had landed several feet away after he had been sent flying. He was now stomping towards them, his chest heaving with rage. Mickey and Morgana stepped forward a couple of steps. Mickey's eyes narrowed and she lifted her arm and pointed toward Jason, who had quickened his pace and now looked like a charging bull. Ryan noticed that Morgana had started chanting some words in a tongue he had not heard before, but he guessed might be ancient Egyptian. "Uma shakalamo kasham, Uma shakalama kasham," Morgana chanted in Rashid's voice. Then as Jason got uncomfortably close, Mickey spat out, "In the name of the elder gods, creators of this realm, I bind you, Jason Voorhees!" Suddenly a light shot down from the sky on top of Jason's charging form, and he was stopped in his tracks. He pounded his fist on his enclosure of light, but it did no good. Then golden-colored energy tendrils came slithering down the tube of light. They wrapped themselves around Jason's arms and legs and binded them together. Jason dropped his machete and it fell into the mud at his feet. Ryan looked over at Morgana again. She was chanting faster now and sweat was covering her face. "Uma shakalamo kasham, Uma shakalama kasham, Uma shakalamo kasham." Then Mickey spoke again. "In the name of the elder gods, guardians of light, I send you back, Jason Voorhees, from where you came."
Immediately the column of light disappeared, and Jason fell backwards into the mud, the tendrils still binding his limbs. Ryan had a prickly feeling on the back of his neck. He knew that something was coming. He got to his feet and looked around. He saw that another column of light had appeared some distance away, past cabin number 12. But what the hell is it doing back there? He asked himself. Behind cabin 12 were only the pier and the lake. Ryan looked over at Mickey and saw that something was wrong. She looked like she was in distress. "No!" she screamed. "No, not there!" "No, Mickey, don't fight it!" Rashid screamed. "Don't fight it!" Just then another golden tendril shot out of the darkness between cabin 11 and cabin 12. It connected itself to one of the tendrils binding Jason's legs. Immediately, like being connected to a giant rubber band, Jason was quickly dragged through the courtyard and into the darkness of the gap between the cabins. Mud strained to either side of him as he went. A few moments later, the column of light receded and the golden glow around Mickey and Morgana faded. Both girls immediately fell to the ground. Ryan bent down over them. Morgana pulled herself out from under Mickey and looked up at Ryan with a quizzical expression on her face. Her dark eyes restored. "You're alive," she said, grasping her shoulders and arms. "Yeah, nice feeling, isn't it?" Ryan said, smiling. But then his smile dropped. Mickey hadn't woken up, and she had started shaking. "This is not good, Ryan," Morgana said. Ryan would have asked her how she knew his real name, but Mickey's eyes partially opened and saliva started dribbling from her mouth. Then the full spasm started. Mickey felt that same feeling she had felt when she had been studying Pamela Voorhees' diaries the night before. All around her was a swirling vortex of colors. For a moment she thought she was dead, but something told her this wasn't the case. Was she still connected to the elders? The last thing she remembered was the golden aura around her dispersing. Something had gone wrong when she had done the incantation to send Jason back. She had tried to send him back to hell, but as she was doing that, she had a flash of her vision of the night Jason was resurrected. Then, for some reason, the energy column appearing at the Voorhees house in the Hellmouth moved the column, and it appeared at the lake near where Jason had drowned. "But I wanted to send that monster back," her mind screamed. "I'm sorry, dear. That is not in the plans," echoed the voice of Pamela Voorhees from around her. "It will be a long time before my son goes to his final rest. Yes, a very long time." Then, as if the vortex Mickey was falling into was some sort of movie screen, images started to appear in front of her. She saw a burned man wearing a brown fedora and a red and green sweater facing Jason. The man had a glove on his right hand that had blades on the fingers. "Welcome to my playground," he said with a dark and evil chuckle. Mickey knew him. She and Rashid had read reports mentioning him through Rashid's contacts with the Watchers Council and the Luna Society. It was Fred Krueger, the Springwood Dream Slasher. They had originally thought that Krueger's power had come from a cursed object, but after researching the matter they realized they were wrong. But why, Mickey wondered, why would Fred Krueger have any interest in Jason? As if in answer, the image changed again. Jason was standing in front of Pamela Voorhees. "Oh, Jason, my special, special boy. Do you know what your gift is? No matter what they do to you, you cannot die. You can never die. You've just been sleeping. It's time for you to wake up. Mommy has something she needs for you to do. You must go to Elm Street. The children have been very bad on Elm Street and need to be punished," she said sweetly but firmly. "Rise up, Jason! Rise up and live again!" she ordered. Suddenly Mickey realized that what she was seeing was Jason's dream. Then she found herself in a muddy, vine-covered section of the lake. It appeared the lake had been partially drained. There was an abandoned buoy lying on its side nearby the partial mud-covered body of Jason Voorhees. Jason slowly and stiffly got up out of the mud and started walking away into the woods. Then Mickey was thrust back into the dream again. She was standing in a clearing in the woods, and Jason was walking past her. This must be what Jason sees, she thought. He is still partially in a dream state. Then she saw Pamela Voorhees. She was standing in the center of the clearing watching Jason leave. "Make them remember me, Jason!" Pamela screamed at him. "Make them remember what fear tastes like!" Then Pamela Voorhees transfigured into Fred Krueger. "Go, Jason. I've been away from my children for far too long." Mickey heard Pamela Voorhees echo through the vortex again. "My son has many battles to face before his cursed existence can end. This was but one, but others will come in rapid succession." The image before Mickey changed again, and this time a chill went through her. Before her was Ryan, and he was fighting outside a dark-haired woman. The woman ran at Jason and jumped into the air and landed a flying kick to his chest. The impact sent Jason crashing backward, and the ground beneath him collapsed. Jason frantically grabbed at the edge of the hole he was falling into, but failed to get a grip. He slipped into the hole, and after several long moments, there was a distant sound of a thump. Ryan walked exhaustedly over to the edge of the hole and looked down into it. Then he put his hands on his hips, bent forward, and looked over at the woman. She was wiping some blood from her forehead with the handkerchief she had pulled from the back pocket of her jeans. She glanced over at Ryan and smiled. "We kicked his ass," she said with pride. "You okay, Faith?" Ryan asked. "Just a scratch," she said, with a gleam in her eye. "I'll be 5x5 in no time." Then the image changed once more. Jason had a dark-haired man with long hair by the throat. From behind him, a female voice spoke. "Jason." Jason turned to look at the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway of the barn they were in was a woman who looked amazingly like a young Pamela Voorhees. The woman was holding out a locket in front of her. "You must stop, Jason. It's time to stop." Jason looked at her with confusion. This gave the dark-haired man a chance to break away from him. The man immediately grabbed a chain that was hanging over a rafter and wrapped it around Jason's neck. He threw the other end of the chain into the blaring shredder behind him, and Jason was lifted into the air by his neck. The image changed again, but this time Mickey let out a gasp. The image before her was Jason, yet it wasn't him. The background looked very futuristic, and so did Jason. From what she could see, one of Jason's arms and one of his legs were made of metal. As for his head, red eyes peered out of a fierce-looking silver mask. Pamela's voice echoed again. "Neither time nor technology can deter the curse from its course, but to all things they must come to an end." Suddenly, images flashed in front of her in rapid order. She saw a spaceship crash on a craggy planet. Then it changed to Jason in a battle with black-armored space troopers. Suddenly, Jason disappeared in a flash of light. A naked bald man appeared in a cylindrical glass chamber. In the chamber next to him, a prosthetic metal arm, leg, and metal mask appeared. And finally, and most frighteningly, in the chamber next to that, a black slithering ooze appeared and tried frantically to get out of the chamber. "Pay attention, dear," Pamela's voice echoed. "This is pivotal." The image changed to a woman kissing the bald man. Mickey realized she saw the woman in the other image. She had been the person at the controls of the teleporter. The image changed to the bald man who was breaking open a clear container that held the slithering ooze. The ooze covered the bald man. The ooze began entering his body through every opening. The man spasmed as the ooze disappeared inside of him. Then his body started to distort and change. Mickey realized the man was changing back into Jason. Then Mickey heard a woman's voice. It was the woman from the teleporter, the woman the human Jason had kissed. "Jason." Jason had smashed into the middle teleporter chamber and had grabbed up the silver mask. He looked at it for a second and then he put it on. "Jason," the woman said. "It's me, Jason, Victoria. You remember me, Victoria." Jason picked up the large silver-colored blade from beside the abandoned metallic arm. He looked over at the woman and cocked his head. "Forgive me," she said, tears in her eyes, as she pressed a remote control. Jason disappeared in a flash of light. The woman dropped the remote. Her hand went to her stomach. She rubbed it and cried. The image changed to what looked like an ancient stone structure. There was a large, futuristic-looking cylindrical object with 2 rings looping around it in the middle of the structure. A red, long-haired woman was fighting with Jason. She was holding a long dagger that looked long enough to be a short sword. She brought the blade down and stabbed Jason in his chest. Jason stumbled backward several steps but remained standing. He pulled the blade from his chest and black blood started to flow heavily from the wound. He turned and started walking toward the cylindrical object. The 2 rings slowed and stopped. Then the cylinder opened and an intense light shined out of it. The woman stood and watched the events playing out before her. Jason walked up into the light from the cylinder and slowly walked up to the opening. Then things really happened fast. The woman charged at Jason. She quickly retrieved the dagger from the ground. Jason stood and turned away from the light in the cylinder. He opened his arms wide to either side of him and cocked his head. Behind Jason, several squid-like tentacles started to slide and wriggle their way out of the cylinder. A couple of the tentacles grabbed onto Jason's arm and started to pull him backward into the cylinder. The woman stopped in front of Jason and raised the dagger. "I give you peace and free our family of the curse." Then she plunged the dagger one last time, and when it entered his chest, the blade glowed and energy was released. The woman let go of the blade and jumped back. Her hand was smoking, but she didn't seem to notice. The energy from the blade started to cover Jason and consume him in light. The woman backed up a few feet. Then she turned and started to run out of the structure. Jason was aglow. The tentacles were smoking and receding back into the cylinder. But before they could, Jason exploded, releasing golden-colored energy that completely destroyed both the cylinder and the structure, leaving only a deep crater in its wake. "This is the end of Jason?" Mickey asked. "How can this be?" "Remember what your cousin told you, what Creighton Duke told him," Pamela's voice instructed her. "Oh my God," Mickey said, the realization hitting her. "By a Voorhees was he born. Only by a Voorhees can he die. Oh my God, that woman was his daughter?" The storm had ended and Ryan held his cousin's jerking body. He felt totally helpless. "Mickey, don't do this. Don't do this," he said, tears flowing down his cheeks. "We are very sorry, Ryan," Morgana said, kneeling beside him and putting her hand on his shoulder comfortingly. "We wish we had the power to help you." Suddenly, Mickey pulled away from him and let out a loud gasp. Ryan and Morgana were caught by surprise and ended up falling backward into the mud. "Mickey!" Ryan yelled, fumbling up out of the mud. "How long was I gone?" Mickey asked, looking back at him, while wiping the saliva from her chin. "A few minutes," he told her. "I thought you were dying." "I wasn't sure what was happening," she confessed. "For some reason, Pamela showed me the future." "So, what does the future hold?" Ryan asked. "All I can tell you is the legend of Camp Blood is going to go on for a long time to come. A very long time." "It is a very good thing that you are all right, Mickey. We were very concerned," Morgana said, smiling at her. "Okay, what's the deal with that?" Ryan asked, his tone demanding. "What the hell is all this we business? You got a frog in your pocket?" "Ryan, what's going on?" Mickey asked, looking from him to Morgana. "Ask her," he said, pointing at Morgana. "I'm as confused as you are." "Unfortunately, I have to inform you that Rashid stayed too long," Morgana told them. "Rashid?" Mickey said, totally amazed. "Is that you?" "No," Morgana said simply. "Rashid is no more, as is Morgana Blackthorn. The person you see before you is both and neither of these people. Rashid knew the risk, but he also knew you would not have succeeded if he had not taken the risk." "Shouldn't Morgana have had a say on her future?" Ryan asked accusingly. "Unfortunately, for a medium like Morgana, each time she used her gift, it weakened her life force. When Rashid entered her,
He found her life force very weak. He had doubted she would have survived even if he hadn't used her body. He had actually been surprised she lasted long enough for Mickey to make contact with the elders. What he hadn't known was that Morgana had been aware of what was going on and fought to keep going. So if Morgana was in such a bad state, why the hell are you doing so well now? That is a very good question, Morgana agreed. It was the elders, right? Mickey said. Their power was running through us. It must have healed you. That sounds very logical, Mickey, Morgana said. Okay, that's solved. Now can either of you tell me where Jason is? Ryan asked. He's in the lake, Mickey told him. I thought we were going to send him back to hell, Ryan said. I tried, Ryan, but for some reason the vision I got of Jason's resurrection, it flashed through my mind and that was it, Mickey told him. Also, Ryan, it has been established that Jason never went to hell, Morgana corrected him. And what's to stop him from getting free next week and killing more campers? He asked. Me, Mickey said. As long as I live, he will be bound at the bottom of that lake. Then my suggestion is to retire from the Curse Antiques business, Ryan said. You know I can't do that, Mickey said. You need not worry, Ryan, Morgana told him. I will watch over Mickey, like I have since Jack died. That was Rashid, and he's dead, Ryan pointed out. I have his knowledge and his power, Morgana reminded him. Also, I believe this might be the reason for this second chance. Ryan looked over at Cabin 12 and thought about the lake beyond and what was lying at the bottom of it. Let's hope so. Epilogue. Ryan put the last of Mickey's bags into the trunk of her red Mustang. He looked over at Rashid's yellow VW Bug and wondered if Morgana was going to take ownership of the vehicle. After all, it was, in a way, partially hers. It seemed odd to him that this person he really hardly knew, besides having spent the night protecting her from Jason, knew personal details about him and his cousin. He heard the front door slam shut and looked over to see Mickey with Morgana in tow. Morgana had a camouflage army bag that she was carrying over her shoulder in a very non-feminine fashion. She was wearing a black pentagram t-shirt and a pair of ripped jeans with black and white tennis shoes. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail and tied with a black cord. Her face was clean and totally devoid of the black eye makeup and dark red lipstick she had worn in her former existence. She went up to Mickey's car and flopped the bag off her shoulder and into the back seat. She looked over at Ryan, a troubled look on her face. I feel naked without my fez, but it would not be an appropriate fashion accessory, given my current state. Well, what can I say? Given the fashion trends I've seen lately, I wouldn't be too sure, Ryan said with amusement. By the way, what do I call you now? I don't think the name Rashid fits you anymore. I am who I appear to be, Morgana Blackthorn. The mystic Rashid is dead. I am simply the inheritor of his legacy, much like you and Mickey were with your Uncle Lewis. We inherited Uncle Lewis's curse, Mickey stated. I inherited Rashid's responsibility to assist you in putting an end to Lewis's curse, Morgana told them. The war continues, and for every warrior that falls, a new one must be found. That is the way of things. But what about Morgana? Mickey asked. Doesn't she have any family that will miss her? Not now that Julius is dead, Morgana said, a sad look on her face. We were all we had. Both our parents gave us up for adoption. Well, welcome to the family, Morgana, Ryan told her. I already am, Ryan, she said, looking at him questioningly. Okay, I'm trying to get over the whole sex and body change thing, Ryan told her. As am I, Morgana reminded him. We should get going. We got a long trip ahead of us, Mickey said. Indeed we do, she agreed. Ryan definitely would never get used to Rashid's formal speech pattern coming out of Morgana's mouth. Are you sure you won't come with us? Mickey asked. No, I need to find Jessica and my daughter, he reminded her. We could definitely be of assistance, Morgana offered. We all know what would happen. I'd get involved with tracking down Lewis's cursed objects again, and all thoughts of finding my family would fall by the wayside. I'm not willing to let that happen, guys. Then may the luck of the ages be with you, my friend, Morgana said, in a very disturbingly Rashid way. Mickey had tears in her eyes. Now you keep in touch with me. Write me a letter. Call me on the phone, Ryan. Do something. She kissed him on his cheek. I don't want to lose you again. Ryan laughed without humor. What, me? He smiled. You know me, Mickey. I'm indestructible. Look at how I kicked Jason's ass. Again. I wouldn't brag too much. You had your big tough cousin to step in, she told him. Then she motioned at Morgana and they both got into the Mustang. A few moments later, there was the roar of the car's engine and the Mustang took off down the muddy road, leaving grooves in the road in their wake. Ryan watched them leave. He felt a slight chill and knew this would be the last time he would ever see Mickey. Jason lay trapped, bound by the now invisible bonds that held him motionless at the bottom of the lake, next to the chain that kept the buoy in place. He knew soon he would fall asleep again, like he had done in the past, and remain that way until he was set free. He looked out in the murky water, but didn't see anything, not even a fish. He heard a voice in the back of his mind. It was screaming. The other thing that was with him all the time told him that the voice belonged to the person who once owned the body he now inhabited. Jason listened to the scream. It seemed to get softer by the moment. The other thing told him that it was only an echo, a remnant of the person that would soon disappear, like the person it belonged to. Jason continued to listen. It was comforting. It would be like a lullaby that would lead him into sleep. I don't believe in you, the dark-haired woman in the bed screamed, pulling on the restraints on her hands. The woman's legs were covered in blood, spotted bandages, yet they also had restraints on them. Nurse Claudia Hawthorne watched her as she filled a hypodermic with the sedative. She wanted to get it ready before the doctor arrived. The least amount of time she had to spend with that man, the better. He gave her the creeps. I don't believe in you, the woman screamed again. You hear me? I don't believe in you, so you can't hurt me. Suddenly there was a light rap at the door, and a thin salt-and-pepper-haired man in a white doctor's coat came in carrying a clipboard with a chart attached. He looked over at Nurse Hawthorne and smiled a closed-mouthed smile.
Good afternoon, Claudia. And how is our patient doing?
She hated how he got familiar with her. Though in appearances he seemed like a very friendly and soft-spoken person, there was something darker and more sinister beneath that quiet facade. Why else would he have a child in a psych ward with adults? She thought, thinking of the patient at the end of the hall. She seems really agitated, Doctor, she told him. I set up a sedative.
Very forward-thinking,
he complimented her. Hawthorne picked up the syringe, but the doctor held up his hand.
Let's not be in such a rush to sedate this young lady,
he said.
Let's take a moment so we can get to know her a bit.
The doctor walked over to the bed and looked down at his patient.
Hello, Carol,
he said, smiling down at her.
I'm Dr. Wimmer. I'm here to help you.
I don't believe in you, she screamed in his face. Nurse Hawthorne doubted the woman even realized the doctor was there.
Who don't you believe in, Carol?
Dr. Wimmer asked in a calm, simple, matter-of-fact way. The woman looked up at him and her eyes narrowed. You know who he is.
No, I don't,
he said with amazing sincerity. Hawthorne was impressed. You just want me to talk about him so you can get me to believe in him, she said, glaring at him.
Now why would I want to do that?
He asked. If I believe in him, then he can get me, she admitted.
Who can get you, Carol?
Wimmer pressed. "I can't tell you his name," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks.
If you don't believe in him, then he has no power over you, and you can say his name without fear,"
Wimmer told her. She looked up at the doctor with a look that was a mix of hatred and fear. "Jason," she told him. "Jason Voorhees." Dr. Wimmer motioned to Nurse Hawthorne. She came over with the syringe in her hand.
"Take good care of this young lady. She has taken an important step in her recovery,"
Wimmer told her. "No!" the woman screamed. "No, you tricked me into saying his name. I don't believe in him. I don't believe in him." Hawthorne put the syringe down on the bedside table and grabbed the woman by her arm. In her other hand she had a cotton ball soaked in rubbing alcohol. She swabbed a small section of the woman's upper arm. Then she picked up the syringe again and carefully stuck the needle into the woman's soft flesh. She slowly pushed the plunger and then pulled the needle out.
"There you go, Carol. You get some sleep and we'll talk later,"
Wimmer said, lightly rubbing the sweat-soaked hair on the top of her head. The woman jerked her head away, but it seemed obvious that the sedative was starting to take effect by how slowly she did it. After Nurse Hawthorne put a bandage over the injection puncture, she noted that Dr. Wimmer had silently departed the room. Good riddance, she thought. Dr. Wimmer walked down the hall of his private ward. Once he got to his office, he'd call General Carey and inform him of his new acquisition. It was important that he give the impression that he was making progress. He needed to keep his government associates happy. It made his job that much easier, especially when it came to getting the cooperation of local agencies. He smiled at the memory of how pissed Dr. Price was when he informed him that he was taking over the Carol Martinez case. He could see that Price had wanted to challenge him on this, but he was too afraid of the consequences of such actions. He knew he had made many enemies among the staff here at Cunningham County General since he had arrived 6 months ago. But he didn't care about that. What was important was that he was getting close to his goal, Jason Voorhees. What he had learned 5 years ago in New York was just the tip of the iceberg. Jason, or more correctly, the organism in his blood, held the key to total body regeneration, to put it simply, immortality. He was going to get that gift and bring it to the world. It would make him the greatest scientist in history. If that meant that he had to step on a few hick doctors, then so be it. As he walked down the hall, he looked at the name cards on the doors and thought about all the people behind those doors. Each of them was a piece in the puzzle of Jason Voorhees. Together they created a sort of family unit, with Wimmer as the head. They were all his children, and it was his job to keep them safe because of what was in their heads. Their names sang out to him as he passed their doors. Summer Stone, Russ Johnson, Carly McDonald, Tommy Jarvis, Sean Robertson, Rennie McCulloch, Tina Shepard, Megan Garris, Jessica Freeman, Stephanie Freeman. He turned and looked back at Carol Martinez's door. He'd have to put up her name card when he returned. He smiled.
"Welcome to the family, Carol."
The end.
Final thought. Well, hello, reader. As I said at the beginning of this book, it has been quite a ride. At the time of my writing this, it has taken me 7 years to write this book. In the past 7 years, a lot of things have happened. I worked on the script for an anthology film titled The Horror Seasons. A fan of my books named Corey Stevens made a movie adaptation of Mother's Day. I helped him with the script and actually played the voice of Pamela Voorhees in the film. I finally got my sci-fi novel, The Traveler: Conflict of Interest, published, though I had to self-publish it. My books finally got a bit of respect they deserve because Peter Brake mentioned them in his book Crystal Lake Memories, but that was in the second printing and only after I bitched my head off. Which reminds me, Peter's publicist never sent me the copy of the second printing that they promised me after my interview had been left out of the first printing. Also, after years of battling Morse bashers, I've gotten the questionable honor of being nicknamed the Harlan Ellison of Friday the 13th. But even with all this questionable publicity, it has led me to finally get my first interview. Thank you, Gorezone. And even eventually to me becoming an internet radio show host. Now, of course, some of these projects are also the reasons why it's taken me so long to finish this book. Well, that and long days at work doing data processing and research on a computer. But I've also had time to make this book better than I could have if I had just pumped it out in a mad rush. And I thought you deserved better. So here is the finished product of The Mask of Jason Voorhees. Some of you will love it, some of you will absolutely hate it. But at least the story is now told. Enjoy. Here is a bit of an update. It's 14 years later. Since writing this book, I've had some amazing things happen in regard to this book series. I've had a number of comic book companies come to me about doing comic adaptations of the books. Unfortunately, with Berkeley Books out of business and all the rights of the book supposedly in the hands of Penguin Putnam, this idea quickly died. Then, of course, Kane Hodder's associate, author Mike, tried to get the rights to the books so that he and Kane could reprint the books as part of a new publishing house they planned to open. Of course, Penguin shut them down on this idea really quick. But I have set up things so that the series will be available to future generations. I took copies of the books, including a printed copy of The Mask of Jason Voorhees, and donated them to an archive project called the Alexandria Project. This project protects the books and will make digital copies as well as keep hard copies of the books. They will make the books available to the public through various online sites like Open Library. The series also lives on as independent audiobooks created by the fans. 2 of these sets of books have been done by a computer voice reading the books. The latest, though, has been personally narrated by Joshua Wayne LaRue, aka 80s Slasher Librarian. This series is definitely the best of the lot. So, as you can see, the Camp Crystal Lake novels live on. TTFN, William Pattison, a.k.a. Eric Morse.
Okay, guys, this has been Friday the 13th, The Mask of Jason Voorhees, by William Pattison, writing as Eric Morse. And that was him playing the part of Dr. Wimmer. Thought you guys might enjoy that. That was the author of the book, and also that was him talking in the final thought there. Guys, this has been a fantastic journey. The entire book series that he did, starting with Mother's Day, Jason's Curse, The Carnival, Road Trip, and finally The Mask of Jason Voorhees. I loved it. He said some will love it, some will hate it. As a fan of the TV show Jason Goes to Hell in this book series, I thoroughly enjoyed this book. I don't know what to say about it. The deaths were awesome. Jason, whenever he really came in after Phil was dead and Jason made his resurrection, Jason handled himself the way I would think Jason would. And then we got that awesome flash from Freddy versus Jason, Jason X, what would happen beyond Jason X. I mean, I loved it, you know, and I want to know what you guys thought of this book. I mean, I could go on and on about everything I loved about this book, but I would rather discuss it with you guys. You've heard my thoughts throughout the book. If you're listening to this on the broken up chapters, the broken up uploads, then you'll know my thoughts. If not, let me just say, I love the characters, I love the story, I love the plot, I love the death scenes, I love the way that the mask wearer was handled, I love the way that Jason was handled. You know, I thought it was karmic that Lewis, as soon as Lewis got his body, bam, he's dead. I'm happy to see that Rashid is still alive, kind of, in a way, and still going to be having adventures with Mickey. God, I really want to see Ryan defeat Dr. Wimmer now, since Dr. Wimmer, if you noticed, has his wife and baby. So yeah, that's something I would love to follow. I would love to know what happens next. You know, you could always just tell me that, William, if you're listening. You can just tell me what happened, if he got his wife and kid back. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for listening. Please, give your thanks to Mr. Pattison in the comment section. He made a really good book series, and this book, I can tell, was a passion project of his, and it was so entertaining. We are so thankful to you, Mr. William Pattison. Eric Morse, thank you so much. I look forward to our interview soon. And guys, I'm going to be doing that interview with him, and it will be the bookend whenever I put out the unabridged version of this book, which you may be listening to right now, because this will have the same outro. So yeah, guys, cannot wait for that. If you're listening to the unabridged version of this book, stay tuned, because the interview is coming up right now. If you're not listening to the unabridged version, it'll be out soon, and if it is already out, go check it out. This has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying, thanks for listening, and thank you, William Pattison, for all of your hard work. It is greatly appreciated.
Hey everybody, this is your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian. If you're listening, then you have just completed Book 5 of the Camp Crystal Lake series by my guest, William Pattison, a.k.a. Eric Morris. Friday the 13th, The Mask of Jason Voorhees. How you doing, William?
Gorin scares, everybody. Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm sitting here with my Folgers coffee and a big old thing of water because my sinuses are acting up a little bit, so I'm a little bit hoarse.
Oh, man. I gotta tell you, this book was a wild ride, man. Out of all the ones I've done so far, this one was definitely the most fun to record, just to read in general. It's very entertaining. And I guess this was a passion project for you.
Pretty much. I mean, with the other 4 books, I had kind of a leash around my neck, and I had, a nasty editor who just kept trying to edit out everything that I wrote. So, yeah, I mean, it felt good to be able to do the story the way that I wanted to do it.
So without the leash, those other 4 books would have been, about twice as long and a lot more in-depth, huh?
Yeah, probably would have.
I think that would be an awesome thing to be able to see. It's a really great series. It's got a lot of positive feedback from my listeners. Actually, your book series was the most requested books leading up to when I started recording them. People were always asking me, are you ever going to record the Camp Crystal Lake Eric Morse books? Are you ever going to do those? You should do Mother's Day. You should do the Carnival. like constantly. I kept getting those comments. So yeah, I was whenever I started them, they were so good. Usually I rotate, but I guess you already know. I did them all in order. That's how fun they were. I did
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, and 4, and then took a small break and did another book before 5. But that was just because I wasn't ready for them to end yet. But I want to introduce people to you, the writer, not just the name you used on the other 4 books, but I want to introduce them to William Pattison. So I want to ask you a few questions about where you started, where your passion for writing started. When did you know that's what you wanted to be? That's what you were going to do?
Now that's kind of a funny thing. I've always been a storyteller. I mean, even as a little kid. The thing was that when I was young, I was the mistake baby. My parents had 3 girls, and I was just the lovely little mistake who turned out to be the youngest son. And the thing is, they'd already moved to the area where they wanted to retire. So the thing is that there wasn't a lot of kids around here. I mean, seriously, when I was growing up, there was a couple of kids around the corner from us, but that was it. I mean, the nearest batch of kids was way over, just too far away from me to actually go to. And they used to bring people into the school that was near my house. So literally, growing up, I did not have anyone to play with. So I had to use my imagination. And I actually, people are going to find this funny as hell. I used to talk to myself. So I'd be imagining people, I'd be imagining dialogue, I'd be imagining, scenarios and stuff. And I watched a lot of television because, when you're alone, what are you going to do in these modern, in those...
He's the best babysitter.
Yeah, use the babysitter. Especially since when I was young, a little bit of information is the fact that when I was 7 years old, I had a botched operation, and it led to me getting a severe infection. And the fact was, I ended up for a year and a half having an opened incision up in my lower area. And so the thing was that the doctors at the time, though they know better now, told my mother that I had to bathe 3 times a day with physahedrine. So, physahedrine, it was later found out caused damage to the brain and damage to the metabolism and stuff.
Oh, wow.
So, I ended up, my metabolism went bad, and I started gaining weight, and I started having learning problems. Before 7 years old, I was practically a prodigy. I knew things. People were just surprised at my general knowledge and stuff.
So not only were you not close to very many kids to play with, but this kind of made it where you were isolated, or even if you were close, you weren't, you would have to depend on yourself for your own entertainment, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Which I kind of know where you're coming from. As a kid, I had 4 sisters, me and my mom. My dad was always at work or doing something. And whenever I would play with toys, it's like instead of just, making them fight or race or whatever, I would have little like TV episodes, Is that kind of like what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Like your playtime was like you'd have your own little TV show going on, or your own movie.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
That's the best way to exercise your imagination. I think that's great.
Oh, yeah. And the thing was that, as I said, I had learning problems. So after 7, I had trouble reading. It wasn't until middle school that I actually managed to be able to actually read normally, though I was slow reading. I still am slow reading.
Yeah.
And, so, doing homework took 3 times as long at school. I had to be in special classes, which, you can imagine that really affected my social
I can imagine.
in school. Oh, well, he comes to school in the yellow bus. Oh boy, he's retarded.
Oh God, short bus, huh?
Yeah. Well, the thing was that I had to go where the special education classes were. I started out at the school, in elementary school. I started out in the school near my house. Then I ended up having to go way over to the other side of the freeway to this one school for 1 year, and then I had to move to another one after that.
All because of a doctor's whoopsie.
Yeah, all because of a doctor's whoopsie, and and it affected.
Had you started writing your stories out, or at this point was it still just?
I wouldn't have been able to.
That's what I was getting at with the learning disabilities and everything. Was that it? Had you not started writing yet? Like little stories in school and stuff. Okay. No,
I actually started writing, but I didn't actually write stories. I was doing reports and stuff, and that when I was in high school. I started reading in middle school, though. That was, I got voracious because my peers were assholes in middle school. I mean, they were horrible. I actually have a little bit of a hearing loss in my right ear, because there was these 3 girls in middle school who, I'd be going from one class to the other, and these girls would come up behind me, and they would yell, all 3 of them yell into my ear, thinking that it was just so funny. And I ended up losing some hearing in that ear.
Did these troubles and things that you went through inspire your future writing and your creativity?
It did in many ways, It inspired, it inspired quite a bit. It inspired my further love of horror, further love of science fiction, fantasy, that kind of thing. Because, I mean, when you're an outsider and you're, everyone's, treating you like a pariah, you have to find comfort somewhere. So
an escape.
It was in books, and it was mysteries, it was television, it was movies. My mother was a huge horror fan. I mean, she actually saw James Wales's Frankenstein when it first came out,
Oh, wow.
and she fell in love with Frankenstein. It was playing in San Francisco where she lived, and
Hey, without the UMs, we wouldn't have Jason and Freddy and Leatherface or any of that.
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
the Universal monsters, they're the reason for all the horror and slasher stuff we have now.
Exactly. And my mother was just so amazed. And so she would go to the movies every night for the entire run of Frankenstein
Oh, wow.
and just go watch the movie over and over again. And it started her into horror films. And when I was a little kid, we would sit and watch horror films. You know, I mean, shoot, you know, we would sit and watch Dark Shadows. After school was out, I'd run home so that I could make it to watch Dark Shadows.
That show was ahead of its time.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I really feel like it was.
Yeah,
Didn't really care
Dark-
for the movie remake, but really good show.
hell no, hell no. I like the one from the '90s when they brought back the series and redid it with Ben Cross. That was really good. But
I've never seen that rendition. I'll have to check that out. I just
13
I've seen the original.
episodes, fantastic.
Yeah, I heard they did a monsters realistic thing too, and the name of
Oh
the show
God,
was
no!
Street
Don't.
Address.
Mockingbird Lane. Oh God, I hated that.
I haven't seen it. I've just heard about it. So
Yeah, I watched it. I found it on YouTube, and it was like, oh God, please. Anyways, yeah. So your original question was what really got me started writing. Well, the thing is, the actual writing part started out amazingly with Star Trek. I was a fan of Star Trek. I knew all 79 episodes by title, by actors, by episode, by plot, everything. And the thing is that I went and joined a club for William Shatner, who was at the time my absolute hero. At the time, let's put it that way.
okay.
And the head of the club, Sonny Cooper, we'd sit and talk on the phone, and I'd be talking about Star Trek and stuff, and she was amazed by how I knew all 79 episodes of the original series. And so the thing was that they were having kind of like a convention in Southern California, and my mother convinced my dad to let me go to this because she goes, yeah, well, Bill would love it, and he loves Star Trek, and this would be a way for him to get to meet people who have similar interests and stuff. And the thing was that while I was at that quote unquote convention, one of the people that Sonny brought to the convention was the gentleman who had been hired after Paramount pulled Gene Roddenberry off of Star Trek and made him executive consultant on it because Star Trek the Motion Picture did not live up to their expectations. So they wanted to find somebody who could who could breathe some life into it and make it more commercial for Paramount. And so they hired the man who created the $6 Million Man, Harv Bennett. And so Sonny had Harv there, and Harv was good friends with Sonny, and he was telling her, I've gotten this Star Trek thing, but I don't know anything about Star Trek. All I know, I've seen one episode, and it's the one with the little hairy ball things. Trouble
Oh
with
my God.
That is the only episode that Harv had seen. And Sonny's going, oh, well, you need to talk to Bill. He goes, Bill who? Bill Shatner? No, there's this young man that I know, a 17-year-old boy. He knows everything about Star Trek. He might be able to, you might be able to talk to him, and you might be able to give you some ideas and stuff. So anyways, I was at the convention deal, and she introduced me to Harv Bennett and had me have a sit down with him, and I started talking and stuff, and what ended up happening was after our conversation, Harv said, is there any way that you could stay longer? Because I'm really in this bind, and I need somebody who actually knows this stuff. You seem to know this stuff. I know it's going to be, but I have to come up with an idea for a movie for Paramount that they're going to go for. So I talked to my dad. My dad agreed. Harv was going to have to pay for my flight home and stuff, and pay for me to stay, but I would help him. And so what I ended up doing was I spent 3 weeks more in LA, and during that time, Harv and I watched all, in a marathon, believe it or not, there, Josh, all 79 episodes of Star Trek. And
What did he think?
he was blown away. He's the thing is that, yes, you can watch Star Trek, but it takes a lot more to understand. So he needed more. And he said, well, would you be willing to help me write a story? And I said, sure. Sure, I got, and he asked me, oh, what character did you like? I mean, I like these Klingons, I like the Romulans and that. And I said, well, there's one unique character that we could work with. And I brought up the idea of Noonien Singh from Space Seed. So he goes, oh yeah, the one that was frozen in there. So we ended up, went back, and honestly, Josh, this was a thrill, anyways, because I got to watch the masters of every Star Trek episode. So I got to see stuff that people who were watching it on syndication and on television didn't get to see. So there were scenes in there that were cut. Now you get to see it in its entirety, but then no. And so I got to watch these beautiful editions. We watched Space Seed twice, and we started talking, and we came up with an idea for a story. And the thing is, Josh, I was big into classic literature as well as um, as science fiction and stuff. And I came up with an idea of I got an idea here. Let's take Moby Dick and do a Star Trek episode around Moby Dick with Khan. Khan is Captain Ahab. Kirk and the Enterprise is the White Whale. And the storyline was started coming together. And, it's like whenever I'm coming up with a plot, little pieces start coming together, like we came up with, okay, well, what's going to be the main thrust? I mean, it just can't be just Khan going after Kirk. And I said, no, we got something else. There's an experiment that's happening. And so we came up with the Genesis Project, where it's a torpedo that takes a dead planet and turns it into a life-giving planet. And I brought in the idea of that the doctor that was working on the project was an old girlfriend of Captain Kirk's, and that she had a son, and it was Kirk's son.
Okay.
So you bring in all these little aspects to the story, and and then we come up with something. I'm always putting in these plot twists. You know how that is with me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, and I brought in the idea of killing Spock.
How'd that go over?
Dies. He's going. You mean the guy with the ears who's the who's part of the threesome? I said, yeah, but we're not going to keep him dead. We'll bring him back in the next movie. But what we are going to do is we're going to give him a beautiful funeral. And the thing is that they're going to shoot him out. He's going to be coming down into this Genesis planet that's being revamped, and the power of the Genesis wave is going to bring him back to life.
Okay. So y'all had the next one all plotted out as well. At least a part
ideas of it. Yeah, because
now, I'm not super educated in the lore of Star Trek yet. It is something I'm going to get into, but Khan himself was not a huge villain before the second movie, right? The second movie is what made him. He was in the TV series, correct?
Yeah, he was in the TV series. He was in one episode called Space.
Yeah, kind of an obscure villain.
Yeah, he was an obscure villain. He was a genetically engineered Superman. He was one of a bunch of them, and they had a war with the normal people, and the normal people revolted on them, and so they escaped into space in a ship called the Botany Bay.
And you saw more in that character, is my question. You saw that they're.
Yeah. I mean, if you ever watched,
he could carry a movie.
If you ever saw Space Seed and saw Ricardo Montalban's performance as Khan, you would see why it stuck with me. Khan. And I could see the dramatics. I could see the one-on-one on this. It was brilliant. And it was what Paramount needed, because, this was the time of Star Wars. This was when Star Wars came out and Star Wars Ting out there, and I'm going, we need to do something with a little punch to it. And for me, Star Trek has always been about characters. And oh my God, you think about this man, he was all, when he was in his own time, he was a god, he was an emperor, he was Napoleon in his time. He was this, and all of his people are the same way, these great, almost like the gods. They were stronger, smarter than normal humans. And Kirk, this ordinary human being, beats him and sends him and his people to this planet. Now, at the end of Space Seed, they're happy enough to go down there. I mean, even the end of the episode is poetic. Because Khan quotes. Well, he mentions a part out of a book, and it was a book about Satan being kicked out of heaven, and it was, it's better to be a god in hell than to be a servant in heaven.
Yeah.
And so at the end of Space Siege, you're thinking, oh well, wait until you see what these people come up with when they're going to start a new civilization on this planet. But
And the show never gave another glimpse of that.
Never gave another glimpse of that. So Harv
It took a true fan to pull that out of obscurity and make it into something that can carry an entire movie. How much of your story made it into the script?
Everything. Everything.
Okay.
Harv was blown about everything. Everything that I talked to him about just blew him away.
Now, did you work on any more after part two?
Yeah. I came back a couple of years later, and the thing was that Harv was already working on Star Trek 3.
Okay.
So the thing was that he was having trouble once again, because he still didn't quite grasp Star Trek. There's a difference between Star Wars and Star Trek.
Oh, yeah, big difference.
Thing with Star Trek. And so there was this one part where Harv had planned on having Kirk and his crew steal the Enterprise. But what he wrote was definitely like Star Wars, with the Enterprise crew fighting guards and stuff, and with phaser guns and stuff, and shoot 'em outs and that kind of thing to get on Enterprise. Take it, and then a space battle with another ship. And I looked at this, and I'm going, no, that doesn't.
It sounds like they're copying Star Wars at that point.
Yeah, and I said, Harv, how about I take this and I do something of my own with it, and I do it without shooting one gun, and make you scenes that will just blow your mind. And so I did the taking of the Enterprise, and not one gun was shot, And I made the supporting cast happy as hell.
I bet.
They were underused in the movie so far. And I gave them each a cameo scene, a scene that they could take and use and, you know, just appreciate, that showed them. And it worked. It worked so great. And the taking of the Enterprise, the way that I handled it, worked so great. It had tension. It was comedic. It was fantastic. I mean, Harv was completely and utterly blown when he read the pages, and he's like, "Oh my God!"
And they ran with all your ideas, like nothing got cut.
No, nothing got cut.
Awesome. That you don't see that a lot nowadays. Most movies
And
nowadays
also, the opening of the film, there was a problem because he opened on a party. And I'm going, no, you really do not want to open on a, a memorial to Mr. Spock.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, Star Trek always opens up with a captain's log. And I said, you know that, Harv, you've seen it. And so he let me. He goes, okay, well, show me what you're going to do here. And I wrote this. It's a monologue of Kirk. It's the start of the film. When we see Captain, it's after the introduction. There's this special introduction. I told Harv, you have to put Mr. Spock's funeral and his death at the beginning of the film. And he did it in just such this brilliant way, in black and white and stuff. And he's pulling the frame of the picture out while he's doing it.
Sounds like he might have taken more credit than he deserved for the scripts, though. It really sounds like with that.
I was young, and I was not part of the Screenwriters Guild, so
yeah, that's a big thing.
A lot of that in Hollywood. The thing is that there's a lot of ghost writers in Hollywood. There's a lot of people who write on scripts that don't get any credit.
Yeah.
Not
being a part of the guild is a big deal. They could have gotten a lot of trouble if.
Yeah, especially a 17-year-old kid working on a multi-million-dollar film. Oh crap!
That's amazing. Movies at that time period were still, like nowadays, a lot of movies screenplays are patchwork from a bunch of different scripts. They'll take a bunch of different scripts that they go through, and it's like quilt work. Little patches. Part of this script goes with a part of this script, and it makes a movie. But it sounds like on those that y'all had a story, you stuck to the story, and you ran with it. And we all know how successful those two movies were. In fact, I hear those are the most loved of that initial movie series was 2 and 3.
Yeah,
you yourself has told me whenever I start, you don't even need to see 1, right?
Yeah, you don't even need to see 1. You can see 2. You can see 1 later because it's more. The thing is that 2 is more Star Trek. 1 feels like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh goodness. Okay.
So very slow, very scientific. I mean, shit, it was written by Alan Dean Foster, who wrote Splinter of the Mind's Eye. And if you've ever read Splinter of the Mind's Eye, he takes an entire chapter to crash an X-wing. Ooh, God.
Whole chapter. Wow.
Yeah, whole chapter. But Khan, oh my God. I mean, we're talking Ricardo Montalban he came right after finishing doing Fantasy Island. And he just he went into this both barrels.
Where did your experience that you had there take you? You were 17. You've aged a little bit now. A few years later.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Just let me know when
I'm back.
Okay, what I was saying is the experiences you had helping out with these movies, and you're 17 at the time. Let's fast forward, a few years. How has that affected your writing and your goals as far as writing? Did that inspire you to become a writer yourself, a screenwriter perhaps, at the time, or were you thinking about being a novelist?
The thing was, I was thinking about being a filmmaker.
Okay.
So is that after, doing Star Trek 2, it inspired me, so I went to college I was a film student. And, in college, you're going to be amazed there, Josh. I was the only kid in my class in high school that got 2 scholarships.
Wow.
This is from the kid who, when he started middle school, was having trouble reading. And I got a scholarship for English.
I make it a habit not to ever underestimate anybody, because I've heard, these stories you hear all the time. And, congratulations,
Yeah. And so anyways, I went to college 4 years, taking film and business. Didn't get my BA or my AA. The whole reason was, of course, as I said, the physahedrine poisoning problem. One of the things that I haven't been able to get over on it is that it damaged my brain where you deal with mathematics. I can do basic beginning mathematics up until pre-algebra. So thank God for calculators. But in film school, the requirement to get an BA or an AA was trigonometry.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. I tried to tell him, well, this is special circumstances. I physahedrine poisoning. I can't. No, I'm sorry. If we did it for you, we'd do it. We'd have to do it for other kids, and that would ruin the.
You should.
Anyway. Yeah. So I learned a lot in college. I was a full-time college student and film student. And I took psychology and sociology. Ended up taking a cooking class because I had to have a cooking class. I don't know why you have to have a cooking class to be a film major or business major. I had to take business
services.
Business, advertising. I took an advertising class. Learned a lot on advertising there. It's helped me a lot with advertising, for like my stuff there. But yeah, I took film criticism. So that's where I learned how to do movie reviews and stuff.
Okay.
Cute little story. You're gonna love this. We had some visitors to our film criticism class. And you will not believe who they were.
Oh, Lord, who was it?
Siskel and Ebert.
Well, they would be the best ones to talk to for that class.
Yeah, and I was always the, let's just put it this: whenever I ask questions, a lot of people in my classes would cringe because I asked Siskel and Ebert, what qualifications did you have to be a film critic? And they said, well, we were former screenwriters. And I said, really? I said, were you successful screenwriters? No. Yeah. Hey,
the school's the ones that brought them there, so you're there to learn. You ask the questions that's going to help you the most.
Yeah,
and
I had people in that class saying, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, Pattison."
Oh my goodness!
And I'm going, well, if
you might not get this chance again.
If you're a failed filmmaker, why the hell are you sitting there criticizing other filmmakers? Right. If you failed. And they got pissed off. My teacher had to apologize, and he said, well, I've heard from Mr. Siskel and Ebert, and they said that they will never come to this class again.
I bet not.
Oh, my.
Nowadays, when it comes to film critics, there's been very few that actually... I've never listened to a film critic myself and decided not to see something, because if I'm interested in it, I'm going to see it to make my own opinion. But nowadays, everybody acts like they're Siskel and Ebert,
Yeah.
And
and the thing is that the one time, something that really turned me off on film critics, they had some of the most famous film critics together on this one show interviewing them. And their whole attitude was, well, the public doesn't know what's a good film. So we have to...
Oh, my goodness.
What's a good film? Because they don't know what a good film is.
Oh, my God.
I was like wanting to put my fist through the damn television. You fucking arrogant bastards.
Well, William, I'll see people nowadays, like, let's say there's a review on Facebook or something, or Rotten Tomatoes. I'll see a review, and I will see comments down there like, thank you for saving me the $10. Thank you for warning me. And I'm like, really? You were obviously interested enough about this movie to read a review on it, and without even seeing it, you're going to take a stranger's word for it, who's just another person just like you, and you're not even going to form your own opinion.
Pretty much.
What's scary is that they were saying that, the critics you're saying, people don't know a good movie, they don't know a good movie, and now people are actually listening, and they're not even forming their own opinion. And what do you think of that, people that aren't even taking the time that depend on these critics nowadays?
Well, actually, nowadays they don't really... look at the critics. What they do is they look at these podcasters and stuff.
Okay.
And, it's gotten really bad because, you look at Star Wars Episode 9 right now. It was because of this group that formed that was called the Fandom Menace that started really attacking Star Wars. And it was like, okay, well, we didn't like The Last Jedi, so we're going to boycott.
Oh, there's the word, boycott.
Boycott Solo, this Star Wars story. I watched Solo. It was great. I loved it. It was fine. I didn't see anything wrong with that film at all. And yet people
I think some people need something to
complete
boycott
and utter
or
garbage. Yeah, and it's like,
it was a good movie.
We'll listen to Lord Doomcock or or world-class bullshitters, and we'll take their opinion. And now they're doing it with Star Wars Episode 9. It hasn't even come out yet, and they're already saying that it's a disaster.
I'm excited about Rise of the Skywalker. I have this theory. I don't know if it's already out there, but it's something I came up with just watching the trailer for it. That a Skywalker, it's not necessarily going to be the last name, but maybe it's like a form of Jedi that's like a balance of both sides, and they name that a Skywalker, like later on in the future or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, 'cause that's
there
a different
was
discussion.
that there was a group called Skywalkers, and that's where the family got the name, because they were in tune with the Force. Someone who is in tune with the Force is a Skywalker. Anyways, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I'm excited about Star Wars Episode 9, but it's like there's just these ones that just want to just tear apart.
Watch the world burn.
Franchise, everything. I mean, they hit Star Trek, they even hit DC. They were going after Avengers of Infinity War and Avengers Endgame.
Oh, Marvel. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, Marvel. They were going after DC. They went after Doctor Who.
I'll tell you that Justice League, the DC Justice League movie, the promotional stuff for that is what killed that movie, I think.
Pretty much.
I think that they made it too light, But I have seen these podcasters and critics and trolls just get these movements started that actually hurt movies, and then in the long run hurt the fans, because when the movie doesn't do as well as they expected it to, you don't get a follow-up, or you don't get another standalone Star Wars movie anytime soon, or movie series get put on hiatus. DC's whole thing after Justice League has just been, they're reevaluating everything.
Yeah,
so you can do damage to a series.
And now they got rid of Henry Cavill as Superman.
You can't force something on people. It's got to feel natural. Like, this might not be a popular opinion, but I enjoy the new Doctor. I've enjoyed watching her.
I enjoyed her fine. I mean, I thought I recognized where she got her character from, though. It was very David Tennant. But the thing is, she worked with David Tennant for years. So obviously he would be sitting there, talking and stuff, and she'd pick up stuff from him and how he did Doctor Who, and she'd incorporate some of that into her character. And I loved it, because I loved Tennant. I loved how he did his Doctor. His Doctor, I mean, for me, it was Tennant and it was Tom Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody has to walk on eggshells nowadays about everything, and that goes for actors taking over roles, or coming into a series that's already been, out. If you don't do things exactly right, you're going to get blasted for it.
Yeah.
Which brings me to a question related to your writing. How do we connect your time with Star Trek with your time in film school? How does that connect to your deal with Berkeley Books? How do we get to there?
Oh. Well, it's interesting, because, after working on Star Trek, it was like, okay, well, I had a nice run. I'm not getting any credit for it. Pretty much for Star Trek, I got a bunch of stuff. I mean, for working on Star Trek 3, I got a belt buckle. For Star Trek 2, I got Kirk's glasses. He wears spectacles in Star Trek 2. Yeah,
okay.
original spectacles that were damaged. And I also got a phaser for Star Trek 3. It was one of the prop phasers. And I got a kind of a lanyard with a medallion on it for Star Trek 4. Though I didn't work on it, it was kind of like a thank you from Harv Bennett
That
for
was nice.
getting him on the right track. So, after that, pretty much, and after college, I left after 4 years of college because I wasn't going anywhere. Nothing was going anywhere, and I wasn't going to get the AA or the BA degree. It pissed my dad off because he's like, "Oh yeah, 4 years of college and you're getting nothing out of it." And it's like,
Oh my goodness.
4 years of college, and
I'm sure you got plenty out of it.
And what you doing? Oh, you're working as a sandwich maker at Togo's. Well, I did that for a few years. Then I went and worked at Mervyn's department store in the shoe department, worked there. Then I ended up at Kmart.
Okay.
And working as a 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Filler on there. And while I was there, I met this lady that worked with me on filling, and she was kind of a retro lady. She liked to wear 70s clothes and stuff, and had a big afro.
Okay.
And her name was Charisma Jones. And she loved horror films and that. And we would sit there filling stock and talking. Whenever Charisma was working with me, and it was fun.
Okay.
Seriously, it's early in the morning. When we were starting, like at 6 in the morning, our Kmart didn't open until 9. And
you would sit around talking horror movies and stuff like that.
So we would sit horror movies while we worked. And,
Okay.
I was talking about the fact that I had started work on a science fiction book. That was something that, I'd actually gotten the writing bug. I'll jump back to that later because this is another amazing thing.
Okay.
Star Trek 2 and 3.
If I can interject just for a second, while you were talking about this lady you met named Charisma, I just wanted to say a subscriber on the channel, Morrigan Raven Mist, she actually heard your preface at the beginning of Mask of Jason Voorhees, and she was asking, she caught the name Charisma, and she was wondering if it was from a TV show, and then I told her I would find out exactly who it was. So this is somebody you met while you were working.
Yeah, this was an actual lady named Charisma.
Okay, there you go, Morgan.
I do know that there was an actress named Charisma Carpenter who worked in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, but that's who she thought you might have been talking about.
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. No, this lady was named Charisma Jones, and she looked like she didn't look anything like Charisma Carpenter. She looked like Cinderella Liberty more than
Okay.
Charisma Carpenter. But anyways, Charisma, I told her, and I'd actually shared with her a couple of chapters from my book, The Traveler, and she thought that I was a fantastic writer.
Which is another book that will get an audio thing one of these days too, correct?
Well, it already had one. It had a short run, but it got pulled from. It was on sale through
Oh, I
Auto.
thought you still had that one for sale. My bad. I thought we could point people to that one.
Nope.
Sorry.
But the book is available. I've reprinted it. See, the thing is, the audio was through my former publisher, Linkville Press, but Linkville pulled me. I'll mention on that, possibly later in the interview, but probably not. We want to keep this nice.
Yeah, it's all good. I had misunderstood you at one point. I thought you were going to be able to get that audio back and get it back out there.
No, I'm not. The contract with the guy that did the narration is with Linkville, so I can't.
Okay.
I can't even touch that. I do have a copy of it, but I can't. I can't do anything with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Guys, y'all should check that book out. Definitely.
Oh yeah,
and we'll talk about it coming up here.
Okay.
So I didn't.
So, anyways,
Charisma.
Charisma, saw some chapters from the Traveler. Love my writing. We did a lot of talking about Friday the 13th, obviously. And so the thing was that one day Charisma came to me and she goes, "William, I got a great thing for you." And I'm going, "What?" She goes, "Well," she goes, "you're gonna love this. My cousin, I think it was her cousin. My memory's off a little bit, but anyways, her relative works for Berkeley Books, and he's an editor there, and he just found out that they got permission to do Friday the 13th books, and they're looking for authors." And she goes,
And what year was this?
Oh, that was in 92.
Okay. So this is when, like, Jason Goes to Hell is, like, about to go to theaters and everything.
Yeah.
That's the movie that got them...
Oh, wait a second. It was 93. 93.
Okay.
93, so it was already in theaters.
Okay. Because that's the movie that kickstarted Berkeley into wanting to put the books out.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because and New Line Cinema had been trying to really get Jason Fever going. I mean, they did their comic book adaptation, and they did the Leatherface versus Jason versus Leatherface comic,
which is ironic, because at the time they're killing off Jason, but they're trying to get him reignited with the fans. They're trying to reignite the franchise as they're killing him.
Yeah.
So that never made much,
No, it didn't.
sense
It
to me.
made sense. And with me, when she mentioned this to me, it was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And I mentioned it. She mentioned it to my mom, because my mom would come and have lunch with me and bring my niece with her. So we'd be eating, and dear old Charisma would go, "Well, I think you could do this. I mean, come on, William, you can do it. You can do it." And I'm going, "Charisma, I'm trying to write my own book, and Friday the 13th is dead. I mean, seriously. I mean, the last, honestly, I don't see how they're going to get the series back up." She goes, "Yeah, but, I mean, seriously, I mean, you're a good writer. You could write some good books, and, it could get people inspired, and maybe, you could reignite the interest in the series." hell, you might as well. You might make some money. You might get to do some conventions and stuff. Yeah, she mentioned that stuff.
By the way, you're answering a subscriber question as you're saying this. Slasher Pepper actually asked, how did you get the job to write these books? That's Roger Walker from the YouTube channel Slasher Pepper. So, Roger, if you're listening, this is the answer to your question.
Yeah, and it's like, it's like with me, I was like, oh, okay, come on, stop bashing me when I'm trying to eat my lunch. When I'm out, filling shelves, you're bothering me with it. Okay, I'll do it. So I sent in some chapters of The Traveler, and did a message talking about the fact that I knew Friday the 13th very well. I've been a fan, and I know the series like the back of my hand, and I think that I could do this. So anyways, so time goes by, and all of a sudden I get a call at home from a guy from Berkeley Books saying that they'd be interested in having me come in on and do the first series of books for their new Friday the 13th. It's like, oh, okay, cool. They had one of their people who was actually coming into the area come and have me sign the contract. In those days, I was stupid as shit, though. I didn't really look over the contract when
I'm sure you were excited, man. I can imagine.
I was excited, all right, because I'm sitting there going, oh, yeah, and I'm sitting there talking to their guy, oh, yeah, I'm going to do book signings, right? I'm going to be doing conventions and stuff. And he goes, yeah, you're going to do all those things, And it's like, yeah, you finish the series and that, and we're going to be giving you $10,000. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. And they're going, okay, well, here's your initial amount, which is $1,500. Yeah. And so I started working on the book series. Before that time, when I was just beginning, I ended up getting fired from Kmart. I won't even go into that because that was flipping ridiculous.
Well, hey, you had a contract that was going to make you thousands and thousands of dollars, so.
Yeah, well, I also didn't know that Stephen King had gotten $20,000 for Carrie.
Right.
At the time.
Yeah.
So, I'm sitting there going, oh, yeah. And then, I'm working on Mother's Day, and I'm about halfway through it. I've wasted, few months working on Mother's Day, and my mother comes down, did you actually look at your contract? And I'm going,
oh, Lord.
And she goes, well, look at this. It says that you're supposed to have all 4 books done in 1 year.
Oh, good Lord.
The fuck? So I go and I call my contact at Berkeley Books and go, are you sure you guys don't have a typo here? It says that I have to have all 4 books done in 1 year. And they go, nope, that's your contract. And if you don't get the books done in 1 year, you don't get any more money.
While you're talking about Berkeley and everything here, this segues into these subscriber questions that I'm talking about. DK asks, what is the writing process like to stay in franchise, and is there an overarching narrative that the studio publisher provides?
No. It was basically, about Friday the 13th, you write the books.
So they didn't want you to follow the Jason Goes to Hell thing. That was your idea there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it takes place in that time, and that was where the series left off, and this was supposed to be a continuation of the series from that point.
And with a young adult novel, you can't really have people eating a heart over and over, so you went with the mask thing.
Believe it or not, I did not even know that it was young adult novels. They didn't
okay.
mention it until I was working on the books, and I started dealing with Miss Editor Hatchet, I would call her. I hated that bitch. Ooh, I hated her. Oh, God.
Well, Joey Mob, another subscriber, asked a question that's kind of like what I was asking about the mask. He says, why did you, Eric Morse, William Pattison, decide to take your books in a more supernatural direction with Jason's mask possessing people, as opposed to keeping it more grounded with Jason remaining as a physical threat, like most of the later Black Flame books?
Well, the thing is that when I was talking to Berkeley Books, I had given them treatments. They'd asked me for treatments initially.
Okay.
So I wrote, one that was Mask of Jason. I wrote Mother's Day. I wrote the Jason's Curse and the Carnival. And they liked the treatments, but what they liked was that in Mask of Jason, I had the character possessed by Jason's mask and doing the killings before Jason is reborn. And so they said, well, we like this. Change the treatments and have new killers in each one, all possessed by the mask. You do that and come up with a fourth, another storyline, and we'll go with you. And so I ended up having to come up with road trip after. That
But they didn't want you. Were they the ones that told you not to actually include Jason in the end, or was there a plan to add him and they cut it?
I had originally planned to bring Jason back. The other books were actually going to have Jason in it, but they decided, and and the thing is, I had included the crossover with Friday the 13th, the series, and they said, no, you can't do that.
Okay.
So Mask of Jason was basically thrown to the corner. And I had...
I've heard... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've heard that, for instance, in the Freddy books, that they put out that New Line license, they didn't want... But then again, Freddy is a much deeper character than Jason as far as having, talking and personality and stuff. But, they wouldn't allow those writers to have Freddy in those young adult novels, except for a very small part at the end, because they didn't want somebody messing with their intellectual property too much. Did you get any of that from the studio themselves and through Berkeley telling you not? Is that why they didn't want you to do much Jason, because they didn't want you messing with their product too much or something? Is that why they went with the possession angle? Is that why they like that idea?
I really don't know. They didn't go into it a lot with me. They just said we would rather might
and not
bring
been afraid
back
to do that.
Jason
So
later on.
that actually intrigues me that you added that to your book. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh yeah,
getting through it.
I mean, I've got ghosts in it, and I've also got someone that you would suspect is kind of devilish in the
Okay.
Yeah.
Old Jack Scratch.
Kind of a crossroads demon who had made a deal with David's stepfather.
Well, I want to step back for just a second. First off, I wanted to give I just can't say it enough, and my listeners, I'm sure they feel the same way. Like I said, your books have been the most requested. Thank you. I know that you got dealt a really bad hand on doing these books from the publishers, but thank you for that contribution to the canon and everything. Those books meant a lot to that generation, and now I'm hoping that if I've done justice even at all a little bit with these audiobooks, that people that's not from that generation, the younger ones, can find these books now through the audio format, and they can reach more fans that are becoming fans of Jason now that weren't around in the 90s, you know. And but thank you so much for that contribution, and I want to talk a little bit with you about Mask of Jason Voorhees now.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So what was it like to sit down and write this book? I know it took you several years to complete. But what was it like to sit down and finally be able to, because I know even if you got a bad hand, you had a vision. And I know what it's like to have your vision taken away from you in a sense, you know, or chipped away at. So what was it like to finally have free range to sit down and flesh out this vision you had and not have to worry about the hatchet chipping away at it?
I was actually surprised, you know, when my associates Matt and AJ went and asked me to do this. You know, because the thing was that when I had not even planned on doing a fifth book. I mean, you know, I was trying to get the book series back, you know, hoping either to get them reprinted and stuff. I started a campaign with, you know, writing campaign for New Line, you know, to get them to contact Penguin Putnam, who had taken over, you know, the rights, Berkeley Books, and, you know, just sitting there fighting. Well, you know, we've got Friday the 13th fans that want more of this. They want more. They want more Jason books. They want more original Jason. And Matt and AJ came to me and they go, why don't you do a fifth book? And I'm going, I don't have the rights to do it. I you know, no publisher is going to publish it. You know, they you know, I don't have the okay of New Line Cinema or anybody. They said, well, why don't you just do it and then hand it out for free? And I go, oh, didn't even think about that. Okay. They said, yeah, and you know, this time you can do it the way that you want. Yeah, right. What's funny is that Matt and AJ, you know, when they brought this up to me, it was like, yeah, you can do it the way that you want. And then after I was done, they were just yelling at me. What have you done? You've ruined it. Oh God, what is this? This isn't what we wanted. I'm like, what? You wanted another one of my books, and it's like, no, we don't believe that Jason is supernatural. We don't like this supernatural stuff.
Oh my God.
And it's like, okay, well, you forget you asked me to write one of my books.
So they wanted you to write like a Jason book before he died in part 4, pretty much.
Pretty much.
He's been supernatural since Jason lives.
They wanted it by, their rules.
Well, they should write it then.
They didn't, they did. They did 3 books of their own. And it's like, they reviewed my books, and I should have known ahead of time, because they kept saying, we don't like the supernatural aspect of this. We do like the kills, we do like, how this feels like a Friday the 13th, but we don't like the supernatural aspects. And they just, after that it went off. But I mean, when I was writing the book, I mean, it was like, yeah, I'll be doing this. It felt good because I was having nothing but trouble with the book that I was working on. I was still working on The Traveler. Believe it or not, The Traveler took me 20 years to finish.
Really?
Yeah, 20 years to finish. The thing is, I had the devil or whatever on me, and it was like every time I was just about ready to finish the damn book, something would happen, and my copies would get destroyed. So I'd have to start writing the entire book over.
Oh my goodness.
4 times.
So when was the original script? When was your original layout written? Like what year?
For what? The Traveler?
Exactly. Yes. You started that after your work on Star Trek, correct?
No, actually, I started that after college because The Traveler was based.
That's right.
Based on a student film that I did in college. I actually got an A in college for my film work, and my film, The Traveler 2 to Doomsday, was one of the 2 films that actually got A's and were actually shown during the film, the showing of the final films. The reason why was every other film that year, when they went to put the films on to show them, the film would continuously break. So none of the other students got their films shown because the films kept breaking on them. Because they hadn't done the crafting of the film right. And the thing is that they had put sound on their films, using a method. And once the film broke, it had messed up the soundtracks. So everyone in the class got C's except for me and this other guy named Marcus, who did a Star Wars film for $3,000. We were not supposed to be putting that much money into our student films.
Yeah.
My film cost me about $300. Marcus's film cost, he cost $3,000, had Dolby stereo sound. Oh, God. And he was being sued by George Lucas. He got, he couldn't show it to the class, so they had to show his film in a private showing. Because
Wow.
Marcus was obsessed with George Lucas. He said, "Oh no, George Lucas is the greatest filmmaker that ever lived. There's no other filmmaker that's better than George Lucas."
Well, that was at the time. You got to look at the time period. That was actually a pretty big consensus.
Yeah, forget Hitchcock and that. Oh, one of my favorite party things was getting in arguments about George Lucas.
You were telling me. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, like, it's so easy because, like, I could just talk to you about this stuff forever. It's so easy to get off on a tangent. You were talking about the criticism that the people that talked you into writing book 5 gave you. But there's also been a lot more than the negative, a lot of positive criticism, correct?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, you put this book up.
There's been a lot of positive. Yeah, there's also been, it's been a lot of back and forth too.
What year did you put it up online when it was complete? The first time that you shared it with the fans.
Well, what's funny is you're gonna love this, Joshua. I put it up in serial form originally.
Oh,
every
okay.
time I finished a chapter, I would put it up. I had a website.
It sounds like somebody I know.
And
puts out a couple chapters of a book at a time.
I would put it up. Amusingly, when I got to chapter 24, and now talking about trolling and stuff, I got one of the most venomous emails from a guy there who was just tearing at me for the Mask of Jason Voorhees. Your books are blasphemy against Jason and all this. No, Jason wouldn't be haunting a mask and all this, and your stuff.
Oh my gosh!
Nobody, it's not canon. It's not this, and just going off on me, and just this was the first time.
Did you ever claim to be canon to everything? Because the way I look at this book,
I always claim that my books were canon, that they were what came after. But yeah,
because Jason Goes to Hell sets up the books actually rather nicely.
Yeah,
it really
exactly.
does.
And so this guy went after me, and I'm sorry to say, because now I've got a very stronger outer shield here, let's put it that way. But after this person hit me, I got such a bad writer's block that I stopped writing on the book for 3 years.
So you got to chapter 24, and then for 3 years there was no chapter 25.
Yeah.
Talk about a cliffhanger, man.
I tried, I kept, and every time I'd go to write on it, I'd stop.
Dude, I completely understand, sir. I have had somebody attack me for my voice and attack me for my channel being dumb because all I do is read books to people and I'm a dumb hick and all this. And there was a couple times where I was like, I couldn't believe that one out of so many people could affect me that way and make me second guess myself so much. But I completely understand that. People like that, like their whole purpose is to just screw with somebody, to get under their skin, and I'm so glad that you overcame that and completed this book because it is a great book. I've had people who started listening to the first couple uploads of this book, and they would be like, "Oh, I don't know about this," and then 2 or 3 uploads later, I'm digging the heck out of this. When's the next upload? Like, so, and I trust my listeners because they've criticized certain aspects of the other Jason and Freddy books I've done, but I've had nothing but positive feedback on all of your novels, and the Mask of Jason Voorhees has got the most. And you can't let a couple of trolls out there shake you up. And I'm so glad that you came back from that.
Well, what amazingly brought me back to it was finishing The Traveler. When I couldn't work on The Mask of Jason Voorhees, I started working on The Traveler. I finished it and started my podcasts. And it was like, okay, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a lot better. And, my confidence came back up. And all of a sudden, one day, I just started writing. And I finished it off in just boom. Just boom, 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 boom. And it was going to be an interesting story because, after Buffy, one thing that I didn't get from after Buffy was the fact that Faith was on the lam. She was a convicted killer who got out of jail, and she's free, and so she's going to be on the run. And so I had this idea of her being chased by this detective and coming to Crystal Lake, just stopping into Crystal Lake, running into Ryan, who's looking for his kids, looking for his kid and looking for his wife after getting back from Mickey's funeral. Because
did I catch a glimpse of the 2009 remake in that Flash, or was it just a coincidence, like something similar?
No, I actually added that.
Okay. See, because I've always looked at the remake as not a remake, but almost as if like what would happen if the town of Crystal Lake wised up and decided give Jason his space and stay away from the camp, because Jason regenerates. We know that from the lore. Even so, I don't look at the remake as much as a remake as I do a sequel. Like 12 years has gone by or a decade's gone by, and the town has learned to stay away from there, and he's regenerated over time.
Years later, and that was the same thing with me on it. I considered that. And, because
he would have regenerated back to almost human, over that period of time without taking damage from people. If they stayed away and stuff.
Yeah, that's why we had, such a vibrant Jason in that one.
Exactly, and you don't have to, and people's like, oh, but the beginning of the movie says the dates are different. It's like, I just look at the beginning of that movie as just a reminder of the events that led to Jason doing what he's doing. I know the movie was meant to be a remake. And, the movie was made to be a remake, but you can look at that movie as a sequel and enjoy it more. Yeah, because
that's what
he would have regenerated. Yeah.
And no, you can't say that. You can't say that. Oh, my God.
It makes it more enjoyable for me to watch. And I also like to look at it as like a fan fiction thing, like Sam Winchester versus Jason. That's
almost
the fanboy in me.
Almost. I was loving Padalecki in that. I mean, seriously.
He's going to be Walker, Texas Ranger, man. They're rebooting Walker, Texas Ranger, and Jared Padalecki's going to be Walker. I don't know how I feel about that. But that's something that's happening. Now, what about the Jason X stuff? Because I know that one of your books was going to be a continuation of Jason X, correct?
Yeah, yeah. Because I had this idea of I wanted to do the story of what happens to Jason in the far future, because I know they're not going to do another Jason.
And this is before Black Flame, folks. This is before the Jason X sequels were written.
Yeah. This was actually before that.
Exactly. I'm just letting everybody know, because at this point my listeners have heard, the sequels to Jason X, but this idea that Mr. Pattison had was before Black Flame ever put out a Jason X sequel.
No, this was...
Didn't interrupt, I just wanted to get that out there.
This was while I was planning, when I was doing, going after New Line and saying, we need more Friday the 13th books. We need more Friday the 13th books. I mean, I went after them for years. After, I was bucking them like shit. And that's kind of one reason why I didn't get, Black Flame didn't come to me. Was because they knew that I had been a troublemaker. I mean, seriously. Oh, and another thing that your fans can actually thank me for was that, even though a certain person who wrote Crystal Lake Memories takes full credit for this, I was fighting for years to get a complete Friday the 13th DVD set done. I actually, had a write-in campaign for that as well.
Yeah, because all they had part 1 through 8, Paramount put out, New Line put out, Jason Goes to Hell, and the Jason X. Like, you could never get them all together. You couldn't get the whole set.
I never managed to successfully do that, but I managed to get a complete all-in-one set done, because they never did that. And I managed to push them into doing that, so they came and did the DVD set. The all-in-one DVD set for all the Paramount ones. They couldn't do New Line because that different studios.
Same thing happened with the Child's Play DVD set. It had all but part 1 in it, and Orion made the first Child's Play, and then they moved on, and that's the only reason that a remake was able to get made, is because the original Child's Play was split between Orion and the guy that made it, Ant Mancini. And anyways, similar situation. That happens with movies sometimes when different studios are involved. But you got us 1 through 8 in the Crystal Lake to New York DVD set, is what you're telling us.
Yeah. So.
Silent screams, Jason's love. I'm a slasher,